What does it feel like to transmigrate into a state of being a vegetative person? If Su Ling were to articulate it, he would say it is akin to experiencing absolute nothingness. In the most literal sense, there exists no sensation whatsoever. The five senses sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch are absent, and there are no bodily sensations. His consciousness resides in an ineffable void, devoid of concepts such as space, time, or darkness. At times, he experiences moments of awareness, wherein he recognizes his own existence, retaining memories from before his transmigration and knowing his name. At other times, however, he lapses into a blurred state, akin to daydreaming or a stupor. Initially, Su Ling was utterly oblivious to his predicament until a certain moment when he awakened a unique ability. Through the feedback of this extraordinary power, he gradually regained awareness of himself, his current state, and the external world, ultimately realizing that he had transmigrated into the unfortunate condition of a vegetative person. Objective information is being updated, self-information is being corrected. Correction complete. New era calendar. April 27th, 8:57, midnight. Name, Su Ling. Age, 19. Family situation, Father Su Peiqing. Mother Yang Xiaoying. Sister Su Jing. Status, vegetative. Cause, car accident. This marks the 379th day of transmigration into this world, yet another unremarkable day in the vegetative state. There are 7 hours, 43 minutes, and 56 seconds remaining until the turning point for awakening from this condition. Since the awakening of this unique ability, every moment involving any person or matter related to him is transformed into specific textual information within his mind, akin to archival data that is continuously updated and stored in his consciousness. The feedback from this special ability provides detailed insights into the world he can access at his age and social standing, encompassing family dynamics, including members, backgrounds, interpersonal relationships, and even the reasons behind his vegetative state and the culprits responsible for it, all meticulously documented in written form. As the term suggests, he possesses comprehensive knowledge of his own existence. I have encountered tales of transmigration into the lives of the inept, leading to annulments I have read of those who became formidable overlords, adeptly navigating treacherous waters. I have even seen narratives of individuals transformed into mythical beasts or geographical entities. Some have even drifted through the cosmos as mere clouds for eons. Yet, to start as a vegetative person, this is a first. And to think, this unfortunate soul is none other than myself. This realization, Su Ling found himself at a loss for how to react, having long been devoid of any sensory experience. Human emotions stem from a secretion of bodily hormones. With an extended absence of physical sensations, Su Ling has grown profoundly unfamiliar with the concept of emotion. Although, from an objective temporal standpoint, he's been a vegetative person for just over a year in the realm of consciousness, the notion of time is non-existent. As the Buddhist saying goes, in the blink of an eye, 3,000 worlds rise and fall. Su Ling's consciousness had been in a state akin to that of a vegetative individual, unaware of how many thoughts he had turned over in his mind. Just how unfamiliar was he with the concept of emotion? To put it succinctly, under the feedback of his omniscience, he learned the identity of the perpetrator responsible for his accident, which had rendered him a vegetable. This individual possessed formidable connections, and, after driving under the influence and colliding with him, promptly exploited those connections to obliterate the surveillance footage along the route and made the offending vehicle vanish, attempting to erase all traces of association. Yet, in such circumstances, the ultimate outcome remained that the culprit roamed free. Of course, this was from his omniscient perspective, wherein he knew the identity of the assailant. However, in the eyes of society, his case was merely an unsolved mystery, with the surveillance on the street in question conveniently absent and the offending vehicle accidentally sent for mandatory scrapping. There were no clues regarding the true culprit. Public opinion sustained itself for only a few days, compelling the authorities to issue a notice of investigation, which was then overshadowed by other trending events and celebrity gossip. Losing all momentum, the aggrieved party, Su Ling found himself in the role of a bystander, fully aware of the entire sequence of events yet devoid of any feelings of anger, injustice, or hatred, as he currently lacked the sensory faculties to produce such emotional hormones. During this period of being a vegetative individual, the most prevalent and indeed the only activity he could engage in was contemplation. By synthesizing objective external information and various aspects related to himself, he analyzed these intersecting pieces of information, pondering the myriad possible outcomes that could arise. Rather than mere thinking, it was more akin to deduction. From an initial clumsiness, he gradually became adept, ultimately experiencing an explosive increase in the speed of his deductions, enabling him to conjure numerous outcomes in a mere instant by amalgamating information. The capability to perform all this was simply a matter of practice. The act of deduction was, in fact, not tedious. On the contrary, Su Ling found it rather intriguing. Each day brought new objective information, and deducing the various developments arising from these intersections of information was akin to navigating through a game, unlocking different endings. However, the most significant reason behind this fascination was that it was the sole activity available to him in his vegetative state. Yet today, a particular piece of information sparked a flicker of curiosity within Su Ling's consciousness. To be precise, it ignited a thirst for knowledge. Devoid of sensory perception and incapable of producing emotional hormones, he could only harbor a curiosity akin to a desire for understanding. There are still over 7 hours until the turning point that will free me from this vegetative state. I wonder what it will be. After the latest update of objective information today, he found himself just over 7 hours away from this pivotal moment. This revelation stirred within him a profound sense of curiosity. This textual information had been present since the awakening of his omniscience, marking a countdown from 379 days. Initially, he had felt a spark of curiosity, but as the days dragged on in anticipation, that curiosity had gradually waned, until today, when he was finally nearing the moment, prompting a resurgence of his inquisitiveness. However, he did not merely wait for the countdown to expire. Instead, he engaged in a rigorous analysis, intertwining the newly updated objective information with a myriad of knowledge he had previously acquired. After deriving countless outcomes, he once again turned his gaze towards the countdown. Time ticked away, second by second. Soon, the countdown for the turning point that would liberate him from his comatose state quietly approached its conclusion. There are 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 3 seconds remaining until the turning point that would free him from his vegetative state. There are 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 2 seconds remaining until the turning point that would free him from his vegetative state. There are 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 1 second remaining until the turning point that would free him from his vegetative state. The turning point has arrived. Your sister, Su Jing, has exhausted her savings from a year of secret toil to purchase the game helmet for Dimensional Kill. This game is a pinnacle creation of left-right culture, blending virtual technology with the latest understanding of human consciousness, claiming that one can engage in gameplay solely through consciousness, requiring no other actions. As long as consciousness exists, one can play even in a state of slumber, allowing for true leisure without compromise. Your sister had a sudden inspiration and intends to use the Dimensional Kill helmet to test the connection with your consciousness, hoping to inquire about the clues leading to the perpetrator who rendered you comatose. This game harbors many unknown mysteries, and it represents your turning point for awakening from the vegetative state. Cherish it. A cascade of information abruptly surged forth from Su Ling's consciousness. Before he could fully digest it, the next moment arrived. Beep. Consciousness detected. Binding consciousness interface information. Binding completed. Welcome to the world of Dimensional Kill. A game. Su Ling's consciousness momentarily halted, utterly astonished that his turning point from a vegetative state was a game. In his previous life, prior to his transmigration, there existed numerous games that delved into so-called virtual technology. Yet, those games were largely deceptive and exhibited a superficial understanding of human consciousness. He never anticipated that such advanced technology would exist here. This game and its technology must have emerged recently, and the confidentiality surrounding it is astounding. Otherwise, my former self in the vegetative state would not have been oblivious to such information. Once exposed, my self-awareness would certainly have provided relevant feedback. As his consciousness subtly shifted, Su Ling formed a hypothesis. He chose not to dwell on this matter further, and instead began to dissect the information relayed by his self-awareness. His sister, in this lifetime, required no extensive commentary. She was his beloved sibling, a source of warmth. Although Su Ling currently lacked emotions, his worldview had already taken shape, leading him to silently record a note in his mental ledger of human relationships. Sister 1. Recording it in the form of a game made comprehension far more convenient. Once he completed the documentation, Su Ling continued his analysis. This game, Dimensional Kill, surprisingly contains the phrase unknown mystery. Is it beyond even my self-omniscience to comprehend? Or is it that this unknown mystery has yet to pertain to me, thus rendering my self-omniscience incapable of providing feedback? As his mind whirled, he contemplated several possibilities that he then began to scrutinize the information conveyed to his consciousness by the game titled Dimensional Kill. This game is a role-playing game, albeit not in the Traditional sense. Players will encounter varied storylines and character settings with each session, based on the completeness of the character portrayed by the player and the completion of tasks. An overall game evaluation will be conducted, yielding corresponding rewards and penalties. The current game evaluation ranks from highest to lowest as follows: S, A, B, C, D, E, F. It has been detected that this consciousness is accessing the game for the first time. The Novice Benefit Game First Experience has been activated. Players may choose their in-game nickname and select the difficulty level. The Game First Experience allows players to choose a difficulty level, which includes easy, normal, hard, and nightmare. The higher the difficulty, the richer the rewards or penalties upon completion. Note: Game First Experience is a one-time opportunity. Thereafter, no difficulty options will be available unless special items are utilized. All subsequent experiences will be random, so players should choose wisely. Gazing at the stream of game prompts, Su Ling found himself momentarily stunned once more after reading through them. Each game session would plunge players into a different narrative, engaging with random characters and completing tasks based on their assigned roles. Was this not akin to the script murder games of his previous life? Yet, in his former world, despite the elaborate settings and the professionalism of the DM, players were invariably aware of the artificiality of the experience, and not everyone could immerse themselves fully, leading to moments of levity that could detract from the overall experience. However, the game's Superdimensional Kill implied a direct immersion of one's consciousness into the character, promising a vastly superior gaming experience compared to script murder. Su Ling remained uncertain, as he had yet to embark on the adventure. AS for a nickname. I shall go with Su Ling. After a brief contemplation, Su Ling decided to use his true name in this life as his game ID, facilitating Su Jing in locating him within the game. As for his previous name, since he had been reborn in this life, it was of no consequence to recall it. Nickname confirmed. Player, Su Ling. Please select your game difficulty. Nightmare level. Su Ling made his choice. Since this game represented his opportunity to escape from his vegetative state, he was determined to seek the finest rewards. Only in this way could he hope to liberate himself swiftly. Selection completed. Difficulty set to nightmare level. This round will be in single-player mode. Please prepare yourself. The game will commence in a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, single-player mode. Su Ling was slightly taken aback, but soon felt a sense of relief. Given that it was a game akin to a script murder experience, it was absolutely normal to play alongside others. The notion of a single-player mode, however, intrigued her somewhat. Was she to be the only player while the rest were mere NPCs? With such speculation in mind, the countdown reached its climax point. 3, 2, 1. Entering the game. In the next moment, a cacophony of light, sound, scent, and tactile sensations engulfed her, overwhelming her senses. Chapter 2. The game begins. Nightmare difficulty. Whoosh, beep, clatter. Sir, may I take a moment of your time to introduce our product? Everyone, look here. The finest hot dogs in the city await your taste. I have already made this very clear. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds assailed his ears, the rustle of the wind, the roar of automobiles, the clatter of various objects, along with the chatter of salespeople and street vendors, and the hurried voices of those on their phones. Before his eyes, the vibrant and luminous cityscape unfolded, showcasing towering buildings, broad thoroughfares, pedestrian overpasses, and subway entrances, all in abundance. An array of unfamiliar yet familiar scents wafted into his nostrils with each breath, surging into his mind and conjuring vivid images of myriad things. Additionally, there was the sudden onslaught of bodily sensations. His limbs, torso, and vital organs all overwhelmed him. This deluge of stimuli rendered Su Ling profoundly disoriented. The symptoms of his disorientation manifested as if he were a drunkard, his body swaying precariously, barely able to maintain his footing, teetering as if he would collapse at any moment. Fortunately, just as he was about to fall, a figure approached and steadied him. "Are you all right, sir?" Came a melodious voice from a nearby female salesperson promoting her wares. Observing his apparent discomfort and inability to respond, she continued, "Let me assist you to a nearby bench." With that, she gently guided the unsteady Su Ling to a nearby long bench and seated him. "Do you need me to call an ambulance?" The concerned saleswoman inquired once more. The backdrop of this game: a city, no supernatural powers. The player's character in this round: King of Assassins. The main mission for the player: assassinate the enigmatic leader of the underground organization, Carl Rod, situated in Star City. The time limit for this round is 72 hours within the instance. Failure to complete the mission within this period will result in mission failure. Due to the player's selection of nightmare difficulty, the character possesses no special traits, and Carl Rod is already aware of the King of Assassins' intent to assassinate him. After this round of gameplay, player functions will be activated. Please take note. A barrage of gaming information left the still-dazed Su Ling feeling bewildered. Before he could fully process this plethora of textual data, a new notification materialized in his mind. You have gained the assistance of Isabella. A connection has been established, and her life information has been automatically recorded and updated. Isabella, female, Caucasian, 27 years old, resident of Star City, profession, sales, unmarried. This was indeed the very saleswoman who had just aided him. Su Ling had grown accustomed to this phenomenon. This was the ability of self-awareness. Any individual or matter pertaining to him would manifest as specific textual information within his consciousness. However, it was rather astonishing for Su Ling to discover such intricate life details within the game. The scale of its development is undeniably extravagant. The game's information is presented in a clear and accessible manner. The current game is set in a metropolis devoid of supernatural abilities, which suggests that future settings may very well include urban environments with such powers, as well as other non-urban historical contexts, such as those found in fantasy, mythology, or even horror and suspense genres. The various scripts he had played in his past life featured numerous distinct scenarios, so this did not strike him as unusual. As for the character design and missions, he harbored no doubts. The only aspect that caused him to furrow his brow were the final 2 points. Having chosen the nightmare difficulty, he found himself without any special skills, and his assassination target was already aware of his impending approach. Furthermore, even if he succeeded in the assassination, he would still be required to remain in the vicinity for a full 72 hours to conclude the game, significantly amplifying the level of challenge. First and foremost, for an ordinary individual, navigating the vast metropolis to locate that figure, Carl Rod, presents a formidable challenge. Secondly, even if he were to find the target, his character's lack of any particular abilities would make even approaching the target a daunting task. Moreover, given that the target was informed of his intent and belonged to the most powerful underground organization, any signs of suspicion would likely result in his immediate demise at the hands of vigilant bodyguards. Lastly, even if he managed to carry out the assassination, he would still have to evade retaliation from the organization for 3 days, all while knowing that the game's system had explicitly stated that such actions would factor into the mission's rating. This effectively thwarted any plans he might have had for a desperate, no-turning-back approach. This merely scratches the surface of the task's complexity. In tandem with fulfilling the mission, he must also contemplate the persona of the King of Assassins. What manner of being, what operational style, could truly be deemed worthy of such a title? After all, the game clearly stated from the outset that ratings are determined by the degree of task completion and the richness of character development. Truly, the nightmare difficulty is no trifling matter. After a moment of reflection, Su Ling couldn't help but sigh in resignation. The level of challenge posed by this game is such that not even an ordinary person could navigate it, let alone a professional assassin who might struggle to accomplish the task, much less escape unscathed while avoiding the relentless pursuit of the foremost underground organization. The greatest hurdle lies in the necessity to maintain a coherent character while ensuring that his actions align with that persona. One might speculate that even John Wick from John Wick would shake his head and declare this task impossible. Fortunately for Su Ling, he is no ordinary individual. Possessing the ability of self-omniscience, he meticulously analyzed the game information and began to formulate preliminary strategies. Low blood sugar? Just so happens I have a piece of chocolate. As Su Ling contemplated the game information and organized his thoughts, he prepared himself for the challenge ahead. In the bustling city of Star City, where sweet indulgences abound, Aisha, the saleswoman who was assisting Su Ling, immediately retrieved a perfectly wrapped chocolate from her pocket upon learning of his low blood sugar. With great care, she unwrapped it and offered it to him, urging him to eat quickly. It was truly a rarity to encounter someone with low blood sugar in such a sugary haven. Su Ling accepted the chocolate graciously, expressing his gratitude with a smile before tearing open the wrapper and savoring the treat. You have received a piece of ordinary chocolate. From Aisha Isabella. After consuming the chocolate, Su Ling, now accustomed to his current body, rose and thanked Aisha once more, stating, "Thank you. I feel much better." "That's good to hear," Aisha replied with a gentle smile. "I must return to my duties now, but if you still feel unwell, do remember to visit a hospital." With a few more words of concern, she swiftly departed. Watching her retreating figure, Su Ling was overcome with an unfamiliar emotion, reflecting, "It has been quite a while since I felt such kindness from a stranger." Meanwhile, in the uppermost office of the Starshine building, a minimalist space adorned with vast bulletproof windows, sat a large desk. Behind it was a tall, imposing middle-aged Caucasian man dressed in a blue suit. Sporting gold-rimmed glasses, none other than Carl Rod, the enigmatic figure behind the foremost organization in the underground world. Before Carl, a group of robust men, both Caucasian and African American, clad in matching black suits, stood at attention, vigilant and trained, prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstance. Despite the formidable security presence, Carl's demeanor was grave. He had recently received alarming news. The mysterious king of assassins from the underground world had accepted a contract on his life. This revelation had come in the form of a clandestine letter that had mysteriously appeared on his desk, the origin of which remained unknown. Given the private nature of the matters discussed within his office, he had opted against installing surveillance cameras, fearing they would merely provide incriminating evidence to law enforcement. However, he had reviewed the surveillance footage from the corridor outside, which showed no one entering. The sudden emergence of this enigmatic letter compelled him to take it seriously. He had dispatched individuals to verify its authenticity, knowing that if it were indeed true, he would be in significant peril. As Carl's thoughts drifted, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his reverie. Instantly, the atmosphere in the office shifted to one of tension and alertness. All the bodyguards in black suits instinctively reached for their inner jacket pockets, positioning themselves protectively in front of Carl. In the face of the notoriously elusive king of assassins, no one dared to be complacent. There is no need for such alarm, Carl reassured, attempting to diffuse the tension. The voice of Carl Rod suddenly echoed through the room as he gazed at the computer screen on his desk, observing the surveillance footage from the corridor. That's Charlie, my assistant. I sent him to verify the authenticity of this matter, and he is alone. Nevertheless, the professionals present, all seasoned bodyguards, remained vigilant and undeterred. An older white gentleman, seemingly the head of the security team, remarked, "That king of assassins is shrouded in mystery within the underworld. No one has ever laid eyes on him. It is said that his skills in disguise are unparalleled, enabling him to masquerade as anyone. It would be prudent for us to exercise caution." Upon hearing this, Carl Rod furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Your words hold merit. Ensure a thorough examination." Understood. Subsequently, 2 bodyguards exited the office to conduct a meticulous search of the man named Charlie, who was the white assistant outside. They pinched his nose, tugged at his face, pulled his hair, and conducted a thorough search of his person before confirming that he was indeed who he claimed to be and allowed him entry. "Charlie, what news?" Carl Rod inquired anxiously after Charlie was permitted inside. The moment the question left his lips, a palpable tension enveloped the office, causing all present to collectively shudder. Chapter 3. Chain Reaction. Silence reigned in the office for an extended period. After a myriad of emotions played across Carl Rod's face, he finally broke the stillness with rapid commands. "Charlie, immediately summon someone to bring my military-grade bulletproof and explosion-proof vehicle. Paul, conduct an identity check on everyone within the Starlight building and seal off the top 5 floors. No unidentified individuals are to be permitted entry. Additionally, have the helicopter on the rooftop stand by at all times. Contact the Assassins Guild and arrange a discussion with that king of assassins. If negotiations fail or he cannot be reached, promptly issue a no-holds-barred contract with a bounty of 100 million. Anyone who can eliminate that king of assassins will receive the reward, regardless of who they are. Furthermore, dispatch someone to the western outskirts of Star City to prepare my safe house in the Yala Forest, and as soon as my military-grade vehicle arrives, we shall depart without delay." True to his reputation as the mastermind behind the most formidable organization in the underworld, Carl Rod, despite being aware of the imminent threat posed by the elusive assassin king, remained composed, methodically orchestrating a series of actions. His formidable presence immediately instilled a sense of reassurance in the assistants and bodyguards present. Yes, both Assistant Charlie and head bodyguard Paul replied in unison before setting off to execute Carl Rod's directives. Soon, only Carl Rod and 8 elite bodyguards remained in the office. "Would you like to change your position? Sitting by the window is rather perilous," one of the elite bodyguards suggested, eyeing Carl Rod at the floor-to-ceiling window. Carl Rod glanced at him and responded, "The glass behind me is made of military-grade bulletproof and blast-resistant material. Not even a rocket-propelled grenade can breach it. Moreover, the Starlight building is the tallest edifice in Star City, with surrounding structures both distant and elevated, far exceeding the range of modern infantry weaponry. Unless fighter jets unleash missile bombardments, it is utterly impossible for any harm to befall me." Upon hearing Carl Rod's words, the elite bodyguard could not help but click his tongue in astonishment, choosing to remain silent thereafter. He then departed from the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, making his way to the sofa within, instructing someone to draw the curtains with utmost caution. After completing these tasks, Carl Rod settled onto the sofa, surrounded by 8 elite bodyguards positioned at strategic points. His eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a chilling demeanor. The top 5 floors of the building were sealed off, completely isolating the outside world, and were guarded by the most elite team of bodyguards globally, with a helicopter on standby atop the roof. Once the armored and explosive-resistant vehicle arrived, it would be impervious to any modern infantry weaponry, save for military-grade armor-piercing rounds. Furthermore, his safe house on the outskirts of Star City was constructed to military standards, stocked with ample supplies and recreational resources to ensure a decade free from worry about sustenance. And it extended deep underground, reaching hundreds of meters below the surface. Once he entered, even missiles or nuclear weapons would pose no threat to him. In due course, he could simply await the demise of that enigmatic king of assassins, pursued relentlessly by the entire underground world. The king of assassins? I am keen to see how you intend to kill me under such circumstances, Carl Rod mused to himself. Soon, Charlie and Paul, adhering to his instructions, secured the top 5 floors of Starlight Tower, ensuring that the rooftop helicopter remained on alert, while also dispatching personnel to bring his heavily fortified armored vehicle to this location. However, preparations at the safe house would require some time. After all, they first needed to reach the site, followed by a comprehensive inspection of the safe house's various systems, as well as a thorough sweep of the surrounding area to prevent any ambushes, an endeavor that was quite time-consuming. How long will it take? Carl Rod inquired of his assistant Charlie after receiving the report. Typically, such preparations would take at least 3 days. However, given the urgency of the situation and the looming threat of the mysterious king of assassins, Charlie had no choice but to expedite the timeline. After a moment of silence, Carl Rod coldly declared, "Very well, we shall depart tomorrow night." His words caused Paul, the captain of the bodyguard team, to furrow his brow as he interjected. "Nighttime obscures visibility. Should the king of assassins lurk in the shadows while we remain exposed, it could prove to be highly disadvantageous for us. What do you suggest then, Paul?" Carl Rod turned to him. After considering Paul's analysis, Carl Rod nodded in agreement, finding it quite reasonable. Ultimately, he decided, "Then we shall depart the day after tomorrow at noon, when the streets of Star City are most bustling." Thus, the evacuation plan was firmly established. In a CAF within Star City, Su Ling sat by the window, basking in the sunlight streaming through, leisurely sipping the coffee purchased from the establishment. Carl Rod decided to leave Star City the day after tomorrow at noon, when the citizens would be most active and frequenting the streets. He would depart in his lavishly constructed, bulletproof and bomb-resistant vehicle, heading towards his safe house, a stronghold fortified with supplies and entertainment sufficient for a decade, impervious even to nuclear devastation. As the last text message appeared, Su Long could not help but exclaim, "A military-grade bulletproof vehicle and a safe house of military base caliber. One could hardly expect even a battalion to accomplish such a task, let alone an ordinary person." Truly, it was of nightmarish difficulty. After acclimatizing to the sensations relayed by his body, Su Long sought out a mirror to examine his appearance. In this round of the game, he appeared quite unremarkable, an ordinary young Asian man whose presence would barely register in a crowd. His entire fortune amounted to merely a few hundred star coins, just enough to cover a week's worth of basic needs in Star City. Beyond that, he possessed nothing of particular note. Having confirmed his appearance, Su Long settled into a CAF, awaiting further developments. The nightmarish difficulty posed genuine terror for the average individual. Yet for him, it bore certain advantages. At least, upon learning that the king of assassins intended to take his life, Carl Rod had established a connection with him. Consequently, any preparations made by Carl in light of the impending threat would be communicated to Su Long through the feedback of his self-awareness. Indeed, this proved to be the case. After sipping coffee for a while, the location of Carl Rod and his preparations against the assassination were vividly impressed upon Su Long's mind through his self-awareness ability. However, even with knowledge of Carl Rod's whereabouts and subsequent plans, the prospect of carrying out an assassination was nearly impossible for Su Long. Lacking weapons, the skills to wield them, or any agility, he was merely an ordinary person. To attempt an assassination in such a state would be tantamount to delivering oneself to the slaughter. Thus, after contemplating Carl Rod's preparations, Su Long lingered in the CAF for a moment longer before departing. He hailed a taxi and traveled to the western part of Star City. Upon disembarking and surveying the surroundings, a plan began to form in his mind, prompting him into action. With the enthusiasm of a friendly neighbor, he purchased an assortment of treats, desserts, hamburgers, coffee, and beer, before engaging warmly with the people of the Western District. Faced with the allure of free food and drinks, the locals were more than willing to indulge in casual conversation with Su Long. His conversation spanned a diverse array of individuals, regardless of age, gender, or occupation, from children of 5 or 6 to elderly individuals in their 70s or 80s. From white-collar workers in towering buildings to laborers on construction sites, from street vendors selling hot dogs to truck drivers, and even including gang-affiliated hippies and uniformed police officers. The tapestry of humanity was rich and varied. He did not engage in any sensitive topics, nor did he inquire about any individuals or events. He merely engaged in idle chatter for a brief moment before departing, leaving little impression behind. However, through these casual conversations, Su Leng quickly amassed a wealth of life information from the residents of the western city. A day passed in this manner of leisurely wandering and chatting. Su Leng's few hundred star coins diminished to less than 200 due to his expenditures on food and drink. As night fell, he casually sought refuge in a roadside motel. From the moment he entered, he secured the door tightly, embarking on the task of digesting the vast amount of life information he had gathered during the day. This process of reflection consumed an entire day and night, and it was not until the evening of the following day, as the motel owner knocked on his door at checkout time, that Su Leng wearily opened it. "Sir, I would like to extend my stay for another night." Silence enveloped the night, and soon the dawn of the third day arrived. Early in the morning, Su Leng checked out, purchased a can of carbonated beverage, and made his way to the rooftop of a tall building in the western city. There he stood, gazing towards the direction of the city while occasionally sipping his drink. As the sun rose, the time swiftly approached noon. The people in the western district began to stir. Shops opened, restaurants commenced service, coffee shops saw lines of office workers awaiting their caffeine fix, and laborers on construction sites resumed their tasks. It was at this juncture that an unusual convoy emerged from the city center. 4 black sedans, 2 at the front and 2 at the rear, encircled a notably larger and sturdier black vehicle, as if it were clad in armor. Together, they proceeded along the exit road at a steady pace. The appearance of this convoy immediately captured the attention of the residents in the western area. The armored exterior elicited gasps of surprise from numerous young onlookers. Nevertheless, most continued with their daily routines, hurrying along. Standing atop the building, Su Leng observed the convoy approaching the street below with an expression of calm detachment. Unaffected by the thought that this passage might obliterate his opportunity for an assassination, leading to the failure of his mission, he gazed at the convoy with an unperturbed demeanor, allowing it to draw nearer to his position. At a moment he deemed ideal, he extended his hand, still gripping the half-empty can of drink, over the rooftop railing and gently released it. With a swift motion, the can plummeted towards the ground. In an instant, it struck with a resounding crash. The force of the falling beverage combined with its carbonation producing a loud noise. Coincidentally, it landed right next to a construction worker, startling him and causing him to stumble backward in surprise. As he retreated, he inadvertently collided with a white-collar woman who was preparing to return to work after her lunch break. Startled, she swiftly sidestepped to avoid him. Simultaneously, a young man on an electric scooter, delivering pizza, was about to pass through. The sudden movement of the woman startled him, prompting him to shout, "Get out of the way." He instinctively jerked the handlebars, causing the scooter to wobble precariously. In a bid to avert a collision with the woman, he veered onto the roadway. This abrupt maneuver forced the vehicles behind him to slam on their brakes in a frantic attempt to stop. However, trailing behind them was a massive truck laden with dozens of tons of cargo, which, due to its substantial momentum, could not halt in time. Observing the several cars ahead, whose occupants' lives were at stake, the truck driver, gripped by fear, instinctively swerved the steering wheel to the adjacent lane. This sudden turn destabilized the enormous cargo, which, with alarming speed, crashed through the median barriers and began to topple over. Coincidentally, at that very moment, the convoy carrying Carl Rod and his companions was traversing the opposite lane. Carl Rod, along with his assistant and a cadre of bodyguards, could only gaze in shock and terror as the truck, laden with its heavy cargo, began to tilt towards their lane. Chapter 4. The Accident. Bang, bang. The sound of 2 successive collisions reverberated through the air. At this moment, regardless of the brand or caliber of the cars, they appeared as mere insects before the colossal truck. The 2 black sedans positioned in front of Carl Rod's armored vehicle were instantly deformed upon impact with the truck's swaying cargo, their tires screeching as they slid backward. These 2 sedans inadvertently contributed to the truck's toppling by creating an obstacle beneath its body, hastening its descent towards Carl Rod's armored vehicle. In a climactic moment, the truck's cargo, weighing dozens of tons, crashed down with a thunderous roar. Boom. The truck finally overturned with a cataclysmic crash. Remarkably, Carl Rod's armored vehicle, crafted with military-grade technology, withstood the onslaught. The exterior, made of high-grade materials, remained intact, showing only signs of deformation. However, the frame of the vehicle could not bear the immense weight, resulting in a catastrophic collapse as its structural beams fractured, transforming the vehicle into a mere hunk of metal. In an instant, blood and viscera erupted from the mangled remains, splattering in all directions. The 2 black sedans behind, having been cushioned by the preceding vehicles, narrowly escaped disaster, albeit with their fronts severely crumpled. This shocking spectacle left all bystanders on the street utterly astounded, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The surrounding crowd froze in their tracks, their eyes wide with astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. Moments later, a cacophony of screams and gasps erupted. Those fortunate enough to witness the armored vehicle being crushed into a mere metal disc, with bloody remnants shooting from its crevices, felt a wave of nausea wash over them, prompting many to retch or vomit. The scene descended into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, no one noticed a seemingly ordinary Asian youth, unremarkable in both appearance and stature, calmly emerging from a nearby building, only to vanish into the throng. Approximately half an hour later, ambulances and police vehicles arrived at the scene. The ambulances whisked away the surviving victims, while officers apprehended the truck driver and cordoned off the area with police tape. After another 20 minutes, Sheriff John Jack of the Star City Police Department arrived. Exiting his vehicle, this robust, middle-aged white man, still possessing a measure of handsomeness despite being over 50, donned civilian attire as he approached the scene. Inspector George from the West City branch quickly greeted him. "Is the deceased confirmed to be Carl Rod?" John Jack inquired, raising an eyebrow. Upon hearing Inspector George's confirmation, John Jack furrowed his brow. Just days prior, whispers from the underworld had surfaced regarding the king of assassins accepting a contract to eliminate Carl Rod. This man had been making various preparations to leave Star City for his safe house in the western suburbs today, only to encounter such a tragic turn of events. "Has the truck driver been investigated?" he asked, directing the question at Inspector George. Furthermore, investigations revealed that the incident was triggered by a delivery rider carelessly riding his electric bike onto the road, causing vehicles to brake suddenly. The driver, realizing he could not stop in time, instinctively swerved into another lane, ultimately resulting in the crash. I had spoken with the delivery rider, who claimed he swerved to avoid a woman who had unexpectedly appeared in his path. However, that woman stated she had been trying to evade a construction worker who had suddenly stepped back. As for the construction worker, he maintained that something had fallen from above, startling him. The lives of these three individuals had no intersections prior to this incident. I also visited the building in question, but due to ongoing construction, the internal power was shut off, leaving only the external work circuits operational. The surveillance within had ceased, making it impossible to ascertain who had accessed the building. However, as Inspector George spoke, his voice grew hesitant, trailing off mid-sentence. "Are you suggesting this was a most fortuitous accident?" John Jack completed the unspoken thought. Inspector George nodded in response. "If this is not an accident, then nothing in this world is accidental." Upon reflection, John Jack felt a deep-seated belief that this was indeed an accident, yet the clandestine identity of Carl Rod, coupled with the underworld's assignment on his life, stirred a nagging intuition within him, honed over nearly 3 decades of service. He began to suspect that this vehicular calamity might not have been merely coincidental. In a state of perplexity, he inquired of Detective George, "Have you determined what fell from the upper floor?" George replied, "It was a partially consumed bottled beverage. Given the sweltering heat, it had evaporated under the sun before our arrival, leaving only scattered fragments of the exploded can. I have instructed someone to send it for examination to check for any residual fingerprints." Upon hearing George's meticulous approach, Sheriff John Jack of the General Office nodded in agreement, suggesting that they await the results. Subsequently, they engaged in the routine tasks of interviews and site investigations, matters that could be entrusted to officers and forensic experts. With that, the police concluded their handling of the scene, and soon John Jack and Detective George departed, for the vast Star City had numerous other cases demanding their attention. Unbeknownst to them, the entirety of their visit, including their conversations and methods of handling the situation, was being observed by an Asian youth seated by the window of a nearby CAF. This young man was none other than Su Leng. After leaving the building, he hadn't wandered far, but instead entered the CAF, ordering a drink while watching the unfolding drama. In the realm of criminal psychology from his previous life, it was posited that offenders often return to the scene of their crimes. Su Leng was there to validate this theory through his own actions. However, rather than returning, he had never truly left. As for the death of Carl Rod, it was certainly no accident. It was his doing. Chapter 5, Mission Accomplished. Game Rating. The Nightmare level difficulty was indeed aptly named. Not only ordinary individuals, but also seasoned assassins, soldiers, or even an armed unit would find it impossible to complete the task of assassinating Carl Rod, let alone adhere to the character setup provided by the game. Yet, Su Ling's awakened ability of self-omniscience enabled him to achieve the seemingly impossible feat. What appeared to be an accident was, in fact, the result of Su Ling meticulously gathering the life information of nearly everyone in the western part of the city, particularly those in the vicinity of the accident. Over the course of a day, he analyzed their professions, daily routines, and schedules for the following days, ultimately deducing from a plethora of possibilities the outcome he desired. The sheer volume of work was immense, even with Su Ling's expertise and deduction reaching its zenith. It consumed considerable time and left him mentally fatigued before he could finally conclude. Nevertheless, the outcome did not disappoint him. When one can control the developmental patterns of all individuals or objects within a certain scope, they can orchestrate seemingly trivial actions to elicit the desired outcome of an accident. What may appear absurd is, in truth, a meticulously interlinked and logically sound process. However, this method bears a critical flaw. It cannot tolerate even the slightest unknown variable. In simple terms, this ability is only applicable in an urban setting devoid of extraordinary powers. Once the realm of superhuman abilities, fantasy, or mystique enters the fray, its functionality diminishes significantly. Imagine if Karl Rod possessed superhuman capabilities. Then, the incident he orchestrated would scarcely inflict any harm upon his adversary, even before the opponent approached. He could potentially utilize his superior vision to spot Karl on the rooftop, sipping soda, and deliver a devastating blow. This exemplifies the unpredictable variables at play. To summarize, this skill is only viable in a world free from any transcendent abilities. Of course, if one were to find themselves in a setting brimming with such powers. Although Su Leng would be unable to wield this ability, he could still seize the initiative through his self-awareness, thereby alleviating any concerns. Observing the crowd outside gradually dispersing, alongside the police officers managing the accident scene, Su Leng finished the last sip of his beverage and departed from the CAF. The conversation and arrangements between John Jack and Detective George were inherently connected to him due to the ongoing investigation, and thus, various developments became vividly apparent in his mind. Regarding the matter of the canned beverage, Su Leng paid it little heed. If he could orchestrate this incident, how could he possibly leave such conspicuous evidence? He had already disposed of the remnants of that drink and retained a small surprise within it. After forensic analysis, the police would only uncover the surprise he left behind, making it impossible to trace back to him. A professional assassin should embody discretion, fearful of their existence being revealed to the outside world. Those ostentatious individuals, who flaunt their identity and become known globally as assassins, are destined for a short-lived existence and an unfulfilled life. The realms of an assassin's work and personal life ought to remain separate, should they intertwine. The constant threat of vengeance from hidden enemies would preclude any semblance of a good life. The king of assassins epitomizes the pinnacle of such discretion. No one knows their identity, no one knows their appearance, and their methods of killing remain concealed, yet it is understood that they are the orchestrator of the act. This encapsulates my understanding of the king of assassins. On the bustling streets of West City, Su Leng blended seamlessly with the masses, drifting along without drawing a single glance of attention. He ambled through the avenues of Star City, curiously observing this virtual realm known as Star City. Time elapsed, tick by tick. As the mission approached its conclusion and the countdown commenced, he encountered no unforeseen disruptions or setbacks. He executed the task in the manner befitting his interpretation of the king of assassins and, as anticipated, calmly navigated through the remaining duration of the assignment. Ding. Mission time concluded. Congratulations, player Su Leng, for successfully completing the mission. The system will now evaluate the performance of players in this round of the game. Please hold on for a moment while the rating is finalized. This round's game mission. The player, in the guise of the king of assassins, has eliminated Karl Rod, the mastermind behind the foremost underground organization, Blackface. The player, through extraordinary means, orchestrated an unforeseen incident, ultimately accomplishing the mission without sustaining any injuries or revealing their identity. Throughout the duration of the task, they encountered no pursuit or assassination attempts from any factions, achieving a completion rate of 100. In this round of the game, the character profile indicated that the player was not remembered by anyone, exhibiting exceptional skill in their lethal techniques without disclosing any personal information or attracting any threats. After the event, they left behind a beverage can inscribed with special materials that, upon police examination, spelled out the title King of Assassins, leaving a name without a face. The final assessment of the character portrayal in this round of the game was deemed perfect. Player Su Leng received an exceptional rating in this round of gameplay. Congratulations to Su Leng for attaining this high evaluation in initial game experience, nightmare level. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to Su Leng for achieving a top-tier task evaluation. You have received 1 unit of transdimensional energy. Congratulations on completing a nightmare-level task, earning 1 special item, character change card. Congratulations, Su Leng, for a task completion rate of 100, allowing you to retain all gains from the game instance. Congratulations for achieving a perfect level in character portrayal and receiving the character card King of Assassins. Player Su Leng has completed initial game experience, and game functionalities are now activated. The one-dimensional attribute panel for player Su Leng is being generated and has been completed. Congratulations to Su Leng for becoming a new player in the transdimensional killing world. You may now choose to generate a character image, enter the game plaza, and interact with other players, or continue with the game. Note: players will be required to engage in multiplayer mode after every 3 instances. A series of game notifications unfolded before Su Leng's eyes. Simultaneously, he abruptly sensed his consciousness detach from his body and ascend rapidly, floating towards an unknown destination. Surrounding him was a dazzling, colorful tunnel, reminiscent of a wormhole or a time tunnel. After traversing this vibrant passage for a brief moment, a deep, resonant sound echoed suddenly. However, unlike before, a series of virtual information appeared before him. Among these virtual manifestations, there were elements akin to the attribute panels from his previous gaming experiences, alongside 2 transparent, card-shaped items. A substantial character generation page nearly filled his field of vision, as well as the game start page. Yet, what captivated him most was the item labeled Transdimensional Energy. The reason for this fascination was clear. While all other items appeared virtual and transparent, this so-called transdimensional energy was a radiant sphere of golden light. As Su Leng focused on the golden glow of the transdimensional energy, a detailed description emerged before him. Transdimensional energy, a resource capable of enhancing and repairing multidimensional beings and objects. A prompt then appeared, indicating detection of player consciousness as a 3-dimensional life form. A disconnection has occurred between consciousness and body. Would you like to repair the disconnection? What? This final prompt sent a jolt through Su Leng's entire consciousness. Chapter 6, One-Dimensional Panel. So this is what they refer to as a turning point. Gazing at the introduction of hyperdimensional energy, Su Leng finally comprehended the feedback from self-omniscience. The game Hyperdimensional Kill was indeed the pivotal moment leading to his escape from a vegetative state. The rewards obtained from playing the game could actually mend the rift between his consciousness and body. This revelation was utterly unexpected. Simultaneously, he recognized the complexities entwined within Hyperdimensional Kill. Perhaps this was the enigmatic mystery that self-omniscience had alluded to. How intriguing. Initially, he approached the game out of mere curiosity, eager to discern the key to his liberation from the vegetative condition. However, having encountered a glimpse of the game's hidden enigmas, Su Leng's interest was finally piqued. The game's system identified his consciousness as a 3-dimensional life form, which was quite understandable. Although humans exist in a world governed by the 4th dimension of time, they are undeniably 3-dimensional beings. Yet, this revelation regarding the game's so-called hyperdimensional aspect became rather thought-provoking. Furthermore, alongside the mission reward notification, there was an intriguing piece of information regarding the generation of a so-called one-dimensional panel. If this game categorizes his consciousness as a 3-dimensional entity, could it imply that this one-dimensional panel pertains to dimensions, albeit one that exists below the 3-dimensional plane? Was the world he previously visited, in fact, a one-dimensional realm? Instinctively, Su Leng began to analyze the enigmatic mysteries presented by the game. However, my understanding of one dimension is merely a space defined by length, devoid of width and height. How could such a space constitute a world? When I inhabited that realm, it felt nearly indistinguishable from reality, possessing length, width, and height. How could such a world be classified as one-dimensional? Yet, if it were not a one-dimensional world, then each individual residing within it, in terms of intellect and the life experiences relayed by self-omniscience, appeared to be entirely human. How does one reconcile this? Previously, upon entering the game and encountering a white female sales representative named Isabella, Su Leng received an exceptionally detailed account of her life. At that moment, he had harbored some doubts, but due to the urgency of the task, he refrained from delving deeper. Yet now, this seemed increasingly perplexing. If that realm were indeed one-dimensional, it would contradict his understanding of dimensional knowledge. Or perhaps, the physical laws of that world diverged from those of the reality he had known prior to his traversal. After contemplating for a while, Su Leng decided to set aside these thoughts. If contradictions existed, it was certain that something was amiss. Either his information was insufficient or his understanding flawed. Considering this was not his original world, he resolved to temporarily abandon such inquiries and, upon regaining consciousness, to explore and learn more about this new realm, discerning whether it diverged from his former existence. For now, he would examine the so-called one-dimensional panel. After relinquishing the contemplation of profound questions regarding dimensions, Su Leng's attention turned to the myriad of virtual information before him, particularly the one-dimensional panel that read, One-Dimensional Attributes. Name, Su Leng Attributes. None. Character not created. Skills, none. Items, Character Alteration Card X1, Character Card, King of Assassins, X1, Hyperdimensional Energy X1. The succinct 4 lines of information were clear and comprehensible. After a moment of reflection, Su Leng mentally commanded, Create Character. Player is creating a character. Please select from the following character appearances, or allow the system to scan the connected consciousness. Su Ling was momentarily taken aback. Additionally, the variety of attire was astonishing: ancient, modern, Eastern, Western, minority styles, along with an array of colors, fur patterns, and vegetation shapes and hues. This game indeed exhibited an impressive inclusivity. Those cross-dressing enthusiasts or individuals wishing to embody animals or even mushrooms in reality would find solace here. Observing the dazzling array of character models, Su Ling couldn't help but utter a sarcastic remark. After perusing the options, he ultimately decided against selecting one and instead silently instructed the game system: "Scan my consciousness. Player has chosen to scan consciousness. Scanning in progress. Please wait for completion." A beep resonated, and the various models before Su Ling faded away, gradually revealing a transparent virtual character model. Before him stood a gaunt youth, appearing to be around 6 feet tall, clad in a hospital gown. His pallid complexion accentuating his exceedingly slender limbs and body, as if he had been starved to the extreme. In this emaciated state, the boy's face was sunken, his cheeks and eye sockets hollow, resembling someone afflicted by severe illness, akin to a drug addict. Perhaps I should continue to explore the subsequent models instead. Upon witnessing his own wretched appearance, Su Ling felt a wave of despondency wash over him. While he did not expect his traversed form to be strikingly handsome, this emaciated visage resembling a victim of gas poisoning was rather pitiful. Was it not a world that valued appearances? However, upon reflection, it was reasonable. He had been in a vegetative state for a year, sustained solely by nutritional fluids, and thus such a frail condition was to be expected. System notification: players may adjust the character's physique. A game prompt suddenly materialized. Su Ling was taken aback. He could adjust the character's physique? He glanced once more at his character model and began to mentally command: "Adjust physique." As he focused his thoughts, the character model before him began to gradually fill out, visibly gaining mass in the face, hands, feet, and torso. As the flesh accumulated, the model transformed, shedding its former skeletal appearance, and the once haggard face began to take on a more appealing form. In no time, a tall, handsome young man with a radiant demeanor emerged. "Now, that is more like it." Observing his new appearance, Su Ling let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he unhesitatingly chose this version of himself as the archetype to create his character. Creation complete. Updating one-dimensional attributes. Update finished. As the game information notification appeared, Su Ling suddenly felt an immense force pulling at him. In an instant, his consciousness soared into the character before him. After a brief moment of disorientation, the sensations of his body surged forth, as if he had only just shed a layer of detachment. The next moment, Su Ling abruptly opened his eyes. He had regained his corporeal form. Indeed, after moving his limbs, Su Ling nodded slightly, quite satisfied. He then turned his gaze back to his one-dimensional panel: one-dimensional attributes. Name: Su Ling. Attributes: Strength 1, Agility 1, Stamina 1, Intelligence 1. Skills: none. Items: Character Modification Card 1, Character Card, King of Assassins 1, Hyperdimensional Energy 1. Having acquired attributes post-character creation, he noted that all his strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence were at 1. Was this the initial standard? As Su Ling discerned the new developments in his one-dimensional attribute panel, speculation arose within him. His attention then shifted to the items section. He had already perused the details regarding hyperdimensional energy, so this time he directly examined the descriptions of the 2 item cards. Character Modification Card: if dissatisfied with the current character design after entering the game instance, this card may be used for modification. Character Card, King of Assassins. Using this card activates all abilities of the character King of Assassins, which include Master-level Marksmanship, Master-level Firearms Knowledge, Master-level Combat Skills, and Master-level Disguise Techniques, lasting for 24 hours. Indeed, both cards proved quite practical. After reviewing the attributes of the 2 cards, Su Ling nodded again in satisfaction. He then took a deep breath and redirected his focus to hyperdimensional energy. Having dealt with the matters within the game, the next step was to attempt to use hyperdimensional energy to restore his body and escape the state of being a vegetable. Chapter 7. Listening closely. Detection indicates that the player's consciousness is that of a 3-dimensional life form, with a disconnection occurring between consciousness and body. Would you like to repair the disconnection between consciousness and body? As Su Ling concentrated on hyperdimensional energy once more, the system's prompt reappeared. This time, Su Ling did not hesitate, silently affirming, "Yes." Almost instantaneously upon his confirmation, the newly corporeal Su Ling felt a resounding buzz in his brain. Immediately, the golden light representing hyperdimensional energy surged forth, breaking free from the virtual item frame and swiftly entering through his forehead. Current hyperdimensional energy originates from a one-dimensional world, and its quantity is insufficient to fully repair the disconnection between the consciousness and body of a 3-dimensional life form. Please select a specific repair. Currently, you may choose to repair one of the five senses: vision, hearing, taste, smell, or touch. Please make your selection. Two pieces of information suddenly appeared before Su Ling's eyes. Observing these messages, Su Ling could not help but furrow his brow, beginning with the brain. It is understood that it serves as the central hub of human existence. Every movement of the body is initially a response from the brain, which is then conveyed through the nerves. However, the revelation that this so-called hyperdimensional energy is only sufficient to restore one of the five senses left Su Ling somewhat astonished. Nevertheless, the explanation provided by the system quelled his confusion. This orb of hyperdimensional energy originates from a one-dimensional realm, and as a being of three dimensions, it is only natural that he can restore but a fraction of his faculties. After coming to terms with this, a new dilemma emerged. Which sense among the five should be restored? Vision, hearing, taste and smell, or perhaps touch? After a brief contemplation, Su Ling reached a conclusion. He would restore his hearing. In his current state, akin to that of a vegetative patient, the restoration of taste, smell, or touch seemed largely inconsequential. He was reliant on nutrient solutions to sustain his life in the hospital and could not consume food. Thus, restoring taste would serve no purpose. The same reasoning applied to smell. Did he wish to regain the ability to detect the scent of hospital disinfectants? As for touch, there was little necessity. The only sensation it would provide would be the discomfort of feeling his body filled with tubes. Only vision and hearing held any slight utility. However, the role of vision would merely enable him to open his eyes and observe his surroundings, allowing doctors, nurses, and family members to ascertain that he had regained consciousness. Were it not for the game Hyperdimensional Kill, he might have chosen to restore his vision first. Not for any other reason, but to reassure his family and ignite a flicker of hope, alleviating the oppressive atmosphere that surrounded them. Yet now, with Hyperdimensional Kill as a conduit to the outside world, there was no urgency to provide his family with assurances. Furthermore, in a reality where he lacked the ability to protect himself, ensuring their safety could inadvertently invite danger. The assailant who rendered him a vegetative state was, through his own self-awareness, known to be intermittently monitoring him. Should he awaken too hastily, it could provoke the perpetrator into taking drastic measures. Presently, he remained in a comatose state for over a year, and with a portion of the public following his situation online. Eliminating the threat would pose significant risks to his own safety, which likely accounted for the assailant's inaction. However, should there be any sign of his awakening, the perpetrator would likely feel compelled to act, even if it meant facing danger. Thus, after careful consideration, Su Ling opted to restore his hearing. He preferred to observe the situation covertly rather than expose himself prematurely. The restoration of hearing was an excellent choice. Imagine a patient in a coma for more than a year, who would remain vigilant in such circumstances. Receive the command, commencing restoration of the player's auditory essence. Please hold. Restoration complete. Upon issuing his directive, a prompt notification materialized almost instantaneously. Before Su Ling could fully comprehend the situation, another message appeared, indicating that the restoration was finished. Was it truly complete already? Su Ling was taken aback. The speed was astonishing. He felt as though there had been little to no sensation at all. Su Ling furrowed his brow, and then a thought struck him. Must he exit the game to perceive the restoration of his hearing? With this notion, he immediately contemplated, exit the game. Command received. The player is exiting the game. Accompanied by this message, Su Ling felt his consciousness once again withdraw from the character he had just modeled, rapidly retreating. In this ethereal state of awareness, he began to hear a multitude of sounds emanating around him. The voices of people, the hum of machinery, the flow of nutrient fluids, the beeping of the heart rate and blood pressure monitors, the footsteps echoing in the corridor, and even the breaths of the slumbering patients in the adjacent room. Beyond that, he discerned the gentle whispers of the wind outside, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, the announcements from downstairs, the honking of cars on the road, and the calls of street vendors, among countless others. A symphony of sounds surged towards Su Ling like the relentless ebb and flow of ocean waves. To his astonishment, he found that these sounds did not strike him as chaotic or overwhelming. Rather, he could distinctly differentiate the various sounds within the cacophony. Moreover, through the feedback of these sounds, he was able to intuitively gauge their proximity to him, and from this, he gradually began to delineate the dimensions of his hospital room and the layout of the various buildings in the hospital. Quite simply, it was remarkable. This was not merely the restoration of hearing. It was an enhancement akin to superhuman auditory perception, transforming him into a figure akin to Daredevil. Su Ling was astounded. The outcome far surpassed his expectations. He had initially anticipated a simple restoration of hearing, yet the effects of the transcendent energy were evidently far beyond that. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him as he perceived several footsteps approaching and stopping at the door of his room. His attention swiftly focused on the ward. In the next moment, With a creak, the door swung open, and several footsteps entered. "Doctor, thank you for your assistance," a voice, filled with weariness yet imbued with warmth, expressed gratitude to one of the figures entering. Su Leng, with remarkable acuity, quickly discerned the height and stature of the speaker from the faint sounds of their footsteps making contact with the ground, matching it against the mental images he held. Soon enough, he concluded that this voice belonged to his mother, Yang Xiuying, in this life. Beside her footsteps, there was a heavier tread, which he identified as his father, Su Peiqing. Additionally, two more footsteps, one male and one female, he surmised to be those of a doctor and a nurse. "It's no trouble at all. We conduct daily examinations of the patient's conditions as part of our duties." Upon hearing the doctor's words, Su Ling's heart suddenly tightened as a troubling thought crossed his mind. He realized that his body was likely in a state with a game headset on. Would his parents and the doctor attempt to remove it upon seeing him like this? The moment this thought emerged, Su Ling felt a sense of dismay wash over him. However, what puzzled Su Ling next was that neither the doctors nor his parents mentioned anything about the game helmet, as if it did not exist at all. In this nebulous state of consciousness, the connection to the game remained unbroken, with prompts continually reminding him of his entry into the game. This immediately aroused a sense of doubt within Su Ling. Outside, the doctors and nurses commenced their routine examination of his physical condition, rendering the room silent save for the rustling of garments during the checkup. Soon, the examination concluded, and the doctor, along with his parents, began discussing his condition. Yet, Su Ling found himself disinterested, his mind preoccupied with questions about the game, compelling him to silently contemplate. Enter the game. Beep. Consciousness connecting. In this void of awareness, accompanied by a beep and a connection prompt, Su Ling's consciousness was abruptly engulfed by a sensation of traversing space, akin to riding a roller coaster. Simultaneously, a game notification reappeared before his eyes. "Welcome back to the hyperdimensional killing world." Chapter 8, Multiplayer Mode. Greetings, player Su Ling. You have become a new player by completing the game initial experience. You may choose to enter the game plaza to interact with other players or continue with the game. Note: players are required to engage in multiplayer mode after every 3 dungeons. The remaining rounds before mandatory multiplayer mode activation. 2. The game information once again materialized before Su Ling in the form of virtual text. However, rather than making a choice, he voiced, "Call customer service." This game currently does not provide customer service. If you have any inquiries, you may directly ask the system. This system is a comprehensive artificial intelligence capable of addressing all your queries encountered in the game. Comprehensive artificial intelligence? Upon reading this information, Su Ling furrowed his brow but continued, "I wish to know the details of the hyperdimensional killing game helmet. The core technology of this game's helmet is a classified secret of the Human Alliance, and you currently lack the clearance to access that information. However, you are permitted to know that the helmet is composed of the latest advancements in biotechnology and nanotechnology, existing in both solid and liquid states. Before binding to consciousness, it is sold in a crystalline solid state. Upon binding, it instantly transforms into a liquid, absorbed through the skin's pores, adhering to the outer wall of the skull, allowing players to enter and exit the game at will." Such high technology? Su Ling was momentarily taken aback by the system's response. He could now ascertain that the technological level of this world surpassed that of the one he had traversed from. Additionally, he noted terms like Human Alliance and classified secret in the system's explanation, stirring a slight intrigue within him. Objective information updating self-correction completed. On April 27th, 8:57 of the new era, at 10:44:31, you encountered the hidden information of this world and became aware of the existence of the Human Alliance. This world is not as simple as you imagined. Humanity's technology appears to have transcended interstellar boundaries, though the reasons for its concealment from the public remain unknown. So, the world I traverse to is actually in an interstellar era? However, from the textual information, it appears that only a small fraction is aware of humanity's technological breakthroughs in interstellar travel, while the general populace remains blissfully ignorant. Su Ling speculated in his mind. Furthermore, he noted that he had entered the game around 7:43 a.m., and now the clock had struck 10:44 a.m. The task deadline in that world was 3 days, and he had spent the full 3 days before emerging. This implies that the time ratio within the game was such that 1 day equated to 1 hour in the outside world, a ratio of 24:1. This world is becoming increasingly intriguing. A profound thirst for knowledge illuminated Su Ling's face with keen interest. He chose not to delve into the specific reasons behind the Human Alliance's concealment from the masses, as even self-knowledge had not provided feedback, indicating he had yet to touch upon the core. Without complete information, it was exceedingly difficult to deduce merely through analysis and speculation. Even if he could hypothesize, what could he achieve with his body still in a near vegetative state? Knowing would change little, only serving to exacerbate anxiety and distress. It would be far more prudent to engage in the game, acquire additional hyperdimensional energy, and extricate himself from his current predicament. With this thought, Su Ling ceased further contemplation and directed his gaze towards the system's notification. After a brief pause, he silently resolved, enter the game plaza. He intended to familiarize himself with the other players. Ding. Entering the game plaza, please wait. Immediately, a beam of light appeared before him, expanding and dispelling the surrounding darkness. In the next moment, Su Ling found himself in a spacious plaza. As he surveyed the area, he realized the plaza was nearly the size of 5 or 6 football fields. At its center stood a grand, European-style fountain, perpetually spraying water and accompanied by classical music. Radiating outward from this magnificent fountain was a vast expanse of flat plaza, bustling with a dense throng of people, each clad in vibrant attire. Some even donned forms resembling animals or plants. Many among the crowd engaged in conversation, their voices converging to create an overwhelmingly cacophonous soundscape, rising and falling like waves. Beyond the plaza, Su Ling could observe various buildings, skyscrapers, apartments, residential complexes, and shopping centers, creating the semblance of a city. Lacking superhuman hearing within the game, he found the surroundings rather noisy, able to discern only the conversations of those in close proximity. Intentional private chats. Recruiting skilled players for multiplayer modes. Novices need not disturb. Private guild-seeking members. Our motto is that enjoyment is paramount. Come join us for a delightful gaming experience. High prices for powerful items. Real currency transactions accepted. Or trade items. Only sincere inquiries. Fools keep away. The voices of the nearby players echoed the chatter he had encountered in his previous life while navigating trading plazas and games. However, the voices of these individuals were a continuous, mechanical repetition, resembling the loop of a loudspeaker. Su Ling surmised that it must be a specific game setting. This was his initial sensory experience upon entering the game square. After a brief period of adaptation, Su Ling turned his gaze to the virtual game information prompt before him. Welcome, player Su Ling, to the Southwest Region 1 Game Square. It appeared that this game square was not singular, but rather divided into regions. A contemplative expression crossed Su Ling's face. He then quietly observed the various phenomena within the game square for a while. Soon, he discerned a particular issue. The players in the game square exhibited a certain lethargy, seemingly treating Transcendental Kill as merely an ordinary game. It seemed that the average player's level had yet to encounter the concept of transcendent energy, believing it to be just a typical game. Su Ling narrowed his eyes slightly, formulating a hypothesis. It was, after all, rather understandable. Only those whose game rating reached a specific level could access transcendent energy, a force capable of influencing reality. He had attained a level rating only after selecting the nightmare difficulty under such stringent conditions, making it nearly impossible for an average player to achieve such a rating. Consequently, it was reasonable for them to be oblivious to transcendent energy, treating the game as an ordinary pastime. Never mind, let us continue with the game. After observing for a while, and gauging the current average player level, Su Ling felt no inclination to interact. After all, these individuals were unaware of the very existence of transcendent energy, extinguishing any desire he had for engagement. Enter the game. Hello, player Su Ling, please select the game mode. Upon choosing to continue the game, a virtual game prompt appeared before him. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ling thought, multiplayer mode. He had already experienced single-player mode, and was curious to discover what multiplayer mode entailed. Especially since the game required every player to participate in a multiplayer mode after completing 3 rounds of single-player mode. Chapter 9. The Struggle for Succession. Toxic Waters. Selection complete. This round of the game will be multiplayer mode. Please prepare yourself. The countdown to the game begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. As Su Ling made his selection, the game commenced its countdown. When the countdown reached 1, he once again felt that jarring sensation of consciousness plunging. In the next moment, the influx of light, sound, scent, and tactile sensations overwhelmed him. However, unlike the last experience, Su Ling had already developed a sense of physical presence within the game and had mastered control over his body. No longer experiencing the disorientation akin to drunkenness as he had previously. The sudden surge of sensory information briefly caused a slight disarray in his perceptions, but it quickly stabilized. As his senses regained their equilibrium, Su Ling was able to discern his surroundings. He found himself in a room imbued with an antique charm, yet adorned with a hint of opulence. The wall is adorned with calligraphy and paintings, while a jade horse-shaped vessel rests upon the cabinet. A purple clay teapot is placed on the table, and the curtains, threaded with agate beads, occasionally clash together, producing a gentle rustling sound as they are stirred by the breeze. At this moment, he sits at the center of the room, before a round table that holds the purple clay teapot. A fleeting disarray of his senses prompts him to instinctively furrow his brow, supporting his elbow on the table while lightly resting his palm against his forehead. Beside him stands a maid dressed in ancient attire. Observing his furrowed brow and the gentle touch to his forehead, the maid anxiously inquires, "Your Highness, are you unwell?" Su Leng remains silent, maintaining his posture as he focuses intently on the virtual game information displayed before him. Current game era background. Historical, no supernatural elements. Player character, an ambitious prince aspiring to the throne. Main storyline task, ascend to the throne. The duration of this game is 1 year within the instance. Failure to complete the task within this time frame will be deemed a failure. If harmed during this period, it will be considered elimination, also a failure. This is a multiplayer mode, triggering side tasks, eliminate all other players. Due to Su Leng's previous game rating, the system has elevated the difficulty for this round, changing his status from a regular prince to an unacknowledged and unfavored illegitimate son of the emperor. The game's difficulty is set to standard level, and should any player or native of this world ascend to the throne, the game will conclude without waiting for the task duration to expire. After perusing the series of task information, Su Leng cannot help but frown. The fact that his previous game rating warranted an increase in difficulty for the sake of balance comes as a surprise to him. Aside from this, everything else appears manageable. From the task information, it is evident that this game revolves around the intrigue of succession among royal princes. Furthermore, this world is purely historical, devoid of any elements of fantasy or supernatural lore, which is advantageous for him. In a realm lacking such elements, individual combat prowess is unlikely to be excessively high. While martial arts may exist, they are probably not exaggerated, rendering tactics reliant on sheer numbers effective, an aspect that poses little challenge for someone born into royalty. As for the competition for succession among the princes, it fundamentally relies on intellect and the acquisition of information. He possesses the ability of self-awareness, rendering him invincible in terms of information gathering, though he does not claim to be the most intelligent. He certainly considers himself to be a touch smarter than the average person. The combination of these attributes suggests that achieving victory in this princely contest should not be overly difficult. The sole concern lies in the fact that this is a multiplayer mode, with numerous players participating. Among these players, there may be individuals wielding special items acquired from other dimensional game worlds, akin to the character card he possesses. Thus, it is prudent to observe discreetly for a while to ascertain the situation, avoiding any unexpected pitfalls. While he is confident, he refrains from underestimating the capabilities of other players. The props do not require any level rating to be obtained. Other players will undoubtedly acquire some, and he would not underestimate this aspect. Having clarified his thoughts, Su Leng began to devise a plan for this game. Firstly, it is essential to ascertain the number of players involved and their identities within this world, as this information is crucial for both main and side quests. Secondly, one should strive to learn as much as possible in this realm, such as martial arts and combat techniques. In the previous game, Su Leng achieved a completion rate of 100, receiving rewards that could be retained throughout the game. Regrettably, he had garnered nothing in that world. Had he known such rewards would be available, he certainly would not have navigated through so lightly. Having learned from this experience, he not only aimed to complete the tasks, but also hoped to acquire some skills, including martial arts techniques. Although he possessed the character card of the King of Assassins, this card has a time limit upon activation and can only be fully effective in an urban setting. In this game, only the master-level combat skills and master-level disguise techniques would prove useful. The master-level marksmanship and firearms knowledge would be of little benefit. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from utilizing this character card, as it would be a waste. The character modification card is even more precious, obtainable only as a reward from nightmare-level games. Unless faced with an exceedingly repugnant character design, he would not use it lightly. Presently, his character, though not particularly favorable as an illegitimate prince disfavored by the emperor, remains within his acceptable limits. Lastly, he intends to explore the unknown and mysterious aspects of the Transcendent Kill. Beside him, the maid, upon hearing this, grew increasingly anxious. She hurriedly picked up the purple clay teapot from the table and poured a cup of tea, urgently stating, "Your Highness, I shall summon the imperial physician at once. Please drink some tea and wait a moment." With that, she handed the teacup filled with tea to Su Leng. Su Leng maintained an indifferent demeanor, attempting to appear accustomed to being served. He accepted the teacup and replied, "There is no need for such fuss." He intended to say there was no need to make a big deal out of it, but his words were abruptly cut short. At that moment, the ability of self-knowledge activated as he took the teacup, relaying a piece of information to his mind. "You have received a cup of poisoned tea, provided by the maid Xiao Dai." Chapter 10, A Countermeasure. Real name, Li Wenfeng, a player renowned in the game Fire Rising. In this game, he has become the 8th prince vying for the throne. He has exchanged a prop swap card to place the poison tea into your frequently used teapot. Li Wenfeng, male, 25 years old, of Asian descent, profession, streamer, unmarried, family background. The ability of self-knowledge provided Su Leng with detailed information regarding the source of the tea and the life details of the player, named Li Wenfeng. After Su Leng accepted the tea, the maid Xiao Dai exited the room, preparing to summon the imperial physician. Regardless of the reactions or the life information that surfaced in Su Ling's mind, it was evident that the other party was not the perpetrator of the poisoning. Consequently, Su Ling exhibited no signs of abnormality and allowed the individual to leave. He merely gazed at the poisoned tea in his hand, a contemplative expression gracing his face. From the feedback of self-omniscience, he discerned a plethora of concealed information. This individual, known by the name Li Wenfeng, was a player of the game Fiery Ascendancy. The question lingered as to why he had so swiftly targeted Su Ling and poisoned him, especially considering that he had only just entered the game. Had he not perused the information regarding game balance, Su Ling might have found himself pondering for a while. However, having reviewed it, he understood. If the game developers were concerned with balance, they would not merely engage in identity swaps. After all, regardless of how identities were exchanged, anyone participating in the struggle for the throne was, by all accounts, a prince. The distinction lay solely in the favor of the late emperor. His current status as a born-out-of-wedlock prince was already the least favorable, for according to royal etiquette, the legitimate heir must take precedence over the eldest and the eldest over the illegitimate. Generally, illegitimate princes are distanced from the throne, especially since he was the least favored among them. Nonetheless, historical precedents in ancient history suggested that there had been instances of illegitimate princes ascending to the throne. Thus, he did not harbor significant worries. His lack of favor from the late emperor merely necessitated the elimination of other princes, leaving the emperor with no alternative. Alternatively, he could ensure the disappearance of the emperor himself. Thus, the status of an illegitimate prince merely posed an increased challenge to his ascension, but was not insurmountable. Beyond that, if the game sought to further elevate the level of difficulty, there existed only one method: allowing other players to enter the game ahead of him, thereby seizing the initiative and garnering support within the game. It was abundantly clear that this player, Li Wenfeng, from the game Fiery Ascendancy, exemplified such a scenario. Otherwise, had he just entered the game, it would be inconceivable for anyone to so rapidly identify Su Ling and execute a poisoning, unless one possessed the self-omniscience ability, which enabled immediate feedback regarding one's current situation. Moreover, a disparity in entry times would unveil numerous hidden truths. Given that considerations of game balance were at play, the standard for reference ought to be the game ratings. Therefore, the first players to enter would likely be those with the lowest ratings. Concurrently, these players would assume identities presenting the highest probability of ascending to the throne, certainly far superior to Su Ling's status as a born-out-of-wedlock prince. Upon this analysis, the identity of the player became glaringly apparent. The average game rating was level X, while my rating was level Y, exceeding the average by 4 levels. Thus, I evidently augmented the overall game rating. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, my rating should be the highest. It was plausible that many of the other players participating in this round possessed ratings below level X. In such circumstances, considering the balance of the game, I was likely to have the least favorable identity and be among the last to enter the game. Li Wenfeng's ability to poison me as soon as I entered the game clearly demonstrates his sharp intellect and keen foresight. However, it is unfortunate for him. If the poison does not kill me, then it shall be he who meets his demise. In a fleeting moment of realization, Su Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. The next instant, he hurled the teacup from his hand to the ground, producing a crisp, shattering sound. Immediately after, he swept his hand towards the purple clay teapot on the table, rising to kick over the chair he had been seated upon. The teapot shattered upon impact, sending tea spilling across the floor. The chair fell with a resounding thud. After executing these actions, Su Ling gracefully reclined onto the floor. Just moments after he lay down, the maid Xiao Dai, who had only just stepped outside, heard the commotion and turned back. Upon entering and discovering Su Ling sprawled on the ground, she was instantly struck with alarm. "Your Highness, what has happened to you?" As she spoke, she knelt beside Su Ling, her face a mask of panic. Su Ling grasped her sleeve tightly, gazing intently into her eyes, and managed to utter with great difficulty, "There is poison in the tea. Quickly fetch the antidote from my room," and summoned the royal physician. Upon hearing Su Ling's words, Xiao Dai appeared as if struck by lightning, her face filled with dread, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was not that she held any profound affection for Su Ling, though she had once entertained thoughts of ascending socially, but her distress stemmed from the fact that she had poured the tea for him. Should it be proven that the tea was indeed poisoned, she would be implicated in an attempt on the royal family's life, with dire consequences for her entire lineage. "Your Highness, you must not come to harm," Xiao Dai cried, hastily rising to rummage through the room, searching for the antidote, a staple kept in royal households for emergencies. After a moment, she finally located the antidote. She then rushed back to Su Ling's side, lifting his head to administer the remedy. Once the antidote was given, Xiao Dai tearfully implored, "13th Prince, hold on. I will fetch the physician." With that, she dashed out the door, her cries echoing like a rain-soaked flower, shouting for help and summoning the guards of the estate to call for the royal physician. Lying on the floor, Su Ling observed and listened to all of this, suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt. Would his actions inflict a psychological scar upon the young maid? Nevertheless, having taken this course, he knew he must see it through. Li Wenfeng, the player in question, was astute, quickly discerning his course of action and targeting him. However, it was regrettable for Li Wenfeng. Should the poison fail to claim his life, he would be the first to be eliminated. In truth, had the game solely revolved around the main quest of ascending to the throne, Su Ling would not have acted so hastily. True to his nature, he would have strategized meticulously, biding his time, gradually developing strength, and when poised, would strike with the ferocity of a storm to eliminate all obstacles to his ascension, including the old emperor. Yet, this time, the game was multiplayer, featuring side quests and a task to eliminate all other players. Having already delved into the game's mysterious aspects, he understood that this was no simple endeavor to extricate himself from a state of paralysis. He must excel in every game played. Therefore, before ascending the throne, he must identify all the players and eliminate them to achieve the highest rating for the side quest. This was the primary reason he decided to turn the tables and launch a counterattack. Chapter 11. The Terror of Omniscience. Soon, the royal physician arrived at Su Ling's residence, accompanied by guards. The historical world of this game is known as the Zhou dynasty, founded by Emperor Zhou, whose surname established the dynasty. And it has been nearly 3 centuries since its inception. The prince he is involved with is named Zhou Mingyi, as a son of a concubine. He is not favored by the old emperor. Though he is nearing 20, an age considered mature in ancient times, he remains unmarried, which further diminishes his standing in the emperor's eyes. At an age deemed suitable for marriage, Zhou Mingyi fell for a commoner, only to discover she hailed from a brothel. Ultimately, this led to Zhou Mingyi bringing disgrace to the royal family, tarnishing his own reputation, while the brothel girl mysteriously vanished, inciting the old emperor's displeasure. Thus, Zhou Mingyi still resides in the palace, in the prince's pavilion, lacking the favor and rewards that other favored or married princes have received, such as their own royal estates. However, this situation has resulted in the royal physician's swift arrival at the palace. With a loud crash, a group of guards hurriedly burst through the door, accompanied by the physician. As guards stationed nearby, they were anxious. Should Su Ling perish, they would undoubtedly face repercussions, at the very least bearing the blame for inadequate surveillance. Hence, their nerves were frayed. "Dr. Chun, please assess the condition of His Highness the 13th, urged the head guard. Pressing the physician, Dr. Chun, an elderly man appearing to be in his 60s, donned official robes, his long white beard and hair exuding an air of medical expertise. Observing the fallen Su Ling, along with the spilled tea and shattered teapot and cups, Dr. Chen first commanded, "Quickly, move His Highness to the bed. The ground is too cold, and lying here is detrimental to his health." After issuing his order, he bent down to pick up a piece of the broken teapot and sniffed it. In the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. "This is gaining poison. Someone has poisoned the 13th prince's tea." With Dr. Chen's declaration, the guards all turned their gazes towards the frightened maid, Xiao Dai, standing aside. Xiao Dai is Zhou Mingyi's personal maid, responsible for his daily care in the prince's pavilion. If anyone were to be suspected of poisoning Zhou Mingyi, it would undoubtedly be Xiao Dai. Faced with the accusing stares of the surrounding guards, although Xiao Dai had anticipated this possibility, the reality of the situation left her in a state of panic. "It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me," she hastily protested, waving her hands in denial. "Humph. Arrest her," commanded the head guard with a cold snort, as 2 guards swiftly seized Xiao Dai's arms, twisting them behind her back and restraining her. "It wasn't Xiao Dai." At that moment, Su Ling, who had been moved to the bed by the guards, weakly interjected, "Let her go." The guards exchanged glances, frowning at one another in response to his words. The captain of the guards furrowed his brow, momentarily uncertain whether to heed Su Ling's words. Fortunately, at that moment, Dr. Chun spoke up, his expression tinged with confusion as he turned to Su Ling and inquired, "Your Highness, did you truly ingest the tea laced with the Qing poison?" According to my knowledge, he intended to assert, the Qing poison, once consumed, would manifest its lethal effects in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, rendering it impossible for someone like Su Ling to still possess the strength to speak. However, before he could finish his statement, Su Ling interjected, "Dr. Chun, please ask them to leave. I have something to discuss with you. Dr. Chen paused, glancing perplexedly at the captain of the guards, who also appeared taken aback. Just then, Su Leng suddenly commanded the guards with a fierce tone, "Leave." The authoritative shout startled everyone, and combined with the royal dignity, it instilled a sense of trepidation in the assembled guards. "Follow me outside and wait," the captain of the guards spoke in a low voice, stepping out first. The other guards, seeing this, naturally raised no further objections and escorted Xiao Dai out of the room. Soon, only Su Leng and Dr. Chun remained in the chamber. Once they were alone, Su Leng's previously frail and ailing demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by an air of calm composure. "Dr. Chun, I would appreciate it if you could convey to others that I was poisoned with Qing poison, but fortunately, there was an antidote available at the residence, which I consumed in time to preserve my life. However, I will require proper recuperation moving forward. How does that sound?" His speech was now fluid and concise. Dr. Chun, upon realizing this, understood that the 13th prince had not been poisoned at all. "Your Highness, you have put me in a difficult position," he replied, slightly bowing. Although he was unaware of how the prince had acquired the Qing poison or the reason behind this charade, he recognized that his duty as a physician was to treat ailments, and he dared not engage in deceit against the crown. Thus, he felt unable to assist the 13th prince further. With that, he gathered his medical kit, preparing to depart. "Is that so?" Just as he reached the door and was about to push it open, Dr. Chin suddenly hesitated. His eyes widened in astonishment. Yet he feigned calmness as he turned to Su Leng, forcing a smile and stating, "I did not quite grasp your Highness's meaning." "Huh, Dr. Chun, if you truly did not understand, you would not have halted," Su Leng replied with a light chuckle. "You attempt to probe me, believing your scheme is flawless and that no one is aware, assuming I am merely hearing rumors and do not know the truth, correct? Very well. I shall unveil the truth to thoroughly dishearten you. Listen closely." At this juncture, Su Leng paused before pronouncing 6 words. "Jaundiced infant, press the stone well." Boom. Those 6 succinct words struck like a dagger to Dr. Chun's heart, causing the elderly man, well past 60, to turn pale as a ghost, his body swaying perilously as if he could scarcely maintain his footing. Why you? Dr. Chin's gaze bore into Su Leng, stammering incessantly, unable to articulate a single coherent thought. Upon observing this, Su Ling let out a light laugh once more and remarked, "Dr. Chun, are you suggesting that this matter involves the Empress? And if I were to reveal it, it would bring disgrace upon the royal family and result in punishment for me? If that is indeed your belief, then you underestimate me gravely. My current position is evident, and what consequence would further punishment hold for me? As for the Empress, time has passed, and she would not be significantly affected. However, your Qin family is another matter entirely. The late consort Shu was the emperor's most favored concubine, and he eagerly anticipated the news of her pregnancy. Can you imagine, if the emperor were to learn the truth of those events, and if he could not execute the empress or myself, would he not unleash his wrath upon you? Might your family not face total annihilation? A punishment that extends to all your kin? Ah, your expression reveals your skepticism. You believe that this matter is known only to heaven and earth, to you and the empress, while I possess no proof, and thus the emperor would not believe me? Should I convey greetings to the now residing Meigu, formerly known as Wu Mama, who once assisted in childbirth within the palace, now living in Wu family village in Taiping County? Dr. Chun, do not blame me. Blame only your own merciful heart from that time. For when the empress commanded you to silence Wu Mama, you chose to let her go. What was sown then is now reaped. Do you comprehend?" Each of Su Ling's words struck like a heavy hammer, shattering every hopeful notion that arose within Dr. Chen's heart. He could not fathom how Su Ling had come to know these things, for the events of that year had been executed with such meticulous precision. Yet, at this moment, he regarded Su Ling as the most terrifying entity in existence. Unless one is a sage, every human being, with their emotions and desires, inevitably harbors secrets that, once uncovered, could lead to a tarnished reputation or even madness and self-destruction. The ability of self-awareness to unveil the life experiences of others upon intersecting paths was nothing short of a nightmare. Chapter 12, Imagination. With a loud creak, the door swung open, and Dr. Chun emerged from the room. The guards waiting outside immediately turned their attention towards him. "Dr. Chun, how fares His Highness the 13th Prince?" inquired the captain of the guards, his tone laced with anxiety. Ultimately, Dr. Chun chose to concede. "Really?" The guards were taken aback by his words, their expressions filled with disbelief. The captain, even more agitated, inquired again, his voice raised in excitement. Their enthusiasm was understandable. The earlier demeanor of Su Ling had suggested he was about to impart grave news. While they waited outside, they were tormented by uncertainty, mentally preparing themselves for the impending blame. Yet, unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged. The 13th prince was unharmed. This revelation genuinely surprised them. Although the 13th prince was safe, his body had suffered considerable damage from the poison of Ganqing, and henceforth, he would likely require various precious herbs for recuperation, Dr. Chen added with a sigh. However, the surrounding guards paid little heed to this information. As long as he was alive, they would escape severe punishment, and that was all that mattered. In the crowd, the handcuffed maid, Xiao Dai, felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing Dr. Chen's words. However, her sense of comfort was short-lived, as she soon became anxious about her predicament. Although she might avoid the dire consequences that could befall her family, she was still left to ponder her fate. While the 13th prince had survived the poisoning, the truth of the matter was undeniable, and she had been responsible for his care. The thought plunged Xiao Dai into a deep gloom. Indeed, the 13th prince has commanded that you release her, Dr. Chen interjected, directing his gaze toward the detained Xiao Dai. The surrounding guards, feeling a sense of relief, exchanged glances upon hearing his words, until the captain of the guard spoke up, Dr. Chen. While the 13th prince's life is no longer in jeopardy, the act of poisoning the royal family is grave. We must report this to His Majesty. This girl is the prime suspect. We cannot release her lightly. The 13th prince is currently in a fragile state. Given that he has spoken, you must not provoke him further. If anything were to happen, could you bear the responsibility? Dr. Chen remarked, furrowing his brow at the captain's reluctance to release her. The captain and the other guards displayed expressions of concern upon hearing this. At that moment, Dr. Chen shifted his tone, softening his voice as he addressed the captain. As the captain of the guards, may confine her to the prince's pavilion under your watchful eyes, awaiting the outcome of the investigation. This way, not only do we comply with the 13th prince's orders, but we also fulfill our duties, an elegant solution, would you not agree? Upon hearing Dr. Chen's suggestion, Captain He appeared enlightened and quickly clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Dr. Chen, for your insight. Dr. Chen offered a slight smile and refrained from saying more. Consequently, the guards followed his advice and released Xiao Dai, assigning 2 guards to keep a close watch on her. The other guards dispersed from the prince's pavilion to continue their patrols, but this time they were tenfold more vigilant, leaving no suspicious detail unchecked. Meanwhile, Dr. Chen and Captain He proceeded to the imperial study to report the incident to the emperor. Upon learning that someone had dared to poison the royal family, the elderly emperor, despite his disfavor for this particular offspring, was filled with righteous fury. He immediately ordered a thorough investigation and summoned other physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute to examine Su Leng's condition. In the palace, where deceit was commonplace, it was not unusual for concubines to collude with certain physicians, concocting schemes to elicit the emperor's sympathy. Some might even engage in forbidden and harmful acts. Therefore, when any medical matter warranted attention, it became customary for physicians from various factions within the Imperial Medical Institute to conduct joint consultations, preventing any collusion or bias. Even if the illness were genuine and not a mere ruse, the wisdom of the adage 2 heads are better than 1 held true. The presence of an additional skilled physician would only enhance the treatment's effectiveness. Over time, this practice had become a palace protocol. However, this very protocol left Dr. Chen feeling quite anxious. Although he had acquiesced to the 13th prince's wishes, he had also made it clear that he could only vouch for himself, not for the consensus of the other physicians in the Imperial Medical Institute. However, Su Ling merely sought to reassure him. Yet how could he find solace? A moment's carelessness could lead to a grave offense against the emperor. He might perish without regret, but the Qin family would be doomed. As time ticked away, every second felt like an eternity for physician Chun, who was waiting in the imperial study, avoiding suspicion. Each moment was a torment. Nevertheless, having spent years in the palace, he had mastered the art of maintaining a serene facade, concealing his inner turmoil behind a gentle smile. At that moment, physician Chen's nerves were taut to the utmost, ready to kneel at the slightest hint of trouble, tears streaming down his face as he confessed to his momentary folly. He had already prepared his speech. Just as his anxiety peaked, the other physicians began to speak. What? Physician Chun was taken aback. Their accounts were indeed in unison. First, he felt astonished that the 13th prince had managed to align all the physicians' testimonies. Then came a profound sense of relief, as he and his family narrowly escaped a sudden and unwarranted catastrophe. However, as the feelings of astonishment and gratitude faded, a chill swept over him, accompanied by a sense of dread. How had the 13th prince orchestrated such a unified front among the physicians? Suddenly, he recalled his own predicament. Could it be that the other physicians, like him, were ensnared by a fatal weakness? Yet, the 13th prince had been so unremarkable for the past 20 years. Even displaying foolish intentions to marry a courtesan, was it all an act? The realization that the prince had pinpointed his vulnerability, even discovering Wu Momo, confirmed his suspicions. A shiver ran down physician Chen's spine. Not only had the 13th prince concealed his brilliance for 2 decades, but he had also secretly cultivated a formidable intelligence network. He was truly formidable. Moreover, if he had endured in silence for so long, it seemed implausible that he would act without cause. Could it be? At this thought, Physician Chen quickly quelled his speculations, fearing to ponder further. Yet, it was evident that the court would soon be engulfed in a tempest of turmoil. Chapter 13. The Invisible Hand. While Physician Chen was lost in his thoughts about Su Ling in the imperial study, upon hearing the other physicians confirm that Su Ling had been poisoned, the old emperor was utterly incensed. Though he harbored disdain for his son Zhou Mingyi, who brought shame to the royal family, he could not overlook the fact that he was still his son, a member of the imperial lineage. The audacity of someone to poison a royal was an affront to the very dignity of the Zhou dynasty. Summon Song Renfeng to the palace at once. The old emperor commanded, sending for the empire's foremost investigator. Soon, Song Renfeng arrived at the palace, and the old emperor issued a decree, granting him full authority to investigate the matter, with a deadline of 7 days for resolution. Meanwhile, within the palace, news of the 13th prince's poisoning spread swiftly. Have you heard? The 13th prince has been poisoned. What? Is that true? Who possesses such audacity to conspire against the prince? And within the confines of the palace, no less? Who can say? Rumor has it that the lethal poison employed was none other than the infamous Ganqing toxin, notorious for causing excruciating demise in mere moments. Is the 13th prince not doomed? Indeed, whispers abound that the prince's residence is already draped in white mourning banners. From whom did you hear this? A friend of mine within the palace. Various murmurs and rumors regarding this incident swiftly permeated through every stratum of the capital, exemplifying the adage that good news seldom travels beyond one's door, while misfortune spreads like wildfire. Such is the nature of things. In the capital, within the study of the 8th prince's residence, a room suffused with the fragrance of books, a man clad in opulent garments, appearing to be in his 30s, sat contemplatively at his desk, perusing the volumes before him. This man is none other than the master of the 8th prince's estate, the current 8th prince, Zhou Mingcheng. Of course, this is merely his identity in this realm. In truth, he is a player of the game Transdimensional Kill under the name Li Wenfeng. Just moments ago, an intelligence officer cultivated under his princely guise had departed after reporting the intricate details of the palace's situation. As he pondered the officer's report, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. Is this the caliber of players with ratings surpassing mine? Frankly, this performance could be deemed top tier within Transdimensional Kill. After all, the game has only been operational for a short while, with little to no promotion in its early days. Its reputation blossomed only after public testing. Most players currently possess skills that could be considered proficient, while those at the pinnacle remain a rarity he has yet to encounter. Unlike traditional games, Transdimensional Kill does not allow players to ascertain the ratings of their peers, nor does it feature leaderboards, which is rather peculiar. Nevertheless, it is undeniably enjoyable. Li Wenfeng did not delve too deeply into this anomaly. He is not a professional player, merely a streamer, and as long as the game is engaging, he pays little heed to the rest. However, he was taken aback to discover that a player, purportedly of a higher rating than his own, had indeed succumbed to the poison he had tentatively administered. This was an unexpected turn of events, yet he soon rationalized it. After all, the item known as the exchange card, which he had painstakingly acquired in a life-or-death game, enabled one to silently transfer possessions into the hands of a target. A tactic that is difficult to anticipate. Who would have imagined that the first cup of water consumed upon entering the game would be tainted? Thus, while the outcome was surprising, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. He was not astonished that the target survived, being a player of a higher rating. It was likely he possessed rare items unknown to Li Wenfeng. Moreover, the poison he utilized was a native toxin of this world, despite its reputation for lethality. It ultimately lacked immediate efficacy. If only he had access to something as potent as cyanide. Alas, he lamented, he lacked the knowledge for extraction and time was not on his side. With a wistful shake of his head, Li Wenfeng mused that had he possessed such a deadly substance, the endeavor would have been far less convoluted. Regrettably, he lacked expertise in cyanide and had only recently entered this intricate game. It was commendable enough that he managed to utilize his resources to discern the identities of the various princes vying for power, as well as to comprehend his own situation amidst the current turmoil. Anything beyond that would likely disturb the delicate balance of the game. It seemed he would be the last to join the fray. Nevertheless, this outcome was still quite satisfactory. Though he had not eliminated his opponent, he had certainly weakened them, and there would be another opportunity to strike later. Li Wenfeng chose not to dwell on these thoughts and began to concentrate on the book in his hands. He had long realized that maximizing one's benefits in each game came from learning as much as possible and enhancing his attributes. Thus, he devoted every spare moment to his studies. Given the recent poisoning incident, the capital would likely be rife with tension in the coming days, making any rash actions inadvisable. Hence, rather than squander time, he resolved to immerse himself in learning. With this mindset, Li Wenfeng delved into the vast sea of books within the palace, focusing intently on acquiring various skills and martial arts. 5 days swiftly passed. On this particular day, after finishing his breakfast, he returned to the study once more. Recently, he had discovered a breathing technique, and, after practicing it for 5 days, he had remarkably increased his stamina by 0.01. This delighted him greatly. The duration of the game was set for 1 year within the instance, translating to 15 days in reality, based on a 24:1 ratio. Excluding the necessities of life in the real world and factoring in the struggles of the game, he had at least 200 days left to practice this breathing technique. If 5 days yielded a 0.01 increase, then 50 days would yield 0.1, and 200 days would bring a 0.4 increase to his stamina attribute, an impressive gain indeed. Thus, Li Wenfeng had been particularly diligent in his practice these past days. However, just as he began to practice in the study, a sudden commotion erupted from the courtyard outside. Disturbed from his tranquility, Li Wenfeng furrowed his brow, preparing to rise and admonish the source of the noise. Yet, before he could stand, the door to the study was forcefully pushed open with a loud bang. A man clad in official attire, adorned with a cap and possessing a long beard and an imposing demeanor, entered with a contingent of armed guards. The man proclaimed, "Prince Ba, I am Song Renfeng, dispatched by the emperor to thoroughly investigate the poisoning incident involving the 13th prince. We suspect your involvement in the plot against His Highness, and we kindly ask that you accompany us." Li Wenfeng listened in bewilderment. His confusion stemmed not from the accusation itself, but rather from how Song Renfeng had managed to trace the matter back to him. A day later, in the imperial palace, within the imperial study, Song Renfeng stood before the desk, poised and respectful. The venerable emperor, exuding an air of imperial authority, sat upon the dragon throne. Scrutinizing the case summary presented by Song Renfeng, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither sorrow nor joy, leaving one uncertain of his true feelings. After a brief moment, the venerable emperor of the Great Zhou slowly raised his head, directing a furrowed brow towards Song Renfeng. "Minister Song, are you certain that this incident is indeed the doing of the 8th prince?" He had initially suspected that an outsider had poisoned the royal family, only to discover that it was, in fact, his own 8th son attempting to harm the 13th. Yet another scandal within the royal court, and one that involved fratricide, a most heinous affair. Reluctant to accept this grim reality, he found it difficult to dismiss the clarity with which Song Renfeng had presented the investigation's findings, detailing every lead, witness, and piece of evidence with utmost precision. Indeed, at this juncture, a flicker of doubt crossed Song Renfeng's visage. Observing this, the emperor inquired swiftly, "What is it?" If possible, he truly wished to disbelieve that such treachery could emanate from among his own progeny. Thus, upon detecting the uncertainty in Song Renfeng's tone, he pressed further. With a furrowed brow, Song Renfeng replied, "The investigation proceeded with an unsettling ease." The emperor's expression remained impassive. Was this an attempt to claim credit or to boast? It was far from what he wished to hear. Regrettably, perhaps due to his years of unyielding demeanor, Song Renfeng failed to notice the emperor's discontent and continued. Every clue could be traced to its source. Each piece of evidence was promptly uncovered, and every witness remained unscathed. Frankly, in my years of investigation, I have not encountered such a seamless case in a very long time. Is that so? The emperor responded with a wry smile that did not reach his eyes. Yet, Song Renfeng remained ensnared in his own doubts, frowning as he mused. It feels as though an invisible hand is guiding and manipulating everything from the shadows. Oh, the emperor, now alert, inquired, "Minister Song, are you suggesting there is something amiss?" "Ah, not precisely," Song Renfeng stammered, taken aback by the emperor's question. Bowing respectfully, he continued, "The matter of the 8th prince's poisoning is fundamentally substantiated, with ample evidence and witnesses at hand. I merely find the investigation's extraordinary smoothness perplexing." "Enough," the emperor said wearily, gesturing for him to depart. "You may leave. I need to contemplate how to address this matter." "Yes." Song Renfeng acquiesced and exited the imperial study, leaving the emperor alone, gazing pensively at the investigation report, unable to reach a decisive conclusion. Chapter 14. The imperial decree as news of the 13th prince's poisoning stirred the entire palace and the capital of the Great Zhou into a frenzy. Leng, the central figure in this affair, appeared remarkably unperturbed during these days. The prince's pavilion, originally intended for princes residing within the palace without their own estates, now housed only Leng. This was due to the fact that either the other princes were still quite young, living with their mothers, or they had reached marriageable age, taken wives, and been granted titles and estates by the emperor. Only Su Ling remained unmarried, having been scorned by the emperor due to the scandal involving his predecessor, Zhou Mingyi, who sought to wed a courtesan. As a consequence, he had not yet received a marriage or a princely title. However, the absence of other princes in the pavilion had transformed it into his solitary residence. This marked the 5th day since the poisoning incident. At noon, he emerged from his chamber with the assistance of his devoted maid, Xiaodai, basking in the sun while engaging in rehabilitation exercises. "Your Highness, you can certainly do it." Xiaodai encouraged Su Ling, who walked unsteadily. Since being poisoned, Su Ling had adopted a feeble demeanor, occasionally coughing and appearing lethargic. He diligently adhered to the Imperial Hospital's medical advice, allowing Xiaodai to escort him outside each day at noon, when the sun was at its zenith. This was, of course, a performance aimed at deceiving the guards patrolling the area and the palace maids and eunuchs who occasionally glanced in to ascertain the truth of his condition. Should the need arise, these individuals could serve as his alibi. However, he had indeed remained confined to his bed for the majority of the days. While most might find such confinement unbearable, for Su Ling, who had been in a vegetative state for over a year, it was merely child's play. This was the fade perceived by outsiders, including Xiaodai. In truth, during these days, Su Ling had been secretly orchestrating a series of pawns to lead Song Renfeng, the most adept investigator of the Great Zhou, towards the outcome he desired, ultimately implicating the 8th prince, Zhou Mingcheng, in the case. Though his status within the palace was not particularly high, it held significant weight among the other princes. For those in the palace, officials, guards, eunuchs, and maids, his princely lineage symbolized absolute power, representing imperial authority, coupled with his ability of omniscience, which allowed him to glean insights into others' life experiences. It was remarkably effortless for Su Ling to cultivate individuals as his pawns. Initially, he would expose their illicit activities within the palace, threatening them with incriminating evidence, and then tantalize them with promises of future rewards upon ascension to the throne. Few could resist such temptations. In recent days, Su Ling had successfully recruited the captain of the patrolling guards and several others, along with a number of eunuchs and maids from other palaces to assist him. Unbeknownst to one another, these individuals believed themselves to be Su Ling's confidants. He subtly manipulated them to carry out a series of seemingly innocuous tasks that ultimately provided Song Renfeng with a plethora of witnesses and material evidence. Through these clues, step by step, he guided Song Renfeng to uncover the recent sources of poisonous goods in the capital and trace their distribution, eventually leading to the 8th prince's residence in Zhou Mingqing. Although Song Renfeng was indeed astute, he was at a disadvantage, as Su Ling had utilized his omniscience to directly deduce the results and preemptively orchestrate the trails left behind by these individuals. In an era devoid of surveillance, no matter how clever Song Renfeng proved to be, he would find it exceedingly difficult to trace the source back to Su Ling. The truth of the matter was simply that everything had progressed too smoothly. It was already quite perceptive of Song Renfeng to sense an invisible hand orchestrating these events. And indeed, he was correct. Su Ling is indeed the invisible hand at play. It is largely thanks to a player named Wenfeng, who employed the poison of this world. Otherwise, he would have found himself at a loss for a solution against his adversary. In such a scenario, he would have been compelled to resort to old tricks and create unforeseen accidents to resolve the matter, which would be exceedingly troublesome. The sheer volume of life information and calculations required would be overwhelming, not to mention time-consuming. Given the existence of alternative methods, Su Ling was disinclined to pursue this course. Now, the outcome appeared to be far more effortless. Under the sun, Su Ling, with the support and encouragement of Xiaodai, practiced walking unsteadily while basking in the sunlight, awaiting the impending news. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by the sharp cry of a eunuch announcing, "The imperial decree has arrived. The 13th prince, Zhou Mingyi, is to receive it. The decree is here." Xiaodai immediately became flustered. Although she was merely a maid, she understood the court's protocols and was well aware that the current sovereign had summoned the renowned investigator, Lord Song Renfeng, to thoroughly examine the poisoning case of the 13th prince. After taking on the case, Lord Song's first inquiries had been directed at her, followed by the victim, Su Ling. Beyond that, she remained blissfully ignorant. After questioning her, Song Renfeng had not returned, leaving her in the dark regarding the progress of the investigation and the ultimate truth. The arrival of the imperial decree signified a resolution to the matter, yet her uncertainty regarding the final outcome heightened her anxiety. "Xiaodai, there is no need to be anxious. Your innocence is your shield," Su Ling reassured her with a smile. "I have faith that Lord Song will restore your reputation. Now, assist me in receiving the decree." Very well. Despite Su Ling's comforting words, Xiaodai remained apprehensive. Nevertheless, she complied and helped the ailing Su Ling toward the courtyard. As they approached, they beheld the chief eunuch, Zhang Hai, standing by the old emperor, holding the decree with both hands, awaiting Su Ling's presence. Upon seeing Su Ling emerge, the eunuch promptly stated, "The 13th prince is unwell. His Majesty has instructed that there is no need for kneeling. You may receive the decree while standing." Cough. "I thank Father Emperor for his consideration," Su Ling replied, coughing lightly as a gesture of gratitude. With Xiao Dai's assistance, he prepared to hear Zhang Hai read the imperial edict. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. After the reading of the imperial favor, the decree culminated in the final judgment. The 8th prince, Zhou Mingcheng, has succumbed to madness, using poison to harm his own flesh and blood, disregarding the ancestral edicts of the late emperor, committing a grave crime. Ordinarily, such an offense warrants the utmost punishment as a deterrent. However, taking into account his status as a first-time offender and his sincere remorse, the 13th prince, Zhou Mingyi, shall not face any threat to his life. Instead, he is to be penalized with 3 years of self-reflection in the ancestral hall, and his claim to the throne is hereby revoked. Additionally, he is to forfeit 10,000 taels of gold and 100,000 taels of silver to aid the 13th prince in his recovery. Thus decreed. Upon concluding the reading, the plump eunuch Zhang turned to Su Ling, his voice sharp yet devoid of emotion, and said, "Your Highness, receive the decree." Despite the recent issuance of the imperial edict by the old emperor, Su Ling had already gleaned the outcome through the feedback from his omniscient self. Nevertheless, after listening to the proclamation, he could not help but exclaim internally, "Truly, he was the most despised illegitimate prince, poisoned and conspired against by his own brethren, and yet, in the face of irrefutable evidence, the punishment meted out was astonishingly lenient." The complexity of this game was indeed formidable. Had the target been the crown prince, the repercussions would likely have been much more severe, serving as a cautionary tale. Of course, while he lamented, Su Ling nonetheless approached eunuch Zhang with trembling steps, accepted the edict, and expressed his gratitude. Ultimately, the result held little significance. The imperial clan court resided within the palace, and the number of individuals therein was relatively few. Once one entered the palace, the outcome was virtually the same. However, the old emperor's attitude towards him was another matter altogether. "Old man, you have forced my hand." A prior notion of Su Ling solidified with this encounter. Chapter 15, Arrangements. As dusk descended, the night gradually enveloped the realm. While it could not illuminate the palace as modern city lights would, the principal areas remained somewhat aglow. Only the remote sections, such as the cold palace and the ex-inner coup, succumbed entirely to darkness as night fell. In the prince's pavilion, Your Highness, the 13th prince. So much silver. Upon receiving the edict, the confiscated wealth from the 8th prince, amounting to 10,000 taels of gold and 100,000 taels of silver, was delivered to the prince's pavilion. 11 large chests in total. Upon opening one of the chests, a dazzling golden light spilled forth, brightening Su Ling's chamber considerably. The remaining 10 chests, when opened, revealed a glistening sea of silver. Xiao Dai, having never beheld such a vast fortune, was momentarily entranced. Su Ling, however, remained unfazed. After all, this gold and silver belonged solely to this world, and he could not transport it away, thus he felt no excitement. "Xiao Dai, summon the guards outside to prepare the sedan chair. I shall personally fetch medicine from the Imperial Medical Institute." After a moment of admiration, Su Ling spoke. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Dai would have insisted that such trivial matters did not require His Highness's involvement, but after the recent poisoning incident, she could no longer voice such sentiments. Fear had gripped her, fearful that any mishap might arise if she were to fetch the medicine. Thus, after a brief silence, she obediently nodded in agreement. "Very well." Originally, the prince's pavilion lacked dedicated guards, but due to the poisoning incident, the palace guards who patrolled the vicinity had been reassigned to protect Su Ling and await his commands. Upon hearing Su Ling's intent to personally procure medicine, the guards were momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation. The 13th prince had been bitten by a snake and now feared the rope. Coincidentally, they too were hesitant to undertake such a task. So it was indeed fortuitous that the 13th prince wished to fetch the medicine himself. Consequently, they prepared the sedan chair, lifting Su Ling as they made their way to the Imperial Medical Institute. By this time, darkness had fully descended, and although many areas within the palace were illuminated by braziers and torches along the route, the illumination still paled in comparison to that of the day. As the palanquin passed by the vicinity of the royal kitchen, no one noticed that a coarse hemp pouch had quietly slipped from beneath the curtains at the base of the palanquin, landing on the ground. Soon after, the palanquin vanished at the end of the road. Approximately the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, a man of modest height but robust build, adorned in the attire of the royal kitchen, approached from the opposite end of the path. He hummed an unknown tune as he walked, but suddenly, he stumbled, losing his balance and falling to the ground. "Damn it! What on earth?" He muttered instinctively, reaching to grasp the object that had tripped him, intending to hurl it aside. However, as he raised his hand above his head, he instinctively weighed the object and realized it bore considerable heft. His eyes brightened in surprise, and he quickly lowered his hand to examine the item. Upon discovering that it was a rough hemp pouch, bulging with contents, he was overjoyed and hastily opened it to inspect its contents. Indeed, just as he had surmised, it contained a heavy ingot of silver. Silver! To his astonishment, he felt a surge of fortune wash over him, dispelling any lingering sense of misfortune. He had stumbled upon such a substantial sum. Furthermore, based on the pouch's material, it was evident that it did not belong to any high-ranking individuals within the palace. This meant he could rightfully claim the silver without concern. Perhaps it belongs to some unfortunate soul's retirement fund, he chuckled to himself. After securing the pouch, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then swiftly departed the path. However, when he heard someone call out to him, his heart leapt with trepidation. Are you calling me? Who else could it be? Hurry over. The kitchen is short-staffed. You must assist in delivering the meals. Oh, coming, he replied, relieved to hear it was merely a request to deliver food. His tension eased as he casually inquired, esteemed steward, who requires supper at this late hour? Is it not customary in the palace that no cooking is permitted outside designated meal times? Mind your own business, lest you invite trouble upon yourself. The steward retorted coldly. The man, chastened, promptly fell silent. He followed the steward to the kitchen, where a plethora of dishes had been prepared. Due to the overwhelming quantity and the absence of sufficient personnel, they were unable to find anyone to deliver them. A glance around revealed that many others, like him, had been hastily summoned, and he dismissed further thoughts on the matter. Soon, the conscripted cooks began to carry dishes, departing in an orderly fashion. As they traversed the palace, the man soon discerned that their direction seemed to lead toward the ancestral hall. It dawned on him that the esteemed gentleman must be hungry. In an epiphany, he recalled the rumors circulating within the palace that day. The 8th prince had attempted to poison the 13th prince and had been punished by the emperor. Confined to the ancestral hall for contemplation, it is said that the 8th prince was apprehended early in the morning by the esteemed detective, Lord Song, and was subsequently detained and interrogated for an entire day, only to be confined in the ancestral hall by evening. Having gone a day without sustenance, and being of royal blood, it is no wonder that the imperial kitchen broke protocol to prepare a meal in the evening. The man mused to himself. Soon, they arrived at the ancestral hall. As they ventured deeper, the man could not suppress his curiosity, stealthily observing the legendary ancestral hall, which oversees nearly all royal affairs. Suddenly, the group in front stopped abruptly, catching him off guard and nearly causing him to collide with them. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and managed to halt his steps just in time to avoid a mishap. However, as he gazed ahead, his expression shifted dramatically. They had entered the ancestral hall, where, within a courtyard, they began to deliver dishes to the rooms within. Yet, at the entrance of a room, a squad of guards stood, meticulously searching each individual attempting to enter. This immediately alarmed the man. He still had a substantial ingot of silver on him that he had found and had no time to conceal. Carrying such a hefty piece of silver late at night would undoubtedly raise suspicions. In a moment of panic, his instinct was to find a place to hide the pouch of money, intending to retrieve it after delivering the meals and leaving. However, there seemed to be no suitable hiding spots nearby. Anything too obvious would likely be discovered. Frantically, his gaze darted around until it landed on a water vat in the courtyard, and an idea sparked in his mind. In the ancestral hall, the reflection room serves as a place where members of the royal clan who have committed crimes are detained. When Li Wenfeng was brought here, he did not cause any commotion but instead sat quietly, observing the situation within the ancestral hall, prepared for any potential emergencies while reflecting on the events that had transpired. During the day, he had been taken by surprise, leaving him somewhat dazed. Subsequently, the man named Song presented a series of evidence before him, confirming that the toxic substance, Ganqing poison, had indeed been purchased by the 8th prince's residence. Additionally, a servant from the residence was produced as a witness to testify that he had instructed someone to procure the poison for him. Confronted with undeniable facts, he found himself at a loss for words, realizing that he could only blame his own imprudence for having used such a lethal poison in this world. Nevertheless, this matter was now in the past. His punishment had been decreed, 3 years of reflection in the ancestral hall. To his surprise, he found this outcome rather lenient. To poison a brother of the same blood and receive only a 3-year contemplation? Such a penalty seemed excessively mild. However, he soon recalled his previous investigations regarding the player of a higher game rating, who had assumed the identity of a prince in this world. A prince born of a lesser status, one who brought shame to the Daizhou royal family and was despised by the emperor. One could only wonder how deeply one must be hated for the act of poisoning one's own kin to incur such a trivial punishment. Li Wenfeng shook his head. After a day of contemplation, he began to discern some clues. That player, who rated higher than him, was perhaps not as straightforward as he had initially presumed. This left an oddly unsettling impression. At that moment, he could not articulate his feelings, but now, after a day of contemplation, he has finally discerned the source of that peculiar sensation, manipulation, a sense of being orchestrated with utmost clarity. Though he remains oblivious to how it was accomplished, he is certain that it was the work of another. Only an external force could achieve such a degree of control. However, he is still perplexed by the method employed. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. This time, he had let his guard down, underestimating a player of superior rank. As the saying goes, victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. He shall simply begin anew. Next time, I shall not underestimate you. He thought to himself, his eyes narrowing slightly. Your Highness, dinner is served. Indeed. He nodded imperceptibly, resuming the demeanor befitting a prince, maintaining the persona that this game had crafted for him. Soon, an array of dishes was presented before him by a cadre of chefs. Have they been tested for poison? Li Wenfeng inquired. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he took his seat. Despite having endured a day of hunger, he refrained from eating immediately, resisting the urge to satiate his ravenous appetite. Instead, he employed his own method to test for poison once more. Once he confirmed that the food posed no threat and would not result in any chemical reaction, he finally felt at ease. Please fetch me some water, Li Wenfeng commanded. In reality, he harbored a habit of consuming food with water, otherwise, he found the dishes too dry to swallow. Upon his arrival, his overwhelming hunger had compelled him to drink a considerable amount of water to quell his appetite. And he had tested the water from the Zhongrenfu just half an hour prior. Before long, the steward of the Zhongrenfu dispatched someone to retrieve water from the courtyard's vat. At last, Li Wenfeng could no longer withstand his hunger and began devouring the food voraciously. As he ate, he muttered to himself, you may have won this round. But once I am satiated, I shall continue to challenge you. However, as this thought crossed his mind, an excruciating pain suddenly surged from his abdomen, coursing through his entire being. A scream erupted from his lips as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, blood pouring uncontrollably from his mouth. The steward of the Zhongrenfu looked on in horror. He quickly crouched beside him, asking, Your Highness, what has happened? After inquiring, he immediately turned and shouted into the outside, quickly summoned the physician. Hurry! Alas, it was too late. As he writhed in pain on the ground, spewing blood, the prince suddenly convulsed and became completely rigid, devoid of breath. Chapter 16, Out of the Game. You have been poisoned by player Su Leng with Ganqing poison and have been eliminated from this game. He stared blankly at the bustling square around him, the searing pain in his abdomen still haunting him, even though he had tempered the game's pain sensation to a mere tenth. The intensity of that agony reminded him only of the time he had suffered an acute appendicitis. If this 1/10 of pain was already so excruciating, how unbearable would the full sensation be? Li Wenfeng could not help but voice his thoughts. However, he suddenly froze, realizing a certain truth. The poison of Ganqing? He had actually been afflicted by the poison of Ganqing. Wasn't this the very poison he had administered to that player, who appeared to exceed his game rating? This poison was agonizing and lethal, causing death in mere moments. How had that individual survived long enough to be rescued by the physician? At this thought, Li Wenfeng's face flushed with anger. Damn it, he had been outsmarted by this person. The potency of the poison of Ganqing was so extreme that had the individual truly ingested it, they would have perished long before any medical intervention could be applied. This meant that the individual had seen through his scheme from the very beginning and had not been poisoned at all. Yet, they had pretended to be afflicted, lulling him into a false sense of security. How infuriating! Li Wenfeng cursed vehemently, yet he could not help but feel a grudging admiration. In such a short span of time within the game, the individual had discerned his poisoning tactic and had skillfully maneuvered the game's leading detective to focus on him. Furthermore, after he had been confined to the palace of the imperial clan, this person had seized a mere 30 minutes to poison the water, ultimately leading to his demise. To be fair, had he been in the same situation, he would have found it utterly impossible to achieve such feats. This opponent truly deserved the title of a player surpassing his game rating. Though he had yet to comprehend how this individual had accomplished all of this, it was undeniable that they had succeeded. As a player of a high caliber, he had been eliminated without even having faced his opponent. He had to admit, this person was exceptionally formidable. Su Leng, was it? Li Wenfeng muttered the name several times, a genuine admiration blossoming on his face. I shall remember you. He intended to log off and search the game forum for any information regarding this individual. A player of such high caliber would surely not remain obscure. Simultaneously, before logging off, he sent a friend request to this person. Adding such a high-level expert as a friend involved no risk, should the opportunity arise for a multiplayer mode. He might even be fortunate enough to be carried to victory. Player Hui Yichong Tian has been eliminated by player Su Leng. A notification suddenly appeared in the game's dynamic information, visible to all players currently engaged in the match. Instantly, all players still participating in the game erupted in excitement. What? Someone has already been eliminated. Incredible! I haven't even fully grasped the situation yet, and someone has already been knocked out. With a player S elimination. Considering the main storyline of the game, did that mean a prince had perished? These past few days had been tumultuous. First, the 13th prince was poisoned by the 8th prince. Then the 8th prince was imprisoned in the palace of the imperial clan, and now another prince had died. Was conflict truly beginning? What should I do? I have yet to develop adequately and haven't recruited any capable allies. What am I to do? Players held diverse opinions regarding this game notification. Nevertheless, these were merely their internal musings. Externally, they maintained their personas as princes, as mandated by the system. As the orchestrator of this entire affair, he was naturally unfazed by the game notification. After all, he is currently the only prince residing in the Prince Pavilion. Although he appears to have no hope of ascension to the throne, the act of poisoning him is undeniably a provocation to the dignity of the entire royal family. Thus, every royal member, whether out of genuine concern or mere pretense, feels compelled to send someone to inquire after him, if only to show a semblance of interest. During this period, other princes also dispatched individuals to pay their respects. Consequently, through these visitors, he indirectly established connections with the masters behind them, amassing a wealth of personal information about all the princes and nearly everyone within the palace. This world lacks elements of immortal fantasy. It possesses only martial arts that adhere to the limits of human capability, which are insufficient to serve as variables affecting his deductions. Thus, matters progressed rather smoothly. As for the poison known as Ganqing, it originated from the Imperial Medical Institute. Currently, that institution is entirely under his influence, particularly that physician, Chun. It is unclear what prompted him to suddenly align himself with Su Leng, as if he had chosen to stand in support of him. When Su Leng requested that he procure some Ganqing poison, infusing it into coarse cloth to ensure it dissolves upon contact with water, a clearly malicious demand, the physician agreed without hesitation, offering no objections whatsoever. Originally, Su Leng had prepared to leverage the physician's vulnerabilities to issue threats, complemented by grand promises of ascension to the throne. But such tactics proved unnecessary. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous, as it spared him considerable effort. The next step involves gathering martial arts techniques from this world to ascertain whether he can cultivate certain attributes or skills while winning the hearts of the people. Through the poisoning incident, he obtained the life information of all the princes and discerned the players among them. Su Leng has successfully achieved his initial objective upon entering the game. The subsequent task is to eliminate these players one by one and contend for the throne. Fortunately, eliminating the remaining players does not pose a significant challenge. By examining their life information, he discovered that, apart from Li Wenfeng, who had achieved a high rating in the last game, the average skill level of the other players was rather consistent at a subpar rating. The highest among them barely reached an acceptable level, while most others lingered at mediocre ratings. Astonishingly, even the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, the legitimate heir apparent, is merely a player of mediocre caliber. The average rating of the current players is largely attributed to his and Li Wenfeng's superior standings. Dealing with such inept contenders is merely a matter of time. However, among the indigenous inhabitants of this world, certain princes who have not engaged in the game pose a potential threat to his ascension. For instance, the 6th prince, though outwardly amiable and seemingly a good-natured individual, secretly harbors a formidable cadre of assassins within the capital and maintains ties with the rival kingdom of Horong. Similarly, the 14th prince presents himself as a pedantic scholar, but is, in truth, a cunning individual biding his time. He has dedicated himself to serving the late emperor in a monastery, obtained a decree under false pretenses, and has established close relations with a formidable general currently commanding troops on the border. These two indigenous individuals represent the most significant threat to his ascension. They could indeed serve as valuable pawns, ripe for manipulation. What? The aged emperor, who was initially engrossed in reviewing memorials in the imperial study, suddenly erupted in rage upon receiving the shocking news. Ming Cheng is dead. How could this be? How could he possibly die? Chapter 17, Investigation. He exerted tremendous effort to dismiss the council of various royal uncles and elders, even at the cost of alienating the 13th son, all to avoid meting out severe punishment to the 8th prince. It was not that he held a particular fondness for his 8th son. If one were to speak of his favored child, it would undoubtedly be the firstborn, Zhou Mingqian, whom he had designated as the crown prince. As the saying goes, commoners cherish their youngest, while emperors favor their eldest. Such is the way of the world. Yet, The reason for protecting his eighth son ultimately stemmed from a reluctance to harm his own flesh and blood. Even a fierce tiger spares its cubs. How much more so for a human? Moreover, perhaps due to the passage of time, he found himself devoid of the youthful ambition for imperial power, increasingly drawn to the joys of familial bliss. Even if it were not the eighth prince, he would be loath to impose the death penalty on any other royal offspring as a deterrent. Although this might seem somewhat unjust to the 13th son, there are times when someone must bear the brunt of misfortune. Yet, to his utter astonishment, the very calamity he wished to avoid came to pass. The eighth son, whom he had strived so hard to protect, had perished after entering the ancestral hall. Subsequently, he recounted the entire sequence of events. After Zhou Mingcheng's tragic demise, he immediately sealed off the ancestral hall, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Soon after, the imperial physician arrived to examine Zhou Mingcheng's body, revealing that he had succumbed to poison. Upon inspecting everything within the room, they ultimately discovered that the water he had consumed had been tainted. Tracing the source, they found the poison in a water barrel located in the quiet contemplation chamber, concealed within a pouch that contained a silver ingot. The silver itself was harmless, yet the pouch harbored the deadly poison, gancaking. Gancaking once again. Enraged, the old emperor bellowed, "Where is the murderer?" They had located the pouch, yet the owner remained elusive. After the eighth prince fell victim to the gancaking poison, his heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the ancestral hall, heard by all. Consequently, when they discovered the pouch in the water barrel and inquired about its owner, no one was foolish enough to admit to it. Ultimately, he had no choice but to designate all present at the time as suspects and detain them. Useless. You lot are utterly useless. Upon hearing that the murderer had not been found, the old emperor was consumed with fury. Seizing a memorial from the table and slamming it down upon the steward of the ancestral hall with a resounding thud, unleashing a torrent of invective. His tirade rendered the surrounding eunuchs motionless, heads bowed in fear. The steward of the ancestral hall was no exception, reduced to kneeling on the ground, trembling and enduring the onslaught of curses. That night, it was said that the echoes of the old emperor's wrath could be heard throughout the entire palace. Of course, this was somewhat exaggerated. Yet, indeed, centered around the imperial study, the sounds of his fury resonated within a radius of 1,000 meters across the surrounding palaces. In the late hours of the night, Song Renfeng was summoned to the palace, once again entrusted with the full responsibility of investigating the death of the eighth prince. Zhou Mingcheng, this esteemed detective of the great Zhou dynasty, the first individual he sought to interrogate, was none other than Su Long. He had intruded upon the peaceful slumber of the 13th prince and hoped for his understanding, as the situation was dire and unavoidable. As Song Renfeng, accompanied by a retinue of guards, rapped upon the door of the prince's pavilion, dawn was yet to break, enveloping the surroundings in a hazy twilight. To his astonishment, he discovered that Su Long was still awake. "What troubles you, 13th prince, in the dead of night?" Song Renfeng inquired. Observing Su Long reclined on his bed as the maid Xiao Dai ushered him and his entourage into the courtyard. With a wry smile, Su Long retorted, "If you were in my position, would you find rest?" Song Renfeng fell silent. His decision to approach Su Long first stemmed from the logic of investigation. The 13th prince bore the greatest suspicion in the wake of the 8th prince's demise. Just days prior, he had been poisoned by the 8th prince, and now, having been brought to the palace and imprisoned in the ancestral hall, he had succumbed to his fate within a mere day. It was only natural for anyone to suspect that the 13th prince, who had the most significant opportunity during this interval, was the perpetrator. Were he in Su Long's shoes, he too would struggle to find solace. Nevertheless, such considerations could not solely determine one's guilt. Thorough investigation was imperative. After a brief silence, Song Renfeng gazed directly into Su Long's eyes and spoke, "Pray, allow me to inquire." Su Long met his gaze, nodding in affirmation, "Proceed." Thus, Song Renfeng, with remarkable rapidity, posed a series of questions to Su Long: where he had been, what he had done, whom he had encountered, what he had consumed that day, and his recent activities. Among other inquiries, some questions pertained to the case, while others seemed irrelevant, displaying a rather erratic thought process accompanied by a swift delivery. Su Long's alibi was impeccably corroborated by Xiao Dai, the guards of the prince's pavilion, as well as medical officials and other palace servants. As for the rapid-fire questioning and the seemingly disjointed thoughts, they were far too conservative to provoke any inadvertent revelations from Su Long. After a thorough interrogation yielded no irregularities, Song Renfeng suddenly produced a coarse sack containing silver ingots and asked, "13th prince, have you ever encountered such a pouch?" Su Long glanced at it briefly before shaking his head in denial. However, Song Renfeng's attention was drawn to Xiao Dai in the corner, who appeared utterly bewildered. This perplexity caused him to furrow his brow in contemplation. "Very well, I have concluded my inquiries. I extend my gratitude for your cooperation, 13th Prince, and I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. Noticing no discernible clues upon Su Leng's visage, Song Renfeng chose not to linger further. After expressing his apologies, he departed from the prince's pavilion with his entourage. Without pausing, he exited the palace, making his way toward the residences of various princes throughout the capital. Although the 8th prince was not the crown prince, his untimely murder could not discount the possibility that other princes might also bear culpability. After all, the intricate power struggles and intrigues within the royal family have been well known since ancient times. Oftentimes, when two factions clash, it is not necessarily one of them that perishes, but rather an innocent bystander. The investigation must pursue every conceivable avenue. Thus, Song Renfeng embarked on an inquiry into the various princes. To his bewilderment, what on earth were these princes? Some spoke in a manner even more absurd than his own. Others displayed such clumsy acting that he could hardly suppress the urge to laugh. He even discovered that one particular prince exhibited mannerisms akin to those of a woman, sending chills down his spine. Having long heard of the tumultuous nature of the royal household, with some engaging in relationships of a scandalous nature, he was finally witnessing it firsthand. After an exhaustive investigation, Song Renfeng was convinced that each of these eccentric princes bore some semblance of suspicion, leaving him quite perplexed. Meanwhile, Su Leng, who had been attentively monitoring Song Renfeng's investigation through self-awareness, nearly burst into laughter upon witnessing the torment suffered by the princes at the hands of the players, particularly the prince who had attracted the attention of a female player. Their interactions brought him endless amusement. Chapter 18, Breathing Techniques. In the early morning, as the sun rose in the east, the first rays of light began to illuminate the earth, and the streets gradually filled with life, invigorating the entire capital of the Great Zhou. Early in the day, within the courtyard of the prince's pavilion, Captain Hichong gazed in astonishment at Su Leng, who was still being supported by Xiao Dai, and incredulously asked, "Your Highness, do you wish for me to teach you martial arts? Is there a problem?" Su Leng turned to him and retorted. Song Renfeng's investigation was destined to yield no results. The chef who had retrieved his discarded purse would undoubtedly refrain from admitting that he had placed it in the water vat. For doing so would implicate him in the murder of Zhou Mingqing, a crime far graver than mere death. It would endanger his entire family. Even if the chef exhibited signs of distress during his interrogation by Song Renfeng, leading to his eventual confession under duress, it would ultimately prove fruitless. The purse had been found along the palace's pathways, particularly near the imperial kitchen, a route traversed by nearly everyone within the palace. In an era devoid of surveillance and fingerprints, unraveling the source of the purse was nearly impossible. This lead was essentially futile. As for the purse itself, it had been crafted in secret by Imperial Physician Chun, which meant he too bore some responsibility for the poisoning of the 8th prince, Zhou Mingqing. Any disclosure on his part would result in a fate of utter annihilation. Furthermore, with his self-awareness continuously tracking Song Renfeng's movements, the various outrageous behaviors of the player princes misled him, rendering the death of the 8th prince a veritable cold case. Consequently, Su Leng redirected his focus towards his second plan, martial arts training. Teaching the 13th prince martial arts posed no issue. It was indeed an honor. However, martial arts are typically cultivated from a young age, and given that the 13th prince's physique was already set, it would likely prove challenging to achieve any significant results. After hearing Su Leng's words, Hichong delicately replied with measured consideration. He intended to convey that with such a frail appearance, one should not engage in martial arts lest he inadvertently exhaust himself to death, a burden I cannot bear. Naturally, he would not dare to express this directly. No matter. You may instruct me freely. Whether I succeed in mastering it is my concern, Su Leng said with a hint of indifference. Very well. Hichong conceded upon realizing Su Leng's determination to pursue martial arts. Although apprehensive about the possibility of his student overexerting himself, he soon reflected that, being a prince accustomed to a life of luxury and indulgence, it was improbable that Su Leng would endure the rigors of training to such an extreme. To master martial arts, one must first comprehend what martial arts truly entails. This was the wisdom imparted by my master during my youth. Whether in technique or physique, achieving mastery in either will elevate one to the status of a proficient expert. If both can be perfected, then one becomes an unparalleled force in the realm. Hichong began to elaborate passionately on the essence of martial arts. Through his discourse, Su Leng discerned that the martial arts of this world indeed possessed quite limited utility. There was no concept of inner strength. It was solely reliant on raw physical power and combat skills. The practice of martial arts focused on strengthening the body and honing lethal techniques, such as identifying human vulnerabilities and executing unexpected attacks to incapacitate or kill. This bore some resemblance to the lethal techniques from Su Leng's past life, yet differed significantly. The distinction lay in the fact that martial arts in this world were primarily guided by breathing techniques. These techniques, in conjunction with dietary intake, could enhance one's constitution and fortify the body. Upon hearing this, Su Ling's interest was piqued. Is there a hierarchy among these breathing techniques? He inquired, a curious expression gracing his features. Indeed, He-Chong replied. For instance, the breathing technique I practice focuses on strengthening the kidneys and lungs, which allows me to possess greater endurance in combat. My guards employ some breathing techniques centered on fortifying the heart, enabling them to unleash remarkable force and speed during a confrontation. However, such explosive power cannot be sustained for long. Forced exertion may lead to heart failure. Of course, there are also breathing techniques that concentrate on nurturing the spleen, which plays a vital role in digestion, blood regulation, and the expulsion of impurities from the body, thus preventing illness. Such methods are often practiced by those in Taoist and Buddhist monastic traditions. I see there are many nuances within the realm of breathing techniques. Su Ling remarked, raising an eyebrow. If one were to practice a technique that engages all these areas simultaneously, would one not become invincible? Or is it that such a technique does not exist? Perhaps mastering breathing techniques carries inherent risks. The more areas one attempts to strengthen, the greater the likelihood of error. This was his instinctive analysis following He-Chong's insights. If it were indeed possible to enhance all areas through breathing techniques, there would be no rationale for anyone to focus solely on specific parts. The only explanation must be that such an endeavor entails difficulty or danger. Your Highness, you are indeed astute. Due to the involvement of internal organs, improper practice of breathing techniques may lead to mild disturbances in blood circulation, resulting in the presence of a metallic taste in the breath, causing self-inflicted injuries. In severe cases, it could lead to the rupture of vital organs and subsequent death. Therefore, it is imperative to have a dedicated master present to guide one through the practice and promptly correct any mistakes. As He-Chong spoke, his expression grew increasingly solemn. However, his words resonated differently in Su Ling's ears, prompting him to ponder aloud. So, there truly exists a breathing technique that can refine all internal organs? He-Chong gazed at Su Ling in speechless astonishment. After discussing the dangers of breathing techniques at length, this was the takeaway he gleaned? Were it not for the fact that Su Ling was a prince, He-Chong would have been tempted to deliver a sharp slap. Alas, the prince belonged to royalty while he was merely a captain of the guards. This breathing technique currently resided in the royal library, yet no one dared to practice it. This was largely due to the fact that, aside from Luo Hong, everyone who attempted this technique had met with misfortune. Those fortunate enough were left with physical impairments, unable to walk or move for the rest of their lives, while the unfortunate perished on the spot from errors in practice. With that, He-Chong fixed his gaze upon Su Ling, emphasizing, Your Highness, please do not attempt to learn this in secret. It could cost you your life. He was genuinely concerned about the potential repercussions for his entire family, necessitating his repeated warnings. Observing He-Chong's anxious demeanor, Su Ling reassured him, Do not worry, guard he. I, too, have a profound fear of death. Upon hearing this, He-Chong felt somewhat relieved. Subsequently, he continued to elucidate the intricacies of martial arts techniques, while Su Ling listened attentively. After approximately half an hour, He-Chong finally completed the theoretical portion and commenced practical instruction. Your Highness, the breathing technique I practice is called the Golden Gue breathing method. In the 5 elements, the lungs correspond to metal, while the kidneys correspond to water. Hence, the term Golden Gue signifies these two. Su Ling observed intently as He-Chong demonstrated, attentively listening to his detailed explanation. Inhale, exhale. In the next moment, the refreshing essence was expelled from his lungs. You have practiced the Golden Gue breathing method incorrectly. After 1863 attempts, initial signs of mild necrosis have appeared in your kidneys and lungs. Upon seeing the textual notification in his mind, Su Ling paused momentarily, but soon he felt a sense of relief. The practice of martial arts is inherently linked to one's self, and given the stakes involved, it is only natural to receive feedback from self-awareness. However, upon noticing the information in his mind, Su Ling's eyes suddenly brightened. If self-awareness could provide feedback on errors in practice, he could certainly employ it to experiment with the 5 Qi Chaoyuan breathing method. Chapter 19, Preventing Addiction. The challenge of breathing techniques lies in the inability to detect mistakes promptly. By the time one realizes an error, the body has often sustained injuries, exhibiting signs of organ failure. However, with the feedback mechanism of self-awareness for error correction, one could swiftly amend mistakes until the truly correct breathing method is uncovered. With this thought in mind, Su Ling's resolve to master the 5 Qi Chaoyuan breathing method solidified. Since he was to practice, he would naturally strive for the most comprehensive and effective approach. After all, to him, this was merely a game. As Su Ling contemplated the 5-Qi Chaoyuan breathing technique, he paused momentarily before encouragingly saying, "However, it is perfectly all right. Achieving this level on your first attempt is quite impressive. Do not be disheartened, Your Highness the 13th. With a few more tries, you shall surely succeed. Let us begin anew." Listening to He Chang's words of encouragement, Su Ling glanced at him, refraining from verbal response, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he resumed his practice of the Golden Gue breathing technique under He Chang's watchful gaze. Golden Gue breathing technique proficiency 1. Concurrently, his mind received feedback from the self-omniscience system, which conveyed specific information. You have practiced the correct Golden Gue breathing technique. Renal and pulmonary activity enhanced. After 376 more repetitions, your stamina attribute will increase by 0.01. In comparison to the indigenous inhabitants of this world, players seem to possess a significant advantage in practicing breathing techniques. When he initially attempted the technique incorrectly, the system did not display any proficiency increase notification. However, upon correcting his method, such feedback was promptly presented, indicating that this could assist players in discerning their practicing accuracy. Yet, while his self-omniscience could not only determine the correctness of the practice but also relay potential risks, the game's system notification feature still fell short in comparison. Your Highness, you truly are a prodigy in martial arts, succeeding on your second attempt. Outside, He Chang, witnessing Su Ling's immediate success with the Golden Gue breathing technique, lavished him with praise, exclaiming, "Please maintain this momentum. With diligent and correct practice daily, in approximately 3 months, you should begin to perceive the effects of the breathing technique." 3 months. Upon hearing He Chang's words, Su Ling mentally calculated the time required for the process of establishing a cycle in practicing the Golden Gue breathing technique, coupled with the feedback from self-omniscience, indicating the need for an additional 376 repetitions to increase stamina by 0.01. He estimated that it would take about 5 days to achieve that increment. Thus, in a month, he could expect an increase of 0.06, and in 3 months, 0.18. However, the Golden Gue breathing technique was not his ultimate goal. The attribute growth potential of breathing techniques in this world must have limitations. Otherwise, figures of transcendent prowess would have already emerged, rather than the current state of affairs. This contemplation fueled Su Ling's interest in the all-encompassing 5-Qi Chaoyuan breathing technique. Since breathing techniques had their constraints, the optimal choice would naturally be to develop comprehensively to the fullest extent. Moreover, their time as players in this world was limited to merely 1 year. With this thought in mind, Su Ling decided not to squander any more time, directing his gaze towards He Chang with a furrowed brow, stating, "If practicing once is so arduous, and it requires 3 months to see initial results, then I shall cease." This abrupt declaration left He Chang momentarily stunned. Initially, he had intended to provide only a perfunctory lesson, hoping Su Ling would retreat in the face of difficulty. Yet, to his surprise, Su Ling had succeeded in just 2 attempts, revealing a remarkable aptitude for the breathing technique. This revelation prompted He Chang to contemplate a more earnest instruction. However, who could have anticipated that at this juncture, Su Ling would choose to discontinue his learning? In an instant, He Chang, the chief guard, found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions, akin to the experience of being pursued by a cad, initially guarded and aloof, yet unable to resist the allure of the suitor's charm. As he began to take the pursuit seriously, the suitor abruptly withdrew, leaving him with a sense of desolation. "Never mind," he thought, a phrase that encapsulated myriad feelings. Shaking his head, he departed the courtyard, a tinge of melancholy shadowing his steps. He had exerted his utmost. It was not he who ought to feel regret. As night fell, the palace gradually illuminated with flickering candlelight. Within the prince's chamber, Su Ling lay upon his bed, eyes closed, focused on his breathing. You have practiced the 5-Qi returning to origin breathing technique incorrectly. After 613 attempts, your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys will begin to show irreversible signs of failure and necrosis. Possessing the ability of self-omniscience, he held sway over the vulnerabilities of nearly everyone in the palace. Thus, acquiring a handwritten copy of the 5-Qi returning to origin breathing technique from the library was a trivial matter for him. Feigning exhaustion during the day, he had declined to practice the Jingguai breathing technique with He Chang. That very evening, he had arranged for a copy of the 5-Qi returning to origin breathing technique to be delivered from the library. The practice of this technique proved to be intricate, and even a slight misstep could lead to errors. This had been his 7th attempt. Despite his caution, he had still erred. However, he remained undeterred and resolved to persevere. Just then, a notification interrupted his thoughts. "Hello, player Su Ling. The system has detected that you have been playing for over 6 consecutive hours. Please engage in moderation. Prioritize self-care and allocate your time wisely to enjoy a healthy lifestyle. Glancing at the anti-addiction alert that had popped up, Su Ling was momentarily taken aback. Had 6 hours truly elapsed? A day in the game equated to 1 hour in reality. It was indeed the 6th day since he had entered the game, and he had surpassed the 6-hour mark. Adding the 3 hours from his previous session, he realized he had spent 9 hours immersed in the game, a duration that could significantly impact the average person's real life. Yet, for Su Ling, what semblance of a real life did he possess as a vegetative state? Would he prefer to exit the game and return to a life of inertia? Nonetheless, after contemplating the anti-addiction alert for a moment, he ultimately resolved to log out. His rationale was twofold. Firstly, he had experienced 7 failures with the 5 Qi returning to origin breathing technique and needed to pause for his physical well-being. Secondly, he had been playing for 9 hours since early morning, and the sun had begun to set. Calculating the time, his sister, Su Jing, would soon be finishing school and arriving at the hospital. Chapter 20, Su Jing, logging out of the game. Hello, player Su Ling. The system has detected that you are currently engaged in gameplay. Exiting the game will place your character in a dormant state, and upon your next entry, you will resume with this character. Do you wish to confirm the exit? As Su Ling contemplated logging out, the game notification flashed before his eyes. To this, Su Ling felt no surprise. The duration of the game quest was set to 1 year within the instance, equivalent to 15 days in the real world. And it was impossible for a person to play continuously without rest for such a duration. Consequently, Su Ling surmised that exiting the game during the quest would not result in an immediate departure from the game itself. However, it was somewhat unexpected for him to learn that once a player exited, their character would enter a state of dormancy. Dormancy, akin to slumber, raised a thought in Su Ling's mind. If an ambush were to occur during this period, it would be incredibly advantageous. Although such tactics lacked honor, they were nonetheless highly plausible and indeed likely. At the very least, Su Ling did not object to the idea of employing such a strategy. Yet, upon further reflection, Su Ling realized that players were not bound by the temporal constraints of this world and need not adhere to a regular schedule of rest. Even if sleep were necessary, one could easily find a secure or discreet location to ensure safety from ambush. If one were incapable of achieving even this minimal precaution, then being eliminated in such a vulnerable state seemed almost deserved. With this reasoning, Su Ling began to find the concept of dormancy to be quite reasonable. The royal palace, being the most fortified location in this realm, especially following the death of the prince and the poisoning of himself, the 13th prince, would undoubtedly have guards in the prince's quarters with an unprecedented level of vigilance. Under such circumstances, unless an assailant possessed power beyond the realm's limits, it would be nearly impossible for them to successfully mount an attack against him. From the perspective of game balance, it was improbable that players could possess items capable of long-range assassination. Otherwise, the game's integrity would be compromised. Taking all of this into account, the probability of encountering trouble upon exiting the game was virtually non-existent. At the moment of this realization, he suddenly felt his consciousness being drawn away from his body, swiftly retreating amidst a kaleidoscope of fantastical colors. Yet, almost immediately thereafter, his enhanced auditory senses, healed by transcendent energy, were bombarded with a myriad of sound stimuli: footsteps, conversations, laughter, sobs, the flushing of toilets, the whirring of machines, and the dripping of saline. The cacophony of noises, discerned through Su Ling's superhuman hearing, wove together a vivid tapestry depicting the various scenes of life in a hospital. However, in stark contrast to these sounds, the room he occupied was eerily silent. From the rhythm of breaths, he could ascertain that there were 2 others present besides himself. Comparing the auditory information to what he had heard during the day, he recognized them as his parents. Yet, within the confines of this room, they remained mute, enveloped in an atmosphere of profound despair, a stark contrast to the clamor outside, as if they belonged to 2 entirely different worlds. This situation could not persist. He needed to instill some hope in them as soon as possible. Observing his parents in such a state, Su Ling felt an urgent need to bring a glimmer of hope to this family. However, at this moment, his auditory senses were the only faculties functioning. He remained in a state akin to a vegetable, powerless to take any action, and could only await the arrival of his sister, Su Jing. As fate would have it, Su Jing was indeed on her way to the hospital. In Su Ling's mind, the self-omniscience module continuously updated, relaying the progress of Su Jing's journey to the hospital. In the silence of waiting, approximately 20 minutes later, Su Jing finally knocked on the door of the hospital room. Upon entering, she immediately addressed her parents, who did not linger. Having endured this state of existence for over a year, they had grown somewhat numb, lacking the energy for prolonged exchanges. In times of hardship, family should inherently support one another. Since Su Leng had been rendered a vegetable after the accident, It was predominantly their father, Su Peiqing, who watched over him during the day, while their mother, Yang Xiuying, alternated between the hospital and home, preparing meals for Su Peiqing and also attending to her daughter, Su Jing, who was still in high school. As evening approached, the elderly couple would come to relieve Su Jing so she could attend school. However, this year, Su Jing had entered her final year and was faced with the impending Gaokao, which had prompted the school to urge her to focus on her studies. Additionally, the family's debts had been accumulating, with creditors increasingly pressing for repayment. The already strained family was under mounting pressure, on the brink of breaking at any moment. Brother, Mom and Dad have left. I do not know if you have entered that game. When Su Jing found herself alone in the hospital room, she broached the topic of the game. Shasha told me that game might activate your consciousness. If you truly enter that game, please contact Shasha. She is small and very adorable in there. She was my best friend in high school, as you know, but unlike me. She went abroad to study the year of your accident, thus avoiding the Gaokao and having plenty of time to play. I, however, must prepare for the Gaokao this year, leaving me no time for that game. Yet, if you reach out to her, she will undoubtedly contact me at once. Su Jing's voice was as gentle as Su Leng remembered. Generally, Su Jing lived up to her name, being quiet and fond of solitude, often immersed in her books, appearing indifferent to many matters, a well-behaved girl lost in her own small world. Nevertheless, she was not frail. On the contrary, beneath her exterior lay a remarkable resilience. Once she resolved to undertake a task earnestly, she would not easily concede. For instance, she had secretly taken a job without her parents' knowledge. Yet, this tenacity had also engendered a flaw in her character, stubbornness. She claimed she lacked time to play due to the Gaokao. But the truth was that the money she had saved from a year of work could only afford her a helmet for the game's Transdimensional Kill. This was Su Leng's sister in this life. Chapter 21, A Feast of Abundance. To be honest, Su Leng felt little connection to the current state of the family. He no longer experienced the hormonal emotions of a living body. Compounded with his nature as a traveler, he possessed the memories of the original self, which felt akin to watching a long film. Though he found warmth in the childhood camaraderie and playful banter between the original self and his sister, it lacked genuine emotional intimacy. In the context of this family, Su Leng is largely shaped by the values and perspectives from his previous life, instilling in him a sense of responsibility towards this household, his parents in this existence, and his sister. The helmet that Su Jing saved for a year to purchase, the debts his parents incurred to sustain his livelihood, and a multitude of other kindnesses compel him to shoulder the burdens of this family. However, deep within, Su Leng has not truly integrated into this family. Naturally, he is determined to fulfill his obligations. The name Xiao Xiao, which is undeniably adorable, belongs to one of her classmates. He decides to reassure her, and then devise a way to earn some money within the game to alleviate the family's financial difficulties. After listening to Su Jing, a plan swiftly formed in Su Leng's mind. Thus, he quietly listened until Su Jing ceased her chatter. And only then did he turn his attention away from the outside world, re-entering the game. With a mere thought, he found himself once again immersed in the world of Transdimensional Kill. In a quaint and antique bedroom, Su Leng abruptly opened his eyes. Rising, he gazed out the window. The daylight was already bright. Indeed, joyful moments seemed to pass incredibly swiftly. Observing the brilliant sky, Su Leng couldn't help but mutter a remark. After waiting for over 20 minutes in the real world for Su Jing to arrive at the hospital and listening to her talk for a while, he had spent roughly half an hour. Yet, during this brief interval, half a day had elapsed in the game, transforming the original night into day. Continuing on, after a simple routine of rising and washing up, he greeted Xiao Dai and resumed his practice of the 5 qi breathing method. Time and again he faced failures. Yet undeterred, he persevered with repeated attempts. Finally, as the sun reached its zenith at noon, Su Leng discovered the correct method of practice. 5 qi breathing method proficiency level 1. You have practiced the correct 5 qi breathing method. The activity of your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys has increased. After 519 more practices, your strength attribute will increase by 0.01, agility attribute by 0.01, and stamina attribute by 0.01. The dynamic game information appeared before his eyes, indicating an increase in proficiency. Simultaneously, a feedback message of self-awareness materialized in his mind. Indeed, the 5 qi breathing method proved to be a comprehensive technique, enhancing strength, agility, and stamina simultaneously. As for the lack of increase in intelligence attributes, Su Leng found this acceptable. Here, intelligence attributes likely pertain to neural response and brain processing speed, which are naturally outside the purview of a breathing technique. Having identified the correct practice method for the 5 qi breathing method, he committed himself to relentless training day and night. In the ensuing days, Su Leng practiced the 5 qi breathing method daily, while tearfully utilizing the silver compensation given to him by the deceased 8th prince to purchase abundant, nutritious ingredients that complemented his dietary needs for the method. He seemed to have somewhat isolated himself from the outside world, oblivious to external affairs. In the external world, the investigation led by Song Renfeng, the foremost detective of the Great Zhou, persisted despite being misled by the unconventional thinking of the player prince, which caused the inquiry to take numerous convoluted turns. Ultimately, however, this esteemed detective managed to uncover certain truths. Before long, the 7-day deadline imposed by the old emperor passed swiftly, and Song Renfeng submitted his findings while humbly accepting blame for any shortcomings. Upon reviewing the investigation records, although the old emperor expressed his ire once more, he recognized the diligence with which Song Renfeng had approached the matter and refrained from imposing severe punishment. In the imperial study, after perusing Song Renfeng's investigation and venting his frustrations, the old emperor dismissed him with a few meager rewards. He then cast a brooding gaze toward a particular corner of the room and inquired, "Have you noticed any peculiarities regarding Mingy in recent days?" When a murder occurs, the first suspects are typically those who harbor animosity towards the victim. This line of reasoning is only natural as it aligns with logical deduction. The old emperor, being a rational individual, secretly directed the shadow guards of the Night Division to keep a watchful eye on Su Ling following the death of the 8th prince, Zhou Mingqing. The Night Division, a clandestine force nurtured by the royal family, operates independently of the court and serves each emperor directly. Essentially, it functions as an intelligence organization responsible for monitoring occurrences throughout the realm, with secret outposts established in every province, and its headquarters located in the capital. Each shadow guard in the Night Division undergoes specialized training, excelling in tracking, concealment, and disguise. Within the seemingly transparent confines of the imperial study, the presence of these shadow guards is artfully concealed. What is it? The old emperor pressed, as he narrowed his eyes slightly. It appears that the 13th prince has been particularly jovial in recent days, indulging in lavish feasts with the confiscated wealth of the 8th prince. As the report continued, the shadow guard felt a twinge of discomfort, sensing an implication of sowing discord, yet the facts remained undeniable. Upon hearing this account, the old emperor's expression contorted, deepening his disdain for the 13th prince. "Your brother lies dead, and you feast daily on sumptuous delicacies, as if eager for the world to know of your delight. Or perhaps, this 13th son is engaging in a subtle game of wits, deliberately presenting an unguarded demeanor to avert suspicion?" For a moment, the old emperor was lost in contemplation. Chapter 22. The summons. After a lengthy pause, the old emperor emerged from his reverie and turned to his side, addressing the seemingly oblivious eunuch Zhang, who had stood like a wooden figure during the conversation with the shadow guard. "Eunuch Zhang, summon all the princes to the palace. Since the truth of this matter remains elusive, I shall question them personally and draw my own conclusions, though my judgment may be clouded by personal emotions. The incident involving Mingqing's poisoning cannot simply be overlooked. An explanation is imperative." In truth, his primary suspicion rested upon the 13th prince, yet as a sovereign, he understood the necessity of subtlety, avoiding overt displays of his thoughts. If the 13th prince were summoned alone, the other party would undoubtedly feel targeted. It would be one matter if he were indeed the culprit, but what if he were not? Song Renfeng could not uncover any leads, and the secret guards, having monitored him for several days, observed no suspicious behavior. At most, he appeared somewhat more cheerful. However, this demeanor could be attributed to Ming Cheng's prior poisoning, which, while displeasing, was within the realm of reason. Moreover, aside from the possibility of Ming Cheng being poisoned, there were no motivations for the 13th Prince Ming Yi to resort to such lethal measures, given his status and connections within the capital. Consequently, the old emperor found himself unable to ascertain whether the 13th prince was indeed responsible. Nevertheless, even if he were not, summoning all the princes to the palace for a severe admonition regarding this matter could serve to temper the ambitions of other princes, discouraging any further fratricidal actions. For once the floodgates of sibling rivalry were opened, such acts would likely proliferate. With this thought in mind, he then instructed Zhang Gonggong to carry out his orders. Upon hearing the emperor's command, Zhang Gonggong naturally did not dare to voice any dissent, promptly acknowledging the directive before departing. Subsequently, the summons was swiftly conveyed by the palace's eunuchs to all the princes residing in their respective manors across the capital. The first to receive the summons was the prince closest in proximity, Su Leng, along with the crown prince. Su Leng, however, felt no stirrings of emotion. From the moment the old emperor issued his summons to Zhang Gonggong, he was aware of it through the feedback of self-omniscience. Yet, he outwardly put on a splendid performance. As Zhang Gonggong, being the one to deliver the summons, approached him within the palace, Upon hearing the summons, Su Leng's face exhibited a complex interplay of surprise, gravity, and trepidation. He adeptly portrayed the plight of a marginalized prince, fully aware of the suspicion he would face, yet also cognizant of his innocence, and understanding that his father did not favor him. This performance left Zhang Gonggong momentarily questioning whether the secret guards were indeed targeting the 13th prince. However, as a eunuch, he remained powerless to meddle in royal affairs. He then addressed Su Leng, saying, "Your Highness, please accompany me to the study to meet His Majesty." "Very well. But I beseech you to grant me a moment's pause, for it has been quite some time since I last saw father. I must prepare myself properly, lest I leave a poor impression," Su Leng replied, though he did not immediately take his leave, instead using the pretext of tidying his attire to delay his departure. For the native princes of this world, the Emperor's summons concerned the demise of the 8th prince, Zhou Mingcheng, and they anticipated some form of admonition or warning. However, for players like Su Leng, this marked the inaugural formal assembly among all participants in this game. In a multiplayer setting, unless one formed a team, all players would be adversaries in the absence of alliances. In simpler terms, this is a solitary battle royale. The essence of such games lies in the encounters between players, where it's either your demise or my survival. The sudden summons from the old emperor has gathered all players together, leaving Su Leng feeling somewhat apprehensive. Thus, Su Leng intends to buy some time to utilize his ability of omniscience to observe the preparations of the other players, allowing him to devise appropriate countermeasures. Your impression could hardly worsen. Upon hearing Su Leng's words, Eunuch Zhang couldn't help but silently scoff. Such trifling matters were hardly worth the trouble of complicating a prince's affairs, regardless of how little favor this prince enjoyed from the current sovereign. Yet, for every piece of clothing, he would concoct some excuse to deem it unsuitable, swapping it out for another, thoroughly exhausting the attendant Xiao Dai in the process. During this wardrobe change and the ensuing chaos for Xiao Dai, he attentively followed the movements of every player prince through his omniscience ability. His primary focus turned to the crown prince from the Eastern Palace. What? The emperor is summoning all princes? The current crown prince of the Dazhou dynasty is the old emperor's firstborn, the eldest prince. The principle of primogeniture dictates that in the presence of a legitimate heir, even if a grandson is merely a child, it is solely the legitimate bloodline that ascends the throne, no matter how capable or aged the illegitimate princes may be. They stand no chance unless the legitimate line is extinguished. At this juncture, the hierarchy between the firstborn and the second is paramount. The eldest prince, known as Zhou Mingqian, is over 40 years old and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, is destined to inherit the throne according to royal customs. Consequently, upon assuming the identity of Wang Tao, the player known as Old Wang from next door, and realizing his current predicament, his first thought was to survive, to bide his time within the palace, avoiding the outside world, abstaining from indulgence, and remaining cautious until he could seize the throne would mean victory in this game. Though such behavior contradicted the game's portrayal of a sagacious crown prince, he was merely a novice player, far too preoccupied with the primary quest to concern himself with character development. Thus, upon entering the game, he remained largely inactive, almost as if he had vanished, refusing to meet any officials or dignitaries seeking an audience, fixated solely on survival until the end. However, now he found himself unable to remain hidden. The old emperor had unexpectedly decided to summon all princes. Upon hearing the eunuch's announcement, Wang Tao was completely taken aback. What on earth? How is this to be managed? Summoning all princes equates to summoning all players. Is this not a recipe for chaos? The unpredictability of players is exceedingly uncontrollable. Although there are main and side quests outlined by the game, logically, one would assume that during this gathering summoned by the old emperor, all individuals would exercise caution and refrain from reckless actions. Imagine, if you will, an emperor summoning his son, only for the prince to engage in a fierce brawl, resulting in a veritable river of blood. Such a prince would almost certainly forfeit any claim to the throne, perhaps even be branded a rebel, consigned to a dark prison, and subjected to the harshest of penalties. Yet, this is the logic of reality. For players, however, this scenario merely constitutes a foray into a realm of adventure. A mere game, devoid of the constraints of real life. What, then, is the purpose of playing? Joy. For some, this joy springs from unrestrained chaos and destruction. Even if we entertain the notion that this meeting transpires without such unruly players, with everyone deeply engrossed in the game, the prince still finds himself in a precarious position. As the crown prince, his ascension to the throne of the great Zhou is all but assured, barring unforeseen circumstances. This certainty renders him a target for all. Whether through main quests or side missions, players will invariably opt to eliminate him first. He must contend with a cohort of players potentially wielding bizarre and unpredictable items. making it an arduous task to defend himself. Moreover, he recalls that the game system has assigned an average rating for players in this particular session, a fact he cannot ignore. As a player of level 1, thrust into a gathering of level 5 elites, despite being granted the most advantageous position as the Crown Prince, he is filled with frustration. This game, insisting on a compulsory multiplayer mode after 3 solitary sessions, denies players the beauty of solitary play. It seems destined for failure. In comparison to more popular games, after a moment of venting his exasperation, the game must continue. Ultimately, Wang Tao resolves to accompany the summoned eunuch to the Emperor's audience. The Emperor has summoned all princes, and as the Crown Prince, his absence would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation in the Emperor's eyes, jeopardizing his status. Yet, the uncertainty of what might transpire looms over him. Logically, one would presume that, in the presence of the Emperor, no one would dare to act against him while attempting to complete the main quest. However, players are unpredictable. A deranged individual might very well seek a drastic exchange. Additionally, while this is not a team mode, players can still communicate. In some instances, players may promise to assist one another in future games or offer enticing items as incentives, leading to betrayals where promises are left unfulfilled and friend requests are ignored. Yet, there are those who honor their commitments. In essence, even in a solitary multiplayer mode, allies may still emerge. Although Wang Tao's gaming skills are lacking, he possesses a wealth of knowledge. Ironically, the more he knows, the more hesitant he becomes, often paralyzed by indecision and consequently missing numerous opportunities, contributing to his subpar rating. As he walks alongside the summoned eunuch towards the imperial study, anxiety gnaws at him, causing his temples to throb. Yet, he finds himself bereft of any viable strategy, resigned to navigating the unfolding events as they come. With this thought, he cannot help but let out a distant sigh. Alas, is this the caliber of players we are dealing with? Su Leng, utilizing his ability of self-omniscience, observed the player who had aligned himself with the Crown Prince, approaching the imperial study unprepared to meet the monarch. He couldn't help but feel a sense of speechlessness. The player's low game rating was evidently well-deserved. Had he assumed the role of the Crown Prince upon entering the game, the other players would have been rendered inconsequential. He could have discreetly eliminated the aging emperor, thereby securing his position as the primary heir to the throne. Once the other players became aware, they would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, allowing him to wield the righteous cause to mobilize armies and systematically eliminate these princely rivals, thus completing his side quests effortlessly. In this world, devoid of fantastical elements, martial prowess remained within the realm of human capability, leaving the other player princes with little chance of successful resistance. This strategy did not even require the use of his self-omniscience or deductive abilities. Given the absence of modern surveillance or fingerprint technology, it would be relatively straightforward for someone with contemporary knowledge to discreetly dispose of an adversary, even if his actions were discovered later. By that time, he would be seated on the throne. Who would dare dissent? Any opposition could be swiftly silenced. Of course, Su Leng's ability to conceive such a plan so readily stemmed from his long absence of emotional ties, having long since shattered the shackles of moral constraints in his perspective. In contrast, players were ordinary individuals, living within a society governed by law, making it challenging for them to transcend their moral boundaries to arrive at such a conclusion swiftly. They might have thought of it. Yet the weight of their moral convictions could have deterred them from execution, or perhaps they hesitated, fearing that their efforts might be perceived as treasonous, leading them to abandon the thought altogether. As Su Leng reviewed the life information of the player known as Wang Tao, he sensed that the latter likely belonged to the latter group. However, this mattered little now. With the player approaching the throne unprepared, Su Leng had largely dismissed him from his concerns. A player of such limited caliber posed no threat. Eliminating him would be a trivial task. He continued to change his attire, remaining vigilant to the movements of the other princes. At this juncture, the summoned eunuchs began arriving at various princely residences to call upon the princes. In this generation of the Great Zhou dynasty, there were a total of 18 princes. Excluding the youngest, the 17th and 18th princes, aged 7 and 5 respectively, who were still oblivious and merely inclined to play. The remaining 16 princes ranged in age from 16 to over 40. Su Leng was the 13th in line, while the deceased Zhou Mingqing was 8th. Among the remaining 14 princes, 7 were players. The total number of players in this contest was 9, aptly described as the 9 dragons vying for the throne. In this summons, the native princes need not be overly concerned. As denizens of this world, they had to adhere to conventional logic. Thus, Su Leng's focus was primarily on the player princes. After observing the eldest prince, Su Leng's second target of scrutiny became the 4th prince. The reason is simple. Among the players, aside from the Grand Prince and himself, the speed at which the eunuch was summoned to the residence of the other princes was fastest for this player. Moreover, This player is the sole female participant in this game. Chapter 24, Preparations. Su Ling had a vivid impression of this female player, particularly due to an incident a few days prior when Song Renfeng, the most esteemed detective of the Great Zhou, was investigating the poisoning of the 8th prince, Zhou Mingyi. During his inquiries, she had playfully teased Song Renfeng, causing him considerable alarm. After that, Su Ling had not paid much attention to her. Perhaps due to the inherent differences in male and female thought processes, this female player had made no preparations for the contest of succession. Instead, she resembled a languid prince, idly wandering through the capital, frequenting tea houses and brothels, indulging in the leisurely life of an ancient noble. Furthermore, as this game predominantly attracted male participants, she seemed to harbor an insatiable curiosity about the male form, engaging in behaviors that Su Ling found rather peculiar and disconcerting. This was another reason for his lack of interest in her. However, with the old emperor summoning everyone, as a player, she surely understood that this signified a gathering of all participants in the game, and it was expected that she would take some action. Her game rating was low, yet still higher than that of Wang Tao, suggesting she would likely not arrive unprepared. Su Ling pondered. Although his ability of self-awareness allowed him to glimpse the life details of others, their actions and words, it did not grant him insight into their thoughts. Thus, he wished to observe how these players would prepare, to infer their intentions through their actions. It was akin to playing a card game where one can see all the cards of the opponents but employs different strategies, resulting in varied outcomes. Su Ling aimed to first discern how they would play their hands, subsequently deducing their strategies in order to respond effectively. The emperor summons all princes? Upon the arrival of the eunuch, who conveyed the old emperor's message to the 4th prince's residence, the female player, whose real name is Chun Wei and whose game alias is Shiera Tomomi, was momentarily taken aback. She quickly addressed the eunuch, saying, "Very well. Please wait a moment while I tidy myself." Simultaneously, she muttered under her breath, wondering if there were any handsome men among the players. She hoped it wouldn't be a gathering of greasy, mediocre men, as that would render her gender transformation card a waste. Her friends had told her that those skilled in this game must possess high intelligence and a strong likelihood of earning money. She eagerly awaited the arrival of tall, handsome, and wealthy gentlemen. If that were not feasible, well, wealth alone would suffice. Watching the female player apply her makeup and listening to her murmurs, Su Ling found himself somewhat speechless. Was she seeking a partner within the game? It seemed absurd yet somehow reasonable. Observing her continue to prepare without any other intent until she departed the prince's residence, Su Ling finally lost interest. Such a frivolous player was hardly a serious competitor. He then turned his attention to the next participant. The next player, the 2nd prince, was the one whose eunuch had arrived at the residence the quickest. The 2nd prince is represented by a player known as Luo Zhitian, whose in-game moniker is Tian Shan. Although this player holds a game rating of level A, he has approached the game with a commendable seriousness. Upon entering the game, he has assumed the role of a talent scout, generously distributing resources to recruit skilled players, with the intention of eliminating rival players and the old emperor through assassination, thereby seizing power for himself. However, when the eunuch summoned him with news of the old emperor's summons for all princes, the player was taken aback. Despite having recruited numerous adept individuals, it became evident that they would be of no assistance for this particular meeting, as he could not bring his recruits to the royal summons. This rendered all his efforts since entering the game futile, at least in relation to this encounter. Consequently, after the eunuch conveyed the summons, the player stood frozen, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and dismay for an extended period. Eventually, he exhaled a deep breath, arriving at the meeting unprepared or adopting a step-by-step approach. Observing this, Su Ling chose not to delve further into the unfolding events. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the remaining 4-player princes, each dedicating themselves to the 3rd, 7th, 9th, and 15th princes respectively. The players aligned with the 3rd, 7th, and 9th princes also held a game rating of level A and had made various preparations to vie for the throne. However, these preparations proved largely ineffective for the meeting. The player representing the 3rd prince was a middle-aged man, seasoned by the trials of society, adept at navigating the intricate web of officials in the capital through monetary influence, thereby garnering support from influential figures. While this endeavor yielded some success in attracting certain officials to his cause, it regrettably bore little fruit in the face of the unexpected meeting. Conversely, the player who allied with the 7th prince followed a strategy akin to Su Ling's, focusing on leveraging the weaknesses of the capital's officials. This player employed a combination of power and wealth to indulge courtesans, orchestrating lavish banquets to entertain high-ranking individuals, subsequently utilizing the allure of these courtesans to gather compromising information on the dignitaries, hoping to manipulate them through bribery. Unfortunately, the high-ranking officials were not easily deceived. While some fell prey to the seduction, many more found themselves wasting resources without gain, and in some instances, they misjudged the value of the information they acquired, leading to antagonistic relationships. The intentions were commendable, yet lacking the unique ability of self-awareness possessed by Su Long, their effectiveness was rather mediocre. Moreover, such preparations were of little relevance to the sudden meeting. As for the player representing the ninth prince, he entered the game devoid of any preparation, indulging in a lifestyle of excess akin to that of the female player aligned with the fourth prince. However, unlike her, this player's revelry was characterized more by a domineering attitude than mere enjoyment. Relying on his princely status, he indulged in extravagant feasts throughout the capital, shamelessly exploiting the courtesans and brazenly mistreating the servants within the royal residence. His cruelty escalated to the point of murdering a maid and casting her into a well. Upon receiving the summons from the eunuch, rather than feeling any trepidation, the player was filled with excitement. With a subtle glance, he instructed a servant to obscure the eunuch's view and discreetly conceal the dagger within the voluminous sleeves of his splendid attire. As Su Ling perused the individual's life history, he discerned that while this player was quite honest in reality, he exhibited severe violent tendencies in the game Transdimensional Kill, where he took pleasure in acts of cruelty. Given these insights, Su Ling surmised that this player belonged to the type who defied conventions and would resort to any outrageous behavior within the game. The concealed dagger in his sleeve raised questions. Was he planning to assassinate the old emperor on the spot, or was he contemplating an extreme one-for-one exchange with another player? Observing the player's preparations, Su Ling formulated a plan to exploit this very readiness to further his own ambitions. In addition to this player prince, there was another, the 15th prince, who, alongside Su Ling and Li Wenfeng, ranked among the highest-rated players in the game. Unlike the previous 6 player princes, Su Ling held this one in considerable esteem. Although his game rating was 2 levels lower than Li Wenfeng, Su Ling's regard for him was no less significant. This was due to the player's expertise in a particular domain, bomb-making. The player, whose real name was Zheng Yi and whose game moniker was Big White, had sought out materials for bomb-making with great expenditure since entering the game. After acquiring substantial quantities of sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal, he crafted gunpowder and subsequently fashioned simple explosives. Should he succeed in using these explosives to annihilate the emperor and all other princes and players, he would become the sole heir to the throne. The question remained, how could he accomplish this? Chapter 25, The Beginning. Despite possessing specialized knowledge in bomb-making, the player struggled to devise a method for employing his explosives to eliminate the emperor and other players. After wandering in the basement for a while, he ultimately resorted to strapping a few of his homemade bombs to his clothing for self-defense. After reviewing the preparations of all the player princes, Su Ling pondered briefly before addressing the ever-busy Xiao Dai, who was assisting him in changing into his splendid attire. This one will do. Outside, eunuch Zhang had grown impatient. Yet he refrained from urging Su Ling, as he had previously promised to assist him in donning his garments. However, regret gnawed at him. When Su Ling finally emerged in his elaborate robes, the warmth had vanished from Zhang's countenance. Your Highness the 13th, please proceed, he said coldly. Su Ling feigned ignorance of the cold demeanor displayed by Master Zhang, greeting him with a smile and a respectful gesture, expressing gratitude for his patience. Subsequently, the two made their way towards the imperial study, exchanging no words along the journey. Before long, under Master Zhang's guidance, Su Ling arrived at the entrance of the imperial study. Upon their arrival, they found several princes already waiting. 13th brother has arrived. How is your health, 13th brother? It seems you have recovered well after our time apart. I am relieved to see this. The early arriving princes greeted Su Ling. At that moment, Master Zhang turned to address him, saying, 13th prince, please wait here for a moment. His Majesty is presently occupied with state affairs and will summon you once he has finished. With that, he turned and entered the imperial study. The other princes received similar responses from the palace eunuchs, though unlike Master Zhang, these eunuchs lacked the privilege to enter the study and remained outside. At this juncture, 5 princes had gathered outside the imperial study. Aside from the first prince, the others were all native to this world. The 5th prince, the 6th prince, the 10th prince, and the 12th prince. They clustered around the player character, the crown prince Wang Tao, showering him with flattery, including the deeply concealed 6th prince, whose attention Su Ling keenly observed. This behavior was, of course, quite natural. Throughout history, while there have been instances of princes vying for the throne and fratricide, the majority of the time, the crown prince ascends the throne without incident. The other princes, wishing to secure a favorable position once the crown prince takes the throne, naturally seek to curry favor with him, aspiring to align themselves with his faction. Otherwise, their elimination as rivals is inevitable. However, as Su Ling observed the crown prince, who stood at the center of the 4 princes, taciturn and rarely speaking, only nodding occasionally. He couldn't help but find amusement in the situation. This crown prince, embodied by the player Wang Tao, had a gaming level of merely 1 and had remained sequestered in the Eastern Palace since entering the game. Now, forcibly summoned, he displayed signs of social anxiety. Knowing the truth, Su Ling found it amusing to see the crown prince surrounded by the 4 native princes, engaged in sycophantic flattery and occasional discussions about state matters, as if a husky had infiltrated a pack of wolves, trembling in silence. Of course, he concealed any signs of his amusement, though his self-awareness ability had revealed the identities of all player princes. The other 7 player princes could only harbor suspicions about each other's identities, lacking full confirmation. Some players, like the female player embodying the 4th prince, were entirely oblivious to which princes were player characters. Thus, Su Ling maintained the faade of being a native prince of this world. Thank you, dear brothers, for your concern. The health of your younger brother is no longer in jeopardy. Only a few minor ailments remain, but they are trivial matters. Upon seeing Su Ling's arrival, an unmistakable look of tension appeared in the eyes of the crown prince embodied by Wang Tao. Although he had been lingering in the crown prince's residence, he was still well informed about the happenings in the outside world. In his view, the 8th prince had poisoned and murdered the 13th prince and was subsequently captured by the Zongrenfu, where he met his demise through poisoning. The perpetrator was undoubtedly the 13th prince, Zhou Mingyi. Following the death of the 8th prince, he immediately received the notification of elimination from the game, leading him to deduce that this 13th prince, Zhou Mingyi, must be the player Su Ling. Now, with the other party deliberately approaching him, how could he not feel anxious? This individual had eliminated a player right from the start, a formidable expert. However, it seemed that the other party had yet to discern his player identity, which allowed Wang Tao to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, this calm was short-lived, as a thought crossed his mind. What if the other party was merely pretending? After all, they were indeed a skilled player. In a moment of inner turmoil, his cautious nature resurfaced, causing him to instinctively distance himself slightly from Su Ling. Fearing a surprise attack, yet also concerned that pulling away too far might raise suspicion about his player identity. Consequently, he only created a gap of about a foot. Su Ling, observing the internal conflict within Wang Tao, found the meager distance rather absurd. If he truly intended to do something, what purpose would this minuscule separation serve? Nevertheless, considering Wang Tao's mere game rating, he could understand the behavior. Only players of such a level would act in this manner. Shaking his head internally, he chose to remain silent, maintaining his facade. Soon after, one prince after another entered the palace, arriving at the imperial study. With each arrival, everyone engaged in insincere pleasantries, including the other 6 player princes. Among these 6 player princes, aside from the female player aligned with the 4th prince, the others were clearly scanning their surroundings, seemingly comparing the appearances of all the princes. Meanwhile, the other player princes discreetly maintained their royal personas while secretly observing the actions of those they suspected to be player princes. Su Ling noted the behaviors of the other players and felt a tinge of the essence of werewolf in the air. 8 players, 1 was a good person, while the other 7 were wolves, deducing each other's identities and eliminating them to achieve victory. Was this not the essence of werewolf? Unfortunately, a wolf possessing a divine perspective had infiltrated the game, ensuring a one-sided slaughter. All princes, please present yourselves. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed from the imperial study. It was the voice of Eunuch Zhang. This also signified that the grand drama of succession had officially commenced. Chapter 26, Chaos. As Eunuch Zhang summoned them, the 16 princes present, led by the crown prince, entered the imperial study in succession. Despite the large number, the spaciousness of the royal study ensured that even with all princes inside, it did not feel cramped. Once inside, the resident princes arranged themselves orderly, standing in 2 rows according to their rank, consciously leaving an empty space. After a swift glance, Su Ling quickly discerned the underlying patterns and then positioned himself accordingly. The remaining players, however, appeared somewhat sluggish, standing foolishly in the center of the imperial study. Only after the other princes had taken their places did they belatedly realize their mistake and hurriedly move towards the spaces left by the native princes. Except for the 3rd and 7th princes, who, having considerable life experience, managed to identify the patterns through observation, the others merely stood haphazardly, failing to grasp the arrangement's logic. This peculiar behavior perplexed the native princes present, while the elderly emperor, seated at the head, furrowed his brow. Humph. It seems I have not properly disciplined you in quite some time, as you cannot even distinguish between order and chaos. Observing the disarray among the player princes, the emperor let out a cold snort and sternly commanded, "Hurry to your designated positions." His anger unleashed the formidable aura of his long-held authority, causing the princes present to tremble inwardly. At that moment, The other native princes finally spoke up, advising the misplaced player princes on where to stand. Although their intentions seemed benevolent, they were, in fact, laced with ulterior motives. Prior to the emperor's outburst, these native princes refrained from offering guidance, waiting until after his anger had flared to play the role of the benevolent advisor, clearly hoping to incite discontent within the emperor towards the misplaced player princes, only to appear as the good Samaritans thereafter. The more naive among them might even express gratitude towards the native princes for their timely advice. However, their limited understanding of the world prevented them from breaking free from their mental confines. For the other players, whether it be the elderly emperor or the native princes, they all perceived each other merely as pawns within their game. Yet, Su Leng, having encountered the enigmatic depths of the game's superdimensional kill, did not regard them in such a dismissive light, harboring no intention of underestimating these natives. Although the player princes seemed untroubled at present, appearing unaffected by the world around them, the true danger lay in the competition among players within the side quests. This perception stemmed from their relatively brief tenure in the game. Prior to their arrival, the original host's actions were subjective, even if they exhibited unusual behavior. The native princes would be surprised, but not overly concerned. However, as time wore on and the native princes began to notice a decline in the player's intelligence, they would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to eliminate the player princes without hesitation. For now, they merely observed. With the emperor's reprimand and the reminders from the native princes, the other player princes finally took their rightful positions. Once all the princes had settled into place, the emperor reigned in his anger, casting a cold gaze over all present before speaking in a measured tone. You have likely gathered the reason for your summons today. Ming Chung was poisoned within the Imperial Ancestral Temple, and I granted Song Rinfeng a span of 7 days to investigate. Now, that week has elapsed, and before me lies Song Rinfeng's concluding report. As I speak, the old emperor's gaze sweeps across the faces of the gathered princes, lingering particularly long on Su Leng. As if poised to compel him to confess, he employs the esteemed title of Song Rinfeng, the foremost detective of the Great Zhou, to intimidate Su Leng into an admission of guilt. However, alas, not only is Su Leng fully aware of the contents of the report before him, he would never concede to such a ploy. Regardless, he meets the old emperor's gaze directly, unflinching and resolute. This calm demeanor causes the old emperor to question whether he has misjudged the situation. As his words hang in the air, one among the gathered princes steps forth, none other than the 9th prince, Zhou Mingqing. Oh, Mingqing, do you have something to say? The old emperor, taken aback, inquires. Although Zhou Mingqing and Zhou Mingqing are only one rank apart, they are not of the same mother, and it would be expected that the 11th prince, born of the same mother as the 8th prince, would rise to speak, whether in condemnation or insinuation regarding Su Leng's alleged culpability. Zhou Mingqing's emergence is clearly unexpected for the old emperor and the others, though Su Leng remains unfazed. Zhouja, the 9th prince's sudden proclamation shocks all present. He dares to utter the old emperor's given name. 9th prince, have you lost your mind? A voice erupts among the princes, indignantly chastising him. How dare you address our father so brazenly? You are utterly ungrateful. The player princes exchange bewildered glances, uncertain of each other's identities, finding the 9th prince's actions perplexing. Only Su Leng comprehends the 9th prince's intent. As all eyes are drawn to the 9th prince, he discreetly kicks a previously unnoticed agate marble at his feet. It rolls towards the dragon pillar by the study, colliding with it and rebounding in a triangular trajectory toward the desk. Amidst the uproar of the prince's admonitions, the 9th prince, with a wild laugh, declares, "Today, I come to rebel and assassinate the sovereign. You shall lose your father and your nation." As his words resonate, he suddenly flourishes his sleeve, revealing a dagger that falls into his hand. Then, with a swift motion, he propels himself forward at an astonishing speed. Though within the bounds of human capability, it is beyond the reach of an ordinary individual, clearly augmented by some innate attribute. In an instant, he reaches the desk of the study, his arm coiling as he prepares to unleash the dagger with great force. Upon hearing the 9th prince's audacious words, the old Emperor Zhou is struck with alarm, rising hastily and shouting, "Protect His Majesty! Protect His Majesty!" Within the confines of the imperial study, the hidden guards were evidently taken aback, never anticipating that a prince would dare to attempt regicide in public. Consequently, their focus on the protective measures was inadequate. When the old emperor shouted for assistance, their responses, though immediate, were limited by their physical capabilities, rendering them unable to intervene in time. The surrounding princes were equally astonished. The indigenous princes were utterly shocked, unable to fathom that any prince would have the audacity to attack the emperor publicly. This act transcended recklessness. It was sheer madness. The player princes soon grasped the situation, realizing that the 9th prince was a player, and not just any player. but one who relished in disrupting the gaming experience of others. In unison, they unleashed a torrent of curses. Such a destructive action was not only detrimental to others, but also self-sabotaging. Should the Crown Prince possess a player, it would be akin to crafting a wedding garment for this disruptive player. For if the old emperor were successfully assassinated, the first prince would become the primary heir, leaving other players with little hope of ascending to the throne unless they initiated a rebellion. Conversely, if the Crown Prince lacked a player, it would signify the failure of all players' quests, be they main or side missions. In essence, this game would reach its conclusion. Such foolishness naturally provoked outrage among all players. Except for one. Wang Tao gaped at the unfolding scene, feeling a mix of shock and unbounded elation. Could it be that this was too fortuitous? This brother was indeed a savior sent by the heavens. Ha! Wang Tao beamed as he observed the player who had allied with the ninth prince in his assassination attempt, fervently cheering him on. Amidst the varied reactions within the imperial study, the player aligned with the ninth prince launched his dagger towards the old emperor. Suddenly, just as the dagger was about to be released, his foot slipped, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground in utter astonishment. The dagger, too, slipped from his grasp, veering off course significantly. A sharp sound echoed as the weapon struck flesh. Standing at the forefront, the Crown Prince Wang Tao, who had been wearing a look of delight, stared blankly at the dagger embedded in his chest, his expression turning to one of bewilderment. Chapter 27, Mechanism. You have been eliminated by player Su Long, who used an agate bead to incite other players to conspire against you in this game. At that moment, realization dawned upon him. He had been eliminated. How could this be? Wang Tao felt a sense of despair wash over him. He understood the meaning of joy turning into sorrow. What he initially perceived as a savior sent by the heavens had turned out to be a harbinger of doom. However, Su Long? Wang Tao furrowed his brow. Was that not the player responsible for the notorious Firetooth? Had he been led to his demise by the machinations of this player? Was he not struck down by the player aligned with the ninth prince? As a player of lower caliber, Wang Tao struggled to comprehend the game's final notification as he faced his impending doom. After pondering for a considerable moment without reaching a conclusion, he shook his head while standing in the game square, dismissing the thought. After all, it was merely a game. At last, the multiplayer mode had concluded, and it was time to indulge in the splendid single-player experience. Player next door Wang has been eliminated by player Su Leng. In the Imperial study, when the dagger in the hands of the ninth prince slipped from his grasp, veering off course, it ultimately plunged into the chest of the current crown prince. As the crown prince fell to the ground, bewildered, all player princes received the notification of elimination. Subsequently, confusion swept through all the player princes. Su Leng, the very player who had engaged with the ninth prince, was the one responsible for eliminating the eighth prince, Firetooth. Then who, pray tell, was the 13th prince? In an instant, all the player princes turned their gazes towards Su Leng, who had committed to the role of the 13th prince. Su Leng absorbed their scrutiny with indifference, his expression one of astonished focus as he fixated on the fallen ninth prince, maintaining his princely persona. The elimination mechanism of Super Dimension Kill was predicated on who orchestrated the events leading to an elimination rather than who physically dealt the blow. This concept had been contemplated by Su Leng when he first observed the serendipitous arrangement that resulted in the elimination of the highly skilled player Li Wenfeng, where the system uniformly issued the elimination information. Now, having guided the ninth prince to eliminate the player who had targeted the crown prince with a mere agate orb, he finally validated his hypothesis. Moreover, he deduced that the published elimination details would not reveal every nuance. Otherwise, the remaining players could uncover numerous hidden attributes of high-level players, thereby undermining the enjoyment and balance of the game. In Su Ling's conjecture, detailed elimination information should solely be revealed to the eliminated players themselves. Based on this understanding, he continued to embody his role as a prince for the forthcoming arrangements. Indeed, the desired effect had been achieved. Had they all misjudged the 13th prince? Was he, in fact, not a player? The present player princes contemplated this notion as they observed Su Ling's demeanor. They recalled his every action at the entrance of the imperial study, which mirrored that of the other princes. Initially, they had assumed he was merely maintaining his persona, but now it appeared otherwise. Following this line of thought, the player princes engaged in a mental exercise of deduction based on their own capabilities. However, karma had prevailed. The player Su Leng, who had aligned with the ninth prince, had taken the opportunity to eliminate him. Furthermore, this Su Leng would subsequently be dealt with by the emperor of this realm for his assassination, bringing joy to all. With this thought, the other player princes, who had previously been exasperated by the ninth prince's erratic behavior disrupting the game experience, found themselves transformed into a sense of delight. Naturally, this did not extend to the individual involved. After inadvertently slipping and falling to the ground, the player known in reality as Lu Song, who had immersed himself in the ninth prince's character, wished fervently to vanish into the earth. The originally envisioned chaos, which left everyone astonished and players in a fit of rage, suddenly transformed into a scene of humiliating farce, instilling in him a profound sense of social mortification. However, the next moment, upon seeing the notification of his elimination from the game, he was taken aback. Su Leng? When did I become Su Leng? He recognized this Su Leng, the player who had recently eliminated the one who had devoted himself to the 8th prince, known as the Fire-Tooth Ascendant. Yet, what did this have to do with him? Lu Song, still grappling with the game's elimination mechanism, found it perplexing that although he had indeed eliminated the player who fancied himself the Crown Prince, known as Old Wong from next door, albeit it was a blunder, why did the game system attribute the elimination to that Su Leng, thereby usurping his contribution? Could it be a system error? But wasn't this game touted for its comprehensive artificial intelligence? How could it malfunction? As he lay on the ground, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Meanwhile, in the Imperial study, a sudden cry of anguish pierced the air. Qian Air, the old emperor, upon seeing the lifeless body of the current crown prince sprawled in a pool of blood, was consumed by a mix of grief and rage. At that moment, the hidden dark guards of the Night Division sprang into action, emerging from all directions in droves to swiftly subdue the fallen Ninth Prince, pinning him to the ground. However, the player portraying the Ninth Prince offered no resistance. Having slipped and fallen, he chose to abandon pretense, burying his head in the ground. Too afraid to face the other players, resigned to his fate. The surrounding native princes, initially stunned by this unprecedented spectacle, now perceived the unfolding events. And as the crown prince lay dead, an array of peculiar thoughts began to stir within them. With the crown prince's demise, the throne's succession was now in a state of vacuum. Naturally, they would not betray these thoughts outwardly, instead feigning grief with dramatic gestures of despair, lamenting their loss. My royal brother, how could this happen? My brother, they cried. Heaven punishes the talented. Wicked heavens, return my brother to me. Quickly, summon the imperial physician. If anything happens to my brother, the Imperial Medical Bureau shall not escape unscathed. Su Leng was among them, his teeth clenched as he glared at the fallen Ninth Prince, furiously shouting, Zhou Mingqing, you beast! How dare you commit such fratricidal treachery? How could you? Chapter 28, Double Elimination. Su Leng's impassioned outburst only served to further convince the observing player princes that he was likely just a genuine prince, rather than a player. However, the current situation was not one for such reflections. With the player who had devoted himself to the Crown Prince eliminated, and with the Crown Prince himself gone, a vacuum had emerged regarding the throne's successor. A splendid opportunity had presented itself. In light of this, the third prince, adept in matters of human relations, suddenly burst into tears, wailing in profound sorrow over the bloodied corpse of the Crown Prince. Brother, how could you leave us so soon? Your ambitions remain unfulfilled. How could you depart in such a manner? Amidst his lamentations, the player devoted to the third prince crawled and rushed towards the prince's lifeless body, prompting onlookers to mistakenly believe they shared a profound bond. Observing this spectacle, the other players portraying princes also began to wail in unison. In an instant, the Imperial study was filled with a cacophony of grief. Outside the study, the Imperial guards, alerted by the commotion, swiftly entered. Upon witnessing the prince sprawled in a pool of blood, with the reigning emperor in profound sorrow and all the princes weeping in unison, they were rendered speechless, quickly joining in the lamentation, hoping to avoid severe repercussions. Among those present, each harbored their own ulterior motives, yet only the aged emperor, who had suffered the loss of his sons, was genuinely heartbroken. In the span of 2 weeks, he had lost 3 sons, one of whom was his most cherished, the first prince. The toll of grief had rendered the already feeble emperor even more haggard. After a brief period, the imperial physicians arrived in haste to attend to the fallen prince. Upon receiving their confirmation, the old emperor could no longer bear the weight of his sorrow, staggering back to collapse onto the dragon throne. After a moment, he slowly lifted his gaze, fixing a fierce stare upon the ninth prince, who was pinned to the ground. And seething with rage, he bellowed, "Rebellious son, seize him and execute him." However, after issuing his command, no one dared to comply. Be it the dark guards of the Night Division or the Imperial guards who had rushed in, none were willing to carry out the order. This was not an ordinary assassin that lay subdued, it was the current ninth prince. Although he had committed an egregious act by attempting to assassinate the emperor, he had failed, only managing to end the life of the crown prince. While such an act was indeed treasonous, the perpetrator was still a prince, a son of the emperor. Now, though the edict for execution came directly from the emperor, he was blinded by rage, and it was uncertain whether he would later regret his decision. After all, in the past fortnight, he had already lost 2 sons. To execute the ninth prince would mean a third loss. The one who carried out the deed would inevitably be marked with resentment. Even if the emperor's decree appeared unassailable, the ensuing repercussions would be inevitable. Thus, upon hearing the emperor's command for execution, no one dared to act. Even the eunuch Zhang, the attending physicians, the imperial guards, the dark agents of the Ninth Division, and the other native princes began to intercede for the ninth prince. Father, please reconsider. The eighth and third princes are gone. We cannot afford to lose the ninth. Your Majesty, temper your anger. Do not act impulsively. Your Majesty, this matter is of utmost importance. I implore you to reflect. Consequently, their pleas were not truly for the sake of the ninth prince, but rather to showcase their own fraternity. As for the fate of the ninth prince, they cared little. His act of public assassination had diminished his claim to the throne. Of course, should the opportunity arise, it would be preferable for him to meet his demise. Others, however, were reluctant to execute the lethal command and thus sought to plead for mercy, hoping to gain favor with the ninth prince in the process. Why not, if it could yield a personal favor? Yet, at that moment, the old emperor was consumed by rage, witnessing the surrounding princes, eunuchs, physicians, and guards begging for clemency. He laughed in exasperation. Very well, very well. You dare disregard my words. The crowd fell silent, but the native princes once more took the lead, imploring in unison. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The physicians and guards echoed their sentiments. Observing this, the emperor's expression fluctuated with uncertainty. The players, previously resigned and awaiting their fate, lifted their heads in astonishment at the words around them. Could it be? Might they escape unscathed? They had prepared themselves for elimination, yet it seemed there was a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I, your son, am willing to relieve my father's worries. As the voice resonated, an individual emerged from the crowd. With a decisive clang, he seized a sword from a passing imperial guard and strode purposefully towards the ninth prince, who lay subdued by the dark guards. With swiftness and urgency, he reached the center of the imperial study, where the ninth prince was held down. Without uttering a single superfluous word, he raised the blade and struck. The long sword severed the ninth prince's neck, and blood gushed forth, the head rolling away. The old emperor, witnessing his son's decapitation, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he stared at the severed head, its expression frozen in bewilderment. The fury that had surged within him abruptly diminished, replaced by profound regret. To witness one's own offspring lose their head is a harrowing shock for any parent. Yet, this was his decree. A sovereign's words must not be trifled with. However, as he gazed at Su Long, who still clutched the bloodied blade, his loathing reached an apex. Silence enveloped the room, a palpable stillness settling in the wake of Su Long's emergence. This silence persisted until he unwaveringly executed the ninth prince, locking eyes with the emperor, who remained unbroken by the tension. The onlookers stood in rapt attention, some aghast, others perplexed, and a few intrigued. The 13th prince now seemed doomed. The native princes wore expressions of feigned shock, yet their hearts were filled with keen interest. Meanwhile, the eunuchs, physicians, and guards within the imperial study were left speechless, deeply unsettled by the unfolding courtly strife. As for the player princes, their expressions morphed into confusion and bewilderment once more. For as Su Long severed the ninth prince's head, they received a notification. Player Xiankong has been eliminated by player Su Long. What was happening? Wasn't Su Long the ninth prince? Now that he had lost his head, how could he be the one to eliminate someone? Who, then, was the true Su Long? Chapter 29, The Alliance. As the players stood in bewilderment, the aged emperor seated upon the dragon throne spoke once more. As a sovereign, he was no stranger to executions. The phrase "a general success is built upon the bones of the fallen" was not merely a saying, especially for an emperor. However, the fact that the one beheaded was his own son momentarily shook him. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, donning the impassive countenance unique to emperors, one that concealed his innermost thoughts. Ah, Mingy, you truly are my good son. After uttering an ambiguous remark that could be interpreted as either praise or sarcasm, the old emperor coldly commanded, Zhang Gonggong, take charge of handling and preparing the bodies of the crown prince and the ninth prince for burial. I am weary and shall take my leave for a moment. The rest of you may depart. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, he exited the imperial study. Yes, Zhang Gonggong replied promptly, accepting the order, and began directing the imperial guards who had rushed in to tend to the bodies of the crown prince and the ninth prince. The shadowy figures who had previously burst forth from the study discreetly retreated. Soon, only a group of princes remained within the study. 13th brother, how lamentable. One prince, departing, shook his head repeatedly while sighing, though a glimmer of schadenfreude was evident in his expression. The majority of the princes chose to disregard Su Ling entirely, showing little interest in maintaining even the pretense of civility as they exited the imperial study. In stark contrast, the player princes regarded Su Ling with expressions akin to encountering a specter. Their gaming prowess was limited to level 1, with the highest, the 15th prince. Barely reaching level 5, achieved solely through his expertise in bomb-making, which had enabled him to attain that rank in the previous game. Such a level was insufficient to decipher the game's elimination mechanism. Consequently, Su Ling's erratic identity shifts instilled a sense of dread among the players present. They could not ascertain whether the 13th prince before them was indeed the player Su Ling. When the player who had mistakenly attacked the 9th prince had been informed by the game system that the 9th prince was Su Ling, confusion ensued. Moments ago, this 13th prince had emerged from the crowd, wielding a blade to sever the head of the player they believed to be Su Ling, only for the game system to announce that this 13th prince was also Su Ling. Speculation brewed in their minds. Did he possess a rare item card that forced identity swaps? If this 13th prince had just executed the player they presumed to be Su Ling, had an involuntary exchange of identities occurred? Yet, if such a unique item card existed, there would be no need to employ it in this manner. It would be far more advantageous to wait until only one player remained before executing the exchange for ultimate victory in the side quest. Or was it possible that he had more than one such item card? However, seasoned players understood the rarity of such cards. They were not akin to character cards that could be maintained through roleplay. Each game's dungeon and the items obtained were randomized, leaving no possibility for duplication. Thus, the nature of his recent identity transformation remained inexplicable. Is it possible that Su Ling's ability to change identities is not reliant on a prop card, but rather a unique skill of his own? If that is indeed the case, then the game lacks any semblance of balance. The opponent could simply transform their identity at will, engaging in relentless exchanges until they eliminate everyone. In that moment, the players present regarded Su Ling with a palpable sense of trepidation. This mutual wariness led them to discern each other's identities. Among the remaining 5 players, the princes. As they cast wary glances towards the 13th prince, they suddenly noticed 4 other equally apprehensive faces within the study. The 5 were momentarily taken aback, before a realization dawned upon them, confirming the identities of one another. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 7th, and 15th princes. After establishing their identities, one player, rated highly in the game and known as Zheng Yi in reality, discreetly signaled to the other 4, then turned to exit the study. Though the others were perplexed, they swiftly followed suit. Upon reaching the exterior of the study, they found Zheng Yi waiting at the corner of the path. "Brother, did you signal us to discuss something?" inquired the 3rd prince, the most astute in social matters, who had comprehended Zheng Yi's gesture while the others remained somewhat confused. Zheng Yi wasted no time, stating directly, "You witnessed the earlier situation. Su Ling's ability to change identities is formidable. If it is a prop card, his presence here suggests he possesses more than one or has access to even more powerful cards. However, if it is an innate ability here," Zheng Yi paused, surveying the 4 before continuing, "I believe we need to form an alliance to eliminate him first, and then compete for victory in this game. What do you think? An alliance?" The suggestion stirred excitement among 3 of the players, while the female player, aligned with the 4th prince, appeared contemplative. Forming an alliance is feasible, but how can we possibly defeat him? If he indeed possesses a prop card or ability that allows for continuous identity changes, we would be unable to kill him, remarked the player associated with the 7th prince, eliciting nods of agreement from the others. "Rest assured, I have a plan," Zheng Yi replied confidently. With his expertise, he felt no apprehension about devising a method to vanquish the opponent. What if he could forcibly change identities? As long as he could lure the opponent to a specific location, he could eliminate all possible identities along with the true self in a single strike. Naturally, devising a strategy to lure the opponent would be a challenge. Thus, he required the alliance, for while one may have short-sighted plans, 2 minds could craft a more comprehensive strategy. "You have a plan?" Upon hearing Zheng Yi's words, the 2nd prince, 3rd prince, and 7th prince all furrowed their brows, casting skeptical glances at him. "How can you prove that you possess the capability?" questioned the doubtful Zheng Yi, crossing his arms defiantly and retorting, "I forgot to introduce myself earlier. I am a game rating expert and, in reality, a retired bomb disposal specialist." A bomb disposal specialist. The 3rd prince and the others' eyes gleamed at Zheng Yi's declaration. However, a female player allied with the 4th prince responded with skepticism. Is a bomb disposal expert even relevant in this ancient setting? Her comment earned her disdainful looks from the other 4 male players. Just as Zheng Yi was about to respond, he suddenly twitched his nose, a hint of confusion crossing his face. "Is there a peculiar scent?" he remarked. Taken aback by his words, the 3rd prince and the others instinctively inhaled deeply. "It smells like something is burning," the 2nd prince noted after a few sniffs. The female player standing beside Zheng Yi pointed at the clothing behind him and nonchalantly remarked, "Your clothing is charred. A bright light has been shining on you from afar." Zheng Yi's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. "Damn." A moment earlier, in the depths of the palace, amidst the red walls and stone pathways, Xiaodai hurriedly approached one side of a crimson wall, leaping a few times. Upon discovering that the crystal stone from the western regions, which the 13th prince had instructed her to place atop the wall, remained there, she let out a sigh of relief. As long as it's still here, that's good. After patting her chest and feeling a weight lifted, a look of curiosity crossed her face as she muttered to herself. I wonder what the 13th prince wants me to do with this crystal after he leaves. They say that behind this wall is the emperor's study, where he frequently reviews memorials and discusses state matters with his ministers. If anyone inside discovers it, that would be disastrous. With a furtive glance down both ends of the path to ensure no one was around, she hastily departed. A moment later, a resounding explosion erupted from the emperor's study, reverberating throughout the palace. Chapter 30, End. The sudden blast not only shook the entire palace but also astonished all the princes, eunuchs, physicians, and guards who had not yet completely vacated the premises. What on earth has happened? The old emperor inquired in alarm. In this world, the dynasty remained in the age of cold weapons, devoid of any sign of gunpowder. Warfare was still a matter of sheer numbers and the strength of soldiers wielding spears and swords. While tactics held significance, the fundamental aspect remained the strength of the forces involved. Hence, no one had ever witnessed the explosion of a bomb, such a deafening noise. In the minds of people from this feudal era, could only be attributed to the mighty forces of nature or divine intervention. Moreover, such a thunderous explosion could be likened only to the heavens unleashing their fury upon the earth. Yet, the skies outside were clear. How could such a thunderous sound occur out of nowhere? In a moment of shock, people rushed toward the direction of the explosion, eager to uncover the cause of the commotion. Within the imperial study, the esteemed eunuch Zhang, initially engaged in overseeing the handling of the deceased crown prince and ninth prince, hastily instructed the guards to continue their task before swiftly departing the study. He made his way towards the site of the explosion, accompanied by the shadowy guards of the Night Watch, responsible for monitoring the realm's disturbances and investigating any anomalies. Naturally, they too were eager to witness the unfolding events. Su Ling trailed among them, hastening towards the direction of the explosion. In truth, at the very moment of the detonation, he had already discerned the outcome. His decision to follow was merely to feign the expected reaction of a normal individual within this world, while simultaneously ensuring that eunuch Zhang and the accompanying guards could serve as witnesses to absolve him of any involvement in the incident. His intent was not to appease the old emperor. Rather, under the circumstances he orchestrated, the emperor had grown to harbor a profound disdain for him, rendering any minor event incapable of altering his perception. Su Ling remained indifferent to the emperor's opinions, viewing this instead as a preparatory step for his character's role in the forthcoming main quest. Before long, they arrived at the scene of the explosion, only to be met with fresh astonishment. It was the second prince, third prince, fourth prince, and seventh prince. Among the crowd, an individual recognized the distinctive attire of the four fallen princes, prompting an involuntary gasp. The physicians who had not yet departed but had hastened to ascertain the situation were taken aback upon hearing this revelation. Quickly, attend to the four princes. The physicians sprang into action, commencing examinations and treatments for the prone figures on the ground. A collective intake of breath rippled through those present. Who could it be? The realization struck. The individual who had perished alongside the second, third, fourth, and seventh princes was none other than the 15th prince. A prince among them identified remnants of the exploded garments and exclaimed in shock. The second prince, third prince, fourth prince, seventh prince, and 15th prince. 5 princes had met their demise in an instant. Despite the ambitions of the native princes, who might have wished for the elimination of their rivals to enhance their own prospects for ascension, they were nonetheless left in a state of shock by this scene. Particularly alarming was the fact that, mere moments after the deaths of the crown prince and ninth prince within the study, 5 more princes had inexplicably perished. This meant that on this day alone, 7 princes had fallen. Such a calamity incited trepidation among the remaining princes. With 7 princes lost in a single day, who could foretell if more would follow? Amidst the throng, eunuch Zhang's expression shifted slightly as he recognized the gravity of the situation. He hurried forward to inform the old emperor, hoping to provide some forewarning for the impending news. However, before he could reach the emperor, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from the crowd. Father, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, seventh brother, and 15th brother have all perished in a bolt of divine retribution. Boom. The yet unapproached old emperor, upon hearing this anguished cry, felt as if his mind had been struck by a thunderclap, overwhelmed by an even more intense wave of dizziness. Accompanied by a deafening hum in his ears, the individual struggled to maintain his balance, beginning to tilt backward, yet fortunately, he was supported by the attendants around him, preventing a fall. However, The explosive news of the demise of 5 princes rendered his thoughts stagnant. He instinctively pushed through the crowd, striving to penetrate deeper. Upon parting the throng, he finally reached the forefront, witnessing the grim scene, particularly the 4 charred figures, the scattered remnants of flesh, and the tattered finery strewn across the ground. The old emperor, having lost 7 sons in a single day, could no longer bear the sight. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted completely. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" The alarmed cries erupted from all around. Instinctively, everyone surged forward to support the old emperor's form, preventing him from collapsing. The royal physicians abandoned the 4 princes, hastening to the emperor's side. The atmosphere grew chaotic in the wake of his collapse. Amidst the turmoil, Su Leng, who had just cried out in despair, regained his composure, taking in the scene with a detached gaze, awaiting the updates on the game's dynamics. Player Bai has been eliminated by player Su Leng. This notification emerged in the instant of the explosion. The player, known by the real name Zhengyi, was caught in the blast, torn asunder in an instant, meeting his end the earliest. The other 4 player princes, having not been directly struck by the explosion, did not perish immediately. Rather, they suffered severed limbs and severe burns, propelled backward. Thus, their fates were not dissimilar to death, and Su Leng harbored no concern. As anticipated, the events unfolded as he had predicted. One by one, the 4 player princes succumbed to their grievous injuries, and the game's updates began to refresh in rapid succession. Player Tian Shan has been eliminated by player Su Leng. Player Shi Yuan Y Mei has been eliminated by player Su Leng. Player Fa Buchuan Lu Air has been eliminated by player Su Leng. Player Ingju Ran has been eliminated by player Su Leng. There is only 1 player remaining in this game. The side quest has concluded. Congratulations to player Su Leng for becoming the victor of this side quest. The ratings and rewards for this side quest will be distributed after the conclusion of the game, alongside the main quest. Observing the old emperor, now unconscious amidst the flurry of frantic efforts to revive him, along with the other native princes, his eyes narrowed slightly. With the side quest complete, the only task remaining was the ascension to the throne. Chapter 31, Ambition. To ascend the throne, Su Leng had embarked on this journey as the 13th prince, the least favored illegitimate son of the old emperor. Following the usual course of events, he was practically devoid of any claim to the throne. The principle of selecting a legitimate heir over the illegitimate and favoring the eldest over younger siblings remained firmly in place. Even with the deaths of 7 princes, including the crown prince, the throne was still unattainable for Su Leng. Among the surviving native princes, whether legitimate or older illegitimate sons, many remained. Furthermore, these native princes were not all devoid of talent. The 6th prince, resembling a smiling tiger, and the 14th prince, who practices restraint and patience, both harbor ambitious aspirations and covet the throne. Particularly, the 14th prince, holding the late emperor's edict and maintaining close ties with a powerful general at the border, manages to suppress his impulses and remain dormant. It is akin to possessing a trump card while witnessing one's opponent inch closer to victory, yet maintaining composure without rashly revealing one's hand. This ability to lie in wait is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Thus, despite all other princes being eliminated by Su Leng, the throne is still not within his grasp. Moreover, his involvement in the 9th prince's execution has drawn the intense ire of the old emperor. Unless he is the sole heir left with no other alternatives, the old emperor is unlikely to bestow the throne upon him, especially if another heir remains. This is under normal circumstances. Now, with princes falling one after another, on this particular day alone, 7 have perished. Should more continue to die, leaving him as the last survivor, the old emperor, even in the absence of concrete evidence, would likely suspect him as the perpetrator. This is not a modern society where everything hinges on evidence, but rather a feudal dynasty where the emperor's suspicions alone can establish guilt. Therefore, the seemingly viable plan of eliminating all princes is, in reality, unfeasible. This leaves but one course of action: to eliminate the old emperor. Of course, this approach must be executed with great care. It is not merely about killing the emperor. In a world devoid of fantastical elements, it would be child's play for Su Leng, endowed with the power of omniscience, to dispose of the old emperor. However, what follows? According to royal succession rights, the throne would not rightfully belong to him upon the emperor's death. Would he then resort to the same method to eliminate the other princes? He could, but if he did, he would find himself as a mere figurehead incapable of sustaining the entire royal lineage. In such an era, where communication is underdeveloped and rumors abound, it is an age when public opinion holds immense sway. Should Su Leng ascend to the throne in such a manner, lacking both authority and military might, it would not be long before he faced a change of dynasty. What is ambition? To Su Leng, ambition is the pursuit of greatness and strength. Therefore, he would never resort to such a lowly scheme to attain power. Furthermore, his other purpose for entering the game, to cultivate his skills and maximize his benefits, has yet to be fulfilled, making it impossible for him to conclude this game prematurely. It can be said that eliminating all players would mark the true beginning of Su Ling's performance. What follows now is a matter of waiting. In the Imperial Study Courtyard, as he watched the unconscious old emperor being carried away, Su Ling contemplated his plans. Everything had been meticulously arranged. Now, he merely awaited time to propel the unfolding of events. That evening, news of the seven princes' demise and the current emperor's fainting spell spread like wildfire throughout the capital. Particularly, the intricacies of this rumor have painted a vivid picture of the assassination attempt on the ninth prince, which inadvertently led to the demise of the crown prince. Moreover, the tragic fate of the second, third, fourth, seventh, and 15th princes, who perished in an explosion, was sensationally recounted as a divine retribution for provoking celestial wrath. Adding to the intrigue, several dignitaries residing near the imperial palace attested to hearing thunderous booms emanating from that direction, leading to widespread belief and uproar within the capital. Have you heard? Just yesterday, our esteemed sovereign summoned all the princes for a reprimand, when, in a fit of madness, the ninth prince attempted to assassinate the reigning emperor, inadvertently killing the crown prince in the process. Moreover, I have heard that the five princes, second, third, fourth, seventh, and 15th, met their end due to their heinous deeds. Struck down by heavenly lightning in broad daylight, under clear skies. What in the world has the royal family of Dezhou done to incur such divine punishment? This is a clear sign of a tyrant's folly, inviting calamity from above. Silence. If you wish to discuss such matters, do not do so in my tea house. Countless whispers and rumors began to circulate throughout the capital, spreading like wildfire. Despite the immediate mobilization of officials to warn various tea houses and taverns, and the apprehension of numerous gossipers, the chatter could not be stifled. The elderly emperor, already grieving the loss of 7 sons, upon hearing this news, was so overcome that he spat blood and subsequently fell gravely ill. It was on the 5th day of his illness that urgent news arrived from the borders, a swift advance by the neighboring nation of Horong, known for its ongoing skirmishes with Dezhou, had chosen this moment to invade. Suddenly, the once thriving Dezhou was thrown into chaos, with turmoil and fear gripping the populace and court alike. In his weakened state, the emperor, foggy-minded and without remedy, summoned the prime minister, Li Qingyuan, and other prominent ministers to discuss strategies. In light of the situation, Li Qingyuan advised the emperor to hold a grand sacrificial ceremony to appease the heavens and soothe the hearts of the people, while also dispatching royal members to lead an expedition, thereby boosting public morale. However, the Horong people, being a nomadic tribe with formidable strength and fearlessness, posed a significant threat that could not be subdued without sufficient military might from Dezhou. Yet, every time Horong launched an incursion, the soldiers and commanders stationed at the borders suffered heavy losses. Thus, selecting a royal family member to accompany the campaign became a matter of great concern. Upon hearing this news, the existing princes turned pale with fear, but their trepidation quickly faded, for a decision regarding the candidate had already been reached. As dawn broke, the sun rose in the east. In the royal palace, within the prince's quarters, a chilling breath escaped the lips of Su Leng, who lay in bed. Skill level of the 5 Qi returning to origin breathing technique. 1. You have practiced the 5 Qi returning to origin breathing technique 519 times. The vitality of your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys has undergone a transformation, resulting in an increase of strength by 0.01, agility by 0.01, and stamina by 0.01. In just 7 days, he had successfully practiced the 5 Qi Chaoyuan breathing technique a remarkable 519 times, resulting in a transformative activation of his internal organs. His strength, agility, and stamina attributes had each increased by a modest 0.01. Although this enhancement may appear negligible when considering the standard attributes of an ordinary person, which are all set at 1, it represented a significant improvement. Particularly noteworthy was the simultaneous enhancement of 3 attributes by 0.01. At the very least, in Su Ling's perception, he could distinctly feel his physical strength and bone density augmenting considerably, along with a slight increase in his lung capacity and cardiovascular functions. Experiencing such effects in merely 7 days suggested that the breathing techniques in this world were far more effective than he had previously imagined. Satisfied with the changes in his body, Su Ling sensed the enhancement of his 3 attributes when suddenly, outside the prince's pavilion, even before the arrival of the guests, the sharp voice of Eunuch Zhang pierced through the air. The imperial decree has arrived. Upon hearing Eunuch Zhang's voice, Su Ling lifted his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. At last, it has come. Everything he had meticulously orchestrated was for this opportunity to embark on a campaign. Chapter 32. The Plan. For other princes. Representing the royal family in the expedition against the Horong kingdom was fraught with peril, a situation they would keenly avoid. However, for Su Ling, this was an opportunity to fulfill his ambition of claiming the throne, to fortify himself within this contest, and to seize the utmost benefits. His ability of self-omniscience allowed him to perceive the life experiences of others, granting him insight into the darkest secrets held by everyone within the palace and the court, which he could then leverage to coerce these individuals into serving his interests in matters that did not threaten life and death, combined with his sufficiently high prince status. Those individuals found it nearly impossible to silence him. However, that was merely the extent of his power. If he wished to control those compromised individuals to rally in his support, he would likely face obstacles. His current identity was not favored by the old emperor, a fact not lost on the powerful officials within the court, signifying his lack of prospects for the throne. Under such circumstances, persuading these individuals to align with him would involve life and death stakes. In the struggle for imperial power, misalignment could lead to irrevocable consequences. Once a new emperor ascended the throne, those who had chosen the wrong side would face dire repercussions. Therefore, Su Ling could not threaten these officials with their secrets to gain their allegiance without risking a backlash. Furthermore, in an era dominated by cold weapons, securing the support of civil officials was not of paramount importance. The phrase "a scholar is of no use" was not merely a jest. In such times, the most crucial element was military power. Whoever wielded military authority held the reins of influence. As long as one did not conspire against the emperor, a general in command of troops could disregard the emperor's commands. Thus, the confidence derived from controlling military power was paramount. However, wielding military power was no easy feat. Those with a penchant for violence, such as soldiers and generals, were largely impervious to coercive threats, and such tactics could even backfire. Such individuals, having committed numerous acts of slaughter, exhibit a profound indifference to life. It would not be an exaggeration to describe them as audacious to the extreme. Should you dare to expose the darkest secrets lurking within their souls, and use this knowledge to threaten them, even if you are a prince, should their temper flare, they would not hesitate to strike you down without a second thought. When dealing with such people, one must not confront them with force. Rather, it is essential to conquer through gentleness, resonating emotionally with them to gain their internal recognition. Once they acknowledge you within their hearts, the military power they wield becomes your own. The most effective means of fostering such recognition among soldiers and commanders is, naturally, to forge bonds of camaraderie on the battlefield. It is not necessary to face death together. Simply fighting side by side and consistently leading them to victory will cultivate their respect for your capabilities. Then, by creating minor troubles and sacrificing some of your own interests to benefit these easily inflamed soldiers and commanders, they will perceive you as genuinely concerned for their well-being and feelings. In no time, they will become utterly devoted to you. Human hearts are made of flesh. One can surely sense who treats them well. In the world where Su Ling once resided, there was a film titled The Warlords, in which the character Pang Qingyun employed such strategies, gradually transforming the bandit groups led by Zhao Eru and Jiang Wuyang into his own forces. Su Ling's current situation is significantly more advantageous than that of Pang Qingyun, bolstered by his royal lineage. Although he is the least favored prince of the old emperor, he nonetheless possesses the legitimacy of his status, rendering it relatively easier to gain the recognition of the soldiers and commanders of the Great Zhou, provided he genuinely demonstrates his military prowess. This, indeed, poses no challenge for Su Ling. While he may lack experience in leading troops in a battle, he possesses the ability of self-omniscience. Once he finds himself on the front lines, facing the enemies of the Horong kingdom, a connection will inevitably be established. At that point, he will be privy to every movement of the Horong forces. By adopting an air of inscrutability and employing a testing approach, he can inquire about all potential actions of the Horong kingdom from the military strategists, and subsequently, based on their strategies, command the Great Zhou army to respond appropriately to the Horong's maneuvers. Should the military strategists and commanders later question how he could predict the actions of the Horong kingdom with such precision, he need only offer a knowing smile, remaining enigmatically silent. This is Su Ling's grand design. It is also the reason he has deliberately cultivated a poor reputation in the eyes of the old emperor, ensuring that in times of crisis, he will be the one chosen. Simultaneously, he can shape his public persona into that of a great victim, eliciting sympathy from the populace for the weak. Although he was poisoned by the 8th prince, upon the revelation of the truth, the 8th prince faced little in the way of repercussions, despite having executed the old emperor's orders to behead the 9th prince, who had attempted to assassinate him in public. He found himself facing the perilous task of leading the royal army against Horong. This, in the art of war, is known as the self-inflicted wound strategy. Furthermore, After enlisting in the military, he could diligently practice the 5-chi returning to origin breathing technique and continually hone his combat skills against the barbarian tribes of Hurong, thereby enhancing his own formidable strength. Truly a multifaceted endeavor. Thus, when the sharp voice of eunuch Zhang resonated from outside the prince's pavilion, Su Long felt neither surprise nor panic. Instead, he experienced a subtle delight, as if a cloud of dust had settled. He promptly rose and exited, encountering eunuch Zhang as he entered the courtyard. Listening intently as eunuch Zhang proclaimed the emperor's decree for him to lead a campaign against Hurong, Su Long performed an act of gradually assuming a weighty expression before silently accepting the edict. Your Highness, the 13th Prince, eunuch Zhang sighed after Su Long received the decree. May you seek your own fortune on this journey. With that, he turned and departed. That day, news of the 13th Prince representing the imperial house of Dazhou in the campaign against Hurong swiftly spread throughout the capital. The existing native princes collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, while simultaneously regarding Su Long with a mixture of sympathy and schadenfreude. Meanwhile, tales of Su Long's unfortunate predicament began circulating among the common folk, eliciting waves of sympathy in their conversations during leisure. 3 days later, at the northern gate of the capital, a grand assembly of the Imperial Forest Army gathered, led by the old emperor, alongside numerous princes and powerful officials, to bid farewell to an escorting contingent. At the forefront of this escort was none other than the current 13th Prince, Zhou Mingyi, clad in resplendent golden armor. Zhou Mingyi sat expressionlessly upon a warhorse specially selected by the royal family. The citizens entering and exiting the city, witnessing the scene, instinctively stepped aside, unable to meet his gaze while their hearts swelled with infinite sympathy. Beside the warhorse, Xiao Dai was in tears, repeatedly imploring Su Long to take good care of himself while recounting the various provisions she had prepared in his saddlebag. As the appointed hour approached, Zhou Mingyi bellowed, "The auspicious moment has arrived. Let us depart." With that command, the entire procession set forth, marching resolutely northward. Chapter 33, Emotions. Watching the 13th Prince and his entourage gradually recede into the distance, the old emperor's previously fervent gaze turned increasingly indifferent. His loathing for this son had reached its zenith. Each time he closed his eyes, the image that haunted him was that of the day in the imperial study when that rebellious son wielded a bloodied blade to sever his brother's head. If the 13th Prince's youthful desire to wed a courtesan merely brought shame upon the royal family, leading to the emperor's disfavor, then the events of that fateful day irrevocably engendered his contempt. Despite it being an order he had issued, others would ponder his temperament and refrain from taking action. Yet, why did this son dare to do so? Nevertheless, despite his deep-seated disdain, he felt constrained by the principles of authority and the fact that this individual was his son. Thus, no action was taken. However, the cold-heartedness of the 13th Prince left him profoundly unsettled, as it often reminded him of his own past struggles for the throne. It was precisely for this reason that he harbored such profound aversion for the son most resembling himself. He harbored no desire for his son to share his temperament. Regarding the 13th Prince's expedition against the Fire Rome, he held no expectations. Life or death rested solely on personal fortune. Having already lost 8 sons, the loss of another, particularly one he cared for the least, mattered not to him. This encapsulated his inner thoughts. However, allowing the 13th Prince to represent the imperial family in battle could be seen as a pragmatic use of resources. In the days that followed, after the grand ceremony to honor the heavens, the old emperor retreated into seclusion to focus on his recovery. With the absence of the bothersome 13th Prince from the palace, his spirits lifted considerably, and under the careful attention of the royal physicians, his health gradually improved. The rumors circulating among the populace diminished following the grand ceremony and the 13th Prince's departure to confront the invading Fire Rome nation, leaving only sympathetic remarks regarding the 13th Prince, which posed no significant concern. Thus, time passed, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. One night, while the old emperor was engrossed in reviewing memorials in his study, a low, raspy voice emerged from a shadowy corner. "Your Majesty, news has arrived from the border forces of the Fire God Army. I believe it warrants your attention." A figure stepped forth from the shadows, presenting a scroll of documents on the emperor's desk. "Oh." The old emperor raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, taking the scroll and unfolding it. As he read, his brow furrowed deeper. Upon completing the document, his frown formed a pronounced crease. The 13th Prince possessed a talent for military strategy. The scroll contained a report of victory. The guarding forces at the northern border, the Fire God Army, had successfully repelled an attack from the Fire Rome tribes. The commander, General Chen Kuezong, specifically noted Su Long's contributions, asserting that the successful defense was primarily due to Su Long's efforts. It was this acknowledgement of Su Long's pivotal role that caused the old emperor's brow to knit in concern. To be candid, a month had passed, and had it not been for this confidential report, he might have nearly forgotten the 13th Prince's leadership in the campaign against the Fire Realm. He never anticipated that the prince possessed such military acumen. Your Majesty, the report from the northern border is expected to arrive in the capital tomorrow. How would you like to proceed with this intelligence? Inquired the Dark Guard. Typically, when a victory was declared, it would be announced with great fanfare. The soldiers delivering the news would herald their triumph loudly upon entering the capital, reassuring the populace, and the emperor would subsequently reward them handsomely. However, the Night Watch was aware of the old emperor's disdain for the 13th prince, hence they had preemptively intercepted the report to allow the emperor time to contemplate his response. As the old emperor gazed at the document, memories from over a month ago resurfaced in his mind, recalling the scene in the study, where the 13th prince stood with bloodied blade in hand. In an instant, the feelings of disdain he had nearly forgotten surged back to the forefront of his mind. I understand, he said, the Night Division has performed admirably. After this commendation, the old emperor had already made a decision regarding the rewards for the recent victory. 5 days later, at the encampment of the Divine Fire Army on the northern frontier, within the general's tent. Bang! A coarse hand slammed onto the nearby tea table as General Chen Kuezong of the Northern Defense rose with a furious glare, demanding, "Why is His Highness the 13th not included in the rewards? I personally drafted the report, clearly documenting His Highness's contributions. How can it be that he is omitted from the rewards?" He quickly turned to a young man seated beside him, explaining, "Your Highness, I assure you that your achievements were indeed recorded in the report. There is no question of me claiming credit unjustly. Please do not misunderstand. I will get to the bottom of this matter." The soldier, feeling urgent, interjected, "General, how can you say such a thing? If it were not for His Highness, I would have lost my life over 10 days ago. How could I possibly do something like this? If you doubt me, I would gladly take my own life to prove my innocence." Upon saying this, he attempted to rise and draw his blade against his throat, but was swiftly kicked to the ground by General Chen Kuezong, who bellowed, "Get out." Su Leng quietly observed the scene, and despite the overt theatricality, he interjected at an opportune moment, "Enough, General Chen. The absence of my name from the rewards is not due to Vice General Mao. It is a matter concerning myself." He then rose slowly and continued, "In truth, it does not matter whether or not I receive a reward. The most important thing is to drive out the fire fluff barbarians who threaten our great Zhou. This is the duty of one of the royal family. Very well. Let it be. I trust that one day my efforts will touch the heart of my father, the emperor." With that, he stepped out of the tent, leaving the two inside to exchange glances. "General, this 13th prince is quite astute. Had he known, we wouldn't have had to exert ourselves so. Of course, it takes intelligence to possess such military prowess. To foresee the barbarians launching a surprise attack from such a remote location is nothing short of remarkable. Indeed, when I first learned that this prince was representing the royal family, I thought it was merely an act. I never anticipated that he would be a military deity. Moreover, it seems he has also made advancements in breathing techniques, his physique not inferior to our soldiers, perhaps even superior, albeit lacking in combat experience. Naturally, having spent years in the capital, what combat experience could he possibly have? However, I am curious, if he is so clever, why did he offend the current emperor? To the extent that even his accomplishments go unrewarded? Who knows? Perhaps even the intelligent have their shortcomings. I have heard that the intrigues of the palace are even more exhausting than warfare. Maybe that is not his forte? Inside the tent, General Chen Kuezong and his deputy whispered their speculations. Meanwhile, as Su Leng exited, a faint, subtle smile played upon his lips. Yes, just so. Merit without reward. He has consistently maintained and gradually accumulated the emotions he desires. Half a month ago, after spending considerable time, he finally arrived at the northern borders adjacent to the Fire Realm Kingdom from the grand capital of Zhou, entering the Fire God Army's stronghold stationed at the frontier. Initially, the camp was teeming with soldiers and commanders, including General Chen Kuezong of the Northern Defense, who regarded him with a degree of disdain. However, after he utilized his ability of omniscience to foresee a covert ambush on a secluded route of the Fire Realm Kingdom, thereby rescuing a squad from the Fire God camp, he earned the profound respect of the Fire God Army. Subsequently, by demonstrating his military acumen on several occasions and accurately predicting the plans of the Fire Realm barbarians, he garnered deep admiration from the ranks of the Fire God Army, which embraced him wholeheartedly. Of course, given the brevity of time, merely over half a month, while the soldiers respected him, they had yet to reach a level of empathy towards him. Thus, when General Chen Kuezong learned that he had not received any commendation, he conspired with the vice commander to stage a performance. Su Leng, however, remained indifferent. It was entirely normal for them not to empathize with him after such a short period. Yet, as time progressed and he repeatedly saved their lives, they would inevitably begin to resonate with him, feeling indignant on his behalf for the lack of recognition. This was precisely the sentiment he sought. Now, having been immersed in the game for less than 2 months, and with a year-long mission still ahead, there was no need for haste. In the ensuing days, Su Leng diligently practiced the 5 Qi returning to origin breathing technique, gradually enhancing his attributes. Occasionally, he would relinquish his princely demeanor to engage with the soldiers of the Fire God army, exchanging martial skills and gleaning combat experience from them. Moreover, in the context of the ongoing warfare against the Fire Rong Kingdom, he frequently exhibited remarkable foresight through his omniscience, testing the strategists and soldiers in the camp on their countermeasures. As a series of triumphant reports consistently reached the capital, the morale of the populace soared, and the previously tumultuous situation began to stabilize. However, despite the numerous commendations dispatched to the northern front following each victory, the soldiers of the Fire God army noticed that the accolades pertaining to Su Leng, while not entirely absent, were woefully inadequate compared to his illustrious achievements. Each battle they fought, with correct command, had saved countless lives. Furthermore, Su Leng's humble disposition, mingling with the rugged soldiers and exchanging martial techniques, endeared him to many. As he continued to achieve success without reward, the soldiers gradually began to empathize with him, voicing their grievances on his behalf. Yet, regarding their protests, Su Leng never incited further unrest. Rather, he offered gentle reassurances, stating that he lived in luxury within the palace and did not lack for such accolades. He expressed that, as a member of the royal family, serving the nation and its people was his duty, echoing the sentiment of a well-known poem that speaks of prioritizing the concerns of the world before one's own joys, showcasing his magnanimity. However, with Su Leng having articulated his thoughts so pointedly, they found it inappropriate to voice any further objections. At this juncture, the imminent threat of invasion from the Fire Rong Kingdom had been thoroughly alleviated. Observing the exuberance among the ranks of the Fire God army, as they indulged in dreams of a victorious incursion into the Fire Rong Kingdom to plunder its riches, Su Leng recognized that the pivotal moment on his path to imperial ambition had finally arrived. Within the encampment of the Fire God army, Chun Kuezong and his cadre of generals and strategists engaged in spirited discussions over goblets of wine, deliberating on the best approach to launch their assault on the Fire Rong Kingdom. Su Leng, seated among them, feigned a frown as he listened to their discourse. Although they had ultimately turned against his great Zhou, he surmised that this was likely the result of a majority prevailing over a minority. Many tribes that wished to develop slowly within the borders had shown little effort during this warfare, which allowed his forces to achieve consecutive victories. However, once his army invaded Fire Rong and seized its resources, it would undoubtedly provoke the ferocity of the non-combatant tribes, potentially leading to a fierce backlash. Su Leng voiced his concerns, but Chun Kuezong and his men merely laughed, asserting that the Fire Rong barbarians had suffered consecutive defeats in the past 3 months, depleting their ranks and morale, leaving them at the end of their tether. They dismissed the notion of a vigorous counterattack, suggesting that Su Leng was overly cautious. Su Leng furrowed his brow but managed to smile, saying, "Perhaps I am the one being overly concerned." He chose not to oppose them further. Once Chun Kuezong and his officers concluded their discussions, they swiftly mobilized their forces for the invasion of the Fire Rong Kingdom. As they were on the offensive, no intricate strategies were required, which resulted in Su Leng, the military deity, remaining at the main camp. 3 days later, at noon, Su Leng was in his tent within the military camp, diligently practicing his breathing techniques. The Fire God army, led by Chun Kuezong, invaded the Fire Rong Kingdom, setting fire and plundering the land, thus awakening the ferocity of the non-combatant tribes. The uncivilized barbarians harbored a deep-seated malice, causing the Fire Rong Kingdom to unite and retaliate fiercely. The invading forces of the Fire God army, led by Chun Kuezong, found themselves ensnared in a grueling battle. Additionally, in an act of vengeance, the Fire Rong Kingdom organized a secret cavalry known as the Hungry Wolves to circumvent the Great Ridge Mountains and launch a night assault on Shorong City, intending to wreak havoc and slaughter, a move that would sever the supply lines of the Fire God army. The matter of supplies was crucial, and the notion of self-awareness flashed through Su Leng's mind. Abruptly halting his practice with the soldiers at the main camp, he remarked, "Today, I feel compelled to visit Shorong City. Is there anyone willing to accompany me?" Shorong City, the northernmost stronghold of the Great Zhou bordering the Fire Rong Kingdom, was the nearest city. The very name Shorong underscores its significance. The Fire God army relied on this fortification for grain storage and timely resupply. Typically, Shorong City was heavily guarded. However, due to the impending invasion of the Fire Rong Kingdom, a portion of the garrison had been reassigned to the military camp, leaving it somewhat vulnerable. The various tribes within the Fire Rung Kingdom had previously exhibited internal discord, with some tribes showing a lack of diligence, thus failing to showcase the true strength of the barbarian forces. However, at present, under the leadership of Chun Kuezong, the Fire God army has launched a brutal invasion, awakening the ferocity of these barbarians. The less enlightened individuals among them consider their malevolence entirely justified. The uncivilized and uneducated tribes of the Fire Rung Kingdom have long engaged in plundering the borders of the Great Zhou, feeling no remorse or even considering their actions as anything but natural. Yet now, after their own tribal homes have been ravaged, their hatred for the Great Zhou has reached a fever pitch. Mount Daling stands as a colossal barrier between the Great Zhou and the Fire Rung Kingdom. Its steep and towering peaks nearly insurmountable for ordinary folk, where one misstep could lead to a perilous fall into the abyss. Nonetheless, driven by a desire for retribution, the Fire Rung warriors are determined to scale this formidable mountain to launch a surprise attack on Shochong City, illustrating the depth of their animosity. Su Ling, understanding the temperament of the Fire Rung barbarians and the dynamics between the two factions, has roughly deduced the current situation. However, he deliberately refrains from divulging this insight, as he aims to transform the Fire God army into his own force. His previous actions were merely to foster a sense of closeness and respect among the ranks of the Fire God army, yet a veil of separation remained. The reason is succinct. He occupies a position too exalted. As a prince of the Great Zhou and a military genius, both identities are beyond the reach of ordinary men. Despite his repeated attempts to adopt a more approachable demeanor and engage with the grassroots of the Fire God army, the class divide persists. Thus, he must shatter this barrier of class distinction. The most effective means of achieving this is undoubtedly through shared experiences of life and death, self-sacrifice for the collective. Of course, he does not genuinely intend to sacrifice himself. Rather, it is a calculated ploy. Your Highness wishes to visit Shochong City. Very well, I shall accompany you. Upon hearing Su Ling's sudden desire to explore Shochong City, soldiers immediately raised their hands, whether in agreement or sycophancy, eager to join Su Ling unconcerned with their motives. Su Ling selected some of the most formidable soldiers from previous training sessions to accompany him to Shochong City. After their arrival, that very night, wildfires raged outside Shochong City, accompanied by the clamor of battle cries. 2 days later, within the encampment, Chun Kuezong, having just removed his armor, gazed in shock at the soldier before him. Disbelief etched on his face. What? The day before yesterday, Shochong City was attacked, and the 13th Prince happened to lead a contingent there, fighting valiantly to defend the city and protect a portion of our supplies. Now his fate is unknown. Yes, replied the reporting soldier. Upon receiving confirmation, Chun Kuezong was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming sense of regret and urged, "Where's the prince now? Quickly, take me to him." Chapter 35, A Grand Scheme. In the capital, within the imperial palace, the emperor sat before his desk, his brow furrowed in deep thought as he perused the array of victory reports laid before him, each bearing the name of his 13th son, most of which heralded his exceptional achievements. This was something he had never anticipated. Originally, he had dispatched his 13th son to represent the royal family in the campaign merely as a means to placate the populace. Little did he know that his son harbored such profound military talent. The name of the war god has already begun to echo from the northern frontier, spreading throughout the vast territories of the Great Zhou. Had the other party displayed his military prowess early on, rather than indulging in the absurdity of seeking a courtesan, his prejudice against the 13th Prince might not have been so profound, and the current situation could have been altogether different. Alas, it is now too late. He can no longer forget that fateful day in the imperial study when the 13th Prince severed the head of his 9th son. Moreover, he has increasingly been troubled by a pressing concern. The 13th Prince, endowed with the strategic genius akin to that of a war god, expelled the marauding tribes of the Horong nation from their territory in merely 3 months. If this continues unchecked, it is feared that a scenario of overshadowing the ruler might arise in the future. However, as the 13th Prince continues to achieve remarkable victories, it would be unwise to strip him of his position. The trifling rewards he had previously bestowed in response to the series of victorious reports have already sparked murmurs of discontent among the Fire God army in the northern frontier and among the common folk of the Great Zhou. Should he forcibly remove the 13th Prince and erase his accomplishments, he would undoubtedly earn the title of a foolish monarch. Yet, should he refrain from curbing this ambitious youth, he fears that the 13th Prince might, in time, cultivate aspirations that could lead to acts of insurrection, reminiscent of his own past transgressions. Contemplating this, the old emperor's brow furrowed even deeper. He was in desperate need of a rationale. Just then, a low, gravelly voice broke the silence. "Your Majesty, there is new intelligence from the northern frontier. Did we not already drive the Horong tribes from our lands?" What further news could there be? The old emperor replied, his impatience palpable. Over the past 2 months, he had been exasperated by a constant stream of reports from the north. To him, each report seemed akin to the 13th prince demanding accolades, which was quite distressing. He was weary of hearing any more news of victories. Your Majesty, this report is different. The shadowy figure from the Night Watch asserted. General Chun Kuezong of the Northern Army, in his reckless quest for glory, led his troops into Horong territory, provoking the ferocity of the Horong tribes. Unfamiliar with the terrain, this has resulted in significant losses. Furthermore, the Horong have dispatched a force over the Great Ridge Mountains to launch a surprise attack on Shorong City. Initially, they sent 300 wolf riders, but only a little over 100 managed to cross the mountains. At that moment, His Highness the 13th Prince was fortuitously stationed at Shorong City, and through valiant resistance, he succeeded in holding the city and preserving a portion of the stored grain. Oh, upon hearing this unexpected intelligence, the old emperor raised an eyebrow. Has this young man finally erred? The reporting shadow guard, somewhat bewildered, pondered whether the emperor had misunderstood. He had clearly reported that Chun Kuezong's rash ambition led to losses, while the 13th Prince valiantly defended Shorong City. How could it be interpreted as a fault of the 13th Prince? Naturally, being a mere shadow guard of the Night Watch, he refrained from expressing his thoughts. The old emperor, oblivious to the guard's inner musings, was solely focused on the significance of this information. Unbeknownst to him just moments ago how to subdue the 13 sons, a reason was swiftly delivered. Instantly, a plan took shape in his mind. Gazing at the textual information manifesting in his thoughts, he could not help but smile at the sight of Su Long, swathed in blood-stained cloth, lying in the tent feigning unconsciousness. It had come to fruition. The emotions he sought, triggered by the old emperor's decree to suppress him, were finally in place. By employing the strategy of self-inflicted injury, Chun Kuezong and the Fire God Army would, due to their own ambition and recklessness, commit errors leading to significant losses, filling them with guilt and remorse. Subsequently, he would, at the cost of his own serious injuries, defend Shorong City, preserving a portion of the provisions, thereby elevating their guilt and regret to its zenith, making them feel indebted to him for their very lives. When this imperial edict reached the Fire God Army's camp, attributing the blame for Chun Kuezong and others' misdeeds to him, the morale of the troops would ignite, boiling over to a peak, rallying them to his cause, transforming them into his personal army. Should the old emperor remain unfooled, he could continue to expand his influence as a military deity until his achievements overshadowed the sovereign. This was a segment of Su Long's intricate design, a series of interconnected strategies, a manifestation of open scheming. Regardless of the emperor's choices, he possessed corresponding countermeasures, steering events toward his desired conclusion. For this, he did not hesitate to employ the character card of the King of Assassins, as, in facing the Wolf Riders of the Fire Rong Kingdom at Shorong City, he aimed both to resist and to sustain injuries with precision, necessitating the use of this card. In this ancient world, where medical technology was rudimentary, he dared not sustain injuries recklessly, for a misstep could lead to dire consequences. The King of Assassins card endowed him with master-level combat skills, granting him intricate knowledge of human anatomy and enabling him to control his body to its utmost limits, allowing him to intentionally inflict injuries with remarkable accuracy. Thus, when the defense of Shorong City was ultimately successful, the soldiers within, alongside those he had brought, beheld him, a figure riddled with wounds, his garments nearly drenched in crimson, presenting a harrowing spectacle. However, in truth, his injuries were mere superficial wounds, appearing far more grievous than they were. Ultimately, these individuals would promptly carry the feigned unconscious body of Su Long to the military physician for treatment, hastily attending to his bleeding and bandaging, while he conveniently played the role of the unconscious patient, allowing him to withdraw from the game at will, checking for any anomalies in the real world while simultaneously amplifying the sense of guilt and regret among the ranks of the Fire God Army. Everything unfolded according to his meticulous plan, save for one matter. Opening the attributes panel, Su Long silently uttered a thought. Instantaneously, before his closed eyes, amidst the darkness, a virtual attributes panel materialized. One-dimensional attributes. Name, Su Long. Attributes, Strength 113, Agility 113, Stamina 113, Intelligence 1, Skills, Basic Bomb Manufacturing, Master-Level Firearm Knowledge. Master-Level Disguise. Items, Character Alteration Card 1. Upon utilizing the character card, King of Assassins, he unexpectedly acquired knowledge-based skills due to the ability of self-omniscience. This revelation took Su Ling completely by surprise. In Chapter 36, Public Grievance, Su Ling initially felt a tinge of regret at using the King of Assassins card in this ancient setting. After all, in this era, Only the master-level skills of martial arts and disguise held any practical value, while the master-level firearms skills and knowledge were rendered entirely useless. However, the ability of self-omniscience astonishingly preserved those knowledge-based skills, prompting Su Ling to realize that its potential had yet to be fully explored. The capability to perceive the transformative narratives of others' life experiences, coupled with the retention of such knowledge-based skills post-utilization of the character card, seemed entirely reasonable. Master-level firearms knowledge and disguise skills are inherently accessible through textual and behavioral cognition. Thus, self-omniscience could effectively transmute others' life experiences into written form and retain them. Consequently, after employing the King of Assassins card, it was only logical that he would acquire and retain such cognitive knowledge skills through the power of self-omniscience. Nevertheless, practical skills and theoretical knowledge differ vastly. While he now possessed such knowledge, the actual execution of these skills, such as assembling firearms from master-level knowledge, would not significantly distinguish him from an ordinary person. His only advantage lay in knowing the correct procedures, yet his execution speed would remain comparable to that of a novice. Similarly, once the 24-hour limit of the character card elapsed, the master-level firearms and martial arts skills would vanish from his skill set. He might understand how to shoot accurately or strike vital points during combat, but in practice, his performance would resemble that of a beginner. Such skills predominantly rely on muscle memory. Merely knowing how to perform an action does not suffice. It necessitates persistent practice to cultivate physical muscle memory. Undoubtedly, possessing knowledge of how to proceed is far superior to being entirely ignorant, as it prevents one from taking misguided paths. With relentless practice, he could gradually develop muscle memory, ultimately mastering the art of firearms and martial arts. Contemplating this, Su Ling's mind immediately gravitated toward the soldiers of the Fire God Army with whom he often practiced. These warriors were bound to be fortunate in the days to come. On the 5th day following the assault on Rong City, the kingdom of Horong launched an incursion into the borders of the Great Zhou. This time, the invasion by the Fire God Army ignited a ferocity among all tribes within Horong, fostering an unprecedented unity and significantly enhancing their military capabilities. Meanwhile, the Divine Prince, the 13th, remained gravely injured and unconscious. The once favorable situation had swiftly turned on its head. Amidst this turmoil, a sudden imperial decree emanated from the capital, igniting chaos within the Fire God Army. What did this mean? The old man had clearly articulated in his message. It was his own ambition that led to the Fire God Army's losses. How could this possibly implicate the 13th Prince? This matter not only bears no relation to His Highness the 13th, but rather, His Highness valiantly defended Shurong City, safeguarding the provisions of my Fire God Army, an accomplishment of great merit. It is one thing for the Emperor to withhold rewards, but to lay the blame for my transgressions upon His Highness is an egregious injustice that cannot be tolerated. When the officials dispatched from the capital arrived to convey the imperial edict regarding Su Ling's punishment, they were met with the aftermath of repeated defeats, compounded by their own avarice and recklessness, which had cost the Fire God Army dearly and left Chen Kuizong, who now lay grievously wounded and unconscious, in dire straits. The situation had reached a breaking point. As the commander of an army, he should not have succumbed to such emotional impulses. Despite Su Ling's repeated achievements in battle going unrewarded, he had remained silent even as the soldiers and commanders rallied in support of Su Ling. He understood that as the leader of the Fire God Army, his every word and action could determine the fate of his soldiers. And thus he resolved to maintain composure and avoid impulsivity at all costs. Yet now, he could no longer contain his fury. He was genuinely enraged. His Highness selflessly dedicated himself to our army, leading us to victory time and again, defeating the barbaric forces of the Horong Kingdom at minimal cost. Never seeking to claim credit for himself, even in the face of repeated injustices, he bore no grievances, wholeheartedly accepting the responsibility for the safety of the Great Zhou, vowing to expel the Horong barbarians and protect the territory of the Great Zhou. In fact, he even consoled those who spoke out on his behalf. And all for the Emperor's displeasure. What absurd reasoning is this? Chen Kuizong rose abruptly, glaring fiercely at the official sent from the capital to deliver the imperial decree, and bellowed, "If the Emperor truly seeks to punish someone, let it be me. It is I who have been reckless. It is I who failed to heed His Highness's counsel. I am willing to bear any punishment on behalf of His Highness, even if it costs me my life. Come, punish me, punish me." As he raged, the surrounding members of the Fire God Army were equally incensed, their eyes blazing with fury as they glared at the official. Faced with Chen Kuizong's aggressive demeanor and the palpable tension in the air, the official was left trembling, retreating in haste, exclaiming, "General Chen, please do not make things difficult for me. I am merely conveying His Majesty's will." "Nonsense." Chen Kuizong spat vehemently, swatting the decree from the official's hands. ready to unleash further invectives. But at that moment, a faint voice interrupted. "General Chun, please do not act in defiance." Su Leng, his body wrapped in blood-stained bandages and his complexion pale, emerged from the tent, leaning on a long spear, and spoke haltingly. I admit my negligence. As the commander, it is my failure not to have persuaded you. I am willing to accept punishment. I shall receive the decree." As he spoke, Su Leng stepped out of the tent, retrieved the fallen decree, and proclaimed his acceptance of it. Witnessing this scene, the official breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his mission was accomplished, he was unconcerned with the rest. However, looking at Su Leng in such a state, all the regret, guilt, and self-reproach that Chen Kuezong had accumulated over the past days, alongside the indignation for the injustice faced by Su Leng, reached a crescendo. However, Su Ling raised his hand to halt the words about to be spoken, directing his gaze towards him before shaking his head and saying, "General Chun, focus on the battle and drive the barbarians of the Fire Velour nation away. Only then will my efforts to defend this city and protect the grain not be in vain." Upon hearing this, the soldiers and generals of the Fire God army could no longer contain themselves, their defenses crumbling collectively. "Your Highness," they shouted in unison, eager to express their sentiments. But upon noticing Su Ling's furrowed brow, they were compelled to cease. Ultimately, Chen Kuezong, with tears welling in his eyes, cried out, "For your Highness." The entire Fire God army echoed this heartfelt call, their voices resonating through the heavens. "For your Highness." Especially upon learning that the soldiers of the Fire God army seemed to be indignant on his behalf, it became evident that they had begun to lean towards Su Ling, filling him with a profound sense of relief. It was fortunate that he had managed to rein in this youth. Otherwise, future complications would surely arise. Initially, the common folk regarded the matter as mere gossip to pass the time, but gradually, sympathy for Su Ling began to surface among them. As sentiments fermented, an increasing number of individuals felt pity for the 13th prince, leading to a chorus of voices throughout the great Zhou lamenting on his behalf. Naturally, these expressions of discontent were simply grumbling without drawing significant attention. However, this time was different. Su Ling's plight was once again disseminated by those with ulterior motives, revealing that the blame for the actions of General Chen Kuezong, who had recklessly sought glory, had been unjustly placed upon the 13th prince by the current sovereign. This was particularly galling, given that Su Ling had previously admonished Chen Kuezong and had fought valiantly during the barbarian cavalry's ambush on Shourong City, sustaining numerous wounds, yet ultimately preserving the city and safeguarding a portion of the grain, thus preventing the northern borders from falling into despair. Who could hear of such an ordeal without their anger rising? A pillar of the nation, how could one be subjected to such injustice? If this continues, the fate of the great Zhou will inevitably be sealed. It was rumored that the 13th prince had once sought to marry a courtesan, thus bringing disgrace upon the royal family, inciting the current emperor's displeasure. But who among men is infallible? Has the current emperor never erred? Moreover, these events transpired during the 13th prince's youth, a time when youthful exuberance often clouds judgment. It is said, according to my grandfather, that the current emperor himself committed acts of treason in his quest for the throne. The old emperor must have lost his senses. Such a prodigious talent should be named heir apparent. To treat him so unjustly is sheer folly, and the great Zhou is surely doomed. In light of Su Ling's misfortunes, widespread criticism emerged among the populace. This instance of injustice was far too apparent. When victories are not met with appropriate rewards, yet a single defeat incurs harsh punishment, the targeting is glaringly obvious. Furthermore, the Fire God army had not truly suffered defeat. Did they not successfully defend Shourong City? Had they not preserved the grain? What kind of defeat was this? In no time, discontentment surged among the people. In the capital, within the palace and the ancestral halls, the hours grew late. Su Lingjing stood in the once imprisoned quarters of the 8th prince, who had ultimately met his demise through poison, quietly writing at the desk. The old emperor had evidently intended to place him here, clearly still suspecting that the prince's death was linked to him. However, Su Ling naturally paid little heed to such matters. After being confined to the imperial clan court, he diligently practiced the 5 Qi Chao Yuan breathing technique and the combat skills he acquired from the king of assassins, thereby enhancing his own strength. Occasionally, he would also engage in the practice of calligraphy. At this moment, on the desk before him lay the 4 treasures of the study, and he was inscribing 5 large characters. The people's grievances are the people's will. Chapter 37. The Truth. Your Majesty, this is the latest battle report from the northern borders. Troops dispatched from the western frontier have arrived at Shourong City, successfully thwarting the invasion by the barbarian forces of the Horong Kingdom. However, due to the sudden increase in troop numbers, there is a critical shortage of provisions in the northern borders, and we urgently request the transportation of supplies for support. Your Majesty, there is a shortage of military strength in the western frontier. As a large army from the Wiziguo in the western regions has suddenly appeared at our great Zhou's western stronghold. The Western Frontier Army requests reinforcements. Your Majesty. According to reports from scouts, foreign tribes in the southern frontier began mobilizing their troops 7 days prior, indicating unusual movements. In the face of the Horong Kingdom's setbacks, the northern borders were set into motion like a chain reaction. After reallocating troops from the western frontier for reinforcement, the once submissive Wiziguo, which had annually paid tribute to the Great Zhou, began to stir restlessly. Simultaneously, foreign tribes in the southern frontier were also mobilizing their forces, waiting for an opportunity to act. Additionally, with the influx of troops to the western frontier and the devastation inflicted by the barbarian cavalry of the Horong Kingdom, the stockpiled military provisions were running critically low. The military began sourcing supplies from the common people, which resulted in a skyrocketing price of grain in northern Zhou. The populace, who had barely managed to sustain themselves, found it increasingly impossible to afford food as prices soared. In an instant, grievances erupted throughout the north. Initially, the public had merely expressed sympathy and pity for the current emperor's harsh punishment of Su Ling, perhaps coupled with a slight sense of indignation. However, once their own interests were threatened, the dissatisfaction among the northern populace towards the emperor surged dramatically. Upon learning of this, local officials promptly attempted to suppress the unrest. But their efforts only exacerbated the situation, leading to a violent backlash. Those who could not afford to eat took to the streets to curse the incompetent sovereign, seeking imprisonment in order to secure a meager meal of watery soup. Soon, local government offices were overwhelmed with people, unable to accommodate any more. Rather than curtailing public discontent, this approach only intensified it, with reports of looting and violence emerging from remote areas. Chaos began to spread throughout the northern borders in a matter of just a month. Furthermore, this trend of disorder showed no signs of abating, extending ominously towards the south. Upon receiving news of these developments, the old emperor inquired of the ministers responsible for various departments, seeking viable solutions. The ministers offered numerous pieces of advice, yet all were mere temporary fixes. When he heard Li Qingyuan's words, the old emperor, seated on the dragon throne, betrayed an unmistakable discomfort on his typically impassive face, which had always concealed his true intentions from the court. Such contradictory actions were a direct affront to his authority. What dignity would he have left at that moment? He merely uttered, "Is there truly no one else in the great Zhou capable of serving but him?" Upon speaking, his gaze swept across the assembly of civil and military officials in the grand hall, yet not a single person dared to meet his eyes. They all bowed their heads, refraining from any response. The officials, both civil and military, were not fools. The Fire God army had originally relied upon its numerical superiority to safeguard the northern borders. And yet the barbarian tribes of the Fire Rome Kingdom still dared to invade from time to time, especially now that the Fire God army had suffered considerable losses. Even if they were to summon the 13th prince, known as the War God, the military officials harbored doubts that he could secure victory under such dire circumstances. Having spent years in the political arena, they were astute. Perhaps their abilities were limited, yet none could rival their understanding of the prevailing situation. Observing the silence among the officials, not a soul daring to speak, the old emperor could only take a deep breath before reiterating, "Very well, I understand." The great Zhou faced internal strife and external threats, and despite his aversion to the 13th son, as the sovereign, he recognized the gravity of the matter. He was well aware of the ongoing conflict in the north. Even if the 13th prince were a military genius, given the current strength of the Fire God army, it was impossible for him to achieve swift victory. Keeping him stationed at the northern front to contend with the Fire Rome Kingdom for several years would be advantageous. It would stabilize the situation and afford him some peace. A dual benefit. The only drawback was that he had recently confined the prince to the House of Ancestors for a month, and now he was to be released, which somewhat undermined his authority. Yet, there was no alternative at this juncture. With this thought in mind, the old emperor instructed a nearby eunuch to draft an edict. "Zhou, release you from the House of Ancestors, to once again represent the royal family and lead the campaign against the barbarian tribes of the Fire Rome Kingdom in the north." The sudden influx of information in his mind brought a faint smile to Su Ling, who was currently in the House of Ancestors. The ability of self-knowledge relayed the intricate details of the great Zhou's current predicament into his consciousness, transforming it into concrete textual information. Thus, he comprehended the old emperor's intentions. According to the logic of this world, given the current strength of the Fire God army, even if he could meticulously track the movements of the Fire Rome barbarians, victory in a short span without sufficient forces was indeed unattainable. However, such reasoning adhered to the norms of this world. He, however, was not of this realm. The cache of explosives in the 15th prince's treasury, coupled with the vast quantities of sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal that a certain player had amassed since entering the game, along with the rudimentary bomb-making skills he acquired through self-knowledge, would serve as his formidable arsenal to swiftly conclude this conflict. In an era dominated by cold weapons, explosives were akin to divine artifacts. Moreover, with the insight provided by self-knowledge, enabling him to perceive the movements of the fire-roam barbarians. The outcome of this war was already preordained, even before he had embarked on the campaign. It was nearly time to bring this to a close. With the groundwork laid thus far, he had cultivated the desired sentiments. What remained was to ignite the final spark that would set the entire affair ablaze. A day later, Su Ling left the Zhongrenfu without a hint of complaint, hastening his journey to the northern frontier, to assuage both military and civilian morale. The aged emperor ordered an extensive public announcement of the matter, and scouts were dispatched at great speed to inform the northern army, thereby stabilizing their spirits. This action indeed greatly uplifted the morale of the Fire God army in the north. The common folk, lacking military knowledge, were also comforted. Through the fervent promotion by those with vested interests, Su Ling's reputation as a military deity had been elevated to a mythical status, instilling in the populace the belief that with the military god's intervention, victory was assured. As anticipated by the people, reality unfolded in alignment with their hopes. Within a week, the barbarian forces of the Horong kingdom were once again driven from the city of Shurong, retreating towards the border. Following the departure of the 13th prince, the familiar sound of continuous victory reports echoed once more through the streets and alleys of the capital. Reports indicated that under the leadership of the 13th prince, the Fire God army achieved resounding success in its initial battle, thwarting the continued invasion of the Horong barbarians. Another report claimed that under the sagacious guidance of the 13th prince, our forces had expelled the Horong barbarians from the territories of the Great Zhou. Yet another announced that the Horong barbarians, having been instilled with fear by the 13th prince and our Fire God army, sought to negotiate peace. One victory report after another flooded in, and in less than 2 months, the Horong kingdom had been entirely expelled from the lands of the Great Zhou. Even more astonishingly, the notoriously ruthless and death-defying Horong barbarians had been so cowed that they sought peace. Such occurrences were truly unprecedented. When the aged emperor received these successive reports, he was utterly astonished. Particularly upon hearing that the Horong barbarians were prepared to negotiate, he felt as though he were dreaming. How could this be? Not even the founding emperor of the Great Zhou had instilled such fear in the uncivilized Horong. How had the 13th prince accomplished this? Moreover, it had transpired in a mere span of 2 months. It was rumored that the 13th prince had invented a substance known as gunpowder, which he fashioned into a miraculous weapon called a bomb. The reporting shadow guard elucidated the emperor's confusion, stating that this bomb possessed the might of thunder, capable of slaying dozens of Horong barbarians with a single detonation. Bomb. The emperor, filled with perplexity, furrowed his brow and commanded, "Bring one from the northern frontier for me to examine." Yes, the shadow guard promptly acquiesced. 7 days later, in the imperial palace's study, a leader of the Fire God army from the northern frontier brought forth a bomb. Gazing at the cylindrical object, which appeared rather unremarkable, the emperor reached out to touch it, only to be hastily cautioned by the soldier. "Your Majesty, this object is dangerous. Without proper instruction in its usage, it could harm you. Allow me to demonstrate instead." The emperor nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment. Subsequently, they proceeded to the courtyard of the study for the demonstration. The leader removed a thin, exposed cord from the bomb and tossed it into the air. Moments later, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the courtyard, shaking the very foundations of the palace. As the smoke of the explosion dissipated, the onlookers beheld the scene of devastation. Debris littered the ground, remnants of walls lay shattered, and the earth was scorched black. Witnessing the might of the bomb-like weapon, all present could not help but draw in a sharp breath. However, as the old emperor gazed upon the scorched earth and the chaos wrought by the explosion, a profound dizziness engulfed him, accompanied by a resounding buzz in his head. Simultaneously, vivid images surged forth in his mind: the crumbling courtyard, the charred ground, the scattered remains of flesh and blood, and the grotesque forms of figures sprawled about. Neither human nor ghost. It dawned upon him. It was him. It was indeed him. The realization of the so-called heavenly thunder's truth struck the old emperor, causing a tumultuous surge of blood and fury to rise within him. His eyes ablaze with a crimson hue as he could not contain an enraged roar that reverberated throughout the imperial study. Unfilial son. Chapter 38. The Reckoning in the Past. During the struggle for the throne, the old emperor had committed acts of treachery and had never believed in the wrath of heaven. Otherwise, he would never have engaged in such deeds. Thus, when his second, third, fourth, seventh, and 15th sons were inexplicably struck down by heavenly thunder, Particularly in broad daylight under a clear sky, he dismissed the notion entirely. However, lacking an explanation and aware that the common folk would cling to such tales, he begrudgingly accepted the narrative. Yet, he had never forgotten the deaths of his 5 sons. It had haunted him relentlessly. Until today, when he bore witness to this so-called bomb-like weapon, coupled with the sudden display of military acumen by his 13th son after leaving the capital, he finally grasped the entire truth. Everything, the poisoning of the 8th son, the alleged deaths of the 2nd, 3rd, and the others by heavenly thunder, was orchestrated by this unfilial son. Even the 9th son's sudden madness and attempted assassination could likely be attributed to this son's sinister machinations. This ungrateful child had concealed his wolfish ambitions all along. It seemed that he had also been the one to shout about the heavenly thunder striking Mingquan and the others. In the imperial study, blinded by rage, he had commanded the execution of the 9th son, Mingqing, with no one around to counter his decree, save for that unfilial son, who, disregarding fraternal bonds, had severed Mingqing's head. At that time, he had thought the boy reckless and ignorant of the subtleties. But now it was evident that the unfilial son had been eliminating witnesses. He feared that upon regaining his senses, he would interrogate the 9th son and expose his treacherous ambitions. The same applied to the 2nd son, Mingquan, and others, prior to his arrival at the scene. They had hastily proclaimed that Mingquan and the others had been struck down by heavenly thunder, which had left him reeling, unable to scrutinize the suspicious aspects of the murder scene. As for the motives behind this unfilial son's actions, being of royal blood, they were unmistakably clear. The throne. As a prince, vying for the throne was not unusual, but the depths of this son's depravity, his utter disregard for kinship, instilled a profound trepidation within the old emperor. A son capable of such patience and willing to slay his brothers must be a vengeful individual. He had likely held a grudge against the emperor for obstructing his marriage to that courtesan, not to mention the subsequent instances of blatant disdain and differential treatment. This son, it seemed, had long harbored treasonous intentions. With this thought, the old emperor's gaze turned frigid and murderous intent took root within him. Unfilial son. He has never been a man of mercy. Capable of patricide in his youth, he is equally capable of filicide now. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Quickly summoned the imperial physician. The sudden roar of the old emperor startled everyone present in the imperial study. Beside him, Chief Eunuch Zhang promptly supported the old sovereign, his voice filled with urgent concern. The soldiers of the Fire God Army, who had demonstrated their explosive prowess, mistakenly believed that the reigning emperor had been shaken by the blast, standing anxiously to the side, utterly at a loss. After the initial surge of anger, the old emperor swiftly regained his composure. As a ruler, he understood the necessity of concealing his intentions during such tumultuous times. That ungrateful son had driven the Horon kingdom out of the borders with a speed he had never anticipated and had even proposed a truce. Further innovating with gunpowder and bombs, his reputation now soared to unprecedented heights both in the military and among the populace. To declare his achievements overshadowing the emperor would not be an exaggeration. At this juncture, he could not reveal any murderous intent. I am well, he declared. At this moment, the northern front had achieved victory, and the barbarian forces of the Horon kingdom sought a truce, necessitating the civil officials to engage in negotiations. His actions were entirely within the bounds of normalcy, devoid of any irregularity. Yes, Your Majesty, Chief Eunuch Zhang responded swiftly, then hurried to draft the edict. Meanwhile, the vice commander of the Fire God Army, who had brought the explosive warriors to the capital, knelt in gratitude for the old emperor's commendation. Everything appeared to be quite normal. Yet only the old emperor knew the true nature of the reward he had prepared for Su Long. In the capital, at the residence of the 6th prince, a lavish carriage came to a slow halt before the gates. The carriage curtains were drawn back, revealing a young man of restrained demeanor and striking countenance stepping out. Outside the gates of the 6th prince's residence stood a congenial-looking man, seemingly in his 30s, adorned in splendid attire, who had been waiting for some time. Should anyone have witnessed the meeting of the two, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. For these two were none other than the current 6th prince and the 14th prince. Over 6 months ago, following the public assassination of the crown prince by the 9th prince, a vacancy had arisen in the position of heir. The existing princes had divided into 2 factions, with the 6th and 14th princes leading rival camps, embroiled in fierce contention for the throne during this time, an affair well known throughout the corridors of power in the capital. Yet today, the sight of these two coming together was nothing short of remarkable. As the 14th prince descended from the carriage, the 6th prince greeted him with a warm smile, extending a cordial invitation into the residence as if they were longtime friends. Upon entering the hall of discussions and after exchanging pleasantries, the 6th prince dismissed the attendants, his genial smile fading as he turned his gaze toward the 14th prince, solemnly stating, "Brother 14th, we have been at odds for over half a year, yet we find ourselves eclipsed by our brother 13th, who has achieved great acclaim outside. Although our father may harbor disdain for him, he cannot overlook the remarkable feats he has accomplished. Our rivalry has become a mere jest. Brother 6 summoned me, not merely to convey these sentiments, I presume." The 14th prince, upon hearing the words of the 6th prince, remained unperturbed and replied calmly, "Brother 6, feel free to speak openly. There is no need for pretense." "Excellent. Young brother, you are forthright." The 14th prince, upon hearing this, fell into a contemplative silence. The two of them had engaged in a fierce struggle over the vacant position of crown prince in the capital for over half a year. Ultimately, not only did they fail to gain anything other than internal strife, but they also allowed Zhou Mingyi, a prince they once deemed worthless, destined for exile in the north, to rise to prominence. It was nothing short of a grand jest. The title of the god of war, he defeated the barbarian tribes of the Horong kingdom, compelling them to seek peace negotiations, a feat unparalleled by either of them. In comparison, their petty squabbles in the capital seemed trivial. Such an outcome was indeed unexpected. It was this realization that led the 14th prince to accept the 6th prince's invitation, despite being adversaries for the past 6 months. "What are your intentions, Brother 6? The 14th prince inquired, meeting the 6th prince's gaze. With a glint of ferocity in his eyes, the 6th prince revealed, "To be honest, dear brother, I have been nurturing a group of assassins in the capital. In the north, at the main camp of the Horong army, celebrations have been ongoing for several days, rejoicing in their overwhelming victory over the barbarian tribes, compelling the uncivilized foes to propose peace." As the soul of the army, Su Long had been venerated for 3 consecutive days and nights. In the face of divinity, any display of reverence is warranted. Thus, in this atmosphere of adoration, they awaited the court's envoy to commence negotiations with the Horong barbarians. 5 days later, representatives finally arrived in the capital. However, their actions left the entire Horong army in a state of shock and fury. A decree of indictment, issued from the court, suddenly descended upon the Horong army's stronghold. Upon hearing the contents of this decree, Su Long was taken aback, and fury erupted among the ranks of the Horong army. "What nonsense is this decree? His Highness has achieved such remarkable feats, yet the Dog Emperor not only refuses to reward him, but seeks to execute him. What madness is this? Fearing that His Highness's accomplishments overshadow his own, he fabricates a pretext to dispose of him. And the accusation of fratricide, how absurd! His Highness has risked his life for us countless times, and we are all witnesses to his valor. Although I have family to consider, I understand the weight of loyalty and gratitude. Today, you shall not lay a finger on His Highness." The enraged Horong army, like wolves, yearned to devour the court envoys. Yet, it was Su Long who stepped forward to quell the mob. "Brothers, these envoys are merely carrying out their orders. We must not unleash our fury upon them. I believe there is a misunderstanding at play. Your Highness, you are mistaken. With the decree presented, what misunderstanding could there be? Indeed, Your Highness, that treacherous emperor has taken advantage of your loyalty and filial piety, repeatedly oppressing you. While you have endured in silence until now, he has resolved to take your life. How can you continue to bear this? Indeed, the tyrant emperor is excessively cruel. It would be better to leave this great Zhou. Even a tiger, notorious for its ferocity, would never harm its own offspring, let alone a human. Your Highness, if you merely give the command, we shall vow to follow you to the death. Your Highness, rebel against him. Your Highness, Your Highness." Voices of fervent urgency echoed around them. The enraged soldiers of the Fire God army urged Su Long to revolt. The imperial envoys, struck with trepidation by such treasonous words, trembled in silence. Yet, Su Long, faced with their impassioned pleas, resolutely shook his head and declared, "There must be some misunderstanding. I firmly believe my father is not that kind of person. I shall go to the capital to seek clarification. Do not speak such nonsense." With that, he turned towards the imperial envoys, slightly bowing before clasping his fists and smiling. "Esteemed envoys, I implore you not to spread the reckless words of my brothers. They have merely indulged in drink." The envoys dared not protest further, forcing smiles as they replied, we will not. Observing Su Long's unwavering stance, Chen Kuizong felt both anger at his foolish loyalty and acceptance of his decision, for their admiration for the prince stemmed from his noble character. His words were met with fervent agreement from the soldiers of the Fire God army. Yes, we shall escort your Highness. That treacherous emperor must first tread over my dead body to harm you. Indeed, I shall go too. I shall accompany you." The Fire God army unanimously expressed their intent to accompany Su Long. Nonsense. Suddenly, Su Long's commanding voice silenced all. His admonition rendered the Fire God army speechless. "You are correct, Your Highness. Not waiting for Su Leng to speak, he engaged in a wave of moral persuasion. Su Leng opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately remained silent, reluctantly accepting this moral coercion. Subsequently, Su Leng and Chen Kuizong prepared for departure, hastening towards the capital without pause. Before long, in the depths of night, they encountered an ambush by assassins. Upon hearing this, Su Leng fell into a contemplative silence. After a lengthy pause, he gazed up at the gently luminous full moon in the night sky and lamented, "I intended to offer my heart to the bright moon, yet it illuminates the ditches. Father Emperor, why must you treat me thus?" Chapter 39. The confrontation. This news spread rapidly like wildfire, disseminated by those with intent throughout Great Zhou. Upon hearing it, the people, who had been reveling in the victory of the Fire God army and the expulsion of the barbaric Huron kingdom, their joy further buoyed by stabilizing grain prices, suddenly fell into stunned silence. A question mark emerged above their heads. Has the old emperor of Great Zhou truly lost his mind? The 13th prince has long endured unjust treatment, evoking deep sympathy and compassion among the populace. This sentiment intensified upon the revelation that Chen Kuizong of the Fire God army, in his reckless pursuit of glory, had committed grave errors, resulting in significant losses for the army. Astonishingly, this blame was unjustly placed upon the 13th prince, leading to a severe incursion by the barbaric forces of the Fire Rome kingdom into the northern territories, leaving countless citizens struggling for sustenance. The discontent among the northern populace towards the old emperor reached a boiling point. Even in the less affected southern and western regions, the citizens expressed their outrage, rallying in defense of the 13th prince. In an even more perplexing turn of events, the decrepit emperor, instead of reflecting on his mistakes, intensified his oppressive actions. After the 13th prince valiantly repelled the Fire Rome barbarians, the emperor, fearing that the prince's achievements might overshadow him, sought to eliminate him. The justifications he concocted were utterly ludicrous, resurrecting grievances from over 6 months prior and unjustly attributing them to the 13th prince. In a matter of moments, the people of the Great Zhou erupted in fervent outrage, boldly denouncing the foolish monarch and demanding his abdication. With age clouding his judgment, it was time for him to step down and cease further harm to the realm. The citizens could hardly believe their eyes. Even a mere dog would govern better than this emperor. It was clear to them that the 13th prince, a paragon of virtue and capability, deserved the throne, yet was being systematically undermined. The populace recognized that it was the 13th prince who had led the Fire God army to victory against the barbarian invaders, restoring their ability to eat. They proclaimed their allegiance with fervor. Whoever could ensure their sustenance would earn their support for the throne. The emperor's reign had become a burden, and if necessary, they would understand the 13th prince's rebellion. As public sentiment swelled against the current sovereign, news of the 13th prince's potential uprising only garnered applause from the people. They rejoiced, declaring that a Great Zhou with such a tyrant was better off without. Support for the 13th prince surged, for only a wise ruler could improve their lives. The old emperor deserved his fate, and it was time for the new sovereign to rise. The common folk felt a release from the pent-up frustration they had harbored regarding the 13th prince's mistreatment. Most citizens bore no resentment towards him. Instead, they felt rejuvenated. Amidst this groundswell of public opinion, the Fire God army began its march from the borders towards the capital. 2 weeks later, the army approached within 10 miles of the capital, ominous clouds gathering in the sky, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder, heralding impending rain. On this day, the capital was unlike any it had been before. Although it was broad daylight, the gates to the east, west, south, and north were firmly shut, and the streets lay deserted, void of any citizens. The once vibrant shops and bustling thoroughfares were now locked tight, and every household within the capital secured their doors against the looming uncertainty. However, through the crevices of the door and the openings of the windows, one could discern pairs of eyes quietly observing the outside world. On the battlements of the northern gate, a dense formation of armored soldiers stood resolute, unmistakably the imperial guard of the capital. Among these guards, the old emperor, clad in battle attire, bore a grave expression as he stood alongside his civil and military officials. Gazing down at the formidable assembly of the Fire God army, his demeanor as somber as the depths of the ocean. Is there still no word from the western frontier or the southern border? The emperor inquired of Ren Hongwu, the commander of the night department beside him. Despite his seemingly composed exterior, his brow was furrowed with anxiety. Since the moment he received news of his rebellious son raising the banner of insurrection, he had dispatched spies to the western and southern territories to mobilize troops for interception. Yet, as half a month had elapsed, there had been no response whatsoever from those regions, not even a whisper of mobilization. This left the emperor in a state of deep distress. Yet, as a sovereign, he could not allow his turmoil to surface. Consequently, his once dark tresses had transformed into a nearly complete crown of white over this span of time. Upon hearing his query, Commander Rin Hongwu merely shook his head. The Emperor, observing this, felt a wave of weariness wash over him, his countenance aging with each passing moment. How could matters have devolved to such a state? It perplexed him. He had made no unusual moves. So why had his son managed to perceive his murderous intent and preemptively rebel? Was it possible that his son possessed a divine foresight akin to that of a war deity? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a striking young man clad in white armor, handsome in appearance, emerged from the ranks of the dark-clad fire god army below. He rode forth on horseback, gazing up at the battlements, and lamented, "Father, surrender. Do not engage in futile resistance. You must understand the power of the bombs. I wish for the city that nurtured me to remain unscathed, and I do not want the citizens of the capital to suffer harm." This young man in white armor was none other than Su Leng. "Humph, conceal your hypocrisy." In response to Su Leng's call for surrender, the old emperor scoffed, saying, "If you truly wish to spare the citizens of the capital, you should dismount and surrender at once." He had long seen through Su Leng's facade and was not swayed by such rhetoric. However, the civil and military officials surrounding him, along with the imperial guards, collectively turned towards him. Led by Prime Minister Li Qingyuan, they clasped their hands in salute, urging, "Your Majesty, heed the prince's words. Let this be the end of it. Do not engage in further futile struggles." The sudden betrayal from Li Qingyuan and the others took the emperor by surprise. You. He stared blankly at the officials, rendered momentarily speechless. Eventually, a dawning realization crossed his face as he recognized the truth. The civil and military officials of the capital had long been in collusion with his rebellious son. The various counsels from Li Qingyuan were merely the result of his son's covert machinations. Suddenly, he turned to Rin Hongwu, the commander of the night department. Rin Hongwu appeared to understand his thoughts and, with an apologetic expression, said, "Your Majesty, I have my reasons for assisting the 13th prince." Upon hearing this, the old emperor managed a bitter smile. To the victor belonged the spoils. In this regard, he had been utterly defeated. 3 days later, in the imperial palace, at the house of the clan elders, a young man clad in resplendent attire entered the premises, accompanied by a retinue of guards. "You shall wait for me here," he instructed. Upon entering a courtyard known as the Tranquil Reflection Pavilion, the young man proceeded alone to the inner chamber, pushing open the door to the bedroom. Inside, he beheld an elderly man with disheveled white hair, languidly reclined against the edge of the bed, surrounded by a scattering of bottles, some upright, others toppled, while a potent aroma of liquor permeated the air. This elderly figure was none other than the deposed emperor, who had been compelled to surrender and subsequently imprisoned in the ancestral hall. The young man was none other than Su Leng's father. "It has been 3 days since we last met. I trust you are well?" Su Leng inquired with a light chuckle, observing the emperor's disheveled state. Yet the old emperor, seemingly inebriated, did not respond, remaining utterly still. Noticing this, Su Leng chuckled once more and said, "Father, it is just the two of us here. There is no need for pretense." At this remark, the previously intoxicated emperor abruptly opened his eyes, casting a cold glare at Su Leng. "At last, you are willing to shed your hypocritical facade." In response, Su Leng offered a subtle smile, explaining, "There is no other choice. Only a virtuous individual, forced into rebellion, can garner the greatest forgiveness from the populace. Surely, you understand this, father? After all, it is upon public sentiment that you have faltered." Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression darkened with discomfort. Striking a nerve, Su Leng's words were a poignant reminder of the emperor's predicament. Nevertheless, the seasoned ruler quickly regained his composure and regarded Su Leng with a frigid demeanor, inquiring, "I am quite curious as to how you communicated clandestinely with Li Qingyuan and his associates. Those scholars are so obstinate that they fear not death. They have no reason to assist you. It is precisely their scholarly nature that compels them to help me," Su Leng replied. "What leverage could possibly render that group of literati disreputable?" The emperor's brow furrowed in confusion. Unable to extract an answer, he shifted his focus, asking, "Have you intercepted the spies I dispatched to the western frontier and southern border?" "Indeed," Su Leng affirmed with a slight nod. Possessing the ability of omniscience, he had precisely intercepted all the spies sent by the emperor, whether from the night division or those he had nurtured himself, leaving not a single one unaccounted for. This was the reason for the silence from the military in those regions. They had not received any word of his insurrection with the Fire God army. "All of them?" the emperor exclaimed in astonishment. "All," Su Leng confirmed with a nod. The emperor was left in shock. What sort of intelligence network could intercept every single spy he dispatched? Or was it that his own circle was as porous as a sieve, incapable of concealing any information? The thought of his surroundings led him to consider the night division, which had long appeared to serve him but had in fact already allied with his rebellious son. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, "It goes without saying that the rumors circulating among the populace regarding your unjust treatment are the handiwork of the Night Division. Are they not? Are they not merely speaking the truth?" Su Ling retorted with a smile, turning the inquiry back upon the emperor. This serves as confirmation of the old emperor's suspicions, rendering him speechless and unable to refute. At this moment, all doubt dissipated from the old emperor's heart. He cast a cold gaze at Su Ling and remarked, "You have come to see me, not to alleviate my doubts, I presume? Since you were so astute, why not speculate on the purpose of my visitor?" Su Ling responded with a gentle smile. "Father, since you are so clever and have swiftly discerned the situation, why not venture a guess regarding my intentions?" The old emperor, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment, then looked at Su Ling and coldly stated, "If you dare to kill me, you will bear the name of parricide, a stain you shall never wash away." He had already deduced Su Ling's purpose for visiting him. Su Ling, however, merely smiled once more and replied, "You may bear it. Why should I not?" His words caused the old emperor's pupils to constrict sharply, and his emotions surged. "How is this possible? How could you possibly know? I had ensured that all who knew of this were silenced." Su Ling gazed at the agitated old emperor and said, "Father, I understand you far better than you imagine. It is precisely because I know what manner of man you are that your survival leaves my heart in turmoil." Chapter 40. Ascension to the Throne. Your survival leaves my heart in turmoil. Upon hearing Su Ling utter this phrase with a smile, the old emperor felt a chill wash over him. In that moment, he truly comprehended that his 13th son was indeed intent on taking his life. He exclaimed, "Ming-yi, is it because I prevented you from marrying that courtesan all those years ago? If that is the case, I apologize. From now on, marry whomever you desire. I shall not interfere." "Father, you truly believe I would act upon such trivial matters?" Su Ling chuckled softly and shook his head. The old emperor, sensing his peril, quickly added, "Is it due to my preferential treatment towards you in the past? If that is the case, I can apologize. I will make amends for the wrongs I have done you. When a person realizes they are on the brink of death, they will grasp at any potential opportunity for survival, however tenuous it may be." The old emperor was in such a state. Upon recognizing Su Ling's deadly intent, he began to panic, repeatedly apologizing for his past actions and making various promises. Yet, how could Su Ling pay him any heed? He merely smiled and clapped his hands. Summoning the once loyal eunuch Zhang, who entered with his head bowed, cautiously carrying a tray. Upon seeing the white silk on the tray, the old emperor leapt to his feet in terror, exclaiming, "Ming-yi, must we take it this far as father and son? I can abdicate. I can willingly cede the throne to you. I shall live in peace at the ancestral hall. You need not bear the title of parricide. This would be for the best, would it not? I have already stated, your survival leaves my heart in turmoil." Su Ling gazed at the panicked old emperor and replied, "Moreover, the hearts of the army and the people are with me, as is the righteousness of my cause. Your death will not tarnish my reputation. Rather, it shall fortify my claim. History is penned by the victors. A century hence, I shall be remembered for my noble act of filial piety, my name echoing through the ages. And you, merely a tyrant devoid of wisdom, will be condemned to infamy for eternity." With that, Su Ling ceased his words and turned to leave the courtyard. As he walked, he chuckled lightly and instructed the steward Zhang, who was holding a tray, "Zhang Gonggong. See my father on his way." "Yes," replied Zhang Gonggong, bowing his head in acquiescence. He then set down the tray, picked up the white silk, and slowly approached the old emperor, his expression devoid of emotion as he intoned, "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon." The old emperor, realizing he was at the end of his road, erupted in a fit of rage and curses. Yet, this cacophony of outrage was short-lived, halting abruptly. Su Ling stood in the courtyard, and as the emperor's tirade ceased, the ability of self-awareness in his mind revealed the emperor's demise. He no longer lingered. Stepping out of the ancestral hall, 3 days later, the great Zhou announced to the world that the late emperor had abdicated, and the throne was to be inherited by the 13th prince, Zhou Mingyi, with the coronation ceremony scheduled for 2 weeks hence. The day after this proclamation, the foremost detective of the great Zhou, Song Renfeng, uncovered the collusion of the 6th prince with the barbarian tribes of Horong, treasonous and indisputably evidenced. On the 4th day, the 14th prince tragically met his end beneath the wheels of a passing carriage, fatally struck in the temple. By the 10th day, congratulations poured in from the commanders of the border troops in the west and the stationed forces in the south. Possessing the support of both the military and the populace, these armies refrained from questioning the sudden abdication of the late emperor, accepting the outcome with equanimity. Half a month later, the coronation ceremony transpired as planned. After an elaborate series of formalities, Su Ling donned the dragon robe and imperial crown, ascending the steps to the golden hall, approaching the dragon throne. and turning to take his seat. At the very instant Su Leng settled himself, the civil and military officials on either side of the hall knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor for countless years." After 8 months in this world, Su Leng successfully ascended the throne, claiming the highest office. Ding! Task completed. Congratulations, player Su Leng, on successfully fulfilling your mission. The system will now evaluate your performance in this round of the game. Please hold for a moment while the rating concludes. This round of game tasks, the player entered the game as the least favored 13th prince, skillfully avoiding the player Hoya Chengtian's poisoning attempt and employing an astonishing counter-poisoning strategy that led to the elimination of Hoya Chengtian. This prompted the old Emperor Zhou to summon all the princes. During this assembly, a mishap with an agate bead guided the player to mistakenly slay the neighbor Wang, successfully eliminating him as well. Subsequently, the character Xiao Dai was arranged to place crystal stones, creating a focal point of heat that detonated a homemade bomb carried by player Dabai, leading to the successful elimination of players Tianshan, Shira Yumi, and others, culminating in the ultimate triumph of a side quest. Through this elaborate scheme, the player incited the disdain of the old Emperor Zhou, while secretly utilizing the 6th prince to establish contact with the barbarian tribes of Horong, instigating an attack on the northern borders and ensuring the burden of the expedition fell upon himself. Ultimately, through a strategy of self-inflicted suffering to gain the loyalty of the Fire God army, coupled with public opinion to portray oneself as a victim and garner popular support, the truth behind the assassination of 5 princes was unveiled through a bomb, inciting the elderly Emperor Zhou's fury and murderous intent. Subsequently, a false imperial edict was fabricated to depict the protagonist's circumstances as one of desperation and rebellion, thus acquiring a sense of righteousness. In the end, by capturing the hearts of the military, the will of the people, and the mantle of justice, a formidable army surrounded the capital, manipulating the officials' leverage, ultimately leading to the successful overthrow of the elderly Emperor Zhou and the ascension to power. The completion rate of this round's mission reached an impressive 100. Player Su Ling was awarded a top-tier rating for this round of gameplay, with congratulations extended for achieving a remarkable evaluation. Rewards are being distributed. Furthermore, Su Ling attained a perfect character portrayal level, earning a character card of a prince, along with a significant victory in a side quest, randomly acquiring an item card. As the countdown reached 0, Su Ling's consciousness was abruptly yanked from his body, departing from this realm. Chapter 41, Rewards. The side quest rewards in multiplayer mode turned out to be merely item cards, which was the cause of his frown. He had anticipated that achieving perfection in the side quest would yield transcendental energy. However, upon reflection, it made sense. If a singular player could flawlessly complete a side quest in multiplayer mode and eliminate all other participants to receive transcendental energy, many would have already discovered such energy in the game, leading to a proliferation of superhumans in reality. After all, with sufficient wealth, one could easily recruit others to deliver their heads, infinitely amassing transcendental energy. Thus, the rewards for side quests appeared quite reasonable. Nevertheless, this realization rendered Su Ling's choice of multiplayer mode unnecessary. Regardless of how many players were eliminated, transcendental energy would not be awarded. While item cards were indeed valuable, they were only useful within the game and offered little assistance in his current situation. Moreover, they would introduce unpredictable variables among players within the game. Fortunately, the challenges he faced thus far had been manageable, remaining within the realm of ordinary human capabilities. However, as he gradually grew stronger in each game, he would inevitably encounter scenarios steeped in elements of fantasy and martial arts. In such instances, should he engage in multiplayer mode, the participating players would undoubtedly possess comparable strength, leading to highly uncontrollable variables. Overall, the drawbacks of multiplayer mode far outweighed the benefits for him at present. Consequently, Su Ling promptly decided to exclude multiplayer mode from his future gaming plans, opting instead for the simplicity of single-player mode. With this thought, he ceased to ponder further and turned his attention to his gains from this game, specifically his one-dimensional attributes. One-dimensional attributes. Name: Su Ling attributes. Strength 135, Agility 135, Stamina 135, Intelligence 1 skills, Basic bomb crafting, Mastery in firearms knowledge, Mastery in camouflage. Items: Character alteration card X1, Character card, Prince, X1, Hyperdimensional energy X1. Position swap card X1, Gender transformation card X1, Weapon card Fruit knife, X2, Weapon card Kitchen knife, X1, Weapon card Bulletproof vest, X1, Weapon card Electroshock baton, X2. In the previous game, during the multiplayer mode, a total of 9 players entered the fray. This meant that aside from Su Ling, there were 8 other participants. After eliminating these 8 players, Su Ling triumphed in the side quest, earning a reward of 8 item cards. The concept was straightforward. For each player eliminated, 1 item card was awarded. However, as he gazed upon the list of items, he fell silent. Besides the character card, Prince, and the hyperdimensional energy earned from the main quest, and the character alteration card obtained from the nightmarish difficulty of the first game, the remaining 8 item cards were lackluster. Of these 8, 6 were weapon cards, and they were rather mundane in nature. He had long observed the item cards possessed by other players in the previous game, apart from the high-level player Li Wenfeng and a female player. The majority of the others held similar ordinary weapon cards. This was precisely why those players had refrained from utilizing item cards during the last match. There were simply no valuable cards to be found. Yet, after expending considerable effort in the multiplayer mode and eliminating all players, the disappointing reward of these subpar cards led Su Ling to utterly dismiss the multiplayer aspect of the game. While he understood that this was due to his initial foray into multiplayer mode, which matched him with novice players of lower levels, he still found it hard to accept. Certainly, not all 8 item cards were devoid of merit. At the very least, the position swap card and the gender transformation card appeared promising. Position swap card. Upon locking onto a target, you may exchange the selected item in the target's possession with one of your own. Effective range, within 3 kilometers. Gender transformation card. Upon using this card, you may change your gender for the next game. Duration, 1 game session. These 2 cards had been utilized in the last game. Li Wenfeng, the high-level player, had employed the position swap card, while the female player had used the gender transformation card. Su Ling found the position swap card to be quite advantageous, but he was less enthusiastic about the gender transformation card. Of course, his reluctance did not imply that the card lacked value. On the contrary, for those seeking to change their gender and engage in mischievous antics within the game, such as spying in the bathhouse or getting close to female characters, this card could be deemed extraordinary and likely fetch a handsome price. He resolved to dispose of the useless item cards shortly. After reviewing the item cards, Su Ling turned his attention to the rewards for the current main quest. As the previous game had been of ordinary difficulty, he had not received any rewards based on the difficulty level, but only the rewards commensurate with his rank, hyperdimensional energy, and a character card of perfect role-playing level. Thus, he directly gazed upon the character card, Prince. Upon activation, this card bestows a regal demeanor, endowing all actions with extraordinary grace and enhancing persuasive abilities by 70. Valid for 24 hours. Contemplating the description of this character card, Su Ling pondered deeply. In simple terms, it is a card of eloquence. In the realm of reality, individuals who embody the image of success often possess a greater persuasive power in their speech. This character card, when employed, imparts the user with the noble aura of a successful aristocrat, significantly amplifying their persuasive capacity by 70, making it particularly advantageous for those with oratory skills and a knack for persuasion. One must not underestimate this character card. Should one find themselves in an uncivilized and tumultuous game world, wielding this card effectively might rally a faction of rebels to rise against tyranny. A quintessential example would be Liu Bei from the Three Kingdoms. However, for Su Ling, this card remains of limited utility. Nonetheless, it is only logical for a card of this nature to appear in a game of ordinary difficulty. It is hardly plausible for a mere ordinary difficulty dungeon to yield a divine card, is it? Indeed, Su Ling maintained a tranquil disposition towards these character and item cards. His true aspiration lay in acquiring the transcendent energy capable of liberating him from his comatose state. This time, he aimed to restore his vision. Previously, the restoration of his hearing granted him superhuman auditory abilities. What extraordinary power might the restoration of his sight bestow upon him? Su Ling was filled with anticipation. Chapter 42. Good Friends. However, prior to the restoration, Su Ling needed to undertake certain preparations. The restoration of vision differs from that of hearing. When his eyes open, it signifies his genuine departure from the comatose state in the eyes of the doctors, family, and friends. This would undoubtedly be a boon for his family, breaking the long-standing atmosphere of oppression within the household and instilling hope in his parents and sister for a brighter future, alleviating their despondency. Yet, this would also generate a commotion, drawing the attention of the perpetrator responsible for his condition. Although he now possessed superhuman hearing and might acquire extraordinary vision post-restoration, his body remained immobile. To preempt any irrational actions from the assailant, Su Ling realized he must first deal with the threat posed by that individual. Naturally, being a mere comatose patient, he was incapable of taking action himself and required assistance. The person he had in mind for this task had already taken shape in his thoughts. With this in mind, Su Ling silently invoked the friend system within the game. Player Firetooth requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Player Ishihara Umi requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Player Tianshan requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Player Big White requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Player Fa Bu Chuan Lu Air requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Player Ingju Ran requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? As Su Ling activated the friend system, 6 friend request notification boxes promptly emerged one after another. Beneath these 6 requests, in the brief self-introduction section, each conveyed a unique message. Firetooth Ascending. Oh great one. Shall we add each other as friends for some exchange? Tianshan. What the hell? How could you eliminate me? You old trickster. Big White. Damn it. Weren't you in the Imperial study? How did you know I had a bomb on me? You even triggered a heat spot that blew me up. How did you know I would stand there? The law is not to be transmitted to 6 ears. Cheating trash. Reported. Prepare for a ban. Ingju Ran. 666. A deity descending to earth, tossing bombs from afar. Why not ascend to heaven? Observing the friend verification messages from these 6 individuals, Su Ling remained utterly unfazed. He had anticipated such reactions. Firetooth Ascending was none other than the skilled player Li Wenfeng, arguably the highest level player in this game aside from him. Although Su Ling had orchestrated an unexpected demise for him, he had recognized Su Ling's prowess and wished to connect for an exchange of gaming insights. The other 5, however, were simply victims of the explosion caused by Big White's bomb, unable to comprehend the sequence of events due to their lack of gaming acumen. They merely assumed Su Ling was cheating. Thus, in their frustration, they sought to add him as a friend to vent their grievances. However, the game system of Transdimensional Kill evidently possessed a network purification feature, preventing these players from expressing too harshly, leaving them to resort to veiled remarks. Among them, a female player appeared to be attempting to curry favor with Su Ling through subtle manipulations, yet the emotionally detached Su Ling was impervious to such tactics. After dismissing the requests, he opened the friend system's search bar, entering the game nickname, Little and Adorable. Once he completed the input, a simple profile card displaying the avatar, gender, and personal signature of the individual popped up, along with an option to add as a friend. This was indeed the friend named Xia, as mentioned by his sister Su Jing, with whom he was to make contact in the game. When Su Jing had spoken of this nickname, a connection had already been established, allowing Su Ling to glimpse the other's life experiences. However, at that moment, as he was still immersed in the game, he could not add this friend. He could only wait until the game concluded. Su Ling had long anticipated that during gameplay, receiving friend requests would not be possible. Otherwise, eliminated players could disclose the identities of those who had eliminated them to others still in the game, disrupting the balance of play. Do you confirm the addition of this individual as a friend? After clicking to add, Su Ling composed a verification message. Hello, I am Su Jing's brother. He then sent the request. As messages could not be received during the game, Su Ling intended to wander around the game plaza, observing the market prices of item cards. Who could have known that as soon as his friend sent the application, it was immediately approved, accompanied by a message. Xiao is also quite adorable. Su Jing's brother. That vegetative state patient? The multitude of question marks and exclamation points unmistakably conveyed the shock of the sender. Xiao is also quite adorable. Wow. This game can truly awaken the consciousness of a person in a vegetative state. The confirmation elicited an overwhelming excitement, evident from the long string of exclamation marks. In an effort to prevent the other party from impulsively contacting Su Jing out of exhilaration, Su Ling hastily sent a message. Su Ling, I have something I wish to ask for your assistance with. Please do not inform my sister about my awakening in the game just yet. Xiao is also quite adorable, huh? What is it? Why not tell Su Jing? You have no idea how hard your sister has worked during the year, and more that you have been in a vegetative state. Su Ling, I am aware. Therefore, I ask you to refrain from telling her for the time being, as it would only increase her anxiety. Xiao is also quite adorable. You know, could it be that during your year and more in a vegetative state, you truly heard the sounds from the outside world, just like portrayed on television? Su Ling, yes. Xiao is also quite adorable, so it is indeed true. All right, I can temporarily keep it from her, but you can't expect to never tell her. Since you have been able to hear the sounds from the outside world, you must know how hard your parents and Su Jing have been struggling. Su Ling, at the appropriate time, we will wake up and tell them ourselves. Xiao is also quite adorable. If that is the case, I suppose it will suffice. What would you like me to help with? After some exchanges, the conversation finally shifted to Su Ling's true intentions. Consequently, he conveyed to his sister Su Jing's friend overseas, Xia, the favor he wished to request. Chapter 43, a short composition. The passage of April brought not only the encroachment of May, but also the transition from spring to summer. Today is May 11th, and less than a week has passed since the onset of summer on May 5th, with the weather gradually warming. For the vast majority, today is an ordinary day, following the usual routines of attending school or work, or perhaps simply lounging about, taking life as it comes. However, for some, today marks a pivotal turning point, propelling their previously carefree or dismal lives in a new direction. On this day, the largest social media platform, Weitai, unexpectedly featured a post titled, "I am strong. I run people over. I disregard the law, yet I remain unscathed. Does that infuriate you?" Such a shocking title led to content even more explosive than the title itself. This post is narrated from the first-person perspective of a young man named Chen Zubin, recounting his privileged upbringing. With a father who is a high-ranking official in the southwestern region and a mother hailing from a family of merchants, one of the foremost financial magnates in the Southwest. From the moment of his birth, Chen Zubin has led a life of affluence that most individuals would toil a lifetime to attain. In a world where material wealth is no longer a scarcity and desires can be effortlessly fulfilled, he began to seek stimulation on a spiritual level. Initially, during his school years, he engaged in fights, injuring classmates and alumni from both his own grade and others, even leading to hospitalizations and disabilities. He utilized his family's financial resources and authoritative pressure to force the families of these victims into submission. As he transitioned into the throes of adolescence, a time saturated with youthful hormones, he pursued, under the guise of affection, the beautiful female students from his school and others, often crossing the line into harassment. If his advances were rejected, he would resort to employing unsavory elements from society to incessantly torment the families of those who dared to resist until they could no longer bear the burden. This was merely the prelude to his troubling pursuits. Once he emerged into society, Chen Zubin's quest for spiritual stimulation escalated to alarming extremes. He imprisoned and exploited women, resorting to violence and even deliberate vehicular assaults. There was no limit to his depravity, only an escalation of it. This brief account encapsulates the myriad transgressions Chen Zubin has committed throughout his life, articulated with a succinctness that belies the gravity of his actions. Accompanying this narrative are disturbing images of the victims, stripped bare or bloodied and maimed, albeit with their identities obscured, juxtaposed with Chen's beaming visage. A plethora of financial documents, video recordings, and other evidentiary materials further substantiate the claims. Upon its release, this expose ignited a firestorm across the internet. In mere moments, the name Chen Zubin surged to the pinnacle of trending searches. My heavens, how can such a person exist in contemporary society? Am I dreaming? This is no mere human. He is a beast. Indeed, a creature less worthy than an animal. Goodness gracious. I had presumed individuals like him were confined to the realms of film, television, or fiction, yet here he stands in reality. It is utterly terrifying. The background of this Chen Zubin is astonishing. His father is someone of significant notoriety, frequently featured in the news. His mother's family is equally formidable. The predominant industries in our southwestern region are largely controlled by his family. Moreover, their business interests seem to span the entire nation. Oh, Chen Zubin, the young master. Who in the great southwestern circle does not recognize him? He has leveraged his family's influence to bully and dominate for far too long. Could it be that a mere piece of writing has garnered such credence? Where's the evidence? In a luxurious villa district located in the suburban outskirts of a certain city in the southwestern region, within a grand residence situated at the southeastern corner, a sharp slap resounded. A young man found himself struck down to the ground by a middle-aged man, whose commanding presence was imbued with authority. The middle-aged man then bellowed, "Look at the misdeeds you have committed over the years. How could I have fathered such a wretched creature? At this moment, you dare to present me with such deceit? I would have preferred giving birth to a piece of char siu than to have brought you into this world." As the middle-aged man berated him, a regal and well-preserved woman rushed forward to intervene, saying, "My dear husband, as you has been quite well behaved over the past few years, it is evident that someone is attempting to tarnish your reputation at a critical moment by using him as a scapegoat, aiming to sow discord within our family. Please do not be deceived. If he had not engaged in such disgraceful acts, would others be able to use him to besmirch my name?" The middle-aged man turned and shouted furiously at the woman, "This is all your fault. A lenient mother breeds a wayward child." His words struck the woman, leaving her with a face of indignation. Meanwhile, the young man nearby remained silent, yet the intense hatred in his eyes betrayed his emotions. After scolding the woman who had tried to intervene, the middle-aged man turned once more, directing his wrath at the young man. "If you dare to leave without permission, I will break your legs. You should know that I mean what I say." With that, he dismissed the mother and son, walking into the living room to make a phone call. His tone during the call was exceedingly polite, a stark contrast to his earlier ferocity towards the mother and son. The woman, now composed and shedding her feelings of grievance, approached the young man and affectionately stroked his head, saying, "Son, be good. We shouldn't go anywhere for the time being. You know your father never speaks falsely about such matters." If you venture out without permission, he truly will break your legs. As for the trending topic, do not worry. Your father is on the phone arranging for its removal. You will be just fine. However, the young man's expression gradually darkened. The sudden emergence of the trending topic that morning left him bewildered. He was somewhat impressed that those intent on bringing him down could unearth such photographs. Nevertheless, he vowed, "Whoever you are, do not let me catch you. Otherwise, I will ensure you regret ever coming into this world." As for the trending topic, he felt no concern. With his father's influence, removing those posts was merely a matter of making a phone call. This was not the first time someone had exploited the internet to target him. And he was still doing well. With that thought, he ceased to dwell on it and began playing games in the spacious living room, which resembled that of an ordinary family. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the family had gravely underestimated the ramifications of the situation. The minor incident was merely the beginning. Chapter 44, Family Scandals Exposed. With a single phone call from Chun Zubin's father, the trending topic regarding Chun Zubin and that post began to cool down rapidly. Despite the interference from his father's political adversaries, Yin country has always been a place that values relationships and faith, where a degree of leniency is often extended, preventing situations from reaching a point of no return. This is especially true within the political arena. Unless one can decisively eliminate an opponent in one fell swoop, it is rare for political matters to reach a complete impasse. Thus, through the mediation of various intermediaries, the trending topic concerning Chun Zubin gradually began to lose traction. Netizens quickly noticed this phenomenon and began to comment sarcastically, suggesting that the elder had begun to intervene and withdraw the trending topic. However, this had little effect. Chun Zubin's ranking continued to plummet, swiftly dropping out of the top 10 and heading towards the 20s, 11, 13, 16, 19. As it appeared on the verge of slipping from the trending list, seemingly destined for oblivion, a remarkable surge of comments erupted in the discussion forum surrounding Chun Zubin. Countless netizens, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "Big news. You must check the foreign websites. It's too explosive. I won't allow anyone to remain uninformed. Hurry to the outside world." After watching, I believe a family should remain intact. This is going to be quite entertaining. Let us see how the nation handles this. Help! What on earth happened? I feel like a clueless creature in a melon patch, utterly unaware of the events unfolding. Could a kind soul enlighten me? You'll find out if you check the foreign sites. With each new comment urging others to look online, the intrigue grew palpable, igniting a fervent curiosity among the masses. Yet, the act of accessing foreign sites illegally posed a dilemma. Ultimately, the insatiable curiosity triumphed over reason, leading many netizens to venture beyond the confines of the local network. Eventually, they uncovered the sensational story of a man named Chen Tian, who ascended from humble beginnings to become a prominent official in the Yin nation. Upon reaching a significant position, he began to support his businesswoman wife's family, acting as a protective shield while amassing power and influence in the southwestern region of Yin. Moreover, evidence surfaced detailing his embezzlement of substantial public funds, which he illicitly transferred abroad to purchase luxury properties and vehicles. The narrative, succinctly articulated alongside compelling evidence, vividly depicted the life of this high-ranking official. Although describing its viral nature might be an exaggeration, it undeniably garnered immense attention. Beneath the trending posts, a plethora of memes featuring facepalm emojis emerged, accompanied by captions expressing, "Apologies, the embarrassment has reached foreign shores." 3 days later, in a secluded villa community on the outskirts of a southwestern city, a grand residence stood in the southeastern corner. Inside, Chun Tian sat in his study, expressionless, as he listened intently to a phone conversation. After a lengthy pause, he hung up, leaning back in his chair, raising a hand to shield his forehead, fatigue evident in his gaze as he stared blankly at the ceiling. Having toiled for most of his life, he had once pondered the possibility of failure in his youth. However, since gaining the privilege of standing among the elite, he had never envisioned facing downfall alone. Yet, here he was, ensnared in the very trap he feared. The people of the Yin nation have always held great regard for their reputation, adhering to the principle that family disgrace should remain concealed. Internal matters could be discussed privately, but once exposed, even the slightest infraction necessitated serious redress to uphold the family's honor in the eyes of outsiders. His downfall stemmed from this very breach of decorum. He could not fathom who possessed such intimate knowledge of his affairs, capable of unearthing details he himself had forgotten. His ex-wife? That seemed improbable. He had severed ties with her long before these events transpired, leaving her completely unaware. His current wife? Even less likely. His downfall brought no advantages to his current wife and could potentially implicate her and her entire family. Could it be political adversaries? Yet if they were, they should be too fearful to expose such family disgrace, for it would tarnish their own reputation, something their family would never condone. To dare to act in such a manner would likely result in their own severe consequences, if not outright punishment. Furthermore, they may not even comprehend the full extent of his misdeeds. Never mind. Chen Tian found himself weary of further contemplation. At this juncture, words were meaningless. Ding dong. The sudden sound of the doorbell echoed from downstairs. Upon hearing it, Chen Tian instinctively held his breath. The housekeeper descended to open the door, and a deep male voice resonated. Hello, I am Luo Ruiming from the Southwest Discipline Inspection Commission, and this is Captain Ma from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team, along with Section Chief Lin from the Economic Investigation Department. We are currently conducting a joint investigation. Here are the search and arrest warrants. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Accompanied by the voice, hurried footsteps approached rapidly. Bang! Downstairs, the sound of the door being kicked open reverberated, followed by the terrified voice of his son. Chen Zubin, what are you doing? How dare you arrest me? Do you know who my father is? Let go of me. With the outcry of his son, the voice of his wife erupted as well. Who are you? How dare you arrest me? Do you know whose family this is? If the Chun family's wife and son are being detained, why won't you come out? The cacophony of shouts, curses, and chaos melded into a tumultuous noise. In that moment, Chen Tian felt overwhelmed by the clamor. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks suddenly resounded from the study room door. They have arrived. Chen Tian straightened up, adjusted his collar, and spoke with a stoic expression. Come in. The door is unlocked. That very evening, high-ranking official Chen Tian of the Southwest District fell from grace. His son Chen Zubin was apprehended by the Municipal Criminal Police, and his wife was taken in for investigation by the Economic Investigation Department. The announcements swiftly broadcasted on official news channels spread rapidly across the internet. Chapter 45, Aftermath. Quickly, go check the official media's microblog for today's announcement. Chen Zubin. Goodness. I thought this incident would be swept under the rug. Who would have imagined there would be further developments? Chen Zubin. Excellent. This is what the nation's rightful stance should be. Chen Zubin. On microblogging platforms. As the events surrounding Chen Zubin continued to escalate, netizens created a tag for convenience in discussing the matter. By simply adding a hashtag before Chen Zubin's name, they could channel their comments into a dedicated discussion area. With the news of the entire Chen family's arrest, the discussion under this tag surged in fervor. Many individuals from the Southwest region who had suffered at the hands of this family finally found the courage to voice their experiences. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. It was Chen Zubin who ruined my daughter all those years ago, leaving her reliant on medication to maintain emotional stability. They deserve to be captured. They deserve to be captured. The Chen family is nothing but a scourge. Years ago, my company was poised to secure a project bid, only to have it snatched away by the family of his wife. This incident led to the downfall of my company, and ultimately, my wife divorced me over it. Such a curse. Chen Zubin and I were schoolmates. One fateful day, he inexplicably pushed me down the stairs, resulting in a hospitalization that lasted several months, causing me to miss the college entrance examination. Had it not been for that, my life today would likely be vastly different. I never expected to witness the fall of that despicable family in my lifetime. It brings me immense joy, and tomorrow, I shall purchase some joss paper to burn for my father, to comfort his spirit in the afterlife. One by one, the victims began to share their harrowing experiences in the discussion forums or the comment sections of official media. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Reading through those seemingly mundane texts, each intertwining a shocking tale, the netizens scrolling through the comments were filled with righteous indignation. However, reflecting on the fate that has befallen that family brings a sense of satisfaction. At this moment, Sha, who is abroad, is nestled in her room at a host family, scrolling through the comments beneath Chen Zubin's tag and the official media's discussion, nearly reading them all, while her heart burns with anger. The current predicament of the three captured individuals leaves her feeling refreshed and at ease. Subsequently, she swiftly turns off the lights and lies down on her bed, connecting to the game's Transdimensional Kill. Upon entering the game, she immediately calls up her friend system and sends a flurry of messages to her friend, whose in-game nickname is Su Leng. Little Xiao is so cute. The family of the one who turned you into a vegetative state has been caught. Did you see? Su Leng. Big sister, how can I see anything as a vegetable? Little Xiao is so cute. Oh, I completely forgot you're a vegetable. It's all your fault for being so impressive. You managed to send that family into custody with just 2 posts. Incredible. I hereby declare you my new idol. In the Southwestern District, at the gaming plaza, Su Leng, who is selling items, gazes at the message box filled with exclamation marks. Not doubting her words for a moment. His not-so-bright sister's friend is precisely why he chose her to assist him. This Sha is a classmate of his sister Su Jing. Both of them around 17 years old, yet not quite 18. After reviewing her life experiences, Su Ling deduces that Sha, sheltered by her affluent family, is rather naive and not particularly clever. Thus, he opted for her to carry out the task of writing a small essay on his behalf. Moreover, her being abroad ensures that her writings won't attract unwarranted scrutiny. However, due to her lack of intelligence, Su Ling felt compelled to inform her that Chen Zubin was the perpetrator behind his vegetative state. Only in this manner can one evoke empathy in the other party, subsequently dedicating oneself wholeheartedly, unperturbed by the inconvenience, to assist in logging into the forgotten online accounts of Chen Zubin and his son, extracting the hidden scandals, and meticulously crafting them into an essay for publication. This endeavor, however, is not as straightforward as it may appear at first glance. The timing and platform for posting are elements that he has painstakingly calculated, ensuring that the information reaches those in need. This is what constitutes Sasha's publishing. Ultimately, this is also an unforeseen incident. Sasha's message arrived once more. Su Ling, no, someone just inquired about the item card. He did not deceive Sasha, for indeed, someone had approached him with a query regarding the price while he was conversing with her. In the past few days, due to the need to address matters concerning the Chen family, he had to remain vigilant for feedback from the real world, ready to adjust his strategies at a moment's notice. Which is why he had not embarked on the next gaming session, where he could neither send nor receive messages from friends. However, idly waiting is not in his nature. So he strolled around the gaming plaza. After familiarizing himself with the market price of item cards, he began to set up a stall to sell the item cards he had acquired from his previous game, which were of no use to him, thus maximizing the utility of his waiting time. Initially, he presumed those weapon cards to be worthless debris, believing only the gender transformation card and the character card, Prince, would be marketable. Yet, the outcome was quite the opposite. When he displayed all the item cards he wished to sell, it turned out that only the weapon cards found buyers. This phenomenon can be attributed to the fact that players with lower game ratings are typically assigned random scenarios centered around wilderness survival by the game system. In such scenarios, players are often cast onto a deserted island or into dense forests, tasked with surviving for a number of days or constructing tools to escape. In this environment and under these challenges, starting with a weapon card is undoubtedly a stroke of luck. This explains why weapon cards are comparatively more sought after. Of course, the gender transformation card and the character card, Prince, are priced too high for the average player to afford. In the world Su Ling traverses, various nations have developed their official virtual currencies, and transactions online generally utilize these currencies, which can be exchanged for equivalent value in real-world currency. Nevertheless, while weapon cards sell well, their prices are not particularly high. Over the past few days, Su Ling sold 3 out of 6 weapon cards, specifically a fruit knife, an electric baton, and a kitchen knife. In real life, these 3 items could be purchased for around 1 to 200 yuan. In the game, they are only slightly more expensive, with the 3 item cards fetching 500 virtual coins, of which the electric baton alone accounted for 400. This is still due to the fact that the game Transdimensional Kill has only recently launched, and weapon item cards have yet to flood the market. Once these weapon item cards become abundant, their prices will likely plummet, potentially even lower than their real-world counterparts. How much are you selling this gender transformation card for? Chapter 46, Awakening. The individual inquiring about the price was a male player, his in-game avatar depicted as a tall and handsome figure. However, at the moment when Su Ling was engaged in a price inquiry with the male player, a series of life experience details about him surfaced in Su Ling's mind. The player, Master Hai, approached your stall to inquire about the price of item cards, establishing a connection, and Master Hai's life information was automatically recorded and updated. Real name, Zhang Hai, male, Asian, 29 years old, height 167 centimeters, weight 95 kilograms, resident of Central China, unemployed, unmarried. Although self-knowledge could only provide textual information, Su Ling was able to glean a rough understanding of the individual's real-life appearance from this data, standing at 167 centimeters and weighing 95 kilograms. This individual would undoubtedly be perceived as a stereotypical overweight gamer in reality. During his recent observations in the game plaza of the Southwest region, Su Ling noted that the stalls primarily offered a variety of weapon cards, while unique item cards such as the Prince, character card, and the gender transformation card were conspicuously absent from the market. As a result, he refrained from pricing these 2 special cards, instead displaying them for potential buyers to see, with prices only disclosed upon inquiry. The presence of these 2 item cards indeed attracted considerable attention from players in the plaza, who flocked to inquire about their prices. However, upon learning that Su Ling intended to sell the cards for 100,000 virtual coins, they all hesitated and withdrew. 100,000 virtual coins equate to a significant sum of real currency. Most players in the game are ordinary individuals who might indulge in minor expenditures, perhaps spending a few hundred or thousand, But shelling out 100,000 for an item card is beyond the means of the average player. Su Ling did not genuinely intend to sell the cards for this exorbitant price. Rather, he aimed to set a high initial price to facilitate negotiations. After all, for someone with self-knowledge, earning money was relatively straightforward. With a little initial capital and the ability to delve into the inner workings of capital companies via self-knowledge, he could easily invest in the stock market and watch his wealth grow. Yet, when players heard the price of 100,000, they fled without counter-offering, leaving Su Ling at a loss. However, it seemed that the wealthy player, who appeared to possess both the means and inclination to purchase, piqued Su Ling's interest. "Oh, that's quite adorable. Oh, idol, you go ahead with what you're doing. I'll just start a game," came a message from Sha Sha, attempting to redeem herself after learning that Su Ling was selling items. 100,000. Upon hearing Su Ling's quote, the overweight player Zhang Hai was initially taken aback, and then Su Ling suddenly received a game notification. "Player Master Hai has sent you a trade request. Would you like to accept?" Surprised by the game notification, Su Ling paused. Was he actually going to buy it? The world of the affluent truly remained beyond his comprehension, even in this alternate reality. With a mental sigh, he confirmed the trade. Upon confirming the transaction, a virtual trading interface materialized between him and the portly player opposite, divided into two sections, the lower box for himself and the upper box for his counterpart. In the lower right corner of both boxes, a confirmation option awaited. Without hesitation, the corpulent player inputted a sum of 100,000 virtual coins. Su Ling, equally decisive, effortlessly swiped his hand, transferring a gender transformation card into the lower trading box before clicking confirm. Moments later, the other party also confirmed the transaction. The trade was complete, and Su Ling's account swelled with the influx of 100,000 virtual coins. "I purchased this card primarily to see if, given my striking good looks, I would transform into a stunning beauty," remarked the rotund player, feigning nonchalance. Hearing this, Su Ling cast a cursory glance at him, offering a dismissive nod. This card could only be utilized within the game, and once in the game, the character's appearance was randomized. Thus, there was little point in speculating about his transformation. Moreover, considering the other's appearance, it seemed rather ironic. Nevertheless, as the other party was a customer, Su Ling felt obliged to indulge him. The corpulent player, sensing Su Ling's indifference, refrained from pressing the matter further, recognizing that overly earnest explanations would only serve to highlight his own discomfort. With a light-hearted chuckle, he sought to alleviate the awkwardness and took his leave. He then directed his gaze without hesitation to a shimmering array of virtual item cards before him, fixating on a radiant orb of golden light. Having temporarily dealt with the culprits responsible for his current plight and secured 100,000 in startup capital through the sale of the item card, it was time to restore his vision and awaken from this reality. Restoring vision. With prior experience in restoration, Su Ling was no stranger to the process. As he silently focused, the golden light, representing transcendent energy, abruptly surged from the virtual frame and swiftly penetrated his forehead. Receiving command, commencing visual restoration of the player's consciousness. Please hold. Restoration complete. The moment the golden light entered his forehead, a notification confirming completion appeared. Yet, he felt no remarkable sensation. However, armed with experience, Su Ling silently commanded himself to exit the game. In the hospital during the evening hours, the atmosphere buzzed with activity. Downstairs in the inpatient department, numerous patients ambled about, accompanied by family members or caregivers. The corridors and various wards resonated with footsteps, conversations, and laughter. Yet, amidst this lively environment, one particular room stood in stark contrast to the surrounding gaiety. Beep, beep, beep. In the sterile confines of the quiet room, only the rhythmic beeping of the multifunctional heart monitor punctuated the silence. Effective soundproofing muffled most of the external noise, allowing only faint whispers to penetrate the room. On the hospital bed lay a 19-year-old boy, clad in a patient gown, his body adorned with an array of medical devices, lying in a comatose state. Positioned before the boy's bed, by the window, was a small table. A young girl, clad in a high school uniform, adorned with rimless glasses, and sporting a neat ponytail, was intently gazing at the textbooks laid out before her. Occasionally, her elegantly arched eyebrows would furrow slightly, revealing a contemplative expression on her face. This individual was none other than Su Ling's sister, Su Jing. Meanwhile, lying in a state of unconsciousness on the hospital bed was, of course, the real Su Ling. For over a year, this had become her routine, one to which Su Jing had long since adapted. During this time, she would typically converse with her brother before immersing herself in her studies. Naturally, amid her learning, she would occasionally steal glances at her brother's bedside, ensuring that the medical apparatus functioned properly. Today was no different. As she furrowed her brow, contemplating a problem from the test paper her teacher had distributed earlier that day. Su Jing's mind whirred with thoughts of possible solutions. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment as she realized something. In an instant, she was struck by the astonishing revelation that her brother had awakened from his coma. He was staring at her with gentle eyes, reminiscent of the warm, smiling boy she cherished in her memories. Chapter 47, Dynamics. Have I been under such immense academic pressure? Su Jing murmured to herself, initially reluctant to accept the surreal scene unfolding before her. She attributed it to the overwhelming strain of both her studies and life, suspecting it was merely a figment of her imagination. After all, during the past year, she had often dreamt at night of her brother not having been rendered a vegetable, envisioning their family as it once was, a modestly happy household, not rich but free from want. Yet, as the frequency of such dreams increased, she had ceased to harbor any hopes. Thus, after her quiet musings, she raised her hand to rub her eyes, attempting to dispel the illusion. However, after the first rub, the vision remained. She rubbed her eyes a second time, and still, it persisted. A third, fourth, and fifth time followed, and as the phantom continued to linger, she ultimately realized that the boy before her, gazing at her with open eyes, was not a mere hallucination. Gasping, Su Jing instinctively covered her mouth. Tears began to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks. In the next moment, she sprang to her feet and hurried out of the ward, calling out in the corridor, "Doctor! Doctor!" Before long, the attending doctors and nurses were alerted, rushing to inquire about the commotion. Amidst her tears, Su Jing recounted the scene she had envisioned countless times over the past year. My brother has awakened. The vegetative state is over. At that moment, it was not only Su Jing who found it hard to believe. Even the doctors and nurses exchanged incredulous glances. What? The attending doctor questioned, uncertain if he had misheard. This time, Su Jing, no longer choked with emotion, joyously exclaimed, "My brother is awake. My brother is awake. Doctor, my brother has woken up." The doctors and nurses, now comprehending Su Jing's words, were even more astonished, hastily entering the room to confirm the miraculous news. Upon witnessing the miraculous moment when the comatose patient, who had lain in silence for over a year, finally opened his eyes, both doctors and nurses were filled with astonishment. In truth, the probability of awakening from a vegetative state is exceedingly low, particularly when exceeding the 6-month mark. They promptly prepared to assess the patient's physical and cognitive condition. The diligent physician immediately instructed the nearby nurse. Following this, the medical team swiftly began various preparations, summoning one expert after another and equipping themselves with an array of diagnostic instruments. In contrast, Su Jing, the family member, found herself in a rather idle position. Watching her brother awaken and undergo a series of examinations by the hospital staff, Su Jing, after a fleeting moment of joy, quickly remembered to share this remarkable news with their parents. Upon receiving the news, Su Peiqing and Yang Xiuying hastened to the hospital. When they finally arrived, the medical team had completed a thorough evaluation of their son, Su Leng. "Doctor, how is my son?" the anxious couple inquired of the physician, who remained in the ward, offering medical advice to Su Jing. Hearing the doctor's words, Su Peiqing and Yang Xiuying, who had been on the phone but subconsciously struggled to believe their son had truly awakened, at that moment, finally accepted the reality of their son's revival. As a mother, Yang Xiuying's eyes welled with tears, cascading down her cheeks as she repeatedly murmured, "I knew my son was blessed and would surely awaken. I have never committed any heinous acts. The heavens could not be so cruel to me." While she expressed her thoughts, Su Peiqing, as a father, did not display overt excitement, yet the glistening tears in his eyes betrayed the tumult of emotions within him. Observing their heartfelt reactions, the doctor felt a deep sense of empathy. Over the past year, he had been aware of the couple's relentless efforts for their son in a vegetative state. And now it seemed their perseverance had finally borne fruit. After offering some final instructions, the doctor and nurses gradually departed. Su Peiqing, Yang Xiuying, and Su Jing gathered around the bedside of the awakened Su Leng, showering him with their heartfelt inquiries. "Su Leng, do you still recognize your mother?" "Su Leng, I am your father. Do you remember me?" "Brother, it's Su Jing. You have finally awakened. Our family is reunited at last." Lying in bed, Su Leng, despite having opened his eyes, was unable to respond to the concerned questions of his family, primarily due to his inability to speak. As they surrounded him with their words of encouragement, his eyes darted about, tracking the movement of a mosquito that was flitting around the room. By evening, the sky had completely darkened. Under the soft lights of the hospital room, it was challenging to catch sight of the mosquito, with its presence only detectable through the vibrations created by the fluttering of its wings. However, in that moment, within Su Leng's perception, the gentle illumination rendered every mosquito's movements akin to slow motion, their wings beating rhythmically and leaving a discernible trail in the air. This is the newfound ability he acquired after the dimensional energy enhanced his vision, dynamic vision. Whenever he focuses his mind on his sight and activates this ability, everything he perceives transforms into a series of slow-motion frames, allowing him to discern even the swiftest of movements. Once again, he is reminiscent of Spider-Man. Su Leng recalls a scene from the old Spider-Man movie, where Peter evades the bully's punch through his dynamic vision. Of course, he is not yet comparable to Spider-Man. Although he can capture fast-moving objects with his dynamic vision, his body fails to respond in kind. For his body to catch up with the pace of his dynamic vision, it would require another round of dimensional energy to enhance and repair his physical form. This has become his subsequent objective, to restore his body. At this rate, he must navigate through 3 more levels to completely mend his 5 senses before turning his attention to his physical recuperation. The road to full recovery remains long and arduous. However, with the Chun family's troubles resolved, he can afford to take his time. With this thought in mind, Su Leng eagerly pretends to grow weary before his parents and sister, allowing sleep to envelop him. Having instilled hope in his family and dispelled the previously oppressive atmosphere, he is now ready to swiftly embark on his next gaming venture to hasten his recovery. Moreover, given his current inability to speak, maintaining a silent gaze with his family feels somewhat awkward. Playing a game seems a far better alternative. Upon noticing his fatigue, his parents and sister refrain from further inquiries and rise from beside his hospital bed. As Su Leng anticipated, his awakening has lifted the heavy gloom that had pervaded their home. His mother, Yang Xiaoying, speaks in a noticeably lighter tone, urging his sister Su Jingjing, "Go ahead and attend your evening study session. We are sufficient here." "Okay." Su Jing responds cheerfully before gracefully exiting the room. Hearing this, Su Leng feels a wave of relief wash over him as he silently commands the game. Enter the game. Beep. Consciousness connecting. After a dizzying sensation of transition, Su Leng finds himself in the initial space before exiting the game. Simultaneously, a new notification appears in his vision. Welcome back to the Dimensional Kill world. Chapter 48, New Character Setup. Upon re-entering the game, Su Leng wastes no time and chooses to delve into the game from the dark initial space. Greetings, player Su Leng. Please select your game mode, the system prompts. Having eliminated the multiplayer mode from his options, Su Leng resolutely thinks, single-player mode. Selection complete. This round will be in single-player mode. Please prepare yourself. Countdown to game start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. As the countdown reaches 0, Su Leng once again experiences the sensation of his consciousness plummeting. In the next moment, a flood of sensory information, light, sound, scent, and touch, overwhelms him. The night is dark, and the rain pours torrentially. Amidst the ominous clouds at the horizon, flashes of lightning sporadically illuminate the pitch-black night, accompanied by the resounding echoes of thunder. In a desolate wilderness, 2 figures, drenched by the pouring rain, toil with an iron shovel, fervently excavating the earth. With each shovelful, they carve out a grave large enough to conceal a body. Beside this pit stands a young man, clad in a suit yet bound tightly, his head shrouded in darkness. At this moment, he is engulfed in terror, relentlessly threatening and pleading with the 2 diggers. "My father is the master of Tianlin Gate in Nanja City. If you dare to kill me, he will not let you go. I beg you, spare my life. No matter how much you demand, I will give it to you. Please, do not take my life." Yet, whether he threatens or begs for mercy, the 2 men remain impassive, their focus unwavering as they continue their grim task. With a thunderous roar, another bolt of lightning strikes from the heavens, momentarily illuminating the 2 men laboring in the dark. They appear to be in their 20s, dressed in coarse, short garments, their heights and features unremarkable, their expressions numb and indifferent, as if devoid of emotion. The proficiency with which they wield their shovels indicates that this is not their first endeavor of such a nature. Suddenly, one of the young men furrows his brow, raising his hand to cover his face and halting his excavation. The other, noticing this, finally displays an expression on his previously blank face, also frowning as he inquires, "Aha, why have you stopped?" After speaking, he lowers his hand from his face and resumes digging. The first young man, now aware of his companion's shift, continues his labor in silence, unaware that Ahau, the man across from him, has undergone a transformation at that very moment. The backdrop of this round of the game, wuxia, low martial arts. The character setting of the player in this round, a martial arts enthusiast. The main quest of the player in this round, defeat all challengers and become the supreme champion. The time limit for this quest is 2 years within the dungeon. Failure to complete the quest within this time frame will be deemed a failure. Dying within the time limit will also be considered a failure. The difficulty level of this quest is hard. The game ends upon the player's death or upon becoming the supreme champion, without the need to wait for the quest's time limit to expire. Detecting that the player's dimensional attributes exceed that of ordinary individuals, attributes are being implanted. Implantation complete. Transformed into a How, Su Ling continues to assist in the excavation while observing the character information that emerges before his eyes, revealing a contemplative glint in his gaze. Although he does not inherit Ahao's memories, the brief interaction with the other young man digging alongside him has forged a connection, granting him insight into the latter's life experiences. From this newfound knowledge, Su Ling gains a preliminary understanding of this peculiar world, one that is a curious amalgamation of the old and new, where firearms exist alongside steam, trains, and small aircraft. Yet large-scale weapons of mass destruction remain absent. The telephone was present, yet it resembled an antiquated rotary model. Amidst this eclectic fusion of Western elements, the presence of martial arts lingered. The pivotal game system, however, was rooted in a martial arts narrative, presenting quests that involved defeating all adversaries to become the unrivaled champion. Thus, Su Ling felt a sense of incongruity. Nevertheless, having arrived in this realm, he had no choice but to accept it. Su Ling did not dwell on this dissonance. Instead, he turned his attention to the character design bestowed upon him by the game system, the Extreme Path Martial Enthusiast. The term martial enthusiast was easily comprehensible, denoting a blind obsession with martial arts. Yet, the phrase extreme path warranted deeper contemplation. In Su Ling's understanding, extreme path could be interpreted in two ways. The first interpretation pertains to the pursuit of excellence, striving to achieve the utmost perfection in all endeavors. The second interpretation suggests an extreme disposition, one whose thoughts and actions are devoid of moral constraints. Su Ling surmised that this characterization of the extreme path martial enthusiast likely encompassed both meanings, for each aligned seamlessly with the notion of a martial enthusiast. With this insight, Su Ling began to formulate an initial plan for the game. At that moment, outside the confines of his thoughts, the pit for burying the victim had been successfully excavated. The youth across from Su Ling discarded the shovel onto a nearby mound of earth, emerging from the pit and approaching the bound young man. With a swift kick, he sent the captive tumbling into the pit, where he landed at Su Ling's feet. "Please don't kill me. I beg you. Spare me," the young man cried, his voice laced with terror. Meanwhile, the youth standing by the edge of the pit impatiently admonished Su Ling. "What are you waiting for? Do you wish to share his fate?" They were professionals in this grim endeavor, hired to kidnap and bury alive the son of the formidable leader of Tianlin Gate in Nan City. The negotiations and payments were managed by the youth named Chen Jiaming, who stood at the pit's edge, while Ahao was responsible solely for executing the task and subsequently dividing the earnings. The two shared a common background, often migrating to different cities after completing a job. However, Su Ling gleaned from Ah Ming's life experiences that he had been secretly siphoning funds, quoting prices to Ahao that were merely a third of the actual remuneration, then pocketing half of that amount. This time was particularly egregious. The kidnapping of the son of a prominent figure in the region had attracted a substantial bounty, yet Ah Ming had clandestinely appropriated 90% of the fee, leaving Ahao with a mere 10%, of which he would also take half. Prior to this endeavor, Ah Ming had already secured a ticket to depart from this territory, intending to abandon Ahao to the vengeance of Tianlin Gate. Their relationship had been forged in childhood, and Ahao had always placed his trust in Ah Ming, who appeared to care for him deeply. Thus, Ahao had never harbored any doubts about his companion. Alas, all of Ah Ming's machinations became crystal clear to Su Ling once he assumed control of Ahao's body. Upon witnessing the scene, Amin, without a hint of suspicion, grasped the shovel that had earlier been discarded on the mound of earth and commenced to bury the young man in the pit. As he toiled, he remarked, "After this, I have some matters to attend to. Ahao, once you relocate, amuse yourself for a few days while I am occupied." "Very well," Su Ling replied, though he stealthily circled around to Amin's rear. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap accompanied a blinding flash of lightning that struck from the ominous clouds above, overwhelming Amin's senses. In that moment, he beheld Ahao, now positioned behind him, raising the shovel high and bringing it down with force upon his head. A dull thud echoed through the air as Amin fell, tumbling into the adjacent pit, collapsing atop the young man who was bound tightly, causing him to scream in terror once more. Drenched in the torrential rain, Su Ling stood at the edge of the pit with a shovel in hand, his expression impassive as he gazed down at the unconscious Amin, murmuring softly, "Do not blame me. It was you who first forsook your humanity." Chapter 49. Is this martial arts? After rendering Chen Jiaming unconscious with the shovel, Su Ling crouched down, directing his gaze towards the son of the Tianlin sect's leader, who lay bound. In the enveloping darkness, obscured by the heavy downpour, Su Ling could discern little. His actions served a dual purpose: to monitor the individual and to maintain a semblance of posture. He was, in truth, examining the intricate details of the other's life experiences. Every individual who had directly or indirectly crossed paths with Su Ling had their life narrative vividly rendered in his mind through his unique ability of omniscience. Generally, however, Su Ling refrained from scrutinizing these details closely, as it consumed valuable time. It was akin to the difference in duration between perusing a film's synopsis and watching the entirety of the movie. For those deemed insignificant, he typically only glanced at the overarching themes. Yet, the son of the Tianlin sect leader did not fall into the category of unimportant individuals. Upon arriving in this world, Su Ling had gleaned insight into his own identity and the historical context of this realm through Chun Jiaming's life narrative. The son of the Tianlin sect leader would provide him with a preliminary understanding of the martial arts that permeated this world. After all, his primary mission was to conquer all adversaries and ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Thus, it was imperative that he familiarize himself with the martial arts of this realm. However, as he delved deeper into the examination, Su Ling was taken aback to discover that the martial arts of this world appeared to diverge significantly from his own understanding of the discipline. Ascend to heavenly divine skill, a secret of the Tianlin sect, the first realm's mystery, at the mountain peak. Practicing 100 times may offer a glimpse of the path, enhancing wisdom by 20%, the second realm's mystery, at the cliff's edge. Practicing 1,000 times may grant entry into the inner sanctum, enhancing wisdom by 30%, the third realm's mystery, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Practicing 10,000 times may lead to mastery, enhancing wisdom by 50%. If the obscurity of this secret art from the Tianlin sect did not convey much, the subsequent martial arts practiced by the disciples of the Tianlin sect revealed a rather peculiar style. The frenzied blood fist, a martial art practiced by the disciples of the Heavenly Gate sect, reveals its profound mysteries in 3 realms. In the first realm, one applies the blood of 10 beasts to their fists and practices 1,000 times, gaining a 20% increase in strength. The second realm requires the blood of 100 beasts, practiced 10,000 times, resulting in a 50% enhancement in power. The third realm, however, demands the blood of 100 men, practiced 100,000 times, culminating in a perfect mastery and 100% augmentation in strength. Although Su Ling was initially astonished by the method of applying blood to fists, his surprise was merely fleeting. However, upon discovering the nature of the third realm, which necessitated the blood of 100 men, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Was this truly a martial art? Su Ling furrowed his brow. He continued to delve into the life experiences of the son of the Heavenly Gate sect's leader and uncovered that the leader had repeatedly cautioned his son against revealing the secrets of the third realm of the frenzied blood fist to disciples or outsiders. This was, in truth, a form of sinister martial art, and should it be known that he was imparting such forbidden skills, it could incite a righteous backlash. Nevertheless, the first 2 realms, when observed alone, did not appear malevolent. The Heavenly Gate sect only taught its disciples the first 2 realms, renaming the technique to Beast Blood Fist. The secret art of ascend to heavenly divine skill was known solely to the father and son. This skill intertwined with a hidden truth about the past and present of the Heavenly Gate sect. After absorbing this information, Su Ling couldn't help but express his astonishment. He began to gain a preliminary understanding of the martial arts in this world, realizing that certain techniques required specific conditions for effective practice. Uncertain if this applied to all martial arts, as he had only gleaned insights from the life experiences of the sect leader's son, Su Ling acknowledged that his sample size was too limited for definitive conclusions. Nevertheless, armed with knowledge of these 2 martial arts, he determined to set forth on a path of action. The game system had given him a mere 2 years to complete his tasks. If this world proved as unremarkable as the last, with 8 months spent merely enhancing his attributes by a mere 30% through breathing techniques, achieving the goal of becoming the unrivaled champion within this time frame would be nigh impossible. Thus, Su Ling quickly acclimated to the martial arts framework of this world, establishing a modest objective to master the ascent to heavenly divine skill and the frenzied blood fist. Outside, torrential rain continued to pour, with dark clouds rumbling ominously and thunder crackling. In the pit before Su Ling, Chun Jiaming remained unconscious, while the son of the Heavenly Gate sect's leader continued to wail and plead for mercy. Observing the pitiful figure, Su Ling rose with an expression devoid of emotion, leaping into the pit and mercilessly raising his shovel. With a resounding thud that melded with the relentless downpour, the act seemed to vanish into the night. Following this event, only the sound of the rain remained, echoing in the darkness. Subsequently, Su Ling emerged from the pit once more, methodically shoveling the adjacent mound of earth into the hole to bury the 2 individuals within. Approximately half an hour later, the original pit had transformed into a flat expanse. After compacting the ground, Su Ling grasped 2 iron shovels and made his way out of the wilderness, arriving at the main road. Alongside the road, An old-fashioned car was parked, a vehicle co-purchased by him and Chun Jiaming for facilitating their illicit endeavors. After years of engaging in this line of work and accumulating some wealth, it was necessary, whether for professional advancement or a semblance of a respectable life, to acquire a means of transportation. With a resounding bang, the car door closed as Su Ling entered the vintage automobile. Instantly, the sound of rain outside seemed to be muffled, rendering it less immediate. After a brief wait in the vehicle, and upon receiving the feedback from his ability of self-awareness indicating the demise of both Chun Jiaming and the son of the Tianlin sect leader, he finally started the car and departed from the scene. 3 days later, in Nan City, at the Tianlin sect's martial arts hall, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s sat cross-legged in a secluded chamber, meditating. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks on the door of the quiet room. The middle-aged man opened his eyes abruptly, aware of the identity of the visitor and the situation at hand. A trace of sorrow crept onto his face. However, after taking a deep breath to suppress his grief, he commanded, "Enter." The door to the chamber swung open, revealing an elderly man with graying hair and a stooped figure. The elder gazed upon the middle-aged man with a kind smile and said, "Young master, I have completed the tasks you entrusted to me. The body of the young master has been found. He was murdered by those two. However, it seems there was discord among them as well. And one of them was also killed alongside the young master, while the other appears to have sensed danger and fled Nan City. Now, you need only to eliminate me and the last perpetrator of the young master's murder to fulfill the ritual of avenging your kin's blood feud, thereby surpassing the final barrier." Upon hearing the elder's words, sorrow once again graced the middle-aged man's features. With reddened eyes, he looked at the elder and spoke heavily. "Uncle Qiao, thank you. I, Liang Xiaozong, owe you too much in this life. If there is a next life, I will surely serve you as a devoted servant. There is no need for such words, young master. I have watched you grow up. In the past, the Tianlin sect was resplendent. Yet the sect leader never shunned my family, providing for us throughout our lives. Now, it is my turn to repay that kindness," the elder replied with a benevolent smile. "If I can contribute even a little to the Tianlin sect before I depart this world, it would be a worthy end. Young master, proceed." Hearing this, Liang Xiaozong nodded solemnly, rising with a heavy heart to approach the elder. Chapter 50, Verification. The sect leader of Tianlin, Liang Xiaozong, instructed his servant to locate Yu and Chun Jiaming to murder his own son, successfully completing the ritual to break through the third level of the malevolent technique known as Three Hatred's absolute killing technique. He has now slain the servant and awaits only your demise to achieve the third level, granting him a triple enhancement of strength. At present, Liang Xiaozong has entrusted the warlord Lu Dashui in the vicinity of Nan City to commence the search for your whereabouts. It was noon in an unremarkable little town. Just as he was about to bring a mouthful of noodles to his lips, he froze in astonishment, and after a long pause, he finally managed to utter a single phrase, "Incredible." Having recently arrived in this world, and with Chun Jiaming responsible for liaising with the hired assassin 3 days prior. After establishing a connection with Chun Jiaming during their conversation, he perused the life experiences of the other party. Although he gleaned information about the assassin, he could not access the life experiences of those associated with the assassin unless they directly pertained to him. Therefore, it wasn't until the assassin sought out Liang Xiaozong, who then eliminated him and tasked Lu Dashui with the search, that he ultimately received feedback of self-awareness. Upon comprehending the entire sequence of events, Su Leng could only express his admiration. To break through in his cultivation, he resorted to an unforgiving sacrificial ritual involving his own son. Alas, the breakthrough ritual he initiated was destined to remain unfulfilled. Though this world possesses telephones, trains, automobiles, and even airplanes, the level of communication remains limited. There is no advanced technology, no facial recognition, no fingerprints, no surveillance, and certainly no drones. The leader of the Heavenly Gate can only rely on manpower for the search, and the availability of such manpower in this world is exceedingly scarce. Moreover, the landscape is fragmented by warlords. Although a nation appears to govern on the surface, the warlords are, in fact, the true sovereigns of their territories. The inhabitants of towns and cities under a warlord's domain are subject to his rule. Should one wish to commission a warlord to search for him, it would require a substantial sum, and there is a high likelihood that the warlord's subordinates may not exert their full efforts in the task. Even if, for argument's sake, the warlord's men were diligent, locating Su Leng would still prove to be quite a challenge. This is primarily because Su Leng possesses a masterful level of disguise acquired from his previous gaming world. At that moment, Su Leng's appearance at a street stall was that of an affluent gentleman clad in a suit, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, sporting a neatly trimmed mustache, and his hair meticulously styled with pomade. This was in stark contrast to his previous incarnation as a Hao, who donned coarse, short garments and bore a blank expression, reminiscent of a dock worker. Furthermore, his face had been subtly enhanced through makeup techniques, softening his features and imbuing him with an air of cultured sophistication. In this guise, not only had Liang Xiaozong never seen him, but even his deceased compatriot Chen Jiaming would likely fail to recognize him at first glance. Thus, Su Long remained unperturbed by the prospect of being sought after by the warlord's men. However, he did not underestimate the determination of a person capable of such a sacrificial act involving his own son. After swiftly finishing the noodles in his bowl, Su Long left a few copper coins on the table and stood to depart. The nameless little town he found himself in was small. While it could not be said that every resident knew one another, a person dressed as he was in a suit would certainly stand out. However, there was no alternative. This was his guise as he departed the city, with no time to change, and such would not occur again. After interring Chen Jiaming and the son of the Tianlin sect's leader that evening, Su Long spent the following 3 days managing the assets the two had amassed over the years. The illicit funds acquired by Chen Jiaming were concealed across various residences, banks, and even within the remnants of traditional money houses. Moreover, the wealth belonging to his original self, a Hao, was similarly deposited in assorted banks and money houses. It took Su Long 3 days to withdraw all these funds. The purpose behind retrieving this money was, of course, to cultivate his skills. The ascent to the divine technique fortunately did not require financial expenditure. It merely necessitated practice atop mountains or by cliffs, which bore inherent risks. Conversely, the Blood Fury Fist was exceedingly costly. Each practice session required the application of fresh blood upon his fists. The first stage was manageable, demanding only the blood of 10 fowl, easily sourced from markets where chickens, ducks, and geese were slaughtered. However, the second stage posed a significant challenge, requiring the blood of 100 beasts. Even when seeking the most accessible animals like pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep, in an era where resources were scarce, one could only procure them through personal purchase, as no establishment would simultaneously slaughter 100 pigs, dogs, cattle, or sheep. Additionally, the worth of 100 such animals was considerable. As for the third stage of the Blood Fury Fist, it was relatively straightforward, given the vast population in the world. Although it required human blood, it did not necessitate murder. A mere compensation for blood donation sufficed. However, discretion was paramount, for if discovered by those knowledgeable about the Blood Fury Fist, particularly by Liang Xiaozong, who understood its third stage's secrets, he might be traced back to Su Long. Yet, discussing the third stage of the Blood Fury Fist was premature. Even the first stage seemed far off. Su Long had merely glimpsed the cultivation methods and effects of both the ascend to the divine technique and Blood Fury Fist within the life experiences of the Tianlin sect leader's son, but had yet to validate their authenticity. He needed to verify this first. Rising from his seat at the food stall, he meandered through the town, purchasing some provisions and drink, then proceeded to the vintage car parked nearby. Upon reaching the vehicle, he was met with the curious gazes and discussions of townsfolk who had never seen such a car. Ignoring their stares, Su Long opened the door, entered, closed it behind him, and started the engine. He then drove away, leaving the town behind like a transient traveler. Soon after, he changed out of his suit into the ordinary attire he had stowed in the car, took hold of his provisions, and made his way toward a nearby mountain. Upon reaching the summit, he paused to catch his breath before commencing his practice without delay. He first sought the highest point on the mountain, the very peak, and there began to practice the ascend to the divine technique, a seemingly unremarkable set of boxing techniques. Having previously trained in various martial arts during his past life in a game world, he found it relatively easy to grasp. During the practice, Su Ling felt no particular sensation and quickly completed the exercise. He continued to practice, repeating it again and again, tirelessly. Having lain in a vegetative state for over a year, the duration of his conscious awareness felt even longer. Patience was his greatest asset. Engrossed in the monotonous repetition of the ascend to the divine skill, he spent 3 consecutive days on the mountain, indulging in eating, drinking, and sleeping there. On the morning of the 3rd day, as the sun rose, Su Ling stood atop the mountain, having completed the ascend to the divine skill for the 100th time. At the moment he achieved perfect mastery and concluded his practice, suddenly, a chilling essence descended from the heavens, penetrating his crown and swiftly enveloping his brain. As this icy sensation spread, clarity washed over his mind, enhancing the speed of his thoughts and the responsiveness of his nerves. Simultaneously, a message emerged from the depths of his consciousness. Congratulations, player Su Ling, for breaking through the first realm of ascend to the divine skill, intelligence 0. 2. To his astonishment, it was indeed true. The mysteries of the first realm of ascend to the divine skill, attained atop the mountain after 100 repetitions, revealed a glimpse of the path, augmenting wisdom by 20%. Initially, Su Ling harbored doubts, For the martial arts of this world did not entirely align with his understanding. The style appeared peculiar. Even the feedback from his ability of omniscience left him incredulous. Yet now, the undeniable reality lay before him. An increase of 20% in wisdom translated to an enhancement of his intelligence attribute. This attribute signified the speed of cerebral function and neuroresponsiveness. So an increase from the baseline of 1 to 0. 2 was perfectly clear to Su Leng. However, if that were the case, then the first realm of Frenzied Blood Fist, which purportedly enhanced strength by 20%, should similarly augment the strength attribute, correct? Extending this logic, there should exist martial arts in this world that enhance agility and vitality attributes as well. Yet, these seem to differ from the three hatreds absolute killing technique practiced by the master of Tianlin sect, Liang Shaozong. Though the specific conditions required for Frenzied Blood Fist and ascend to the divine skill were challenging, they were not outlandishly so. In stark contrast, Liang Shaozong's three hatreds absolute killing technique was exceedingly peculiar. Liang Shaozong had commissioned local warlords to search for him, establishing a connection that allowed Su Leng to glimpse the other's life experiences. This technique was also divided into 3 realms, each with distinct requirements. All were far more extravagant than those for ascend to the divine skill and Frenzied Blood Fist. The first realm of three hatreds absolute killing technique demanded performing the skill 10,000 times, followed by practicing it amidst calamity to achieve mastery, resulting in a significant enhancement of physical strength. The second realm required practicing 100,000 times amidst earthly disasters to attain a second enhancement, doubling physical strength yet again. Finally, the third realm involved a sacrificial offering of Liang Shaozong's own son. The specific conditions required for this sinister skill are both outrageous and perverse. However, the enhancement it bestows upon the practitioner far surpasses that of the ascend to heaven divine skill and the Frenzied Blood Fist. Thus, Su Leng surmises that the three hatreds absolute kill technique must be a martial art of significantly higher caliber than both the ascend to heaven divine skill and the Frenzied Blood Fist. In this world, martial arts are distinctly stratified. The lower tier techniques, such as the ascend to heaven divine skill and the Frenzied Blood Fist, possess specific conditions that, while challenging, are not utterly unreasonable, yielding only moderate enhancements upon mastery. Even if one were to attain the third realm in these two skills, the resultant enhancement would approximate that of the first realm of the three hatreds absolute kill technique. Given that Liang Shaozong has commenced the ritual for the third realm of the three hatreds absolute kill technique, it is evident that he has already mastered the preceding first and second realms. Yet, the stringent conditions required for this advanced technique render it exceedingly difficult to achieve. Natural disasters and calamities are capricious and unpredictable. No one can foretell when they will occur or where they will transpire. Consequently, the challenge in mastering the three hatreds absolute kill technique is formidable. Liang Shaozong, having traversed over half a lifetime, encountered this opportunity by mere chance. Propelled by a childhood upheaval that ignited his desire to restore his family's legacy, thus compelling him to practice the three hatreds absolute kill technique countless times. In contrast, Su Leng harbors no lofty aspirations to master this nefarious art. On the contrary, he is devoid of any inclination to pursue this malevolent technique. While the rarity of natural disasters and calamities plays a role, another reason is that he lacks any close kin in this world. Although the identity of Ahau has relatives back home, Su Leng feels no emotional connection to his parents. After examining the specific conditions required for the three hatreds absolute kill technique, Su Leng concludes that it necessitates a deep-seated hatred for calamity, hatred for disaster, and hatred for human folly. A soulless Su Leng is destined to be incapable of mastering such a technique. Furthermore, given the burdensome and intricate specific conditions, he believes that investing time in seeking these conditions would be better spent honing lower-tier martial arts. This encapsulates Su Leng's genuine thoughts. For one endowed with the ability of self-knowledge, practicing lower-tier martial arts that impose fewer conditions emerges as the optimal choice. In this world, martial artists cannot escape the notion of cherishing their own crafts. Each sect and martial hall exercises stringent control over the techniques they possess, typically only revealing the true secrets of breakthroughs to those with whom they share a close bond, passed down verbally rather than inscribed on paper. In dealing with disciples, they often extract all possible effort before guiding them to practice under specific conditions for breakthroughs, withholding the secrets. For the average person, discovering the mysteries of even a single martial art throughout their lifetime is a rare achievement, let alone multiple arts. However, for Su Leng, endowed with the ability of self-knowledge, he can glean the secrets of any martial arts simply by establishing a connection with others, accessing the information of their life experiences. To him, those sects and martial halls are akin to open gates, allowing free access to their teachings. Although each lower-tier martial art offers only modest enhancements, when accumulated sufficiently, the synergistic effect can elevate his prowess to a truly formidable level. At that moment, the prospect of traversing the world became a tantalizing possibility for Su Ling. As his mind brimmed with plans following his understanding and validation of the martial arts within this realm, without further delay, he turned and descended the mountain. Having mastered the first stage of the ascending heaven divine technique and confirmed the authenticity of its martial prowess, his next endeavor lay in locating the specific conditions required for the second stage of the technique. Furthermore, preparations for the materials needed for the first stage of the Blood Fury Fist were also in order. Although the 2-year task deadline seemed ample, pursuing a path that amalgamated multiple lower-tier martial arts necessitated a more vigilant approach to time management. As Su Ling commenced his search for suitable training locations and began to gather the blood of 10 beasts, the soldiers under the local warlord, Lu Dashuai, centered around Nan's city, finally sprang into action. Posters bearing the likeness of a Hao were plastered throughout various towns and cities in the area, offering substantial rewards for his capture. Major thoroughfares leading out of the province were set with checkpoints to prevent a Hao from making his escape. While he possessed a vehicle, the old car's fuel reserves were insufficient for long-distance travel. Refueling would necessitate visiting specific locations in the larger cities, all of which were monitored by Lu Dashuai's men. Should he opt to travel on foot, leaving the province would not be a matter of mere days or weeks. During this time, the necessity of sustenance would arise, and the wilderness held few resources for nourishment. Moreover, lighting a fire in such desolate regions would quickly reveal one's position through the rising smoke. Simultaneously, companions akin to Chun Jiaming and a Hao, upon seeing the high bounty on a Hao, began to entertain their own ambitions. In addition, Liang Xiaozong, the leader of the Heavenly Ascension sect, dispatched emissaries to a Hao's hometown, intent on summoning a Hao's relatives to pressure him into revealing himself. This bold initiative captured the attention of numerous factions within the province, all intrigued by the identity of a Hao, whose actions had provoked such a significant response from the Heavenly Ascension sect and Lu Dashuai. Some factions even contemplated capturing a Hao for questioning. In a brief span, the identity that Su Ling had assumed as a Hao gained a measure of notoriety within the province. Chapter 52. The Ambush. Who is this individual? And why are his wanted posters ubiquitous? The bounty is astonishingly high. 100 silver coins for credible leads, and 1,000 for capture. If I could seize him, I would be set for life. Just look at that rascal. He appears to be a notorious bandit, surely involved in some grand scheme. Such a fiend. You wish to claim that reward? One might earn it, but lose their life in the process. Such notions are misguided. I have heard that the leader of the Heavenly Ascension sect has commissioned Lu Dashuai to hunt him down at great expense. The entire southern province is under Lu Dashuai's dominion. He is trapped with no means of escape. Why is the Heavenly Ascension sect pursuing him? They are a formidable power. It seems excessive to target such a minor figure with such fervor. I have heard that Ah Hao and Ah Ming have audaciously slain the son of the leader of the Tianlin sect. How astonishing! In the major cities of the Guangnan province, posters of Su Leng have been affixed everywhere, sparking fervent discussions among the populace. Even the rural towns and counties surrounding these cities are no exception. A reward of 100 silver dollars is offered for any information leading to his capture, and a staggering 1,000 silver dollars for his direct apprehension. To put this into perspective, 1 silver dollar is equivalent to 100 copper coins, and 3 copper coins can buy a bowl of noodles at the street corner. Therefore, 1,000 silver dollars equates to a remarkable 100,000 copper coins. A fortune indeed for an ordinary person. Such a substantial bounty naturally incites countless individuals to eagerly try their luck. However, at this very moment, the fugitive whose likeness is plastered across the land is presenting himself as an impeccably dressed gentleman, having parked his vintage automobile squarely in the middle of the road. He has discarded his coat, revealing a waistcoat beneath, and is rolling up his shirt sleeves as he opens the engine hood, engrossed in some repair work. After a brief duration, another vintage automobile, identical in model, approaches slowly from one end of the road, initially traveling at a normal speed. The vehicle decelerates upon sighting the obstruction and eventually halts a short distance away from the parked car. From this vehicle, 2 robust young men clad in black short jackets emerge from the front seats. One of them, frowning, exclaims, "Hey, what is going on? You're blocking the road, move it." The young men, strong in stature and dressed in white undershirts beneath their black jackets, deliberately reveal the firearms holstered at their waists as they approach, asserting their authority and strength. Nevertheless, those who can afford such vehicles are typically not ones to provoke, especially when the other party appears to belong to the upper echelons of society. Apologies. My car suddenly broke down while I was turning around. Su Leng quickly responds upon hearing their shouts. The 2 young men frown at his words, and the one who initially spoke asks, "How long until you can fix it?" He gazes hopefully at them. However, upon hearing Su Leng's response, the other young man, visibly irritated, retorts, "We're not here to fix your car. If you can't repair it, just move it aside so we can pass. We're in a hurry." "Very well," Su Leng replies, casting a glance at the firearms strapped to their waists, ultimately managing a forced smile and nodding. Yet, despite his strenuous efforts, his face reddens and veins bulge as he struggles to shift the vintage automobile, only to find himself gasping for breath instead. Observing his plight, the two young men, pressed for time, express their impatience. One of them curses, "You upper-class folks are utterly useless. You can't even lift this thing. Akuan, come help him move the car." With that, he rolls up his sleeves and strides toward the front of Su Leng's vehicle. The other young man follows suit, also rolling up his sleeves as they approach. Thank you. Su Leng, exhausted yet grateful, repeatedly expresses his appreciation. Soon, two young men arrived at the front of the vintage car, positioning themselves closely together with Su Leng in the middle. As they bent down to lift the vehicle, an astonishing turn of events occurred. Su Leng, who had previously rolled up his sleeves and appeared empty-handed, suddenly revealed a stun baton in his left hand and a fruit knife in his right. In an instant, he activated the stun baton, unleashing its maximum power upon the young man on his left, sending him into convulsions. Simultaneously, with an agile grip, he thrust the fruit knife into the neck of the young man on his right with remarkable speed. The crackling sound of the stun baton filled the air as the left young man collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. The young man on the right, struck by the knife, felt an excruciating surge of pain, causing him to jerk upright in shock. He staggered backward, his eyes wide with terror as he clutched his bleeding neck, only able to emit incoherent sounds. After dispatching his adversaries, Su Leng calmly deactivated the stun baton and placed it upon the car's hood. Observing the retreating young man, he raised a finger to his lips and smiled, whispering, "Chill. The pain will soon pass." With those words, the young man, weakened, finally crumpled to the ground. After a few spasmodic movements, his eyes fixed on the sky, he breathed his last. "Do not blame me. One can only fault your affiliation with the Tianlin sect." These two men were none other than disciples of the Tianlin sect, dispatched by their leader, Liang Xiaozong, to capture Ahao's relatives in an attempt to coerce him into revealing himself. Su Leng, informed by his self-awareness ability, seized the opportunity to eliminate them. The disciples of the Tianlin sect practiced the first and second stages of the frenzied blood fist. Even upon mastering the second stage, their strength attribute would merely increase to 17. In contrast, Su Leng boasted a strength attribute of 135, alongside agility and stamina, also at 135, and an intelligence of 12 after attaining the first stage of the ascend to the divine skill. Thus, despite the relatively close statistics, the disciple's second stage strength only surpassed his by a small margin of 0.35. However, when all factors were considered, it was evident that Su Leng's physical prowess eclipsed that of the Tianlin sect disciples. Coupled with the element of surprise, dispatching two disciples was a task of little challenge. Although he felt no emotional tie to Ahao's parents, he was reluctant to burden them, given his newfound identity and capabilities. Had Liang Xiaozong personally intervened, wielding the second stage of the three hatreds absolute killing technique with formidable strength attributes totaling 3, Su Leng would have refrained from engaging. Even if they threatened his family, he would remain hidden, only to seek vengeance afterward. Nevertheless, while he had successfully eliminated this batch of Tianlin sect disciples, it was merely a temporary solution, not addressing the root of the issue. If Liang Xiaozong were to learn of this later, he would undoubtedly send another batch or even take matters into his own hands. After he ambushes these two disciples of Tianlinmen, he plans to dispose of the bodies, and it would take him a while to ascertain their demise. As Ahao's hometown lies in a remote mountainous area, inaccessible by car, one must traverse a long, winding path. In this era of underdeveloped transportation, a round trip would require at least 10 to 15 days. By that time, should Liang Xiaozong be informed and decide to send someone, or if he chooses to go himself, it would again take another 10 to 15 days. This scenario represents the most favorable outcome. However, if Liang Xiaozong opts not to go personally but sends others instead, Su Leng could strategically carry out another ambush, thus prolonging the time frame. During this period, if Su Leng diligently practices his skills, he could significantly enhance both his physical strength and intelligence attributes to nearly 2. At that point, with the aid of his ability, self-knowledge, and the skills he has mastered, he would almost be able to match his adversary in a contest of strength. Of course, Su Leng could eliminate his opponent without such complexities. By gathering more information and conducting some calculations, he could devise an unexpected method to eliminate them. Although this world possesses martial arts that are not as commonplace as those in the previous realm, they still fall within the realm of humanity. It would not be overly difficult for Su Ling to orchestrate an unforeseen demise for his opponent. Nevertheless, his current persona is that of a martial arts fanatic. Thus, it is most fitting for him to defeat his opponent through sheer martial prowess. After 2 missions, Su Ling has garnered a reasonable assessment of the grading system. This grading primarily considers the completion of tasks and the integrity of the assumed persona, both of which are essential and interdependent. Next, he must concentrate on his training. After ruthlessly eliminating the disciples of Tianlunmen, Su Ling first delivered the finishing blow to the other disciple who had been rendered unconscious. Subsequently, he transported the bodies of the 2 disciples and their vehicles to a nearby wilderness. He then retrieved the iron shovel he had previously used from his old car. Swiftly burying the 2 corpses, he concealed their vehicles in a nearby hidden hollow, camouflaging them with branches and underbrush. Having completed these tasks and ensuring that the bodies would not be discovered in the near future, he departed in his old car. 10 days later, at the edge of a precipice, Su Ling stood at the brink, gradually retracting his clenched fists. Just as he relaxed, a familiar chill descended upon him, penetrating his crown and spreading throughout his mind. He felt a clarity wash over him, and simultaneously, a dynamic game notification emerged in his vision. Congratulations. Player Su Ling has broken through to the 2nd realm of Ascending the Divine Skill, Intelligence 03. After 10 days of rigorous training, he had finally perfected the Ascending the Divine Skill to its 2nd realm at this cliffside. The forthcoming 3rd realm requires an altitude of 10,000 meters, which, given the circumstances of this era, proves to be a daunting challenge. Chapter 53. Something is amiss. Deciding to temporarily set aside the Ascendant Divine Skill, Su Ling commenced his practice of the Frenzied Blood Fist. He began to disguise himself in various appearances each day, venturing into nearby towns and markets to procure the fresh blood of poultry such as chickens, ducks, and geese. The blood of 10 different birds was relatively easy to obtain. Although the resources of this era were not abundant, the markets in rural towns slaughtered dozens of chickens daily. Su Ling would don the guise of a wealthy household steward, a tavern servant, or even a bookkeeper or chef, and would consistently purchase the blood of 10 fowl each day. The market vendors, albeit puzzled by the reason someone would buy the blood of 10 different birds, found Su Ling's lack of haggling and his prompt payment alleviating their curiosity, leaving them unperturbed. Thus, Su Ling smoothly acquired the necessary blood daily for his practice of the Frenzied Blood Fist. Unlike the Ascendant Divine Skill, which demanded a specific environment such as a mountain peak or a cliff, the Frenzied Blood Fist could be practiced anywhere, provided there was the blood of 10 fowl available. Consequently, Su Ling could train without the caution required by the Ascendant Divine Skill, significantly accelerating his progress. Initially, during his training of the Ascendant Divine Skill, he took nearly 2 days to complete 100 repetitions, hindered by his unfamiliarity and the uneven terrain at the mountain's base. However, once he became adept, he was able to perform 100 repetitions in a single day at the cliff, completing 1,000 repetitions over 10 days, even while being mindful of the perilous drop. With the absence of such treacherous settings for the Frenzied Blood Fist, Su Ling managed to achieve nearly 160 repetitions on his first day of practice. As he grew more familiar with the technique, he could perform over 200 repetitions in a day. In just 5 short days, he had mastered the 1st realm of the Frenzied Blood Fist. Congratulations player Su Ling for breaking through to the 1st realm of the Frenzied Blood Fist, Power 02. Announced the game's dynamic notification as he completed his 1,000th repetition. Simultaneously, as he coated his fists with the blood of 10 fowl, visible veins of purple and blue began to swell from his knuckles, extending through his arms and body before eventually subsiding. Su Ling distinctly felt a surge in his physical strength. In the previous game world, he had spent 8 months practicing a breathing technique, enhancing his physical attributes by over 30%, but that was a gradual improvement without any particularly noticeable effects. In contrast, upon mastering the Frenzied Blood Fist, he experienced an immediate 20% increase in strength. The sensation was exhilarating, and Su Ling found himself growing fond of this newfound feeling. Next, he intended to seek out various martial arts schools and sects to acquire further knowledge. After attaining the 1st realm of the Frenzied Blood Fist, Su Ling did not plan to pursue the 2nd realm. Mastery of the 1st realm required only the blood of 10 fowl and 1,000 repetitions. However, achieving the 2nd realm necessitated the blood of 100 beasts and 10,000 repetitions. The enhancement in power attributes was merely 30%. Su Ling calculated that while he had mastered the 1st realm in 5 days, the 2nd realm would take 40 to 50 days, a considerable waste of time. Moreover, acquiring the daily supply of beast blood was exceedingly cumbersome. It would be more prudent to practice a new martial art. It is incredibly rare for an individual to grasp the intricacies of a single martial technique, and to acquire a second one is indeed a formidable challenge. However, Su Ling possesses the ability of self-awareness, allowing him to glean the secrets of martial arts from the life experiences of others, thus alleviating any concerns in this regard. Therefore, mastering all low-level martial arts while solely focusing on the first realm, thereby enhancing his physical attributes in the shortest possible time, is the most advantageous approach. Su Ling had already contemplated this early on. He aimed to advance the Ascendant Divine skill to its second realm simply because it requires practicing 1,000 repetitions to achieve. With this thought in mind, Su Ling wasted no time and set off towards the nearest and largest city, Nan City. In Nan City, at the Tianlin sect's martial training ground, a group of disciples drenched in sweat practiced their punches under the scorching sun. Liang Xiaozong sat in the shade nearby, sipping tea while observing the disciples' progress. While he appeared to be assessing their training, in reality, it was merely for show. The technique he had renamed Beast Blood Fist, originally known as Mad Blood Fist, could not be mastered without understanding its true essence. Even a lifetime of practice would not suffice to reach the first realm, as strength could only be augmented through natural training. What he termed as progress assessments were merely performances for the disciples. Only when he was in a good mood or when a disciple made a notable contribution, such as assisting him with a task or donating funds to the sect, would he promote these disciples to special training rooms he had prepared, where he would share the secrets of Mad Blood Fist to aid their training until they succeeded. This practice was not unique to him. It was a common understanding among major sects and martial halls. The adage "teach the apprentice, starve the master" reflects the hidden rules of the martial world. The true secrets of martial arts are seldom entrusted to those outside one's kin. At least he was willing to pass on knowledge to his son. Unfortunately, the lad was inept, unable to endure the rigors of training. He refused to practice even the advantageous 1,000 repetitions that could yield a 20% increase in strength, claiming that it was an era dominated by firearms and that martial arts had become obsolete. What would it matter if one reached the third realm? Faced with firearms, it would still be a matter of a single shot. For Liang Xiaozong, who had spent his formative years within the Tiandi sect, witnessing its zenith alongside the era of martial prowess, this notion struck a nerve deep within him. If not for this, he would not have made such a resolute decision. While firearms are undoubtedly formidable, personal strength remains equally vital. Not everyone in the world possesses firearms. In most cases, one's fists still hold sway. Furthermore, firearms are not invincible. Once he eliminates that Ahau and attains the third realm of Three Hatred's absolute kill technique, with triple enhancement to his physical prowess, he would be able to swiftly eliminate his opponent before they could fire a shot, rendering their weapons useless. With this in mind, Liang Xiaozong could not help but calculate the time in his heart, only to find himself frowning slightly. Moreover, he originally believed that after entrusting Lu Dashui with the bounty, even if they could not swiftly apprehend that Ahau, there should at least be some news after so many days. However, there was none. Ordinary individuals had provided clues. Yet upon verification from either Lu Dashui's side or his own, all turned out to be false leads, entirely unrelated to the person he sought. This made Liang Xiaozong realize that something was amiss. This Ahau seemed to be more cunning than he had anticipated. Upon hearing this, the two disciples exchanged glances filled with elation and responded in unison, "Master, we understand." If they could bring back the Ahau who had killed the young sect master, it would signify that they had accomplished their master's task. It would also mean that they could receive their master's true guidance and inherit authentic teachings. How could the two not be overjoyed? Well then, go, Liang Xiaozong said, gesturing for them to proceed after their enthusiastic affirmation. He actually felt a slight urge to take action himself, but doing so would reveal an excessive eagerness, potentially drawing unwanted attention. As the master of Tianlin sect, it was understandable to commission Lu Dashui to find the murderer of his son. Yet to abandon sect affairs and personally chase after such a petty character for a trivial bounty would appear rather peculiar. If others were to surmise that he was engaging in some sort of ritual to break through a nefarious technique, the damage to his reputation would be secondary. The real loss would arise from being targeted by so-called righteous factions or having enemies deliberately sabotage him. Thus, he resolved to send another pair of disciples instead. I hope I am merely overthinking. After the two disciples departed, Liang Xiaozong watched their retreating figures, frowning as he muttered to himself. Chapter 54, Gathering Information. Nan City is a locale within the southern province of Guangnan, neither too large nor too small, with its surrounding towns and counties home to several 100,000 inhabitants. Although it cannot compare to Guangnan City, the largest in the province, it is nonetheless one of the few significant cities in Guangnan. Within Nan City, there are 18 martial arts schools, with Tianlin sect being the most prominent among them. Throughout the entire Guangnan province, merely mentioning Nan's or Tianlin sect would invoke recognition from many, and for matters of little consequence, a modicum of respect would typically be afforded. On this day in Nan City, life proceeded as usual, operating within its urban framework. People went about their work, students attended school, laborers toiled, and those seeking leisure indulged in their pursuits. The streets were filled with rickshaw pullers weaving through the crowd. The sounds of various vendors hawking their wares ringing in the air, and the thoroughfares bustling with activity. Occasionally, a bus would approach from the distance, prompting a throng of people to scatter while simultaneously attracting many others to gather and purchase tickets. In stark contrast to the crowded boarding area at the front of the bus, the rear where passengers disembarked was notably orderly and sparse. Dressed in a black suit and polished shoes, with a brimmed hat atop his head and a briefcase in hand, Su Ling stepped off the tram and made his way towards a group of rickshaw pullers resting by the roadside. The rickshaw pullers possessed a keen sense of observation. Upon noticing Su Ling approaching, adorned in attire that suggested affluence rather than poverty, they promptly rose to solicit business. Sir, where to? Sir, where to? Choose my rickshaw. I am the swiftest. Hey, Lao Luo, that's excessive. While it's acceptable to attract business, what do you mean by being the fastest? Are the others inferior to you? A cacophony of voices echoed among the group of rickshaw pullers. Disregarding them, Su Ling casually boarded the rickshaw of a robust young man. Instructing, to Shintue Gate. In Nan City, home to 18 martial arts schools, Su Ling needed not to inquire himself. He could readily glean information about their existence from any local. However, to unearth the secrets of their martial arts, he must first forge a connection with the masters who held such knowledge, which required careful planning. With a populace exceeding hundreds of thousands, the number of young aspirants wishing to join these 18 schools was countless. Excluding the elderly and women, at least a quarter of the remaining population were young men. With such a multitude of youth, the martial arts schools had no shortage of disciples. Thus, a mere ordinary individual seeking an audience with the schoolmaster would likely be turned away. Hence, Su Ling devised his current strategy. Dressed in the garb of an upper-class individual, he arrived at one of the 18 martial arts schools, Shintue Gate, via rickshaw. After disembarking, he beckoned the rickshaw puller to wait. He then approached the two gatekeepers stationed at the entrance, retrieving a letter sealed with a golden stamp from his briefcase. He handed it to one of the gatekeepers, stating coolly, "Deliver this letter to your master, Wang Shifeng, and inform him it is from someone surnamed Su." Without waiting for their reaction, he turned and boarded the rickshaw, instructing the driver to depart. The gatekeepers exchanged bewildered glances. However, observing Su Ling's refined appearance and the letter's luxurious seal, they felt compelled to act with urgency. One remained at the gate, while the other hurried into the school, making his way to the courtyard where Master Wang Shifeng resided. "Master, a gentleman instructed me to deliver this letter to you," the disciple respectfully announced to Wang Shifeng, who reclined languidly in a chair. Wang Shifeng, a tall and slender middle-aged man, raised an eyebrow at this remark. "Who is it?" Simultaneously, he glanced at the letter presented by the disciple, intrigued by its quality and the golden seal. Frowning slightly, he sat up and accepted the envelope. "A person of apparent distinction claims the letter is from someone surnamed Su," the disciple informed him. "Surnamed Su?" Wang Shifeng furrowed his brow, unable to recall anyone he knew by that name. Burdened by curiosity, he opened the envelope and withdrew the letter. After perusing it for a moment, a cold snort escaped his nostrils. Simultaneously, he swung his arm with a flourish, casting the envelope carelessly to the ground, and admonished the disciple at the gate. "In the future, ensure such matters are clarified before delivering them." The gatekeeper stood there, utterly bewildered. He had anticipated that delivering this important correspondence would earn him his master's recognition, yet he was met with such an unexpected outcome. Instinctively, he glanced at the envelope that lay discarded at his feet, its surface densely inscribed with rows of text, yet the prominent first line boldly proclaimed the two characters, "Challenge." Astonished, he thought to himself, a challenge letter presented with such grandeur. He had initially believed it to be of significant importance, but was now incensed by the deception wrought by the appearance of both the messenger and the letter itself. While seated in a rickshaw en route to another martial arts school, Su Ling contemplated the information regarding Wang Shifeng's life experiences that his omniscient ability had revealed to him, particularly regarding the martial technique known as the Ling Feng leg practiced by the disciples of the Divine Leg sect. He began to grasp the methodology behind mastering this technique. By employing a lavish presentation, he aimed to mislead the gatekeepers, compelling them to act promptly and deliver the challenge letter to their respective masters without hesitation. This was Su Ling's strategy to swiftly establish connections with the leaders of the 18 martial arts schools in Nan City. Human beings are inherently visual creatures. Had he approached the masters in the guise of an ordinary citizen seeking to learn martial arts, it would have been improbable for him to gain an audience at once. However, by presenting what appeared to be a matter of great significance, adorned in extravagant wrapping, he could easily deceive the gatekeepers. Imagine, in reality, a person driving an extravagant car, adorned in designer attire, exuding an air of sophistication. Approaching you with the demeanor of someone bearing urgent news, would you dismiss them as merely jesting? Even the most cautious would likely consider their intentions before forming a judgment. This psychological tactic was precisely what Su Leng exploited. Subsequently, he employed the same strategy to send identical challenge letters to the remaining 17 martial arts schools in Nan City, including the Tianlin sect. That very day, he garnered unanimous praise from the gatekeepers of all 18 schools and successfully forged connections with the masters, gleaning insights into their life experiences and acquiring the secrets to over 20 martial arts techniques. Aside from the Tianlin sect's skills, he discovered an astonishing 24 additional martial arts forms, including the Crushing Mountain Palm, Supreme Force, Mysterious Turtle Technique, Flying Star Claw, and the Shattered Wind Step. At this moment, he stood in a river, the water level reaching his waist, enumerating the martial arts he had collected. Each technique came with its specific conditions and challenges. Yet none were insurmountable, especially for Su Leng, who only intended to master the first level. Due to the varying enhancements of martial arts, some augmenting strength, others speed, and still others physicality, Su Leng is currently categorizing these techniques to establish the most efficient sequence for training. As he delves into this classification, he discovers a notable absence. None of the martial arts seem to enhance intelligence. Aside from the ascend to the divine skill from the heavenly gate, there is not a single technique aimed at improving cognitive attributes. This revelation prompts Su Leng to ponder deeply. Intelligence influences the speed of thought and the coordination of neural responses. An increase in intellect can lead to enhancements in both areas. Among two individuals possessing the same strength, speed, and physical constitution, the one with superior intelligence will exhibit a quicker reaction time, allowing them to outmaneuver their opponent. The Heavenly Gate's esteemed position among the 18 martial arts schools in South Say City can likely be attributed not only to Liang Xiaozong's prowess, but also to the merits of the ascend to the divine skill. Naturally, Liang Xiaozong would not impart the true secrets of this technique to his disciples. Instead, he would evaluate them by guiding them to the mountain peak for training, leading them to inexplicably achieve the first realm. In this world, where individuals lack the prompts of a gaming system, these disciples perceive it as receiving genuine transmission. In reality, however, they are firmly under Liang Xiaozong's control. Shaking his head in reflection, Su Leng dispels these distracting thoughts and prepares to practice. He stands in the river, ready to train with the technique known as Mystic Tortoise Method, a martial art designed to enhance physical attributes. The first realm's secret of the Mystic Tortoise Method requires performing the technique 800 times amidst the flowing waters, promising a 20% increase in physicality. With a splash, Su Leng plunges into the water and begins his training. 5 days later, the notification arrives. Congratulations to players Su Leng for breaking through to the first realm of the Mystic Tortoise Method, Physicality 02. Upon mastering the first realm of the Mystic Tortoise Method, Su Leng immediately relocates to practice other techniques. Thus, in the following days, he diligently trains in the martial arts he has gathered. Approximately every 4 to 5 days, he successfully attains the first realm of a new technique, prompting updates in the gaming dynamics reflected in his eyes. Congratulations to player Su Leng for breaking through to the first realm of the Mountain Crushing Palm, Strength 02. Congratulations to player Su Leng for breaking through to the first realm of the Supreme Strength Technique, Strength 02. Congratulations to player Su Leng for breaking through to the first realm of the Flying Star Claw, Agility 02. Congratulations to player Su Leng for breaking through to the first realm of the Gale Shattering Step, Agility 02. With each martial art mastered, Su Leng's attributes of strength, agility, and physicality steadily enhance. Notably during this time, Liang Xiaozong dispatched 2 disciples to Ahao's hometown, who met their demise at Su Leng's ambush, their traces obliterated. Subsequently, to ensure a definitive resolution, Su Leng personally visited Ahao's family, posing as Ahao and providing them with a substantial sum of money, an amount considerable for people of their era, while recounting his tale of being pursued. He urged them to flee. Whether Ahao's family heeded his advice was no longer of his concern. Having done this, he felt he had acted with sufficient benevolence and righteousness. Fortunately, based on the feedback from my omniscient consciousness, Ahao's relatives have heeded the advice and successfully fled from Guannan. This liberation allowed Su Leng to shed all constraints and immerse himself entirely in his training. Thus, time passed day by day, and before long, more than 4 months had slipped away. On this particular day, in a desolate wilderness, Su Leng stood bare-chested, clad only in a pair of linen trousers. He swung gracefully from the branch of a large tree, his form reminiscent of a monkey, agile and nimble. With a thud, he landed, and his eyes were greeted by an updated game notification. Congratulations player Su Leng for breaking through to the first realm of Monkey Back Fist, Strength 01. Agility 01. At last, Gazing at the notification before him, Su Leng murmured to himself. After 4 arduous months, he had finally mastered all 24 martial arts techniques to their first realm. At this moment, having completed the final technique, Monkeyback Fist, his one-dimensional attribute panel displayed as follows. One-dimensional attributes. Name: Su Leng Attributes. Strength 381, Agility 347, Stamina 239, Intelligence 151. Skills: Beginner Bomb Making, Master Level Firearm Knowledge, Master Level Disguise. Master Level Combat Skills Items. Character Alteration Card 1, Character Card, Prince 1, Hyperdimensional Energy 1, Position Swap Card 1, Weapon Card, Kitchen Knife 1. Weapon Card, Bulletproof Vest 1. Martial Arts. Ascending to Heaven Divine Art, Second Realm. Frenzied Blood Fist, First Realm. Mysterious Turtle Technique, First Realm. Mountain Crushing Palm, First Realm. After 4 months of rigorous training, Su Leng had achieved a remarkable breakthrough, with both his strength and agility attributes surpassing 3. Although his stamina was somewhat lower, this was merely due to the scarcity of martial arts that enhance it. Not only he, but all the experts in Nanzai City, aside from Liang Xiaozong, who practiced 3 Hatred Absolute Kill technique, shared this limitation. Their stamina was merely a few times stronger than that of an average person. To reach over double that of a normal individual, as he had, was indeed quite formidable. As for his intelligence, it had increased by 0.5 due to the enhancement from Ascending to Heaven Divine Art, while the remaining 0.01 was a slight boost gained from his relentless practice over the past 4 months. Not only his intelligence, but the other 3 attributes had also seen varying degrees of natural enhancement through his dedicated exertions. However, what delighted Su Leng the most was the addition of master-level combat skills in his skills section. After months of relentless practice, his muscle memory had finally synchronized with the master-level combat knowledge in his mind, allowing him to fully grasp this skill. This achievement was, in fact, his greatest gain over the past 4 months. Now, it was time to embark on the path of invincibility. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Su Leng's first target was already predetermined: Tianling Min, Liang Xiaozong. Chapter 56, Kicking the Gym. In the early morning, within a room, the shaking bed and faint, delicate moans persisted for a considerable duration before gradually subsiding. However, the man's face remained expressionless, and when questioned by the woman, his countenance darkened further. "You certainly have a knack for verbosity." With that, he abruptly threw off the covers, rose, and began dressing in preparation to depart. Startled by his actions, the woman quickly sat up, disregarding her exposed form, and gazed at him, cautiously inquiring, "My lord, have I spoken amiss?" This man was none other than Liang Xiaozong, the master of Tianlin Gate, while the woman was his third concubine. Upon hearing her words, Liang Xiaozong fell silent, his grim demeanor deepening. Over 4 months ago, he had resolutely committed to a breakthrough ritual for the 3rd realm of the 3 hatreds and absolute kill technique, binding it to the life of his own son. However, the family servant, who had watched the boy grow, found it impossible to proceed and instead procured 2 insignificant scapegoats. To his astonishment, one of these scoundrels proved unexpectedly cunning, sensing the impending danger and not only eliminating his accomplice, but also fleeing. Furthermore, it seemed as though he had foreseen Liang Xiaozong's intentions to threaten him through his family, laying ambushes that resulted in the demise of both waves of disciples he had sent. Although he could not fathom how that rogue had achieved this, it was undeniable that the 4 disciples he dispatched had vanished without a trace. When he realized something was amiss, he disregarded the unwanted attention it would attract and personally ventured to the rogue's hometown, only to discover that the rogue's family had already fled. This incited profound anger within him. The painstaking decision he had made, binding his son's life to the breakthrough ritual, had been rendered futile. The high bounty he had placed went unclaimed for so long. Now, with the rogue's family no longer a concern, it was likely he would remain hidden indefinitely, perhaps even having escaped to another province. With these thoughts coursing through his mind, Liang Xiaozong felt as if a thorn were lodged in his throat. Having resigned himself to the difficulty of locating that rogue, he had engaged in frequent intimate encounters over the past 2 months, driven by the desire to conceive another child. Once the moral boundaries of a person are breached, there is no longer any regard for the associated consequences. Having resolved to sacrifice the son he had nurtured for over 20 years for the sake of the breakthrough ritual, Liang Xiaozong was now entirely unburdened by such considerations. He was determined to father another child and personally hire an assassin to stand by during the ritual. The only hindrance was the realization that even if conception were to occur immediately, it would require at least 8 to 9 months, a significant waste of time. Yet, there was no alternative. Each time he reflected on the escape of that rogue, the loss of his son, and the expenditure incurred in paying General Liu, Liang Xiaozong felt a deep discomfort. The words of his third concubine had reminded him of this, provoking his ire. For the next 2 months, take care of yourself. And inform me immediately should any signs of pregnancy arise. Having donned his clothing, Liang Xiaozong uttered this final remark before exiting the room. Initially anxious from having angered Liang Xiaozong, the third concubine felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing his words of concern. It seemed he still cared for her, wishing for her to bear him a child to carry on his legacy. With this thought, her heart swelled with sweetness. After leaving the room, Liang Xiaozong walked expressionlessly towards the training ground. At the break of dawn, the disciples of Tianlinmen had already risen early to practice their skills. Upon noticing Liang Xiaozong's arrival, these disciples intensified their training. Heaven and earth. Where there is heaven, naturally, there is earth. The Ascension to Heaven divine skill is a celestial scroll, passed down through generations by the leaders of the Tiandi sect to their descendants, representing one of the few martial arts in the pugilistic world that can enhance wisdom. However, the earthly scroll is the foundation of the Tiandi sect, vital for strengthening the body and combating foes. Only through the unity of heaven and earth can the true power of the Tiandi sect's secret techniques be unleashed. Regrettably, as Liang Xiaozong became lost in thought, a sudden commotion from outside interrupted his contemplation. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, 2 disciples immediately responded and headed towards the training ground's entrance. Who are you? Boldly trespassing into my Tianlinmen. Bang, bang, ah, ah. Accompanied by the final 2 cries of pain, the 2 disciples tumbled through the archway of the training ground. This scene instantly captured the attention of dozens of disciples within the training arena, causing them to cease their practice. Simultaneously, Liang Xiaozong, who had been seated and sipping tea, slowly rose and cast a cold, penetrating gaze towards the archway. His frustration had reached a boiling point over the past few months. And now someone dared to provoke him at this moment. Seeking death, under the scrutiny of Liang Xiaozong and the disciples of Tianlinmen. A young man clad in a suit and polished shoes, with his hair meticulously slicked back, stepped through the archway, observing the newcomer's seemingly distinguished attire. The disciples of Tianlinmen refrained from immediately attacking and instead looked towards Liang Xiaozong for guidance. However, the coldness in Liang Xiaozong's eyes remained undiminished as he coldly inquired, "Who are you? Do you know where this is? Are you aware of the consequences of trespassing here?" Upon hearing Liang Xiaozong's words, the young man in the suit chuckled. "Isn't this Tianlinmen?" After saying this, his gaze swept across the training ground before finally settling on Liang Xiaozong once more, and he smiled. "Haven't you been searching for me? Why do you not recognize me now that I have arrived?" The young man was none other than Su Leng. He had directly chosen to challenge Liang Xiaozong in a manner befitting the persona of an extreme martial enthusiast. Liang Xiaozong, taken aback by Su Ling's statement, found himself momentarily at a loss. He had never encountered Su Ling before. He had only seen a photograph provided by his servant. The image, plastered across various cities and towns in Guanan, had been painted by an artist based on that photograph. In that picture, Su Ling was depicted in modest attire, resembling a dock worker, with his hair unkempt, presenting a stark contrast to the impeccably dressed young man before him. Thus, Liang Xiaozong did not recognize Su Ling at first. However, after carefully observing Su Ling and listening to his words, he gradually began to connect the dots between the young man before him and the image of Ah Hao in the photograph. Chen Hao. Upon hearing Liang Xiaozong enunciate the name with deliberate emphasis, Su Ling's previously frigid gaze ignited with fervor. "You dare to seek me out. Quite bold of you. But I must ask, is it fearlessness or sheer audacity?" As he spoke, a euphoric expression of reclaimed joy spread across his face. In response to Liang Xiaozong's words, Su Ling merely offered a slight smile, then drew 2 short blades from behind his waist, gripping them in a reverse hold before him. "I have come today to challenge your establishment. We shall determine our standings and settle our fates." Chapter 57, Master Combat Techniques. "Is it really you?" Liang Xiaozong scoffed at Su Ling's audacity to challenge him. After taking a sip of tea, he added, "Do remember to leave a survivor." Although Su Ling had arrived under the pretense of a challenge, the individual before him, Chen Hao, was no martial artist, but rather a petty figure in the world of illicit dealings. Liang Xiaozong deemed it unnecessary to adhere to any martial ethics in dealing with such a person. Moreover, Chen Hao was hardly worthy of his attention. As for the notion of overwhelming the weak, considering that Chen Hao had already orchestrated the demise of his own son, Liang Xiaozong felt justified in his actions. Yet, the true reason for his reluctance to engage stemmed from a concern that Chen Hao might resort to underhanded tactics. Such occurrences were not without precedent. A master in the Guanan province had once been publicly challenged by an obscure rogue. Due to the crowd's presence and the absence of his disciples, he had reluctantly accepted. The rogue, however, had unexpectedly drawn a firearm from his pocket and shot the master dead. Following this incident, few martial artists dared to accept challenges from strangers without the company of disciples. Chen Hao, a mere inconsequential figure, lacked any notable backing or skills. He had been evading capture for so long, altering his appearance and arranging for his family to flee. Liang Shaozong doubted that he would recklessly present himself for death. His own 4 disciples had gone silent, evidently met with misfortune. Such a person, who could easily escape, would not choose to confront him without a hidden agenda or support. Thus, Liang Shaozong instructed the disciples of Tianlimen to engage first, eager to unveil any tricks up Chunhao's sleeve. This way, should there be any schemes or support, his disciples could bear the brunt, allowing him to observe and adapt accordingly. Liang Shaozong's caution was indeed commendable. Unbeknownst to the Tianlimen disciples, their master's intentions were shrouded in secrecy. When Liang Shaozong commanded them to subdue Su Long, dozens of disciples erupted in a furious roar, charging toward him. With a resounding battle cry, the nearest 7 or 8 disciples surged forward. Su Long, however, was not taken aback by this turn of events. A man like Liang Shaozong, capable of sacrificing his own son, would undoubtedly lack any semblance of martial virtue, and Su Long held none himself. Observing the oncoming tide of Tianlimen disciples, he remained unperturbed. Firstly, his physical strength surpassed that of the disciples of the Heavenly Gate by 2 or 3 times. Furthermore, he possessed master-level martial arts skills. What constitutes master-level martial arts? He possessed an acute understanding of every weakness within the human body, knowing precisely which force and weapon would inflict specific injuries. He could swiftly assess all the available spaces and objects on the scene and expertly control every nuance of his own physique, fully aware of his physical limits. With this wealth of knowledge and judgment, he could deduce whether he could handle the situation at hand, and if not, ascertain the optimal moment for retreat, among other considerations. In the absence of unknown variables, he commanded everything around him, including himself and his adversaries. This is the essence of master-level martial arts. It could be said that even with the physical strength of an ordinary person, Su Ling, endowed with such masterful fighting skills, would remain utterly unperturbed by the throngs of Heavenly Gate disciples. Even if his stamina fell short in facing dozens of assailants, he could still retreat unscathed at the most opportune moment. Now, with physical strength thrice that of an ordinary individual, confronted by a multitude of attackers, the outcome was inevitable: carnage. With a deft twist of his right hand, Su Ling transformed his grip on the short blade from reverse to forward, advancing rather than retreating. He charged toward one among the 7 or 8 who had initially surrounded him, executing a swift upward and downward thrust with his dual blades. Before the assailant could react, he severed the tendons in the man's hands and feet, eliciting a pained cry as the man collapsed helplessly to the ground. Subsequently, Su Ling masterfully maneuvered with precise footwork, retreating and sidestepping to maintain the slightest safe distance while expending minimal energy, evading the relentless lunges of the remaining attackers. With blades in both hands, he struck, slashed, and cut with precision. With every motion, a spray of blood erupted forth, accompanied by the anguished cries of another Heavenly Gate disciple whose tendons were severed, rendering them incapable of rising. In mere moments, Su Ling had dispatched the initial wave of 7 or 8 assailants to the ground. He then skillfully controlled the number of adversaries surrounding him, maintaining them within the range of 6 to 8, preventing the other Heavenly Gate disciples from advancing past this group. With his short blades, he cleanly and decisively severed the tendons of these individuals, not out of a reluctance to kill, but because incapacitating them was the most efficient and energy-conserving method of combat. In such scenarios, individuals can exhibit extraordinary strength and speed, introducing unpredictable variables. Thus, targeting the tendons to weaken his opponents was the most prudent strategy against a group assault. Especially with formidable foes lurking nearby, Su Ling did not forget about Liang Shaozong, ensuring that he preserved his stamina within a safe threshold. Nevertheless, even after he had methodically incapacitated over 20 individuals, the impact on the Heavenly Gate disciples was palpable. Originally, they had charged forward without hesitation, eager to win Liang Shaozong's favor and gain true teachings. Yet, within a brief span, witnessing the downfall of over 20 of their comrades, their momentum faltered significantly. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Ling raised an eyebrow, realizing that he could not afford to leave so many capable disciples of Tianlimen as obstacles, especially with Liang Shaozong still to contend with. Thus, the encirclement of Tianlimen disciples slowed, inadvertently provoking Su Ling to initiate his own assault. With a swift run, he plunged into the throng, wielding a pair of short blades, one held forward, the other reversed, constantly alternating in a flurry of strikes, never pausing. His footwork was fluid, expertly controlling every inch of distance, while using the bodies of the Tianlimen disciples as shields against incoming attacks. One by one, he incapacitated his opponents by severing their tendons and ligaments. To the onlookers, he appeared almost spectral, weaving through the mass of Time-Limit disciples, his blades dancing as he methodically disabled each adversary, all while they failed to even graze his clothing. Liang Xiaozong, initially seated at the back of the training ground to observe Su Ling's tactics, wore a cold smirk that transformed into a raised brow after Su Ling dispatched the first wave of disciples. As Su Ling continued to take down more than 20 of their ranks, Liang's expression shifted to one of concern, his brow furrowing deeper. As Su Ling wreaked havoc among the crowd, Liang's demeanor grew increasingly grave. Eventually, his gaze fixed intently on Su Ling, scrutinizing his condition. When he noted that Su Ling had dispatched a significant portion of the Time-Limit disciples without even breaking a sweat, he could no longer remain passive. "Stop!" he bellowed. Rising abruptly from his seat and descending onto the training ground, his eyes locked onto Su Ling, demanding, "Who on earth are you?" The sheer efficiency and formidable prowess displayed by Su Ling sent shivers down Liang's spine, not to mention his seemingly boundless stamina. This individual could not possibly be the petty Chun Hao, who dabbled in menial trades. Chapter 58, Tactical Warfare with Liang Xiaozong's Descent. Su Ling ceased his onslaught, directing his gaze toward him. What had initially appeared to be a prime opportunity to encircle Su Ling had now rendered the Time-Limit disciples utterly demoralized, stripping them of any courage. Nearly 2/3 of their number lay incapacitated, blood staining the training ground where tendons had been severed. The fallen disciples writhed in agony, crawling on elbows and knees toward the edge of the arena, fearful that Su Ling might suddenly turn his wrath upon them. The remaining third of the disciples huddled at the periphery, their eyes wide with terror as they watched Su Ling, gasping for breath. Initially, they had thought that their overwhelming numbers would suffice against Su Ling, yet now, with only 20 or so left, they knew better than to believe they could bring him down. Su Ling paid little mind to the remaining Time-Limit disciples. They had become insignificant, unable to sway the outcome of the ensuing battle. Turning his attention to Liang Xiaozong, he chuckled lightly. "Did you not just call my name? What is it? Have you grown fearful upon discovering I am not the inconsequential figure you presumed?" Fear. Upon hearing this, Liang Xiaozong let out a cold snort, declaring, "I merely wish to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. If you were not Chen Hao, there would be no need for our conflict to escalate to such an extent. Everything can be negotiated, but since you have confessed, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, he raised his hand to grasp his outer garment, and with a powerful tug, tore it apart with a resounding rip. The immense force, at least level 3, rent the fabric asunder, revealing the training vest beneath. Liang Xiaozong, originally standing at over 180 centimeters tall, appeared merely as a somewhat tall middle-aged man due to his outerwear. However, as the garment was ripped away, his muscular arms were exposed, presenting a striking visual impact. "Allow me to demonstrate what true strength entails." Liang Xiaozong strode towards Su Ling, his expression icy. While technique is certainly important, in the face of genuine power, it is merely a form of theatrics. Indeed, as he stated, in the presence of true strength, technique is but a sideshow. Yet, Su Ling possessed more than mere technique. "Is that so?" Su Ling replied non-committally upon hearing Liang Xiaozong's words and observing him approach. In the next instant, he surged forward, his speed akin to a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards Liang Xiaozong. Liang Xiaozong's eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared for Su Ling's astonishing swiftness. Nevertheless, having cultivated the ascendant divine art to its second level, he quickly regained his composure and responded accordingly. With a powerful stomp, the ground beneath him shattered into fragments. He then kicked the debris towards the rapidly approaching Su Ling. The sharp sounds of the flying stones echoed as they shot forth like hidden weapons, swift and forceful. Anyone struck by these stones would undoubtedly suffer excruciating pain and extensive bruising. Liang Xiaozong anticipated that Su Ling would halt to defend against or evade the oncoming projectiles. At that moment, he would seize the opportunity to close in and assert his overwhelming strength. However, in the face of the incoming stones, Su Ling did not falter. Instead, he hurled a short blade at Liang Xiaozong with his right hand while his free hand, mirroring Liang Xiaozong's earlier action, grasped his suit and tore it away with great force. The fabric ripped apart with a sound akin to tearing paper, as an impressive force of 381 rendered the suit into tatters. Following this, Su Ling swung the remnants of the suit like a windmill, ensnaring the oncoming stones, and then spun around, launching them back towards Liang Xiaozong. The stones, propelled by the rapid rotation, surged forward with even greater ferocity, accompanied by a whistling sound. When Liang Xiaozong noticed Su Ling's short blade being thrown, he assumed Su Ling aimed to impede his advance, thus he evaded, continuing his forward momentum. Consequently, he found himself unable to dodge the retaliatory stones. Yet, seeing no chance to escape, he crossed his arms before his face to shield his eyes from the incoming projectiles and braced his entire body to absorb the impact. Bang, 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 bang. A series of dull thuds echoed as stones struck flesh. Liang Xiaozong, whose physical strength was twice that of an ordinary person, possessed remarkable dermal resilience. Those stones, capable of bruising the average individual, merely elicited a faint sensation of pain upon impact. After fending off the barrage, Liang lowered his crossed arms from his face, preparing to press the assault. Yet, in that fleeting moment of vulnerability, he was taken aback to find Su Ling had already advanced, deftly shifting a short blade from his left hand to his right, thrusting it downward toward his heart with fierce intent. Seeking death, Liang Xiaozong exclaimed in fury, raising his hands once more to cross defensively against Su Ling's wrist, intent on using his formidable strength to block the descending strike. However, as their arms clashed, his expression shifted to one of shock. Su Ling possessed a strength that matched his own. Liang's hastily crossed arms proved insufficient to impede the forceful thrust aimed at his heart. The blade, though not swift, advanced with relentless power. He could only watch helplessly as it approached. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced Liang Xiaozong's chest. Stunned, he gazed down at the weapon embedded in his flesh. Disbelief etched across his face. At that moment, Su Ling chuckled lightly and inquired, "What were you saying earlier? What were you going to teach me? Strength?" From the very beginning, Su Ling had deliberately concealed his extraordinary physical prowess, all for this moment. The disparity in their physical strength was negligible. Liang's formidable abilities, bolstered by the three hatreds absolute killing technique, ascendant god technique, and frenzied blood fist, rendered him seemingly superior. Yet, in combat, victory does not solely belong to the physically powerful. Unless there exists a significant disparity in strength, triumph in battle hinges more on tactics. Tactics encompass psychological warfare, as well as the level of understanding between adversaries. Su Ling held the distinct advantage of information. He was fully aware of Liang Xiaozong's capabilities, while Liang knew nothing of him. Thus, he exploited this information gap to orchestrate the preceding confrontation. From the outset, he feigned a lack of superhuman strength, enticing Liang with his masterful combat skills, leading him to mistakenly believe this was his foundation. Ultimately, in that heart-stabbing moment, he unleashed his full power. What appeared to be a brief skirmish was, in fact, a meticulously crafted design. A direct confrontation between them could never have concluded so swiftly. Liang, initially transfixed by the blade lodged in his chest, could no longer contain himself after hearing Su Ling's piercing inquiry, and with a gasp, he expelled a copious amount of blood. Su Ling, anticipating the moment, swiftly retreated. Liang, having coughed up blood, slowly knelt to the ground, his robust hands clutching the blade embedded in his chest, murmuring repeatedly, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" His vengeance remained unfulfilled. His plans had yet to unfold. He had yet to restore the heavenly gate. All that he desired had yet to come to fruition. He could not comprehend why circumstances had unfolded in such a manner. Amidst this sense of discontent, the brilliance in Liang Xiaozong's eyes gradually faded until it was utterly extinguished. Chapter 59, Redemption. Ambitions soared higher than the heavens. Yet life proved as fragile as paper. Observing Liang Xiaozong, who knelt on the ground, still murmuring in reluctant protest, Su Ling offered a detached appraisal. He had perused Liang Xiaozong's life experiences and was aware that he was once the young master of the heavenly gate, born into privilege and luxury. In that era, foreign firearms had not yet emerged, and the world was still entrenched in the age of cold weapons, where martial prowess reigned supreme. The heavenly gate was at the height of its power, dominating the far reaches of the northern provinces, distant from the southern regions of Guan. Alas, what flourishes must eventually decline. The heavenly gate, after its zenith, succumbed to decay. The martial arts of the heavenly gate, particularly the earth scroll, had led to the demise of the old master, Liang Xiaozong's grandfather. Subsequently, Liang Xiaozong's father fled southward with him, instilling in him the notion of restoring the glory of the heavenly gate throughout his upbringing. During this time, the world had transformed. The advent of foreign firearms and subsequent invasions unsettled the times, giving rise to conflict. Consequently, the emphasis on martial arts waned, and the heavenly gate, which had relentlessly pursued Liang Xiaozong and his father in the northern provinces, ultimately abandoned their quest. The father and son then sought refuge in the southern provinces, where they established the heavenly Leng gate. Despite the changes wrought by foreign weaponry, for the common folk, these innovations remained distant. Martial arts continued to be one of the few avenues for them to rise above their circumstances. Thus, the heavenly Leng gate faced no shortage of disciples. Influenced by the ambition to restore the heavenly gate, they arrived at their present juncture. Frankly, even if Liang Xiaozong were to master the third realm of the three grievances and absolute annihilation technique, Su Ling doubted his capacity to reclaim any semblance of the heavenly gate. This technique might elevate Liang Xiaozong's physical prowess to an average of merely 4 points. Such a level was insufficient to support the dream of revival. In the entirety of the southern provinces, Liang Xiaozong held a modicum of renown. Yet in terms of true strength, he scarcely ranked. Even mastering the third realm of the technique would likely afford him only a nominal standing, far from invincibility. As for the Heavenly Gate in the northern provinces, Su Ling, having had no prior connection, remained oblivious to its intricacies. However, in this era, where foreign weaponry prevailed, Liang Xiaozong's strength alone would scarcely create significant waves within a martial sect. Shaking his head, Su Ling cast aside these fleeting thoughts and once more regarded the fallen Liang Xiaozong, softly muttering to himself, "Rest assured, though you have perished, I shall fulfill your dream of uniting the earth scrolls once more." With that, he turned and departed from the Heavenly Lin Gate, leaving behind a throng of terrified disciples. Upon confirming Su Ling's true departure, the disciples of the Heavenly Lin Gate scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in trepidation. While swiftly spreading the news throughout Nanzai City of their master Liang Xiaozong's demise at the hands of Chen Hao. On that day, the entire city of Nanz, along with 17 other martial arts schools, was thrown into an uproar. However, the following day, prominent newspapers in Nanz prominently featured a sensational news report on their front pages, bearing the headline, "Liang Xiaozong, master of Tianlin sect, practiced forbidden arts, sacrificing his own son." The report detailed how a family member of the old servant who had long attended to Liang Xiaozong stepped forward, claiming to have overheard a midnight conspiracy between Liang Xiaozong and his grandfather, wherein they plotted to eliminate Liang Jiejun, the young master of Tianlin sect, as part of a ritual to attain martial prowess. Yet, the grandfather, having watched Liang Jiejun grow up, could not bring himself to commit the act and suggested instead employing meat traffickers. Ultimately, the grandfather enlisted 2 traffickers to orchestrate the demise of Liang Jiejun. In truth, this entire scheme was orchestrated by Liang Xiaozong himself, solely for the purpose of honing his dark arts. Meanwhile, Chen Hao, who had been evading capture for months, uncovered the truth and ultimately confronted Liang Xiaozong, avenging himself. This news report read more like a sensational tale than a factual account, portraying Liang Xiaozong as a nefarious villain while casting Chen Hao in a heroic light. Furthermore, the corroboration from the old servant's family lent an air of authenticity to the narrative. Consequently, numerous citizens of Nanz, upon reading the report, could not help but express their excitement and approval. The populace, indifferent to the truth, was solely concerned with the events as presented. Particularly, given the long-standing tyranny of warlords in the Guangnan province, the common folk instinctively harbored a disdain for the wanted posters issued by these warlords. Thus, this news was quickly accepted as truth and spread rapidly throughout Nanz. Naturally, there were skeptics, but they constituted a mere minority, posing no threat to Chen Hao's exoneration. Behind this entire effort to clear his name was none other than Su Long. Although Liang Xiaozong's old servant remained fiercely loyal to the Liang family, his relatives were not bound by the same loyalty. Under Su Long's deft persuasion, they complied, particularly upon learning of Liang Xiaozong's demise. As for the newspaper headlines, money sufficed to manipulate public opinion. The significance of public discourse, regardless of the era, remains paramount. Su Long's motivation for clearing his name was not for vanity, but to facilitate his movements and enhance his business prospects. Over the past 4 months of training, while he had not yet exhausted the funds acquired from Chen Hao and Qin Jiaming, he had already spent a considerable portion and needed to generate income to avoid financial ruin, especially since he planned to travel to other cities to learn martial arts. However, in this world, his status was not as exalted as in his previous life, and while public opinion held weight, it was not absolute. To fully exonerate himself, he required the approval of one individual, the warlord Lu Dashuai, who governed the Guangnan province. At this moment, Su Long was aboard a train heading towards Guangnan City, the largest city in the province, preparing to confront Lu Dashuai personally. As he sat on the train, clad in a suit and polished shoes, topped with a stylish hat and complemented by a pair of glasses, he appeared quite genteel. In this world, trains remain steam-powered, their speed far from swift, accompanied by a constant, grating clamor. Su Ling occupied a window seat, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside, his eyes slightly squinted. Having vanquished Liang Xiaozong and alleviated his own peril, he had also practiced over 20 rudimentary martial arts, elevating his physical attributes to an average level of 3. Logically, he believed that by amassing wealth and subsequently journeying to another city to acquire new low-level martial arts, he could further enhance his physical capabilities, becoming increasingly formidable, ultimately transcending the bounds of humanity. If this trajectory continued, he trusted he would soon attain invincibility, capable of defeating all challengers across the realm. However, The apparent difficulty of this endeavor seemed incongruous with the arduous challenges of this world. Thus far, he had encountered 3 games. The first, a nightmarish level, where without the ability of self-omniscience, he would not have been able to fulfill the tasks required of an ordinary individual. The second was a multiplayer mode of succession battles, which, despite its complexity, only presented an ordinary level of difficulty. Consequently, Su Ling did not perceive the current game's challenges as aligned with the supposed difficulty level. Had he lacked this self-omniscience ability, while it would not have been easy or swift to accumulate such martial arts, with careful design, obtaining those secrets would not be insurmountable. Thus, for any reasonably astute player, the relentless pursuit of low-level martial arts would inevitably lead to invincibility. Yet, this did not align with the challenge expected at a difficult level. Su Ling, referencing the prior ordinary difficulty level, surmised that the task challenges in this world were not as simplistic as they currently appeared. This led to the emergence of a conjecture in his mind. His journey to Guanan City was not solely to seek the esteemed General Liu for redemption, but also to validate this hypothesis. The truth of his speculation would soon be revealed. Chapter 60, Difficulty Level. A long, mournful whistle echoed from afar. Accompanied by this sound, a train gradually approached, entering the Guanan City railway station. Most passengers were well-dressed. Even those clad in traditional long robes appeared remarkably neat and tidy, their demeanor distinctly different from that of the common folk. Despite the presence of steam trains, true commoners could scarcely afford a ticket. Only those with a modicum of wealth could indulge in such travel. Su Ling, attired in a suit and polished shoes, donned a black-brimmed hat and gold-rimmed spectacles, holding a small black leather suitcase as he blended into the bustling crowd exiting the station, his pace brisk and unyielding. Guanan City is the largest metropolis in the Guanan province, vastly surpassing Nan's city in size. Outside the train station, throngs of people flowed in and out ceaselessly. Upon exiting, Su Ling surveyed his surroundings and noticed several posters bearing his previous likeness, though 4 months of exposure to the elements had rendered them tattered and yellowed. Casually, Su Ling hailed a rickshaw waiting by the roadside outside the train station and instructed the driver to the general's mansion. The general's mansion in South Guangqing was well known, yet few commoners dared to approach it. This was due to the notorious warlords who frequently bullied both men and women, leaving the populace terrified of being seized for torment and amusement simply by passing near the mansion. Such incidents were all too common. Thus, the rickshaw driver initially appeared pleased at the prospect of a fare, but upon hearing Su Ling's destination, his expression shifted to one of dismay. After quickly assessing the driver's life experiences, Su Ling chose not to press the matter and added, "Just drop me nearby." The driver, relieved by this clarification, brightened once more, responding, "Certainly." With that, he began to pull the rickshaw towards the general's mansion. Throughout the journey, Su Ling remained silent, observing the customs and culture of South Guangqing. After approximately 20 minutes, the rickshaw driver turned off a bustling street onto a less frequented one. To Su Ling's astonishment, this new street, while wider, was devoid of any pedestrians, save for themselves. The driver then halted, smiling nervously as he pointed out, "Sir, the grandest residence in the middle of this street is the general's mansion." He lowered his demeanor, clearly anxious that Su Ling might request to be taken closer. Understanding now, Su Ling realized that the mansion's central location was the reason for the apparent emptiness of the spacious street. "Very well, I comprehend," he nodded in acknowledgement. After paying the fare, he picked up his small black suitcase and alighted, making his way towards the mansion. The rickshaw driver, having received his payment, promptly made his escape. "Well, today is certainly unusual. Someone dares to approach the general's mansion," he mused. Standing majestically before the imposing gates of the mansion were 2 sentinels armed with rifles. The guards spotted Su Ling from a distance, and as he approached the entrance, they unslung their rifles, aiming them at him. One of the soldiers barked, "Halt! Who are you?" Unfazed, Su Ling, possessing masterful knowledge of firearms, recognized that the safety mechanisms on their rifles were still engaged. Their actions were merely a facade of intimidation. Most ordinary individuals in this world had never even seen a gun, let alone understood its functions, and would be frightened by such displays. However, Su Ling was astute enough to predict their intentions, ready to act before they could pull the trigger. With a confident smile, he declared, "I am Chun Hao, here to see the general and deliver a piece of good news." Chun Hao? The guards furrowed their brows, the name sounding vaguely familiar, though they could not place it. Sensing their confusion, Su Ling offered a reminder. A few months back, Liang Xiaozong from Tianlin Gate in Nan's city commissioned the general to post a bounty for my capture. "Oh," the soldiers responded, their expressions shifting to one of realization as they recalled the details. More than 4 months ago, they had boldly traversed the towns of Guanan, plastering wanted posters of Chun Hao, his name echoing in their ears day after day. Yet, as time swiftly passed, The absence of any news regarding the bounty led them to forget the name entirely. Now, upon hearing the man proclaim his identity, the two soldiers suddenly grasped the situation, their faces betraying a flicker of avarice. After all, the reward was a staggering 1,000 silver dollars. However, Su Ling had anticipated this shift in their demeanor and calmly remarked, Liang Xiaozong has already met his demise at my hands. Your hopes of claiming the bounty are futile. Moreover, my presence here, despite being a wanted fugitive, is driven by a matter of great significance. Should I delay anything pertaining to the commander, you would not be able to bear the consequences. So, I advise you to suppress those impure thoughts. As he reached the conclusion of his admonition, Su Ling's tone turned stern. The two soldiers, having had their thoughts laid bare, momentarily felt a sting of indignation. Yet, as Su Ling's final words resonated, their brows furrowed in concern, a glimmer of fear flashing in their eyes as they suppressed their anger. One of them spoke in a low voice, "Wait here. I shall inform the commander." With that, he turned and hurried into the commander's residence. As he dashed through the courtyard, past gardens and pavilions, he ultimately arrived at the rear of the commander's estate. From within the chambers, the sounds of laughter and merriment floated out. On a grand bed, a towering bald man, clad only in a white tunic, unbuttoned and muscular beyond imagination, reclined with one hand propping up his head, enjoying the attentions of 6 beautiful women who were feeding him various delicacies. In front of him was a large table laden with an array of sumptuous food. Nearby stood a young man with an effeminate demeanor, dressed in the uniform of an aide-de-camp, meticulously directing the soldiers to clear the empty plates and replace them with fresh offerings. This bald giant was none other than Lu Chang, the formidable warlord and commander of the entire Guangnan province. "Commander, there is a man outside claiming to be Chun Hao, saying he has come to deliver good news." The soldier who had rushed to the back courtyard knelt outside the door, reporting respectfully. Chun Hao? The towering figure, Lu Chang, raised an eyebrow at the mention of the name. Who is that? The effeminate aide turned his gaze toward the soldier as well. He was responsible for all the affairs of the commander's residence and had dealt with the matter of the wanted notice regarding Liang Xiaozong. "Commander, he is the Chun Hao we commissioned to post wanted flyers over 4 months ago, the one associated with Liang Xiaozong of Tianlin Gate in Nan City." Oh. The aide's demeanor shifted as he finally grasped the identity of the man in question. He promptly relayed the details to Lu Chang. After hearing the explanation, Lu Chang's expression shifted once more, a mocking smile emerging as he scoffed. "Oh? A mere small-time thug in the flesh trade dares to seek an audience with me?" Upon finishing his words, he consumed a bunch of grapes handed to him by a strikingly beautiful woman, chewing thoughtfully as he added, "Go and capture him. Then inform Liang Xiaozong to bring 1,000 silver dollars for the exchange. One must uphold integrity, having accepted Liang Xiaozong's commission. It is only right to see it through to the end." Reporting to the chief, Chun Hao has claimed that Liang Xiaozong has already been killed. He dared not conceal the truth, although revealing it could lead to the apprehension and subsequent torment of the man outside who had just rebuked him. He refrained from such folly, for he had witnessed the dire consequences faced by those who had previously attempted to outsmart the chief, leading to a most tragic fate. The mere recollection sent shivers down his spine. Thus, he relayed the facts with utmost honesty. Upon hearing the guard's words, General Lu and the effeminate young man exchanged astonished glances. Liang Xiaozong had been slain. Although his prowess was not among the foremost in the Guangnan province, he was nonetheless a notable figure, having barely earned their acknowledgement. How could such a formidable individual be dispatched by a mere pawn in the meat trade? Intriguing indeed. Lying on the couch, General Lu chuckled softly before gradually sitting up. As he did, his towering, muscular physique, reminiscent of a mountain, loomed over the room, exuding a fierce, primal energy that instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. Despite their previous encounters, the other occupants of the room could not suppress a shudder at his presence. This fear was visceral, rooted in the very essence of life itself. "Bring him in." General Lu, still wearing a smile that now seemed ominous against the backdrop of his formidable stature, was eager to see what tidings awaited him. Within the confines of the general's residence, upon hearing the name Chun Hao, Su Leng experienced an overwhelming surge of self-awareness in his mind. Lu Chang, male, Asian, 48 years old, a native of Guangzhou, military warlord and marshal. Born weighing 5 Jin and 6 Liang. Enlisted at 18, he participated in numerous battles, earning significant merit and rising swiftly through the ranks. At 32, amid foreign invasions and relentless civil strife, he established his own army, combating adversaries. By 35, with the situation stabilizing, he became a regional warlord, granted authority over Guangnan province. At 39, he discovered the secrets of martial arts, elated, and led his subordinates armed with foreign weaponry to sweep through the martial arts community of Guangnan province. acquiring over 100 martial arts secrets. After years of rigorous training, his physical prowess now exceeds that of ordinary men by more than tenfold. He is, without doubt, the preeminent master of Guangnan province. Gazing at this information, Su Leng's expression reflected his realization, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, as I suspected." The method of accumulating martial arts secrets through the practice of the first realm is one that must have occurred to others in this world as well. And the warlord is certainly among the most capable of achieving it. Faced with an overwhelming array of foreign weaponry demanding the surrender of martial secrets, one must ponder, apart from yielding or facing death, are there any alternatives? However, such a predicament elevates the difficulty of this endeavor beyond mere hardship. Even if he were to examine the life experiences of the esteemed General Lu, acquiring the knowledge of over 100 martial arts, mastering them to their first realm, and continuously enhancing their attributes within the remaining 1.5 years seems utterly unattainable. If one were to require 5 days to master the first realm of a single discipline, it would take 500 days to conquer 100. With only slightly over 500 days left in a year and a half, he would scarcely ascend to the level of the current General Lu by the task's conclusion. This challenge transcends the realm of mere difficulty, spiraling into what appears to be an insurmountable nightmare. Yet, at the onset of this game, the system distinctly labeled it as a challenge of difficulty. Surely, there must exist alternative methods for rapid enhancement of strength. Perhaps advanced martial arts? Outside the general's residence, Su Leng's eyes narrowed as he recalled the 3 grievances and absolute kill technique practiced by Liang Shaozong. This technique is indeed of a higher caliber than ordinary martial arts, yet it may not be suitable for him. Nevertheless, there must be other advanced martial arts in existence beyond the 3 grievances and absolute kill technique. This realization may indeed hold the key to overcoming the daunting task at hand. Chapter 61, Rendering Service. Chen Hao, follow me. The general wishes to see you. As Su Leng pondered how to seek advanced martial arts while meticulously examining General Lu's life experiences, the soldier who had previously entered rushed back out, addressing Su Leng. After speaking, he took the lead, guiding the way. Along the journey, Su Leng observed the surroundings of the general's residence, mentally mapping the layout and details in preparation for any potential conflict, ensuring he had an escape route planned. Although General Lu has trained in over 100 martial arts, with most only reaching the first realm and but a few attaining the second, his physical prowess surpasses that of ordinary individuals by more than tenfold. Truth be told, Su Leng's visit carries a touch of peril. His own strength is merely over 3 times that of an average person, even with masterful combat techniques. He could only contend with those possessing 4 or 5 times the strength. Yet, General Lu's might exceeds even that. Such a formidable presence poses a significant threat to him at this juncture. Nevertheless, armed with the ability of self-omniscience, Su Leng feels confident in his ability to cater to General Lu's preferences, ensuring that this meeting does not escalate into conflict. Nonetheless, prudence dictates that he prepares a retreat for peace of mind. Here we are, just ahead. After a brief passage, the sentinel finally led Su Leng through the front courtyard, past the gardens and pavilions, into the rear courtyard of the general's residence. Even before entering, Su Leng beheld General Lu, clad in military garb, seated like a mountain upon an enormous armchair in the courtyard, bald and towering over 2 meters. His robust physique was so formidable that even an oversized military uniform struggled to conceal his sharply defined, sinewy muscles. At first glance, Su Leng felt as though he were gazing upon a wild beast poised to erupt in fury. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, emanating from such immense physical strength. Observing the imposing figure of General Lu, even Su Leng could not suppress a sense of awe. However, he felt no fear. Instead, he regarded Lu's terrifying stature with a knowing expression, as if a certain analytical conjecture in his mind had just been validated. Among the myriad martial arts techniques Lu had amassed, a substantial 70% enhanced physical strength upon mastery. His current physical attributes were undoubtedly explosive. However, there seemed to be a disparity between his agility and stamina in relation to his strength. Previously, Su Leng had deduced that strength augments muscle, and this was indeed confirmed before him, the perfect embodiment of his hypothesis. In this world, characterized by its unique epoch, martial practitioners trained primarily for combat, which rendered strength enhancement as the most significant attribute among the martial arts techniques Lu had gathered. Su Leng had meticulously analyzed the 4 primary attributes of the dimensional attribute panel: strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence. Strength fortified the muscles, agility pertained to the tendons and bones, stamina represented physical endurance, and intelligence denoted the speed of cerebral processing and neural responsiveness. The ascendant divine art validated his analysis regarding the intelligence attribute, while the formidable presence of General Lu corroborated his deductions about strength. The excessive enhancement of strength through martial arts had rendered Lu's physique unbalanced, resulting in his overwhelming and terrifying stature. To cultivate strength, agility, and stamina in tandem is essential for maintaining a normal physique while growing stronger. As for the relationship between intelligence and the triad of strength, agility, and stamina, Su Leng could only speculate at this juncture, awaiting further validation. While Su Leng appraised General Lu, the general was likewise assessing him, albeit with a cursory glance, for his current might rendered most martial artists beneath his consideration. "Chen Hao, is it?" After a brief appraisal, General Lu initiated the conversation, a chilling smile gracing his countenance, which seemed ominous beneath his formidable frame. "I hear you have slain Liang Xiaozong and bear good tidings for me. Surely, your claim of having killed Liang Xiaozong cannot be the good news you speak of?" "General Lu, I have encountered you," Su Leng responded. "Indeed, a sacrificial offering to practice forbidden arts in secret?" Upon hearing Su Leng's words, General Lu raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze to a nearby effeminate young man. The young man furrowed his brow, clearly unaware of the matter at hand. He turned to Su Leng and inquired, "What evidence do you possess regarding Liang Xiaozong's secretive practice of forbidden arts? Such matters can carry significant weight. Trivialities can be swiftly extinguished. However, should this matter escalate and attract the attention of the president in the capital, they could easily be accused of mismanagement, resulting in Lu Chang's humiliation before the other marshals." Thus, the effeminate young man felt compelled to inquire earnestly. This incident had already spread throughout Nanja City and made headlines. Was there still no news from here? Upon hearing this, the young man's brow furrowed even tighter, and he quickly apologized to General Lu, saying, "General, allow me to make a phone call to inquire about the situation in Nanja City." "Go ahead." Lu Chang nodded slightly, gesturing for him to proceed. The young man with an effeminate demeanor swiftly departed the courtyard, casting a lingering glance back at Su Leng. Once the young man had left, General Lu turned his attention back to Su Leng, still wearing a smile as he inquired, "If the good news you mentioned is not this, then what exactly is it?" Throughout their conversation, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, and if one were to overlook his imposing physique, he appeared quite amiable. However, Su Leng could sense a latent brutality simmering within him. He had no doubt that if the good news he presented failed to satisfy the general, the latter might very well unleash his fury upon him. Naturally, Su Leng was determined not to grant him that opportunity. With a smile, he replied, "I have heard that the general is also a practitioner of martial arts, deeply enamored with the discipline. I possess a high-level martial technique, known as the Three Hatreds Absolute Kill Technique, which I wish to present to you." At the age of 39, Lu Chang had uncovered the secrets of martial arts, becoming utterly obsessed. He then led his troops to sweep through the martial realm of the Guangnan province, amassing over 100 martial arts techniques. However, this was already the limit of his capabilities. To venture further would require encroaching upon the territories of other marshals, a course of action that could only be pursued through warfare. Unless he engaged in battle with the other marshals, he could not extend his reach. The accumulation of over 100 first-level techniques had significantly enhanced his physical prowess, but further advancement was beyond his immediate grasp. To elevate himself further, Lu Chang could only practice the second level of the techniques he had collected. However, the training for the second level was immensely time-consuming and resource-intensive, requiring a minimum of 40 to 50 days and various specific conditions. Even as a general, Lu Chang found it challenging to endure. This was the reason behind his insatiable greed. Although he could forcibly seize resources as the warlord of Guangnan province without paying, such actions would only yield short-term gains. Once the populace grew weary of his tyranny and fled Guangnan or ceased their productivity, his own prospects would be extinguished. Furthermore, the president in the central region would never permit such behavior. Moreover, the enhancements from the second level were only marginally superior to those of the first level. Lu Chang was not the type to immerse himself in martial training day after day. In the absence of a short-term shortcut for self-enhancement, he had lost motivation and spent the majority of his time indulging in the luxuries of being a general. Consequently, his physical progress had stagnated significantly over the past 2 years. Upon examining the life experiences of his counterpart, Su Leng strategically endeavored to cater to his interests by presenting the Sanhen Jusha Gong. This advanced martial art held little value for him, yet it served as bait to entice General Lu towards high-level martial arts, reigniting his fervor for the relentless pursuit of such skills. In due course, this could potentially yield benefits for Su Leng, possibly even granting him access to suitable advanced martial arts. Sanhen Jusha Gong. Indeed, upon hearing Su Leng's words, General Lu became intrigued. "I have not encountered this martial art before. Let me see it." Although he had swept through the martial arts circles of the Guangnan province, extracting the secrets of nearly every existing martial arts school, the practitioners had revealed only one technique each. Some were genuinely limited to a single skill, while others possessed multiple martial arts. For instance, when Su Ling forged connections with the masters of the 17 martial arts schools in Nanzai City through challenge letters. Aside from Tianlin men, he gleaned insights into over 20 martial arts secrets from their life experiences. This was largely due to the fact that some masters among the 17 schools were well-versed in more than one technique. Take Liang Xiaozong, the leader of Tianlin men, who commanded the Deng Tianlin Shingong, Kuang Shui Quan, and the San Henju Sha Gong, the latter being an advanced skill. When coerced by Lu Chang, Liang had only divulged the Kuang Shui Quan. Lu Chang was aware that some martial artists possessed more than one technique, yet distinguishing who had multiple skills proved challenging. Given that they had already revealed one technique, he could not afford to exert excessive pressure. Otherwise, other martial arts schools, faced with the prospect of death, would be even less inclined to divulge their secrets and might even retaliate. Despite his possession of foreign firearms, he did not fear these martial artists. However, should chaos ensue, it would present an opportunity for rival warlords to exploit the turmoil. Over the years, he had tasked his aides with gathering new martial arts, but to little avail. Thus, when Su Ling mentioned an unfamiliar and advanced martial art, his interest peaked significantly. Noticing General Lu's growing curiosity, Su Ling shifted his gaze to the servants in the courtyard. Understanding immediately, General Lu commanded the onlookers, "You all leave now, and keep your distance from the back courtyard." Given his prowess, he harbored no concerns about Su Ling attempting any treachery. Once the servants had vacated the area, Su Ling began to articulate the first two realms of the San Henju Sha Gong. After listening intently, General Lu furrowed his brow and remarked, "This martial art, requiring specific conditions of natural disasters and geographical hazards, is a first for me. Moreover, the enhancement it offers could double the physical strength of an ordinary person. Truly, it lives up to its reputation as an advanced martial art." With that, he narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired, "What of the third realm? Martial arts typically encompass 3 realms. You have only spoken of the first 2. Do you intend to withhold the final secrets to manipulate me?" As he spoke, a flicker of untamed ferocity re-emerged in his narrowed gaze. Upon hearing this, Su Ling shook his head and replied, "The general is overthinking. The third realm is somewhat contrary to human ethics, which is why I refrained from mentioning it. However, since you wish to know, I shall divulge it to you." After clearing his throat, he proceeded to articulate the third realm of the 3 hatreds absolute kill technique. Once Lu Dasha heard Su Ling's account, he fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, he finally remarked with an indifferent expression, "Is this the nefarious technique practiced by Liang Xiaozong?" Lu Dasha lapsed into silence once more before inquiring, "How did you manage to extract this martial art from Liang Xiaozong?" The bait had been taken. Su Ling had been awaiting this moment. A slight smile graced his lips as he said, "I possess a unique method of interrogation, one that no one can withstand. My purpose in approaching you, General, is to alleviate your troubles with this technique." "Oh." Upon hearing Su Ling's words, Lu Dasha raised an eyebrow and asked, "What troubles does this general have that require your assistance?" "Regrettably, those martial artists possess limited vision and lack ambition, failing to recognize your grand aspirations. Many are selfish, making it difficult for you to unify the entire martial arts community of the southern border, which is truly unfortunate. However, if you entrust this matter to me, I shall ensure that all the secrets of these selfish individuals are unearthed, helping you achieve your lofty ambition of unifying the martial arts of the southern border." With his eloquent rhetoric, Su Ling managed to transform Lu Chang's forcible acquisition of martial arts secrets into a noble quest for the unification of martial arts in the southern province. Blaming the selfish martial artists for their obstinacy, he then expressed his intentions succinctly, "Relinquish some authority to me, and I shall procure the remaining martial arts secrets you have yet to acquire." He prepared to leverage Lu Dasha's influence to expedite the initial accumulation of power. This masterful display of verbal artistry indeed resonated with Lu Dasha, whose previously raised eyebrow was now replaced by a broad smile as he laughed heartily. "Huh, excellent. I did not expect there to be someone in the southern border who understands my sincere intentions. Truly remarkable." However, after his laughter subsided, he shifted his tone and inquired with a grin, "But tell me, if I entrust this task to you, how long will it take for you to complete this formidable assignment?" A person capable of becoming a marshal is certainly no fool. He had discerned Su Ling's intention to capitalize on his influence, although he was unsure of the latter's ultimate motives. If it were indeed as Su Ling claimed, gathering the hidden martial arts of the southern martial artists to enhance his own power, he would not hesitate to lend his support. Nevertheless, he was not swayed by empty promises. He required Su Ling to provide him with a timeline. Chapter 63, The Tyrant. Every fortnight, a new martial art must be presented to the general, with the ability of self-knowledge. Once he establishes a connection with those southern martial artists, He would effortlessly uncover all their secrets at a glance, making the acquisition of new martial arts exceedingly simple. General Lu mobilized his forces, dedicating several years to amass over 100 martial arts secrets. By merely meeting those martial artists whom he had previously threatened, he could extract a wealth of knowledge from their life experiences. Upon receiving this information, they would then be compelled to prepare specific conditions and practice, with the acceleration of their strength entirely within his grasp. Utilizing General Lu's army, he swiftly cultivated a reputation, delving into the life experiences of all martial artists in the southern region, seeking out advanced martial arts that suited him. This endeavor, seemingly a service to General Lu, would ultimately yield the greatest benefit to himself. Even a martial artist of little renown like Liang Shaozong possessed the advanced technique known as the three hatred absolute kill arts. It was reasonable to believe that other martial artists in the southern province would harbor similar hidden advanced skills. Half a month, Su Ling mused, furrowing his brow. Yet, this was within his expectations. The mention of half a month was merely a tactical retreat to facilitate better negotiations. In truth, gathering those martial arts would not require such an extensive time frame. He could likely amass the majority in a single day, let alone in 10 days or half a month. Currently, within the 18 martial arts academies of Nan City, he had already uncovered 7 or 8 techniques concealed by the local martial artists, which were never disclosed to General Lu. However, human nature tends to favor advantageous positions, particularly during negotiations. Anticipating this inclination, Su Ling deliberately mentioned a time frame of half a month. In reality, he could achieve results in 10 days, 8 days, or even within 3 days. Of course, he had no intention of revealing this. After a brief moment of feigned distress, he hesitated before gritting his teeth and conceding, "Very well. 10 days it shall be." General Lu observed the changes in his expression with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. "Good. From this day forth, you shall serve as my temporary aide, tasked with gathering all martial arts from the southern martial world. Deliver a new technique to me every 10 days. Should you complete this task on time, I shall grant you command over my forces in Nan City." "Thank you for your trust, General." Su Ling responded with a respectful salute, declaring, "Given your esteemed regard, I shall not dare to be negligent. Please grant me a contingent of troops at once. I shall set forth to meet the various martial arts sects in Nan City, and within 3 days, I will present a new technique to you." "Oh." General Lu's interest piqued once more as he regarded Su Ling with a knowing smile. "Very well. I await your new technique within 3 days. But let it be known, should you disappoint me on your first attempt, do not blame me for being unyielding." With that, he called out to the departing servants and soldiers, "Gather all personnel from the 17th, 19th, and 24th squads immediately." His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, reverberating through the courtyard, causing the flora and trees to tremble slightly. His physique, enhanced beyond that of an ordinary person by over tenfold, was indeed formidable. Su Ling watched in awe, his heart filled with admiration once again. Soon, soldiers rushed into the backyard and then departed upon receiving orders. Approximately 15 minutes later, outside the general's residence, 3 squads, comprising over 30 and nearly 40 men, had assembled. All were clad in blue military uniforms, armed with rifles, and stood in orderly formation before the general's mansion. Simultaneously, an open-top green military jeep approached. Once the formation was complete, someone went inside the general's residence to notify the officials. Shortly after, Su Ling, General Lu, and a young, effeminate adjutant emerged from the mansion and approached the assembled troops. "Understood." The 3 squads shouted in unison. In Guanan, the warlord Lu Chang held absolute authority, and none dared to defy him. "Since you comprehend, do not forget to address him as Commander Chun." General Lu commanded again, his voice ringing clear. Instantly, the troops turned their gaze towards Su Ling and shouted in unison, "Commander Chun." Su Ling nodded slightly, maintaining his composure, undaunted by the display. Observing this, General Lu offered no further commentary and remarked with a smile, "Well then, they are now under your command. I eagerly anticipate your performance." With that, he gently patted Su Ling on the shoulder. Su Ling wasted no time. He stepped forward and hopped into the green military jeep, instructing the soldier at the wheel, "Now, head straight to the nearest martial arts school." The soldier driving seemed momentarily taken aback, glancing towards General Lu for confirmation. The general sternly admonished, "Go wherever Commander Chen instructs you. Did you not hear my previous command?" "Yes." The soldier, startled by the reprimand, quickly saluted in response. Soon after, the engine roared to life, and the open-top green military jeep sped away. The nearly 40-member squad, following the cue from one of the leaders, jogged to keep pace with the jeep. Under Su Ling's leadership, the group swiftly departed from the vicinity of the general's residence. General Lu and the effeminate young adjutant stood at the entrance, watching Su Ling leave. The adjutant then reported, "General, I have already contacted Nan's city to gather information. Indeed. As this Chun Hao stated, major newspapers have reported on Liang Xiaozong's illicit practices, and there are testimonies from his family servants. Liang Xiaozong was indeed killed by this Chun Hao. He certainly possesses audacity. Who else would dare to come alone to the general's residence to seek me? What if he fails to present new martial arts techniques in 3 days? Huh. A sharp screech of tires interrupted the conversation as the green military jeep came to a halt before a residence on a street in Guangnan. Commander Chun, this is the closest martial arts school to the general's residence. The driver informed Su Long, even before the jeep had fully stopped. Su Long's keen gaze was already assessing the estate before him. The grand entrance of the estate stood wide open, flanked by 2 stone lions. Above the door hung a plaque inscribed with 3 gilded characters, Steel Fist Gate. Very well, this shall be the place. Upon hearing the soldier's words, Su Long nodded slightly, then rested one hand on the edge of the car door before gracefully leaping down. As he adjusted the buttons of his attire, he strode toward the entrance of Steel Fist Gate, calling out in a commanding voice, I am here on behalf of the general's residence. All individuals associated with Steel Fist Gate, step forward. Chapter 64. The Bully on the Street. The moment the onlookers spotted the approaching group, they hastily sidestepped in fear. Yet, their curiosity compelled them to linger at a distance, whispering amongst themselves about the unfolding scene. What on earth had happened at Steel Fist Gate to draw the attention of the general's residence? Who could say? You are well aware of the general's methods. Even a mere encounter could spell trouble, let alone provoking them. In any case, it seemed Steel Fist Gate was destined for misfortune once more. Who is that person? I don't believe I've seen him before. I am uncertain, but given his authoritative demeanor and the obedience of the soldiers from the general's residence, he must be someone significant from there. Alas, when will this tumultuous era come to an end? Hush, speak softly. If the men from the general's residence overhear, or if a villain decides to inform on you, it would mean your doom. As the spectators engaged in hushed gossip, Su Long and his entourage entered the grand doors of Steel Fist Gate. In response to his earlier shout, the inhabitants of Steel Fist Gate began to emerge. Who is it making such a ruckus? Do they not know this is Steel Fist Gate? The gatekeepers, initially irate, were taken aback upon seeing Su Long, donned in a tailored suit, polished shoes, gold-rimmed glasses, and a black-brimmed hat. Just as they were about to scold him, the soldiers from the general's residence entered behind Su Long, causing the gatekeepers to instantly alter their demeanor, greeting him with smiles and respectful inquiries. May I ask who you are? Then, one stepped forward, coldly announcing, This is our Commander Chun, newly appointed by the general himself. You best pay close attention when you see Commander Chun in the future. Understood? Indeed, this young man possesses promise. Pleased with the officer's understanding, Su Long nodded in approval. The gatekeepers, upon hearing the officer's words, displayed a marked change in expression, particularly those who had been so quick to scold. Now pale and speechless. At that moment, sensing the commotion outside, the gatekeeper Ren Yen emerged with a group of disciples. Upon seeing the soldiers from the general's residence, his countenance shifted, and after listening to his disciples recount Su Long's identity, he stepped forward, clasped his fists in greeting, and smiled apologetically. I apologize for the lack of a warm welcome, esteemed Commander Chun. Please, come in. Awesome. Fetch my treasured tea to properly entertain Commander Chun. The last remark was directed at one of the disciples among the gatekeepers. It is said that one should not strike those who extend a hand with a smile. He did not inquire about the matter at hand, instead preparing to entertain with sumptuous food and drink, hoping to smooth over the earlier rudeness displayed by his disciple. Simultaneously, he wished to entice Su Ling into a sense of obligation, so that whatever the issue at hand might be, it would not escalate too far. However, to his dismay, Su Ling was unimpressed by such tactics and calmly stated, There is no need for that. I am occupied with official duties and do not have time for idle chatter. Master Ren, I shall be straightforward. I have come at the behest of the Grand Commander to retrieve the martial arts that your Steel Fist sect has previously concealed. The Grand Commander harbors lofty ambitions, aiming to unify all martial arts within the southern region of Guan, to strengthen our forces and ensure that every individual can cultivate their skills, eradicating cowardice. If you possess any sense, do not compel me to waste my breath. Willingly surrender the hidden martial arts. With that, he crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Ren Yen. Upon hearing Su Ling's words, Ren Yen, the leader of the Steel Fist sect, was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of discomfort, which soon morphed into a visage of fury as he bellowed. The martial art of our Steel Fist sect, known as Steel Fist, was surrendered long ago during the Grand Commander's campaign to purge the southern martial arts community. We have not concealed anything. Who informed you that we are hoarding martial arts? That is of no concern to you. Simply state whether you will comply or not. Su Ling replied coolly. There is nothing to surrender. I have no martial arts to offer you, Ren Yin retorted angrily. Observing his reaction, Su Ling let out a cold laugh and signaled to an understanding officer beside him. The officer immediately grasped the cue and called out to the nearly 40 soldiers behind him, "Prepare yourselves." At his command, the soldiers unslung their rifles in unison, aiming them at the disciples of the Steel Fist sect, readying for a potential shot. The disciples, upon witnessing this, instinctively recoiled, their faces paling in terror. Ren Yan's expression shifted dramatically, yet he stubbornly declared, "You are going too far. I have already stated there is nothing to conceal. If you have the guts, shoot me." After the purge led by Grand Commander Liu, the Southern martial arts community convened in secret to devise a strategy for any future occurrences of such events. Their resolution was one of resolute defiance, vowing never to yield. The martial arts are the lifeblood of warriors, and having them forcibly taken by Grand Commander Liu was a tremendous humiliation. Moreover, with Liu's current terrifying strength, allowing him to grow even more powerful would spell disaster for the entire southern region. Furthermore, no martial artist would willingly expose their skills to others. Thus, the Southern martial arts community had reached a unanimous decision regarding such situations. They would rather die than submit. Should any martial artist tragically perish due to these circumstances, their fellow warriors would ensure the care of their families, alleviating any lingering worries. Meanwhile, they were also preparing in secrecy. Despite the persistent efforts of the Grand Commander's scheming deputy to unearth their hidden martial arts over the years, they had met with failure. To their astonishment, the Grand Commander's residents had not given up hope and had sent another individual to pursue this endeavor. Naturally, Ren Yin would not capitulate. If it came to it, he would face death resolutely. As a martial artist, one may lack many things, but possessing integrity is imperative. Better to shatter like jade than to remain whole like mere tiles. This philosophy has long been cherished in the hearts of most martial artists. Observing his master's unwavering resolve, the disciples, who had instinctively recoiled under the threat of gunfire, were ignited with fervor, stepping forward one by one. "Master, I shall stand with you. I stand with the Steel Fist sect in life and death. And I, come on. If you dare, kill us all." Each disciple of the Steel Fist sect took their place beside Ren Yin, ready to share the fate of their sect. Of course, not everyone stepped forward. The soldiers and officers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss, their gazes drifting towards Su Long. Previously, they had followed the effeminate Vice Officer Li in similar situations, which had ultimately led to the current predicament. Considering the ramifications, Vice Officer Li had refrained from issuing the order to fire, opting instead to withdraw. They were uncertain whether Su Long would command them to fire, but one thing was clear: none would dare to take that responsibility upon themselves. Consequently, they hadn't even disengaged the safety on their weapons. Faced with the collective gaze, Su Long had no intention of giving the order to fire. His actions were merely to establish his reputation. He was fully aware of the Steel Fist sect leader's concealed martial prowess the moment he forged a connection with him. Everything he was doing was solely for the sake of the main quest. To conquer the world without rivals, one must accumulate achievements. And the warriors of Guan Nen were merely his means to that end. With the situation having developed to this point, he had effectively achieved his goal. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully, and after a brief moment, he smirked coldly, exclaiming, "Excellent. Master Ren indeed possesses unyielding spirit. In that case, I shall grant the Steel Fist sect an opportunity." With that, he raised his hand and began to unbutton his suit jacket, coldly stating, "If you, Master Ren, can defeat me, I will immediately withdraw. Should you fail, do not blame me for being merciless. Surrender your martial arts, or today the Steel Fist sect shall be drenched in blood." Ren Yin, who was prepared to face death, was momentarily taken aback by these words, then suspiciously inquired, "Is that true?" As a martial artist, he held a sense of pride within. Though the individual before him was a powerful officer from the general's mansion, appearing to be merely in his 20s, he was confident that he would not lose in a duel. Moreover, even if he were to lose, he could refuse to surrender his techniques. Worst case, he could let the other party fire upon him. With this thought, Ren Yan's heart stirred. Indeed, Su Long sneered, embodying the demeanor of a villainous tyrant perfectly. Very well. After receiving the assurance, Ren Yin finally stepped forward to accept the challenge, adopting a fighting stance. Meanwhile, Su Long remained standing upright, displaying no stance of his own, merely beckoning provocatively with a finger. Provoked by such an affront, Ren Yin was immediately filled with rage. Observing that his opponent exhibited no defensive stance and revealed numerous vulnerabilities, he resolved to act without hesitation. With a sudden, forceful stride, he rapidly closed the distance, launching himself towards his adversary while coiling his fist, aiming directly for the opponent's face. A dull thud resounded as his punch connected. However, Ren Yin, along with the disciples of the Steel Fist sect and the soldiers of the Grand Marshal's mansion nearby, found themselves momentarily stunned. The forceful strike had been effortlessly thwarted by a single, outstretched palm belonging to Su Ling, who stood upright and unassuming, exhibiting no defensive posture whatsoever. In the face of Ren Yan's deliberate assault, Su Ling remained rooted in place, raising his hand to intercept the incoming blow with ease. Following this, he let out a derisive chuckle, questioning the efficacy of the Steel Fist sect's martial arts. At the moment of their connection, Su Ling gleaned insights from Ren Yan's life experiences, discerning the martial techniques he had practiced and the extent of his physical prowess. The leader of the Steel Fist sect had mastered merely 2 martial arts forms, neither of which had reached a 3rd-tier proficiency, resulting in a maximum enhancement of just over 2 in strength due to his training. In stark contrast, Su Ling's strength attribute, measuring an impressive 381, was nearly double that of his opponent. The outcome of this duel was thus predetermined from the outset. After the laughter subsided, Su Ling's grasp tightened around Ren Yan's fist, fingers curling in a sudden motion, seizing control of the punch. A sharp crack echoed as Ren Yan let out a muffled groan of pain. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With a swift tug, Su Ling yanked Ren Yan's arm backward, causing him to lurch forward uncontrollably. At that moment, Su Ling released his hold, swiftly transitioning to deliver a rapid slap across Ren Yan's face, followed by another firm grip that covered his visage. In an instant, he pressed down forcefully. The world spun chaotically for Ren Yan as he was propelled backward by the force of his own momentum combined with Su Ling's overwhelming pressure. He found himself tumbling to the ground, limbs flailing, landing with a resounding thud. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, with Su Ling employing solely his right hand throughout the encounter. "You have lost," Su Ling declared, maintaining a forward stance, his right hand firmly pinning Ren Yan's face to the ground, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Helpless beneath the weight of Su Ling's hand, Ren Yan could do nothing but fixate his gaze on him, emitting muffled whimpers of defeat. Chapter 65. The Bully. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The disciples of the Steel Fist sect, who had anticipated an overwhelming display of dominance, or at least a fierce struggle, found themselves utterly bewildered by this unexpected display of prowess. Witnessing their master pinned to the ground by a single hand, unable to rise despite his desperate struggles, they were left in a state of shock, awe, and horror, their emotions cascading in an overwhelming wave, rendering them speechless. Even the soldiers of the Grand Marshal's mansion, standing behind Su Ling, wore expressions of astonishment, utterly unprepared for the revelation of such formidable strength possessed by their comrade. In a fleeting moment, both the Steel Fist sect and the Grand Marshal's residents found themselves momentarily oblivious to the current circumstances. Master! Master! The disciples of the Steel Fist sect, regaining their senses, were eager to rush forward to assist. However, the captain stationed behind Su Ling, displaying remarkable insight, swiftly drew the pistol from his leather holster at his waist and fired a shot into the air. Boom! Following the gunshot, he bellowed, "I dare anyone to advance." This resounding shot indeed stunned those Steel Fist sect disciples who had intended to intervene. Simultaneously, the soldiers from the Grand Marshal's residence behind him awakened from their stupor. Faced with this tense standoff, they hesitated no longer, and the distinct sound of rifle safeties clicking open echoed around them. At this moment, the Steel Fist sect dared not make any reckless moves. Initially, they had felt justified in their stance, as they believed their adversaries had overstepped their bounds. However, now, having witnessed their master being subdued and humiliated, they found themselves unable to bear the shame. Their desire to encircle their opponents and exploit their numerical advantage was no longer tenable, for such an act would be unjustifiable. With the loss of their moral high ground came a palpable sense of unease, stripping away their earlier bravado. Su Ling observed everything with keen eyes, once again recognizing the potential in the captain behind him. Initially, he had merely glanced at the man's background information. Now, he took a moment to regard it more closely. Qi Jiaxing, male, 35 years old, Asian, occupation. After committing this information to memory, Su Ling finally made his move. He slid his hand down from Ren Yan's face, transforming it into a grip around his neck. With a firm grasp, he lifted Ren Yan off the ground with one hand and began walking toward the Steel Fist sect's inner sanctum. Simultaneously, he instructed Captain Qi, "Keep an eye on them. I will negotiate amicably with Master Ren regarding the surrender of his martial arts." Captain Qi promptly saluted and complied. At that moment, he no longer dared to underestimate Su Ling, the new commander. Not only he, but the soldiers of the Grand Marshal's residence felt the same. Initially, they had only feared the Grand Marshal himself, which led them to heed Su Ling's orders. Though unspoken, a sense of condescension lingered in their hearts. However, after witnessing Su Ling's prowess, any inclination toward disdain vanished. under the oppressive weight of the guns pointed at them, and without the fervor they had previously possessed. The Steel Fist sect disciples now appeared exceedingly subdued, watching with wide eyes as Su Ling carried Ren Yen into the courtyard. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Su Ling emerged, a satisfied expression gracing his features as he addressed Captain Qi. All done, let us proceed to the next location. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Had he succeeded? But how could it have been so brief? There had been no cries of anguish, and yet he emerged with such confidence. The soldiers from the Grand Marshal's residence were utterly astonished. Meanwhile, the Steel Fist sect was left in a state of bewilderment. Had their master truly relinquished his martial arts to the adversary? How could this be? Yet, considering the grand display of force, if they had not succeeded, how could they depart so effortlessly? Soon, Su Ling and his companions departed from the Steel Fist sect. Once they left, the disciples of the sect, having escaped the immediate danger, rushed to the backyard. There, they discovered the unconscious Ren Yen lying on the ground. Master, what has happened to you? The disciples hurried to check on Ren Yen, shaking him awake and inquiring about the events that transpired after the arrival of the two intruders. However, their questions were met with silence from the surrounding Steel Fist sect disciples. Su Ling's demeanor had aroused their suspicions. In the light of their doubts, Ren Yan's words seemed insincere. How could the adversaries depart so easily if nothing had occurred? Were they merely idling, seeking to engage in a bout with him, merely to pin him to the ground? In that moment, the disciples' suspicions intensified rather than dissipated. They began to wonder if their master, out of pride, was lying to them, having actually capitulated and surrendered his martial arts to the foes. They just left like that. Ren Yan's expression was one of bewilderment. Observing his demeanor, the disciples fell silent once more, each harboring a singular thought: "You're still pretending." The wind howled as a green military jeep sped through the streets of Guangnan City, causing pedestrians to scatter in fear. Su Ling, seated in the passenger seat, had donned a suit once more and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. As the wind whipped past him, he appeared relaxed. At that moment, they were en route to the next martial arts school. Indeed, as Ren Yen had described, Su Ling had exerted force upon entering, rendering Ren Yen unconscious. After meditating quietly for a quarter of an hour, he exited the premises. Yet, it was implausible for him to simply hand over his martial prowess to Lu Dashuai without a word. Though the soldiers obeyed him, they were also Lu Dashuai's eyes, tasked with reporting his every action. Thus, he had to feign compliance. However, this charade would likely leave the Steel Fist sect's leader feeling irredeemably tarnished. Yet, what concern was it of his? Subsequently, Su Ling replicated his approach, sweeping through another martial arts school in Guangnan City, successfully completing another mission before concluding his activities for the day. The following 2 days unfolded in a similar manner. By the end of the promised 3 days to Lu Dashuai, Su Ling had purged a total of 8 martial arts schools in Guangnan City. On the 3rd day, when he presented 2 new martial arts techniques to Lu Dashuai, both the general and his effeminate young aide were taken aback. Yet, concurrently, Su Ling's infamous reputation had spread throughout Guangnan City over these 3 days. However, this was merely the beginning. Thereafter, Su Ling officially became an aide to Lu Dashuai, fully responsible for uncovering the concealed martial arts hidden by practitioners in the Guangnan province. He commenced his purging efforts from over 30 martial arts schools in Guangnan City, radiating outward to other cities from this central hub. In every encounter, he compelled the opposing faction's leader or gatekeeper to engage in combat, subsequently overpowering them through sheer physical strength. Should he face an adversary whose physical prowess matched or exceeded his own, he would resort to his masterful combat techniques, defeating them through skill and strategy. During this period, he encountered several formidable opponents who were not only equal to him in strength, but also possessed superior fighting techniques. Upon realizing he could not vanquish such experts, he would deftly withdraw under the pretense of avoiding defeat. Naturally, such conduct incited the ire of others. Yet his troop of elite soldiers would promptly brandish their rifles, instilling a sense of calm in a heated situation. Thus, Su Ling's reputation rapidly spread throughout the southern provinces. Although not for commendable reasons, he was labeled as a top sycophant of the warlord, a despicable individual lacking martial ethics, and a shameless bully relying on his authority, among other derogatory titles. Nonetheless, despite his infamous reputation and the unflattering nicknames, no one ever questioned his prowess. With each authentic victory witnessed by numerous onlookers, his strength gained recognition among the martial artists of the southern provinces. In fact, a small group of admirers emerged, having witnessed his imposing presence as he swept through various martial arts schools in a jeep, aspiring to emulate his formidable character. In essence, he had garnered a following of supporters and fans. Moreover, Su Ling's greatest achievement was encountering advanced martial arts techniques beyond the 3 grudges and absolute kill technique, particularly one that was exceptionally suited to his capabilities. Chapter 66. High Martial Arts. One night in the city of southern Guan, within an inconspicuous tea house, figures arrived intermittently, some by foot, others by rickshaw or vehicle. After ensuring the vicinity was clear, they entered the establishment. The ground floor was desolate, devoid of patrons and dimly lit, save for the faint glow emanating from the second floor. Each newcomer ascended the staircase without pausing on the ground floor. As the number of arrivals increased, the gathering on the second floor swelled from 1 or 2 to 7 or 8, eventually culminating in a total of 18 individuals, at which point no one else arrived. A clandestine meeting commenced. Now that everyone is here, some are either too distant or otherwise occupied, but this suffices. The purpose of this assembly is to address the increasing transgressions from the warlord's camp, particularly that arrogant cur. Southern Guan has long endured the oppression of Lu Chang, and now this haughty dog further subjugates our martial community. We convene to decisively deal with this insufferable beast. Indeed, I support this. I too have tolerated this bully for far too long. Me as well. That dog is utterly ruthless. He is adept at scheming, causing disunity among the disciples of the Steel Fist sect. I was the first to offer a bounty on that rogue. Furthermore, I have uncovered that he did not possess such formidable strength prior to being deceived by the master of the Heavenly Gate in Nan City. After that incident, he abruptly rose to prominence, not only defeating the master of the Heavenly Gate, but also becoming Lu Chang's deputy. It is likely that during this time he encountered a fortuitous opportunity, acquiring advanced martial arts skills and mastering them. How infuriating! Such a scoundrel can garner the favor of advanced martial arts, which is nothing short of a travesty. Now, I understand that everyone harbors grievances, and I too am incensed by that rogue. However, the purpose of gathering you all here is not merely to vent our frustrations, but to brainstorm collectively on how we might deal with that rogue. Shall we resort to black market firearms? Or perhaps ambush him outside the city? He frequently travels to other cities to raid martial arts schools. We could set a trap along his route. Yet, he always travels with the military of the chief, armed with firearms. We ought to think more carefully before speaking, as Zhang Shifu suggests. What if we resort to poison? But how would we carry that out? This rogue is truly difficult to contend with. Who could argue otherwise? We might enlist a master to disguise themselves as an ordinary martial arts instructor, as he often arrogantly challenges others to duels. We could have a master masquerade as a martial arts instructor and take the opportunity to eliminate him during the duel. However, that too seems unfeasible. Although the rogue is despicable, he undeniably possesses some degree of skill. Everyone present has faced him in combat and understands his capabilities. In all of Guanan, those who can completely overpower him can be counted on both hands. Additionally, these individuals are well known, and he has likely already investigated them thoroughly, unless they are experts from other provinces. Moreover, even if we could find such an expert, whether they would be willing to sacrifice themselves to eliminate the rogue is another matter. Let us not forget that while the rogue's duels may seem relatively fair, he is supported by a host of soldiers from the chief's estate. Should someone inadvertently kill him during a duel, one cannot guarantee that those soldiers would not retaliate to uphold the chief's authority, indiscriminately gunning down the one who struck him down. Thus, this avenue is also fraught with peril. If this approach is unfeasible, and that one equally so, are we to simply allow the rogue to roam freely, continuing to oppress us martial artists of Guanan? Perhaps we should consider hiring professional assassins? If conventional methods fail to subdue the rogue, then enlisting specialized individuals may be our recourse. This suggestion was previously raised during a clandestine meeting among the martial artists of Guanan, advocating for the assassination of Lu Chang. Regrettably, Lu Chang's prowess was too formidable, and even those among the top ranks of assassins were reluctant to take on that job. However, our target is merely the rogue, not Lu Chang. While the rogue is indeed powerful, he cannot compare to Lu Chang. Assassins of high repute should not refuse this task, though their fees may be somewhat steep. This is an excellent plan. Professional assassins, specializing in eliminating scoundrels. Even if the assassination fails, our identities will remain undisclosed. This is the most prudent course of action. Regarding the concern about high costs, as we all share a mutual disdain for the rogue, if each of us contributes a little, it will not be overly burdensome. Let us proceed with this plan. This proposal is indeed commendable. If a matter can be resolved with money, there is no need to risk our lives. I am in support of it. Excellent. Let this be our course of action. Since everyone is in support, I shall lend my support as well. Very well. Since the consensus favors this course of action, let us proceed accordingly. Now, let us deliberate on who shall make contact with the assassins on the list. Everyone will then provide their funds to this individual. In the tranquil night, within a residence in Guanan City, the various martial arts schools, including the Steel Fist School, Shadow Leg School, Wuyang School, Scattercloud School, and the Hundredly School, convened at the Shi Yun tea house to discuss hiring professional assassins for a covert operation against you. Having acquired over 100 forms of rudimentary martial arts from the esteemed Lu Dazhuai, and after excluding the 18 forms he had already gathered from Nanzai City, he was left with over 100 new techniques. Each of these newly acquired martial arts presented an opportunity for enhancing strength and fortifying his physique, which Su Leng was keen to seize. Although it was unlikely that he could ultimately contend with someone of Lu Dazhuai's caliber within the time constraints of his mission, every increment in strength would aid him in his efforts to sweep through adversaries and prepare for the acquisition of advanced martial arts. Moreover, with his persona characterized by a fervent passion for martial arts, Su Leng remained undeterred in his training. However, due to the constraints of daylight hours, he could only practice at night, extending the time required to master each rudimentary technique from approximately 5 days to around 10. During the 2 months of his exploits against bullies, he managed to perfect merely 6 forms of basic martial arts, raising his strength attribute and agility to a score of 4 and his stamina attribute to 3. These advancements, albeit modest, elevated his standing within Guannan City. As he continued his practice, he received the aforementioned feedback in his mind. Su Leng was not particularly surprised by this development. It seemed these aging schemers had only now decided to conspire against him, which was quite a feat of patience on their part. He shook his head with a smile, dismissing their machinations. At this moment, it could only be considered idle chatter on their part. Without evidence, he could not confront them. The stakes in this game were not as lofty as before, and the need for substantiation remained. Furthermore, the distance from his current location to the tea house was considerable. By the time he gathered his allies, those schemers would likely have dispersed. It would be more prudent to wait a couple of days until these individuals actually contacted the assassins, at which point he could lead his group to catch them in the act, revealing their true faces. With this thought, he set aside further contemplation and returned his focus to his martial training. The second day passed with calmness. On the third day, the schemers finally made a move and reached out to the top-ranked assassin on the list, known as Wu Ying. The instant they established contact, Su Leng received feedback through his ability of self-awareness. When the schemers relayed his name to the first-ranked assassin, the connection between him and Wu Ying was officially formed, allowing the latter's life history to be imprinted in Su Leng's mind. Wu Ying, real name Qin Xiaocong, male, 29 years old, of East Asian descent, profession, assassin. The unyielding kill martial art, of which the lineage remains obscure, possesses profound mysteries within its first realm. After practicing 100 times, one can slay 1,000 troops, thereby enhancing their physical prowess by 1 level. The second realm requires 1,000 repetitions, allowing one to claim the head of an enemy general amidst 10,000 soldiers, resulting in a 2-fold augmentation of strength. The third realm demands 10,000 practices, enabling the practitioner to assassinate a military leader, thus achieving a 3-fold enhancement. Chapter 67, Bearing the Blame. To his astonishment, Su Leng discovered that within the experiences of this assassin, the foremost on the kill list, there existed an advanced martial art. This technique, named Unyielding Kill, boasts effects akin to the 3-hatred absolute killing technique. Upon mastering the first realm, one's overall physical strength is amplified by 1 level. The second realm yields 2 levels, and the third, 3. Moreover, the specific conditions required for this martial art are not as preposterous as those of the 3-hatred absolute killing technique. While the prerequisites of slaughtering thousands and beheading generals amidst vast armies may seem formidable, they do not rely on sheer luck as do natural disasters and calamities. With favorable circumstances, one might encounter both disasters and calamities within a brief period. Conversely, one might wait decades for such opportunities to arise. Additionally, the number of repetitions required for mastery varies between the 2 arts. The 3-hatred absolute killing technique necessitates an astonishing 10,000, 100,000, and 1,000,000 repetitions across its 3 realms, while Unyielding Kill demands merely 100, 1,000, and 10,000 practices. Why is there such a disparity despite both being advanced martial arts with similar enhancements? Su Leng instinctively began to analyze and speculate the underlying reasons. Although the specific conditions of the 3-hatred absolute killing technique appear outrageous, the actual difficulty is manageable. Natural disasters and calamities, while relying on fortune, can be surmounted with relative ease once encountered, particularly in achieving the first 2 realms, while the third realm merely requires a resolute heart. Conversely, the Unyielding Kill martial art, though its prerequisites are not absurd, presents life-threatening challenges, especially in this era of firearms and artillery. Merely achieving the first realm of slaughtering thousands is exceedingly arduous, let alone the subsequent realms. The second realm likely necessitates a war among warlords, where the scale of troops exceeds 10,000, while assassinating a military leader, akin to targeting General Liu, is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, even skilled martial artists. Thus, could it be that the fewer repetitions required for this advanced martial art stem from its elevated difficulty? Is there a balance between the number of practice repetitions and the difficulty of the specific breakthrough conditions? Lacking any additional information, Su Leng could only conjecture. Simultaneously, a sense of curiosity began to stir within him. As he delved deeper into the martial arts of this world, he found himself pondering several inquiries. For instance, from where do the origins of these martial arts arise? If rigorous study and practice are unnecessary, how then do these techniques manifest? How are the specific conditions required for these arts discerned? In this world, martial arts do not demand arduous study. Rather, they require sufficient repetition to enhance attributes such as strength or agility upon meeting specific conditions. This phenomenon resembles not so much martial arts as it does a form of enigmatic ritual. Though fully aware that this realm is merely a game, Su Leng could not suppress his curiosity, spurred by previous speculations regarding the concept of a one-dimensional world, about the origins of these ritualistic martial arts. However, he found himself at a loss for leads, compounded by the pressing time constraints of his mission. Having already spent nearly 7 months in this gaming universe, he had but a year and 5 months left. It was imperative that he first ensure the successful completion of his task before seeking opportunities to satisfy his curiosity regarding these matters. His immediate priority was to deal with those old tortoises. The martial artists from Guannan City had dared to hire assassins to eliminate him, and thus he would not show them any mercy. This situation provided a perfect opportunity to gauge Lu Chang's true capabilities. Having acquired the advanced martial art kill without a trace, thoughts began to take shape in his mind. Within the mansion of the Grand Marshal in Guannan City, he reclined comfortably in loose garments, being fed by 6 enchanting women. Upon hearing Su Leng's report, he expressed keen interest, confirming the details with a provocative inquiry. Instead of directly leading a pursuit against the martial artists and the notorious assassin known as the Shadowless, he opted to relay the information to Grand Marshal Lu Chang. Of course, he refrained from disclosing that the true target of the assassination was himself, choosing instead to omit that detail and merely mention a conspiracy, allowing Lu Chang to draw his own conclusions. Over the years, Lu Chang had faced countless assassination attempts in the Guannan province, some of which had been perilously close to success. In the earlier days, the Grand Marshal's residence was far from the laxity it exhibited now. It was fortified with sentinels every 5 steps and guards every 10, all in preparation against potential assassins. It was not until Lu Chang discovered the secrets of martial arts at the age of 39, subsequently purging the Guannan martial arts community and mastering extraordinary skills that enhanced his physical prowess beyond that of ordinary men, that he dismantled the impenetrable defenses of his residence. After that, any assassins who dared to target Lu Chang never left the Grand Marshal's estate alive. In recent years, not a single assassin had the audacity to attempt Lu Chang's life, leaving him in a state of ease tinged with boredom. Particularly in the past 2 months, Su Leng had submitted a new martial art every 10 days, resulting in the acquisition of 6 or 7 new techniques, of which he had mastered 3, fueling a restlessness within him. Thus, when he learned that the martial artists from Guannan City had conspired with the #1 assassin on the leaderboard, he was intrigued. Yet, out of caution, he posed several queries to Su Leng. "How did you come to know of the martial artists' alliance with the assassins?" inquired Grand Marshal Lu. Su Leng replied, "One among those martial artists has already been turned to our cause. He could not afford to reveal the secret of his all-knowing ability." "Oh, even those tough individuals can be swayed?" Lu Chang expressed mild astonishment. The young aide, Li, with a somewhat effeminate demeanor, was equally taken aback, as this was something he had long desired to achieve but had failed. He immediately inquired, "Who is it?" "The leader of the Steel Fist sect, Ren Yan." Su Leng responded. Su Ling remained unfazed as he casually selected an individual to take the blame. In any case, even if the person denied it, it would prove futile. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for how he knew of the conspiracy. The inhabitants of this world, much like those of the previous one, are confined within the cages of their own thoughts. Each world's denizens are shackled by a fixed mindset, incapable of envisioning anything beyond their mental confines. The ability of omniscience represents that which lies beyond these confines for the people of this realm. Renyan? Lu Dashui shook his head, unfamiliar with the name. He held little regard for the leader of such a modest martial arts school. However, the adjutant Li, standing nearby, was well aware. So it was him. Li furrowed his brow, pondering internally. "I always suspected he lacked the fortitude he projected. How true that is. Had I known earlier, I would have exerted more effort." With this thought, a look of regret crossed his face. This outcome had inadvertently favored Shen Hao. After receiving a satisfactory response, Lu Dashui slowly rose from his reclining position, standing upright. Instantly, those around him felt as if a shadow had descended upon their vision. "Very well, if that is the case. I shall take it upon myself to pay a visit. It has been quite some time since I last exerted myself. A sinister grin appeared on Lu Dashuai's corpulent face as he spoke. Chapter 68. The Might of Lu Dashuai. In the bustling tea house of Guannan City. Within a private room on the second floor, the leaders of 5 martial arts schools had gathered. Among them was Ren Yan, the master of the Steel Fist School. Besides these 5 masters, there was another individual present. This person was an unremarkable young man, both in stature and appearance, who was none other than the mysterious assassin known as Wu Ying, currently ranked first on the assassin leaderboard. It is said that Wu Ying possesses a success rate of 100% in assassinations. He only declines contracts involving the 4 great marshals and the president. But for all other missions, he accepts them without hesitation. Moreover, any task he undertakes is guaranteed to be completed. After establishing contact with the martial arts schools in Guannan City, Wu Ying arranged to meet here for the deposit payment. The target of this assassination was none other than Chun Hao, Lu Dashuai's sycophant, which piqued Wu Ying's interest in eliminating this recently ascendant tyrannical officer. However, the 5 masters, including Ren Yan, had yet to meet Wu Ying and were visibly skeptical upon observing the young man's ordinary appearance. After all, they had invested a substantial sum for this endeavor. Although the cost was shared among nearly all the martial arts schools in Guannan City, the amount per school remained a significant financial burden. The deposit they were to pay, though merely 10% of the total cost, was still a considerable sum. Thus, one of the masters, seemingly complimentary yet subtly probing, remarked, "I did not expect the current ranking number 1 assassin, Wu Ying, to be so youthful. Indeed, the waves of the river pushed the next generation forward. However, I wonder if Lord Wu Ying might demonstrate a small display of skill to broaden our horizons. It is not that we do not trust you. Rather, we are merely eager to broaden our horizons, so please do not misunderstand." Upon hearing this, the young man across the table appeared to have anticipated the remark, smiling as he replied, "No worries. I have grown accustomed to being misunderstood. Since you all have such refined interests, then..." At this point, he stood up, ready to showcase his skills. However, just then, a sudden screeching sound of emergency brakes pierced the atmosphere from outside the tea house. In the next moment, a wave of chaos erupted from the first floor of the establishment. "Oh no, the men from the general's residence have arrived. Heavens, I see it with my own eyes. General Liu has personally led the team here. Run." As panic spread, the once lively crowd within the tea house began to disperse in haste. "Seize that person who shouted about the general leading the team. He is alerting the wanted criminal hiding within this tea house. Everyone, scatter and surround the building. Follow my command. When I say fire, you shall fire." The authoritative shouts echoed, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps outside. The citizens of Guannan City, who had initially attempted to maintain their composure, were thoroughly terrified by the commotion and could no longer pretend to be brave, rising in a frenzy to flee. In the blink of an eye, the first floor of the tea house was left deserted. Simultaneously, guests in the private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors hurriedly exited, descending the stairs with urgency, fearing that if they delayed, they may never escape. Within the private room on the 2nd floor, the young master, Qin Shaozong, who had intended to reveal his prowess, was taken aback by the ruckus outside, his expression shifting dramatically as he cast a fierce gaze at the 5 sect leaders present. Growling, "You dare betray me." The 5 leaders, equally pale, were paralyzed by fear. They had heard the turmoil outside, yet they had not betrayed him. In fact, they were beginning to suspect that it was Qin Shaozong himself who had sold them out. At that moment, Ren Yan, the leader of the Steel Fist sect, sprang up, vehemently retorting, "How could that be? This was clearly your chosen location, and just half an hour ago, you sent someone to summon us here. How could we possibly have time to leak information in such haste? It is you who may not even be the real Qin Shaozong. Yet you now turn on us." By the end of his outburst, his face was flushed with anger. Seeing Ren Yan's righteous indignation, Qin Shaozong fell silent, not out of acquiescence, but rather from a lack of desire to argue further. The fact that General Liu himself was leading the charge meant that he must escape this situation with utmost urgency. Had it been anyone else at the helm, he would not have felt so flustered. Besides the 4 great marshals, he regarded none with any seriousness. With sufficient cover, even if surrounded by troops, he believed he could find a way to extricate himself, which was precisely why he had selected such a bustling venue for their meeting. Yet, unfortunately, it was the very outcome he least wished to confront. But face it he must. He opened the window of the private room, preparing to leap out. However, before he could make his move, the moment the window was pushed open, a shout rang out, "7th team, fire at that window." In the next instant, gunfire erupted. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire echoed relentlessly, shattering the once intact window into a sieve. In the private room, Qin Shaozong and 4 other leaders promptly dropped to the ground, seeking refuge in a corner to evade the bullets that sliced in from outside. Years prior, during Lu Dashuai's sweep of the entire Guannan martial arts community, not all warriors opted for submission. Those who chose defiance ultimately met their demise, reduced to mere targets under foreign firearms, thus erased from the annals of Guannan. Consequently, the martial artists of Guannan were acutely aware of the devastating power of these foreign guns. Commander, they are in that room. Outside the tea house, on the street, a fleet of green military jeeps lay parked. Hundreds of soldiers clad in blue uniforms surrounded the tea house, weapons raised. As a volley of gunfire shattered the open window into fragments, Su Leng, overseeing the operation from the ground, turned with a grin towards Lu Dashuai, who was seated in the back of a green jeep. Very well. Lu Dashuai let out a sinister chuckle, rising from his seat. Allow me to stretch my limbs. As he stood, the two jeeps seemed to tremble under his formidable weight. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With a swift motion, Lu Dashuai shed his marshal's uniform, revealing a white vest that showcased his bulging, sinewy muscles, reminiscent of a centipede's crawl across his arms, back, and neck. A ferocious energy emanated from his exposed physique. Next, Lu Dashuai slightly bent his legs, and the sound of fabric tearing echoed as his muscular limbs burst through the seams of his trousers. In an instant, he propelled himself upward with a thunderous kick. The jeep's rear seat crumpled violently upon impact, while Lu Dashuai soared through the shattered window into the private room on the second floor. Moments later, terrified screams erupted from within. Standing outside on the street, Su Leng bore a smile, though his eyes narrowed slightly in anticipation. This level of intensity posed a challenge. Nonetheless, it was manageable. A plan began to coalesce in his mind. Chapter 69. The traitor. Is this your first time witnessing the commander in action? How does it feel? As Su Leng pondered the intricacies of his scheme, a soft voice interrupted his thoughts. The speaker was Li Junsheng, whom Su Leng had encountered upon entering this world. Liang Xiaozong, the leader of Tianlinmen, had once sought out this individual, offering a handsome sum to issue a bounty against him in Guannan. Su Leng had long recognized Li Junsheng's nature, having perused his life history. The adage appearance reflects the heart held true. Li's demeanor was effeminate, and his actions were often insidious, serving as Lu Dashuai's aide in executing his nefarious tasks. Before Su Leng's arrival, Li Junsheng was responsible for unearthing the concealed martial secrets from the warriors of Guannan. However, lacking Su Leng's unique ability of self-awareness, his achievements in this regard were rather meager. In addition, Li Junsheng managed numerous mundane affairs for General Lu and his estate, such as financial transactions involving individuals like Liang Xiaozong, tax collection across various towns and cities in Guannan province, and the administration of Lu's military forces. He was regarded as a well-rounded talent. Since Lu began his martial training, he entrusted 90% of the army's affairs to Li Junsheng. However, with Su Leng's emergence and his successful endeavor to extract hidden martial arts from the Guannan warriors, consistently presenting a new technique to General Lu every 10 days, Li Junsheng gradually became wary and even antagonistic towards him. He feared that if Su Leng continued to thrive, it would jeopardize his standing within the general's estate. Presently, General Lu, apart from indulging in pleasures, primarily focused on enhancing his martial prowess. The gathering of martial techniques, a task entrusted to Su Leng, was evidently of utmost importance to Lu. Thus, although Li Junsheng dared not overtly sabotage Su Leng for fear of hindering Lu's training progress, he often resorted to veiled remarks. For instance, the formidable display of power that General Lu had just exhibited was awe-inspiring and terrifying, creating a profound visual impact on those unaccustomed to it. Yet, strictly speaking, it lacked aesthetic appeal, evoking the ferocity of a wild beast. Li Junsheng sought to exploit this ordinary inquiry about sensory perception to elicit an unflattering comment from Su Leng, which he could later use, subtly undermining Su Leng's image in General Lu's eyes during their conversations. One should not underestimate such insidious slander. Throughout history, countless individuals have met untimely ends due to the whispers of malicious tongues. Nevertheless, Su Leng was not a naive individual. He was acutely aware of Li Junsheng's underhanded tactics. After a brief exchange of verbal blows, both parties managed to conceal any vulnerabilities. Their conversation soon turned into a delicate interplay of words, continuing until the clamor in the tea house subsided, and General Lu emerged unscathed. Having long heard of the general's formidable prowess, upon witnessing it firsthand, Su Leng was thoroughly impressed. As Lu stepped out of the tea house, Su Leng immediately approached, giving a thumbs up in enthusiastic praise. Li Junsheng also joined in, showering compliments. General, your martial prowess has evidently advanced. It seems the techniques provided by Deputy Chun over the past 2 months have proven quite effective. If only Deputy Chun could expedite the delivery of these martial arts, it would not be inconceivable for you to expand your territories one day and conquer the other 3 marshals, achieving everlasting glory. In his concluding remarks, he did not forget to undermine Su Long. With a cold smile inwardly, Su Long retorted, "Deputy Li, you can discern the general's advancement in power. You must be quite well versed in martial arts yourself. Surely, you have practiced quite a few techniques privately?" In this manner, he subtly insinuated that Li was concealing his own martial arts. Lu Dasha's indifference to the pointed exchanges between the two was evident, or perhaps he even relished the confrontation. He disregarded their veiled innuendos and laughed heartily, proclaiming, "It has been quite some time since I last stretched my limbs. A little exercise now and then is indeed invigorating. This is the #1 assassin on the leaderboard, the elusive Wu Ying, Lieutenant Li. I leave him in your capable hands." As he spoke, Lu Dasha raised his right arm before Su Long and Li Junxing. In his robust hand, he effortlessly held the ankle of a person, resembling a mere fowl in the grasp of an ordinary individual, given his towering height of over 2 meters. This individual exhibited commendable speed and strength, suggesting proficiency in agile martial arts. Hence, Lu Dasha had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. "You have 7 days to extract information from him. I wish to know which martial arts he has mastered." After entrusting the top assassin, Qin Shaozong, to Li Junxing, Lu Dasha commanded. "Understood." Li Junxing promptly replied, summoning soldiers to escort Qin Shaozong away. Following his instructions to Li Junxing, Lu Dasha turned his attention to Su Long and remarked with a smile, "You mentioned that there are informants you've subverted among them, which is why I withheld lethal force against those 5 martial artists. I merely incapacitated a few by accident. The fate of these 5 is now in your hands." "Very well," Su Long acknowledged with a nod. His aim was solely to gauge Lu Dasha's capabilities through Ren Yin and others while opportunistically eliminating adversaries. Now that his objective had been met, he was taken aback by Lu Dasha's restraint, as he had casually mentioned Ren Yin's defection earlier. However, the lack of fatalities worked in his favor, as it provided him with a suitable piece for his plans. With this thought, Su Long chose to remain silent. Subsequently, the troops of the Dasha mansion began to withdraw from the tea house in succession. Lieutenant Li and Su Long departed with the elusive Qin Shaozong, along with the 5 sect leaders. The events that unfolded here quickly spread throughout the city of Guangnan, witnessed by numerous citizens. Upon learning of the incident, the leaders of other martial arts schools in Guangnan were left in shock. The clandestine meeting of the 18 martial arts school leaders and the covert communication with assassins could not possibly have been exposed by Lu Dasha in such a direct manner. Their immediate reaction was to suspect a traitor among them. This traitor was likely one of the 5 sect leaders responsible for liaising with the assassins. Chapter 70. The traitor. It remains uncertain what fate awaits the 5 captured by Lu Dasha, who are reportedly under the scrutiny of the formidable Hao Go. Only time will reveal how Hao Go will deal with them. Alongside them was the #1 assassin, Wu Ying. One could only wonder if the martial artists of Guangnan would face exclusion from the underground black market now that the top assassin had fallen into their hands. It is disheartening to witness such a turn of events. The situation for the martial artists of Guangnan is likely to become even more precarious. The leaders of the martial arts schools in Guangnan busied themselves with speculations regarding the identity of the traitor. Among the 18 masters who had previously participated in the clandestine meeting, the remaining 13, who were the heads of various martial arts schools, were engulfed in trepidation and fear. As they realized that one among Ren Yan's group might be a traitor, they were deeply concerned that this betrayer would expose them, providing the general's office with a pretext to apprehend them. The very thought of General Lu's terrifying reputation compelled these 13 masters to contemplate fleeing from Guangnan City, even abandoning the entire Guangnan province. In the pitch-black dungeon, Ren Yan leaned against the wall of his cell, his heart ashen, staring up at the ceiling with a vacant gaze. It seemed that everything had come to a definitive end. Their conspiracy to contact assassins had been thwarted, leading to their immediate capture by General Lu. Although their intent was not to assassinate Lu but rather to eliminate his sycophant, Chen Hao, such nuances could not be articulated, nor would there be an opportunity for explanation. Even now, he could not forget the scene at the tea house, where General Lu, resembling a ferocious beast, wreaked havoc effortlessly, causing immense destruction and leaving their group utterly powerless. The despair was overwhelming. Faced with such a formidable presence, any spirit of resistance evaporated, as all attempts to fight back seemed futile. However, perhaps this was for the best. In such a harsh world, departing early could be seen as a form of liberation. Just as Ren Yan prepared himself for death, the iron door of his cell suddenly creaked open. In the dim light, the wretched Chen Hao stepped inside. "Master Ren, it has been a long time," Su Long greeted with a smile. Yet, Ren Yan merely scoffed coldly, disregarding him completely. Unperturbed, Su Long smiled slightly and instructed the guard who had unlocked the cell, "You may leave. I wish to have a proper conversation with Master Ren." "Yes, Officer Chen." The guard saluted and promptly exited the cell. "Humph. There is nothing for us to discuss. Whether you choose to kill or maim is entirely your prerogative. Ren Yen retorted coldly, turning his back to face the wall, signaling his unwillingness to engage in conversation. Observing Ren Yan's defiant posture, Su Leng chuckled and remarked, Master Ren, are you aware that there is a traitor among your ranks? Ren Yen remained unmoved, his back rigid and unyielding. Yet, the words penetrated his mind. He had indeed pondered this very question during his earlier moment of distraction. Among the 18 who had assembled, 5 were ultimately chosen to liaise with the assassins. And the meeting place was dictated by the assassin himself, with a notification arriving only half an hour prior. Given such a hasty arrangement, the only plausible explanation for their capture by General Liu himself was the presence of a traitor among them. Ren Yen harbored a deep-seated loathing for this traitor. However, with circumstances as they were, he resigned himself to the notion that he had no path to survival and chose to disregard such matters. In any case, as long as he was not the traitor, that was all that mattered. Although he had listened, he still did not wish to exchange a single idle word with Su Leng. However, in the next moment, Su Ling's words sent him into a furious rage. With a smile, Su Ling remarked, Master Ren, do you know that the traitor among you is none other than yourself? You're talking nonsense. You are the traitor. Your whole family are traitors. Ren Yen abruptly turned, glaring at Su Ling with fury. He could tolerate any insult, but he would never allow anyone to label him a traitor. Ren Yen had lived his life with integrity and righteousness. He would never betray anyone. Observing Ren Yan's explosive reaction, Su Ling wore a half-smirk as he said, I declare you a traitor, therefore you are a traitor. Ren Yen was momentarily taken aback, then quickly comprehended the implication, his expression shifting between anger and despair. He realized that Su Ling intended to brand him as a traitor, thereby obscuring the identity of the true traitor. With this thought, he erupted in rage. You think you can succeed, dog of luxury, even in death? I shall not allow your treacherous scheme to prevail. But if you die, aren't you no longer a traitor? Su Ling chuckled lightly. After your demise, I shall ensure you receive a grand burial, generously reward your parents, and provide for your wife and children. Tell me, how do you think the people of Guannan will perceive you, your parents, your wife, and children? Ren Yen fell into a protracted silence, unable to articulate a response. He could envision the entire city vilifying him as a traitor, denigrating his parents, and berating his wife and children. His posthumous reputation would be forever tarnished, reviled by future generations. The mere thought of it made him tremble uncontrollably. For one who prided himself on his integrity and righteousness, this was more unbearable than death itself. You devil! Ren Yen clenched his fists, his voice trembling with rage. Had he not been acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between them, he would have recklessly charged at Su Ling in a desperate bid to fight back. Seeing Ren Yen in such a state, Su Ling could not help but click his tongue. Those overly concerned with fame and fortune are easily ensnared by their vulnerabilities. Indeed, he had successfully grasped Ren Yan's weakness. What do you want from me? After a moment of trembling, Ren Yan fixed his gaze on Su Ling and demanded. He understood that Su Ling's words were not without purpose. There must be an ulterior motive. Su Ling smiled faintly, replying, quite simply, I want you and your family to leave Guannan. What did you say? In the Guannan city, within the torture dungeon, the officer spoke with growing apprehension, unable to meet Li Junxing's gaze. Yet the truth remained. Over the past few days, the shadowy figure known as Wu Ying had been bound to a wooden post in the dungeon, tortured without sustenance, only receiving water when he had lapsed into unconsciousness. However, today, a steel ball had inexplicably found its way into the water pitcher. The soldier, lacking perception in the dim light of the dungeon, failed to notice the steel ball and unwittingly poured it into the unconscious Wu Ying's mouth along with the water. By the time it was discovered, the assassin Wu Ying had already breathed his last. It may sound like a fantastical tale, yet it undeniably transpired. The reporting officer was at a loss for words, unable to express his despair, but had no choice but to relay the facts. Upon hearing the report, Li Junxing initially could not believe his ears. Such an absurd occurrence seemed almost like a jest. However, observing the officer's serious demeanor, he first appeared bewildered, only to be consumed by an overwhelming rage. Do you understand how crucial that criminal is to me? Having assured General Liu that he would extract the assassin's secrets within 7 days, Li Junxing's roar reverberated throughout the interrogation dungeon. After his outburst, Li Junxing could no longer concern himself with food, hastily returning to the interrogation chamber. In disbelief and unwilling to accept the situation, he conducted another examination of the assassin, only to find that the man had indeed perished. The narrow and slippery nature of the throat, combined with the moisture from the oral mucosa, made the steel ball difficult to retrieve, leaving Li Junxing's countenance dark and brooding. Bring me the one who administered the water. Li Junxing commanded coldly. That night, The sounds of anguish continued to echo in the interrogation dungeon, albeit with a different voice. The following day, Li Junsheng, having not slept a wink, arrived at the general's residence with dark circles under his eyes, preoccupied with how to explain the assassin's choking death to General Liu. This incident was far too ludicrous, while it would be somewhat acceptable to suggest an assassination. At least that would not sound entirely implausible. However, to have one of his own inadvertently cause the death by choking was utterly preposterous. He had interrogated the soldier responsible for administering the water all night, even bringing in the soldier's family, yet he had gleaned no useful information, only nonsensical ramblings born of coercion. As he furrowed his brow in contemplation, a figure approached from a distance. "Oh, is that not Deputy Li? Why do you look so haggard? Have you been staying up all night interrogating prisoners?" Su Leng inquired with apparent concern. "Deputy Li, you must take care of your health. You are vital to the functioning of the general's residence. The general trusts you implicitly, and any harm that befalls you would surely worry both him and our comrades." This seemingly caring, yet subtly sarcastic remark only served to deepen Li Junsheng's already grim expression. "Was it you?" He fixed Su Leng with a penetrating gaze, demanding an answer. Su Leng, feigning confusion, replied, "What do you mean?" "Nothing, nothing at all." Li Junsheng shook his head. His earlier accusation had been a momentary lapse of judgment fueled by frustration. Such an absurdity was beyond belief, and yet Su Leng's insinuating tone irked him. However, their exchanges of veiled barbs were not new, and it was only today that his mood and state rendered him so sensitive. With that thought, he chose to disregard Su Leng and proceeded directly toward the back courtyard of the general's residence. Yet Su Leng was relentless, exclaiming in mock surprise, "Deputy Li, you looked quite frightening just now. Is something amiss? Could it be that something has happened to the person entrusted to you by the commander?" His words struck a nerve in Li Junsheng, igniting his fury as he turned sharply to face him. "And you still dare to claim it wasn't your doing? Has something truly gone awry?" Su Leng appeared taken aback, but then narrowed his eyes, responding, "Deputy Li, one may indulge in a hasty meal, yet one ought not to speak recklessly. The dungeons we utilize are not the same. Those in your interrogation chamber are your own men. Now that an incident has occurred, do you intend to cast the blame upon me? This is utterly outrageous. Do you truly believe I am a soft persimmon for you to mold at will?" As he spoke, Su Leng's expression was rife with menace. Observing Su Leng's demeanor, Li Junsheng wisely chose silence. Though both served as deputies in the commander's estate, and Li held a position of greater authority, he was no match for Su Leng in terms of skill. Thus, he opted to avoid immediate conflict. "What are you two arguing about?" Suddenly, a dispassionate voice intruded from behind them. They turned to find Commander Liu standing there. Surprisingly close, Li Junsheng had failed to notice his approach, while Su Leng had feigned ignorance. "Commander," the two greeted Liu promptly. Liu nodded indifferently, then inquired, "What was the nature of your dispute? I believe I overheard something about an incident. What has transpired?" As he spoke, his imposing figure loomed over Su Leng and Li Junsheng. Hearing this, Li Junsheng contemplated how to articulate the unfortunate demise of Wu Ying, but Su Leng preempted him. "Commander, the assassin you entrusted to Deputy Li seems to have encountered trouble," Su Leng said with a smile directed at Li Junsheng. "I'm not entirely certain of the specifics. Perhaps you should inquire with Deputy Li. Something has gone awry." Upon hearing Su Leng's words, Commander Liu raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze to Li Junsheng, asking coldly, "Is Chun Hao's statement true?" Li Junsheng shot a resentful glare at Su Leng before turning back, inhaling deeply and bowing in apology. "My apologies, Commander. I failed to supervise adequately and inadvertently allowed the assassin to perish." He glossed over the cause of death, refraining from placing blame on the soldiers, knowing that would only portray him as irresponsible and invite further disdain. Upon hearing Li Junsheng's admission, Commander Liu frowned, scrutinizing the nearly 90-degree bow of Li Junsheng for a considerable time before he finally spoke. "I understand, Deputy Li. I shall overlook this incident this time. But do not let me down again." With that, Liu turned and strode toward the rear courtyard of the estate. Upon hearing these words, Li Junsheng did not feel a sense of relief. Instead, a chill coursed through him. Although the commander had not reprimanded him this time, nor imposed any punishment, he had effectively seized the opportunity for future errors. If given the choice, he would have preferred punishment over this, as it signified a decline in his standing in the commander's eyes. And all of this stemmed from the presence of the man beside him. Li Junsheng straightened from his bow, casting a cold glare at Su Leng. Su Leng seemed oblivious to his sinister gaze, smiling as she remarked, "Congratulations, Deputy Li. The commander truly holds you in high regard. Despite such a grave mistake, you have faced no punishment." Li Junsheng remained silent, merely casting a deep glance at Su Leng before turning away from the commander's residence. In the ensuing days, Li Junsheng outwardly appeared to manage the affairs of the commander's residence as usual, yet inwardly, he was consumed with anxiety. Having confirmed his diminished standing in the commander's eyes, he felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Previously, he had single-handedly overseen all matters within the commander's estate, earning the commander's unwavering trust. Coupled with his deliberate suppression of others, no one could threaten his position. Moreover, after years of proximity to the commander, no one could realistically endanger him in the short term. However, now he had committed a grave error, losing the commander's favor and the opportunity for redemption, which plunged his standing into a steep decline, leaving him in a state of panic. Thus, while his demeanor remained composed, he was secretly dispatching agents to shadow Chen Hao, hoping to uncover any misstep that would tarnish Chun's reputation in the commander's eyes, ideally reducing him to a status even lower than his own. Fortune favored the diligent, and after several days of relentless surveillance, an opportunity finally presented itself. Chen Hao's informant, Ren Yin of the Iron Fist sect, had quietly relocated his entire family from Guangnan City. Upon receiving the report from his watchers, Li Junxing raised an eyebrow, meticulously contemplating the implications of this news. Why would the informant suddenly leave Guangnan City? After a brief moment of reflection, he inquired of his spies, "What is Chen Hao's stance on this matter?" It appeared he was quite anxious. Though outwardly maintaining his usual demeanor, he had secretly dispatched Qi Jiaxing, the captain of the former 19th Squad, to pursue the informant covertly. This Qi Jiaxing had become his trusted confidant over the past 2 months. The sudden departure of Ren Yin's family and Chen Hao's frantic secret pursuit suggested he was keen to keep this matter under wraps. In the entirety of Guangnan City, and indeed the Guangnan province, who could Chen Hao possibly fear given his current status? The commander. This indicated that Ren Yin likely possessed some secret concerning Chen Hao, fearing for his life should it come to light, prompting the hasty departure from Guangnan. Once this realization dawned on him, Li Junxing wasted no time, commanding, "Prepare the carriage immediately. I shall personally apprehend this informant." Chapter 72, an ominous development. Having instructed his subordinates to ready the carriage, Li Junxing set off towards the commander's residence. Along the way, his mind raced with speculation regarding the secret Ren Yin might hold about Chen Hao. Simultaneously, he envisioned the satisfaction of extracting this secret from the informant, relishing the thought of bringing Chen Hao to ruin, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. Even in the direst of circumstances, one must strive to diminish the standing of that scoundrel Chen Hao in the eyes of the commander, perhaps even reducing it to a level beneath his own. This determination is precisely why he felt compelled to personally apprehend the individual involved. Such matters, he deemed, could not be entrusted to others. Is that not the deputy officer Chen? Whether by mere coincidence or fate, when Li Junxing arrived at the commander's residence, intending to request a brief leave to discreetly capture Chen Hao's informant, he encountered Deputy Officer Chen at the entrance. Their paths crossed fortuitously, with a warm demeanor. Li Junxing inquired, "Deputy Officer Chen, why the hurried pace? Is something amiss?" At that moment, Su Ling was indeed moving with great urgency, his steps brisk. Observing this, Li Junxing felt a wave of concern reminiscent of the recent days when Chen had shown him genuine care. "What trouble could I possibly have?" Su Ling retorted with a dismissive glance, a sardonic smile escaping his lips before he chose to ignore Li Junxing and proceeded into the commander's residence. However, the facade of nonchalance that Su Ling presented did not escape Li Junxing's notice. It seemed to him an act of forced cheerfulness. Thus, he smiled faintly and followed suit into the residence. Walking alongside Su Ling, continuing the conversation, "It's a relief to hear all is well. I noticed your haste and was concerned you faced some dilemma. Since all is well, I need not worry. By the way, I find myself in need of a few days off to attend to matters. Since you are unoccupied, might you assist in managing the affairs of the commander's residence? It would also serve as preparation for when you take over my duties." With that, he cast a knowing glance at Su Ling. His intentions were far from altruistic. Rather, he aimed to encumber Su Ling with the myriad responsibilities of the commander's residence, thereby hindering his ability to pursue the informant. As anticipated, upon hearing Li Junxing's proposal, Su Ling's pace faltered, his steps slowing perceptibly. "What is it?" He responded blandly. "I suddenly recalled certain matters requiring my attention. I shall forego my visit to the commander. Deputy Officer Li, tend to your own affairs without burdening others." With that, he turned to leave. Li Junxing, momentarily taken aback, soon allowed a satisfied smile to blossom upon his face. It appeared his suspicions were confirmed. Chen Hao had indeed become ensnared by the informant. Such haste suggested a lack of confidence and a desire to personally handle the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, now that he had arrived, Su Ling would not be permitted to depart unencumbered. Resolute in his thoughts, Li Junxing proceeded towards the rear courtyard of the commander's residence without hesitation. Though Lu the commander expressed some surprise, his singular devotion to martial prowess led him to acquiesce without further contemplation. Subsequently, Li Junxing sought out Su Ling to relay this fortuitous news, and upon witnessing Su Ling's expression darkening, he departed with a sense of fulfillment. Hey Chun, I have relinquished all my efforts in Guanan City and moved my family away. What more do you desire? What does that persistent army trailing my family signify? Oh, Master Ren, do remain calm. The world is so splendid, yet you respond with such impatience. That is hardly advisable. The army was there to ensure that your family could leave Guanan smoothly. How could you ever doubt my good intentions? Humph, such sweet words. Is it not merely to monitor us? All right, Master Ren, remember my words. Call me every day to confirm your safety. Beep. Hello, how go? Master Ren's family is en route to Guanxi. However, their numbers are quite large, and their progress is somewhat slow. It may take them 7 or 8 days to exit Guanan. No matter, Jiasheng, your task is simply to ensure their safe passage out of Guanan. The speed at which they travel is of little concern. Understood, how go? I assure you I will fulfill your command. Inform me immediately of any developments. Certainly. How go? How go? There's trouble. Master Ren's family has been detained by the local garrison upon their arrival in Nanling City. What? Why were they captured? The garrison stated that it was at the personal request of Vice Officer Li. What shall we do? Jiasheng, if I were to ask you to lead a rescue from Master Ren's family, would you dare to undertake it? How go? How could you even ask? Although I have only been with you for a mere 2 months, I can genuinely sense that you treat me with sincerity. You truly wish to cultivate my potential. This is why, despite being younger than me, I willingly call you How Go. Just say the word, and I shall promptly gather a team to rescue Master Ren's family. Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you. Jiasheng, immediately gather your men and rescue Master Ren's family, then escort them out of Guanan. Yes. How Go. We have successfully rescued them, but we have also encountered conflict with the garrison in Nanling City, resulting in several of our brothers losing their lives. Thank you for your efforts. I will personally provide compensation for the fallen. As for the conflict, do not worry. Since it was Li Junsheng who sought to capture me first, this matter will rest upon his shoulders when it reaches the general. You must ensure Master Ren's family is escorted out of Guanan without delay. Understood, How Go? My brothers, and I will not disappoint your expectations. By the way, Master Ren seems to have something to discuss with you. Hello, Chun, why has that villain come to capture me and my family? I have done him no wrong. Why is he acting thus? You promised to protect my family. You must uphold your word. Master Ren, please remain calm. I, Chen Hao, have always kept my promises. Captain Qi and his team will surely escort your family safely out of Guanan, rest assured. As for why Li Junxing seeks you, it is likely due to the conflict between him and myself. I sincerely apologize for involving you in this. What good are your words now? I wish to remain uninvolved, yet here I am. At this point, spare me the empty rhetoric and speak of practical solutions. Master Ren, fret not. I am well acquainted with the border region between Guanan and Guanxi, as my hometown lies nearby. If you follow my arrangements, I will ensure your safe passage. Is that true? Sai, let us hope so. How go? We followed your indicated route, and have indeed successfully left Guanan. Arriving in Guanxi, however, Vice Officer Li proved to be exceedingly tenacious, relentlessly pursuing us without respite. Even upon reaching Guanxi, he remained on our heels, making it impossible to shake him off. What shall we do? We must venture deeper into Guanxi, but remember to change out of our military uniforms and don the attire of common folk. Li Junsheng and his men have already crossed the boundary, and the warlords in Guanxi province will not stand idly by. Very well. We shall heed your counsel, Brother Hao. Brother Hao? What is it, Jiasheng? What news do you bring? It is grave. What has transpired? Vice Officer Li has been relentlessly pursuing us, following your advised route. We arrived in a town called Shiluo in Guanxi, only for Li and his men to catch up once more. A skirmish ensued, and tragically, the son of the Grand Marshal of Guanxi, Luo Xinqing, was accidentally killed in the crossfire. Enraged, Grand Marshal Luo has commenced gathering his troops, preparing to launch an assault on Guanan. Chapter 73, Awaiting the Winds. How could this happen? All right, I understand. What is the situation on your end? Good. Ensure your safety and seek refuge until the heat subsides. Do not let yourselves be captured by those in Guanxi. I shall personally speak with the Grand Marshal regarding this matter. Yes, I will find a way to contact you when the time comes. For now, let us leave it at that. In a residence equipped with a telephone, Su Ling gently placed the receiver down, a faint smile slowly emerging on his face. After nearly half a month of guidance and planning, the initial stages of the scheme had finally come to fruition. The advanced martial art known as killing without remains necessitates specific conditions. The first realm requires the slaughter of 1,000 soldiers. The second demands the beheading of an enemy general amidst a myriad of troops, and the final realm necessitates the assassination of a military commander. There exists no more conducive environment to fulfill these conditions than the chaos of war. He could not arbitrarily massacre thousands of soldiers from any warlord. as such actions would be both time-consuming and labor-intensive, inevitably inviting a counterattack from the warlords. Moreover, obtaining the head of an enemy general amidst countless troops is an even greater challenge. In the world of his previous life, where films and dramas depicted armies of hundreds of thousands to millions, the reality of warfare is that a few tens of thousands constitute a significant scale. During a certain period in his past, amidst the warlord conflicts, even a few hundred soldiers could claim the title of a warlord, dominating small locales. While armies numbering in the thousands were considered formidable, the same holds true in this game world. The four great marshals command forces of approximately 100,000 each, distributed throughout numerous towns under their jurisdiction to guard against incursions from rival marshals. Consequently, the number of troops readily deployable at a moment's notice is quite limited. For instance, the garrison in Guannan City consists of merely a few thousand soldiers, insufficient even to reach 10,000. Su Ling contemplated achieving the condition of 10,000 troops through the limits of human physical endurance, and apart from inciting war, he saw no other viable means. Lacking a spear capable of piercing through entire armies, enabling him to draw in reinforcements, he naturally had to rely on external forces. The most suitable allies for this endeavor could only be the other three great marshals. Having spent 7 to 8 months in this world, Su Ling had cultivated a profound understanding of its intricacies. Aside from Lu Chong, there are three other prominent figures who are similarly esteemed, collectively referred to as the four great marshals. Each of these marshals has, through their own prowess, gradually absorbed rival warlords amid the chaos of conflict, ultimately expanding their domains to their current magnitude. Thus, while Marshal Lu was sweeping through the martial realm of Guannan, amassing various martial arts, the other three marshals, upon learning of his endeavors, were engaged in analogous pursuits. Initially, they may have been unaware of the secrets of martial arts, but through repeated conquests, they inevitably uncovered these mysteries. Presently, the four great marshals are nearly evenly matched in terms of military strength, weaponry, and personal prowess, maintaining a delicate equilibrium among themselves. Naturally, there are occasional conflicts and frictions at the borders of their respective territories. However, the current situation, characterized by an internal dispute that escalated to the accidental death of one another's son during a skirmish, is entirely distinct from mere friction. To put it simply, if two dogs from your household were to fight and inadvertently kill my son while doing so, how could such an incident be brushed aside? My son had not provoked anyone. He was merely playing in his own home. This matter demands accountability. Marshal Luo of Guanshi, whether out of genuine concern or for the sake of face, must seek an explanation from Marshal Lu. The simplest resolution would be to hand over all involved in the skirmish and offer a formal apology. Unfortunately, Captain Qi and his group have been hidden away by Su Ling. Upon realizing that he had killed Marshal Luo's son, Li Junxing promptly vanished. For being handed over would likely spell his demise. Now, with Su Ling at Lu Chong's side, Li Junxing feels his standing has significantly diminished and that he is no longer indispensable. Thus, fleeing for his life is understandable. Consequently, the onset of war seems inevitable. As for Su Ling, he has remained in Guannan City, attending to the affairs of the marshal's residence. This has nothing to do with him. This is precisely Su Ling's scheme. After acquiring the knowledge of kill without mercy and understanding Lu Chong's capabilities, this plan began to take shape. The reason for ultimately targeting Marshal Luo of Guanshi is straightforward. Chunhao's hometown is indeed located at the junction of Guanshi and Guannan, making it more plausible for him to navigate the area and effectively guide Captain Qi and his compatriots according to his design. Moreover, acquiring information regarding the whereabouts of Marshal Luo's son proved to be relatively simple. Although it had not yet risen to the level of concern for the other three marshals, the intelligence divisions under their command were already aware of him, establishing a connection between him and the personnel of these intelligence agencies, thus gaining insight into their life experiences. Among these experiences, he found information about Marshal Luo's son, Luo Xinqing, in his hometown of Shilua Town. What followed was a patient wait for the winds to shift. Having completed the groundwork for his plan, Su Ling rose and departed the room, proceeding as usual to the marshal's residence to attend to matters. Soon, almost on the same day, General Lu received news from the city at the border of Guannan and Guanxi, prompting him to send someone to summon Su Ling. Why did you send someone to escort Ren Yan out of Guannan? Lu's first words upon seeing Su Ling were a cold inquiry. The root cause of this incident can be traced back to Ren Yan's decision to leave Guannan. Of course, unaware that it was Su Ling who had requested Ren Yan's departure and orchestrated the entire affair, General Lu could not justly place the blame on Su Ling. After all, on the surface, the primary catalyst for this turmoil was the madness of Li Junxing. Nevertheless, a symbolic inquiry was necessary. As the conversation progressed, Su Ling shook his head and sighed. In this age of telecommunication, It would be implausible for him to feign ignorance regarding the impending assault by General Luo of Guanxian. Such an act would be too disingenuous. Chapter 74. The Wind Approaches. It seems you are already aware. 1 million silver dollars. When Su Ling first entered the game, he was offered a bounty of 1,000 silver dollars by Liang Xiaozong, which was considered a substantial sum. In terms of purchasing power, it equated to several hundred thousand in reality. 1 million silver dollars, when converted, would amount to several billion. Having dealt with the affairs of the General's residence, Su Ling calculated that this sum represented more than half of Guannan's annual tax revenue. If a loss of this magnitude were to occur, General Lu's expenditures for maintaining his army and the General's residence would significantly diminish over the year. In this context, the various aspects of Guannan province would likely lag behind those of Guangxi province in the upcoming year. Although General Lu could raise taxes or collect them in advance, shifting the burden onto the people of Guannan, such actions might incite some public resentment. Yet, with the military presence and the oppressive authority of General Lu, it would not pose a substantial problem. Moreover, General Luo's claim for compensation of 1 million was merely an initial outrageous demand, leaving room for negotiation. However, it was evident that General Lu was unwilling to endure such indignities. While questioning Su Ling, a brutal glint flickered in Lu's narrowed eyes. Su Ling, perceptive to the nuances, could surmise Lu's state of mind. It was likely that over the past 2 months, with Su Ling consistently submitting a new martial technique every 10 days, General Lu had experienced a resurgence in his capabilities, leading to a sense of inflated self-worth. Although he had only mastered 6 or 7 new techniques, and General Lu had merely achieved the first level of 3, enhancing his physical attributes, this was insufficient to create a significant gap between him and the other 3 marshals. Nonetheless, these techniques primarily bolstered physical strength, and strength is synonymous with the vitality of muscles and blood. As one's vitality increases, so too does the secretion of hormones, intensifying emotions and restlessness, which is a primary reason for the frequent display of brutality in Lu's gaze. In a state of heightened agitation, coupled with the hope of further enhancement, it is entirely understandable that Lu would exhibit such behavior. The esteemed general, seated at home, remained blissfully unaware of the calamity that descended upon him from the heavens. Ultimately, he too was a victim of Vice Officer Li's treachery. Luo Yangwu, upon making his demands, sought a staggering sum of 1 million silver dollars, an amount equivalent to nearly half a year's tax revenue from Guannan. An audacious attempt to sever the lifeblood of the region. Such a proposition could not be tolerated. After inciting fervor, Su Ling shifted the tone of the conversation, continuing, however, this matter is of great significance. It is a delicate web where one thread pulled may disturb the entire fabric. Once hostilities commence, halting them will be no easy task. I implore you to deliberate with caution. Having expressed both flattery and caution, Su Ling fell silent, leading Lu Dasha to enter a contemplative state. After a considerable pause, Lu turned his gaze towards Su Ling and remarked, "How? You are indeed correct. This situation is precarious, and the repercussions are far-reaching. Nonetheless, having navigated the tumult of these years, I have never shied away from confrontation, though Luo Yangwu seeks to claim a substantial piece of my flesh. Such will not come to pass. Yet, we must acknowledge the faults on our side. Let us first extend a gesture of goodwill and hand over Li Junsheng and his men to Luo Yangwu. Should he still insist on exacting a toll, then negotiations will cease, and we shall resort to battle." By the end of his declaration, Lu's countenance revealed a fierce intensity. Upon hearing these words, Su Ling, observing Lu's ferocity, felt an inner amusement, sensing the winds of change. He promptly volunteered, "I beseech you, General, to entrust this matter to my stewardship." Lu Dasha, taken aback by Su Ling's audacity, responded, "Are you certain? Finding Li Junsheng and his men, who have vanished without a trace, will not be an easy task. I advise you against courting trouble." The formidable Luo Dasha had granted a month's ultimatum for Lu to deliver the individuals and recompense. However, Lu had no intention of acquiescing. Merely delivering the culprits was commendable enough, and it was audacious for Luo to impose a deadline upon him. Lu Chang had always dictated timelines. No one had the authority to impose them upon him. Su Ling, with a knowing smile, analyzed, as fate would have it. My hometown lies precisely in the mountainous regions between Guannan and Guangxi. I am well versed in the most suitable hideaways. No one is better suited to lead the charge in uncovering them. Possessing the ability of omniscience, he was acutely aware of every move made by Li Junsheng and his associates, rendering him the ideal candidate for this task. Yet, his true intent was not to pursue them. "Very well," Lu Dasha mused, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. "Since that is the case, you shall take the reins of this endeavor. I trust you will not disappoint me." With that, Lu cast a profound glance at Su Ling. That night, Su Leng assembled a contingent, embarking in several green military jeeps toward the border between Guannan and Guanxi. Concurrently, Lu Dasha personally placed calls to the cities in that region, including Nanling and Guanling, to grant his explicit authorization, thereby empowering Su Leng with local troop mobilization authority. The following day, around noon, Su Leng and his companions swiftly arrived at locations such as Nanling City and Guanling City, each gathering a contingent of between 100 to 150 individuals, culminating in a total force of 600. They commenced a search of the dense mountainous regions bordering Guannan and Guanxi. At the onset of their search in Guannan, the intelligence organization in Guanxi unexpectedly received a series of telegrams and letters. These communications, transmitted via their specialized intelligence methods, conveyed a straightforward message regarding the approximate location of the assailant responsible for the death of the general's son. Upon receiving this intelligence, the intelligence division under General Luo promptly convened to deliberate its implications. This information had been relayed by our dedicated intelligence personnel through departmental codes. Thus, its credibility was beyond question. The pressing issue now was how to proceed with this intelligence. The general, incensed by his son's demise, demanded that Lu Chang surrender the perpetrator and pay a compensation of 100,000 silver dollars. If we apprehended the culprit first, it would not only highlight the incompetence of Lu Chang's faction but also provide grounds for demanding a higher sum, which would undoubtedly please the general. However, would this provoke Lu Chang, inciting him to retaliate and declare war? After all, he was in a precarious position. What grounds did he have to wage war against us? Moreover, would Guanxi really fear him? I propose that we report this intelligence to the general, allowing him to make the ultimate decision. I concur. Yes, I support this. Let the general decide. After thorough discussion, the intelligence division unanimously resolved to submit the intelligence to General Luo. Upon learning of this, General Luo of Guanxi promptly ordered the covert assembly of 1,200 men to infiltrate the deep mountains of Guannan, following the coordinates provided in the intelligence. 2 days later, this contingent successfully reached the specified location, discovering the hiding place of Li Junsheng and his fleeing companions. Simultaneously, they encountered Su Leng and his team, who had been searching the mountains for several days in pursuit of Li Junsheng. The unexpected confrontation took both parties by surprise. Despite the numerical advantage on the side of Guanxi, neither dared to act recklessly. However, as they faced off, a sudden gunshot rang out, its origin unclear. This shot acted as a catalyst, igniting a fierce exchange of gunfire in the mountainous region bordering Guannan and Guanxi. Chapter 75, The First Boundary. Su Leng proactively sought the favor of General Lu under the pretext of capturing Li Junsheng, aiming to achieve a breakthrough in the first stage of kill without leaving a trace. Furthermore, he had orchestrated tensions between Guannan and Guanxi. How could he allow the resolution of their conflict to transpire unchallenged? Not only would he not permit the reconciliation of their disputes, but he also intended to stoke the flames further. To this end, he utilized the specialized communication channels of the intelligence department in Guanxi to deliberately disclose the location of Li Junsheng and his associates. Subsequently, he led the forces from Guannan on a seemingly aimless search of the mountains, calculating the pace of Guanxi's troops, leading to such an unforeseen encounter. The untimely gunshot was, of course, orchestrated by him. Now that both parties were engaged in battle, the heavy casualties on either side would inevitably exacerbate the long-standing discord between the Kansai and Kansan regions. Do not cast blame upon me. If blame is to be assigned, it should rest solely upon those who chose the wrong allies. After donning his bulletproof vest and a blue military jacket, Su Leng swiftly reviewed the life experiences of those present, determining their hiding spots, and gradually began to construct a mental blueprint of the terrain and its inhabitants. To him, as a player, both factions were merely opportunities to fulfill his bloodthirsty ambitions. Furthermore, these warlord soldiers had long oppressed the common folk, wielding their power with impunity. Thus, he felt no moral qualms about using them to achieve his objectives. In no time, Su Leng had completed the mental mapping of the surrounding terrain and the positions of individuals. He then drew his handgun from its holster, expertly chambering around. After a brief moment of anticipation, he spotted an adversary peeking out from behind a large tree and seized the opportunity to take aim. Bang! The gunshot blended seamlessly into the cacophony of surrounding gunfire, barely noticeable. Yet, with that single shot, the enemy's head jerked back in shock before he crumpled to the ground. Bewildered, Su Leng continued his deadly work, taking cover behind a rock. Each time an enemy dared to reveal themselves, he would wait for the opportune moment to fire. Every shot was a precise strike to the head, resulting in instant fatalities. During his time at the general's residence over the past 2 months, while methodically sweeping through the various martial arts schools in Kansan, he had also spent his days familiarizing himself with firearms. After utilizing the character card King of Assassins, he acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding assassins, which included master-level expertise in firearms and marksmanship. Although he had not yet internalized the muscle memory required for master-level marksmanship, he had successfully inherited the extensive knowledge of firearms. Despite the nascent state of weaponry in this era, his mastery allowed him to grasp concepts with remarkable ease. Additionally, after developing muscle memory in master-level combat techniques, he achieved an extraordinary level of bodily control. Thus, taking advantage of his position at the general's residence, he diligently practiced with firearms, and after 2 months of effort, he finally unlocked the skill of master-level marksmanship. Now, armed with this expertise, he executed headshot after headshot with deadly precision against the enemy forces. Initially, no one took notice, but as more and more fell, the combatants became acutely aware of the strange occurrences and dared not expose themselves recklessly. At this juncture, Su Leng had already repositioned himself, having vacated the area behind the large rock. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. On the Kansan side, a soldier was struck down, his head exploding in disbelief as he collapsed. After this soldier fell, Su Leng approached stealthily from nearby, discarding his empty weapon and seizing the fallen soldier's gun. After scavenging for ammunition, he concealed himself once more, continuing his grim harvest. Bang! 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 With a resounding gunshot, the area was silenced, causing fear to grip the hearts of those who dared to show their faces. Once more, Su Leng shifted to another location. Thus, he continuously maneuvered through the battlefield, taking down enemy soldiers one by one. Among the adversaries were troops from the Western Front, as well as those from the Southern Front. However, due to the fewer numbers on the southern side, his tally of slain soldiers from this faction was significantly lower, and he remained vigilant to avoid detection by surrounding comrades while dispatching them. As time passed, soldier after soldier fell, casualties mounting, and both sides became increasingly bloodthirsty. Furthermore, as the overall commander of the Southern Front, Su Leng had yet to issue a retreat order, while the Western troops hesitated to withdraw, fearing pursuit. Consequently, the clash persisted from noon until late afternoon, enduring for several hours without respite. During this tumultuous period, the number of enemies Su Leng had slain gradually approached the grim milestone of 1,000. As dusk descended, the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue across the expansive landscape, illuminating the forest with irregular halos of light. In the depths of the mountainous woods, the gunfire gradually subsided. After hours of fierce combat, the ammunition had finally been exhausted. A collective sigh of relief enveloped both sides. With their supplies depleted, surely a retreat was in order? Despite the previous fervor of battle, the prolonged intensity of the conflict left both factions physically and mentally drained. Their rage diminished as they sought to halt the fighting. Yet, at that moment, a furious roar shattered the stillness of the woods. The scoundrels from the west have infiltrated our ranks and taken nearly 300 of my brothers. I will not rest until we exact our vengeance. Today, it is either your demise or mine. The commander of the Southern Front, Chun Hao, leaped onto a large rock, his eyes aflame with anger, shouting, "All brothers, charge! With no bullets, we shall fight with knives and fists against these vile wretches." With that, he brandished 2 short blades and led the charge towards the thicket where the Western forces lay concealed. Su Leng, still short of the 1,000 mark, would not let the remaining adversaries escape easily. Observing this, the soldiers from the Southern Front felt a wave of despair wash over them. Why continue the fight when they had already suffered so much? Was it truly necessary? However, with their commander leading the charge, they had no choice but to follow suit. Seeing the Southern forces, still numbering around 300, daring to advance, the Western troops were incensed. They had lost nearly 600 men, half of their contingent. Facing 1,200 with 600, the casualty rate was double that of their opponents. A humiliating defeat. Yet, the Southern forces continued to press on, pushing their limits. "Brothers, charge!" The commander of the Western Front growled fiercely, issuing the order to attack. In the next instant, the once quiet forest erupted once more with the deafening cries of battle. Over 600 individuals and more than 300 others charged forth, engaging in combat once again with cold weapons or bare hands. At this moment, the significance of personal combat prowess became starkly evident. In Chapter 76, The First Realm, Part 2, Su Leng's strength and agility attributes surpassed 4. His stamina exceeded 3, and though his intelligence remained at 15, it still far outstripped the average person's 1. Coupled with his master-level martial arts, the surrounding environment, replete with towering trees and variously sized stones, proved exceptionally conducive for creating distance from the throng. With these conditions combined, Su Leng's leading charge resembled a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The sharp sound of a weapon piercing flesh echoed. The first soldier from the Kansai region to confront Su Leng was instantly slain by a single strike. as he deftly parried the long sword with one hand while swiftly slitting the opponent's throat with the other. In the next heartbeat, another Kansai soldier met the same fate at Su Leng's hand. Thus, Su Leng nimbly navigated through the dense forest, dispatching anyone who dared to engage him with ease. Within the span of mere breaths, he had already taken down nearly 10 foes. The commanding officer and soldiers from Kansai quickly recognized the alarming situation. Having witnessed Su Leng's initial onslaught, which unfolded right before their eyes as he felled almost 10 men. Immediately, the officer commanded, "Everyone, surround and eliminate this man." At his command, soldiers emerged from their hiding spots, converging on Su Leng from all directions. However, with his master-level combat skills, Su Leng had already calculated the spatial dynamics in his mind. Utilizing the surrounding trees and boulders, he artfully evaded the encroaching soldiers, while his twin blades danced like shadows, relentlessly severing the throats, necks, arteries, and tendons of the Kansai soldiers. To an observer, Su Leng's movements flowed with such grace that they resembled a dance, evoking a sense of aesthetic pleasure. The remaining soldiers from the southern faction, initially weary and disheartened by the overwhelming number of 600, found their spirits buoyed upon witnessing Su Leng's ferocity. "Bravo, Deputy Chun! Let us slay these scoundrels." The battle cries of the southern soldiers surged with renewed vigor. In stark contrast, the Kansai soldiers were gripped by fear in the face of Su Leng's might. One soldier after another fell, yet none could even graze him. The adversary, leveraging the terrain, shifted positions with agility, hunting with lethal precision. Each soldier who approached was swiftly eliminated without hesitation. Even those skilled fighters within the ranks, who had previously been formidable against ordinary foes, were dispatched in an instant, instilling terror among the Kansai ranks. As Su Leng continued his lethal dance, the bodies of fallen Kansai soldiers accumulated around him, and he showed no signs of fatigue. The Kansai soldiers, once merely fearful, began to spiral into despair. Heavens! Is this even human? How can he show no signs of exhaustion? Li Jie and these experts are no match for him. What shall we do? Oh no! Commander Wang has fallen. Run for your lives. As the commanding officer from Kansai fell victim to Su Leng's lethal strike, the soldiers of Kansai could no longer maintain their composure and began to scatter in a frantic retreat. At this juncture, the initial strength of over 600 men had dwindled by more than 200, leaving merely around 300, with nearly 90% of the casualties attributed to Su Leng's prowess. With the enemy commander vanquished and the Kansai troops in disarray, Su Leng rallied his comrades, urging them to pursue relentlessly. Witnessing the collapse of the Kansai ranks, he raised his arm in a fervent call to continue the chase, and the soldiers from the southern faction, emboldened, joined him in the hunt. Ultimately, after pursuing the disheartened Kansai soldiers and eliminating another 100 or so, Su Leng finally called for a halt. "Cease the chase. We are nearing the borders of Kansai. Tread carefully for potential traps," he cautioned. Casualties were inevitable in such encounters. Where there are deaths, there are injuries, as both sides expended their ammunition and resorted to close-quarter combat. Despite Su Leng's remarkable display of martial prowess resulting in only 30 to 40 losses on the southern side, injuries were still sustained by nearly everyone except Su Leng, as close combat necessitated exceptional skill to avoid harm. Given Su Leng's recent display of strength, there were no objections to his commands. In fact, the soldiers felt a sense of gratitude towards him, recognizing that his orders were intended for their safety. Thus, the southern troops refrained from further pursuit and began to attend to their wounds. While the soldiers addressed their injuries, Su Leng stood atop a large rock, gazing into the distance. The sight of him inspired further admiration among the southern soldiers. Not only did Vice Commander Chen prioritize our safety by not forcing us to chase the enemy, but he even took it upon himself to stand guard while we treated our injuries. What an admirable leader, one soldier remarked. Indeed, although Commander Chun may be inexperienced in warfare and this battle has been arduous, his leadership during the close combat and his care for us are commendable. Another responded. "You are mistaken. Commander Chun likely did not anticipate our lack of stamina. Did you not see how he fought tirelessly during the skirmish? He probably forgot to account for our limitations, mistakenly assuming our endurance matched his own, which is why he did not call for a retreat sooner." Ah, that makes sense. When one is focused, it is easy to lose oneself in the moment, inadvertently projecting one's own capabilities onto others. We began with 600 against their 1,200, and now our numbers are nearly equal. To achieve such a result in his first command is nothing short of genius. Had it been any of you in charge, we would likely have been entirely annihilated by now. Precisely, as the remaining soldiers of the southern faction tended to their wounds, they deliberated the outcomes of this encounter and Su Leng's contributions. Meanwhile, Su Leng stood on the rock, feeling the mountain breeze as he observed the evolving game dynamics before him, experiencing a surge in his physical attributes. Congratulations, player Su Leng. for surpassing the first realm of killing without leaving a trace, gaining 1 strength, 1 agility, and 1 stamina. With eyes gently closed, Su Leng reveled in the invigorating sensation of his enhanced physical attributes, each of the 3 characteristics bolstered by 1 point. He murmured with a smile, "My strength and agility have both surpassed 5. The next step is the second realm." Meanwhile, the formidable generals, Luo and Lu, upon learning of this development, were consumed by rage. Late that night, the 2 prominent commanders engaged in a heated telephone conversation. "General Luo, what is your intention? You secretly dispatched men across the border to my territory and killed so many of my soldiers. Are you seeking trouble?" Lu's voice thundered. "Was it not your men who crossed the border first? I merely sent individuals to capture the murderer of my son. Yet you not only obstructed them, but also slaughtered nearly 1,000 of my troops. How dare you, Lu Chang? I will tell you this. Unless you fork over 200,000 silver coins, there will be no resolution. You can keep your money. I sent my men to apprehend the culprits for you. You were the one who initially set a 1-month deadline, only to sneak into my territory and play tricks. Is that it? Fine. Just wait. My son is dead, and I cannot even send people to pursue justice. Moreover, it is evident that more of my men have perished. Yet you dare to play the victim. Are you attempting to use this as an excuse to evade responsibility? I assure you, that will not happen. If you dare offer less than a single coin in compensation, I will make you suffer. You took one of my sons. I will ensure you lose 2 of yours. Let us see who falls first." "Very well, Wang Yangwu, you have some nerve. Since this is the case, there is nothing left to discuss. If we are to fight, then let us fight. I am not afraid of you." With that, the call concluded, marking the official declaration of war between the southern and western regions. Chapter 77. A letter from afar. Although the southern and western provinces had declared war, a large-scale conflict did not erupt immediately. This was primarily because the forces commanded by Generals Lu and Luo were largely stationed in various cities throughout their provinces, leaving them with fewer than 10,000 troops readily available for deployment. A hasty mobilization of forces from across the provinces would undoubtedly incite significant unrest and turmoil. Despite the declaration of war, the situation had not escalated to a point of mutual annihilation. Thus, neither General Luo nor General Lu withdrew troops from other cities, instead mobilizing only the forces at their immediate disposal. General Lu, from the southern province, summoned 6,000 of the 8,000 troops stationed in the southern city. In contrast, General Luo from the western province gathered merely 5,000 soldiers from his own city. Consequently, both armies marched forth, fully armed, towards the border between the southern and western regions. At the same time, Su Leng, stationed at the border city alongside wounded soldiers, received a call from General Lu. "Ahau, you have performed admirably this time. With only 600 men, you managed to annihilate nearly 1,000 of Luo Yongwu's troops. Losing nearly half your force, such a record in your first battle is commendable." Su Leng and Assistant Officer Li were aides to General Lu, handling daily administrative tasks, while the actual military officers engaged in combat were stationed elsewhere. It was evident that General Lu did not harbor expectations for Su Leng's survival in genuine warfare, as expertise often lies in specialization. As for Su Leng, a talent capable of uncovering hidden martial prowess from the hands of the warriors of Guanan, General Lu greatly cherished him. After Lu finished speaking, Su Leng resolutely declared, "General, you underestimate Chun Hao far too much. The imminent clash between Guanan and Guanshi is upon us. How could I possibly linger in the rear, clinging to life? Born a man, I do not seek merely to coexist with heaven and earth, but rather to die with purpose. General, I wish to remain here and fight alongside my brothers." Upon hearing Su Leng's words, Lu fell into a contemplative silence. He had already expressed his thoughts quite tactfully, and with Su Leng's loud proclamation, the surrounding soldiers had certainly overheard him. How could he persuade him otherwise? Shaking his head, Lu replied, "Very well, then take care of yourself over there." It is hard to advise a soul intent on courting death. Although he valued talent, he recognized that if the other party was determined to stay, his position did not allow him to force compliance. Subsequently, the 2 parties concluded their conversation. That night, in the encampment outside Namling City, the 3,000 soldiers of Guanan waited anxiously, some tense, others apprehensive, and a few indifferent, for the army arriving from Guanan City. Ever since the 4 great marshals emerged and occupied the 4 major provinces, Guanan, Guanshi, Guabei, and Guangdong, this land had enjoyed over a decade of peace, free from war. Now, with the resurgence of conflict, many found it difficult to sleep, their minds alert even in the deep of night. Su Leng was among them, though not due to insomnia. He simply had no need for sleep. Strolling through the encampment, bathed in the soft, ethereal moonlight, Su Leng suddenly halted and murmured to himself, "The time is nearly upon us. They should be arriving soon." In the province of Guabei, at Haileng City, snowflakes danced through the air, blanketing the wide streets with a mixture of footprints and wheel tracks, creating a tapestry of black mud. The thresholds of homes and walls were piled high with several feet of pristine white snow. The biting wind howled through the empty streets. Even the rare passerby was bundled in heavy coats. Yet, amid such weather, in a sprawling open courtyard, dozens of robust men reveled without their shirts, frolicking in the snow, drinking and feasting as if oblivious to the cold. A young man, clad in a thick postal coat and clutching a mailbag, approached the grand estate's entrance. Shivering as he rubbed his hands together, he knocked on the door with the door knocker. The ringing sound of metal striking wood was clear and melodious. Undeterred by the tempest outside, shortly, several bare-chested men approached and opened the door. Upon seeing the postman, one of them raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What brings you here?" The young postman cast an envious glance at the men, seemingly impervious to the cold, and stammered, "I have a letter for your Tiandi men." As he spoke, he fumbled in his mailbag, producing a letter with a frozen envelope and handed it to the men, his voice trembling as he added, "From the south." A letter? From the south? A few burly men from the Tiandi sect raised their eyebrows, taking hold of the frozen letter. I shall take my leave," stammered the young postman, trembling as he turned to depart. The men made no attempt to stop him, instead directing their attention to the frozen missive. In the center of the letter, 5 characters were inscribed. Li Jinshan personally opened. Adjacent to these words, 3 characters were signed, Liang Xiaozong. "Why do these names sound so familiar?" pondered one of the men, gazing at the names. Another man rolled his eyes and retorted, "You fool. Li Jinshan is the name of our esteemed master. How could you not know this, being a disciple of the Tiandi sect?" As for Liang Xiaozong, the second man furrowed his brow, murmuring, "I feel I have heard this name before." Lost in thought, he suddenly widened his eyes. Then, with a sharp clap of his hands, he exclaimed, "Now I remember. Liang Xiaozong is the son of our master's archenemy, the scoundrel who stole the heavenly scroll from our Tiandi sect. Goodness, now that you mention it, I recall as well. How dare that pair of thieves write to our master?" The others, upon hearing his words, also recalled the situation, their eyes widening in alarm. "This pair of rogues is practically taunting us. What should we do? What else can we do? We must hurry and present this to our master." "What if it's a trap? You dolt. What could possibly be explosive in a letter? Are you suggesting there could be a bomb inside? What if someone is impersonating them? Are you foolish? Did you not hear the postman say the letter was sent from the south? And after all these years, who else but us would know of our master's enemies? Besides, even if it were a forgery, showing it to our master would not cost us anything. But what if it is genuine? Enough of this chatter." With that, the group of men hurriedly delivered the letter to the current leader of the Tiandi sect, Li Jinshan. Now 69 years of age, Li Jinshan bore no resemblance to an elderly man. He, like the other disciples of the Tiandi sect, was bare-chested, enduring the harsh winds and snow as if it were any other day. Though his hair and beard had turned white, his physique remained robust and imposing, muscular and formidable as ever. As the men sprinted to the back courtyard of the grand estate, they found Li Jinshan seated on a long bench, one foot resting on the side, indulging in an outdoor hot pot. Noticing his disciples rushing in, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it, master?" "There is a letter sent from the south, purportedly from the son of your enemy, Liang Xiaozong." Li Jinshan responded nonchalantly, narrowing his eyes. "Bring it here." The disciple holding the letter respectfully handed the envelope to Li Jinshan. With deliberate calmness, Li Jinshan tore open the envelope, extracting the contents to read, "To my son, Liang Xiaozong, and his father are dead. I am your father, Chen Hao. The ascending to the divine technique is with me. Do you wish for it? Then call me father." Chapter 78, The Unity of Heaven and Earth. The current leader of the Heavenly Gate, Li Jinshan, extends his warm regards to you and your family, and has decided to personally journey to the southern Liang province to converse about life and aspirations. A connection has been forged between you and Li Jinshan, and the information regarding his life experiences has been automatically updated. During midday, while stationed outside the military camp in Nanling City and sharing a meal with the soldiers of southern Liang, Su Leng suddenly received feedback from his ability of self-awareness. From Liang Xiaozong's life experiences, Su Leng discerned profound admiration for the celestial and terrestrial scrolls of the Heavenly Gate. Noting that his father often spoke of the necessity for the unification of these scrolls to truly unleash the martial prowess of the Heavenly Gate. Consequently, Su Leng found himself intrigued by the terrestrial scroll held by the Heavenly Gate in the northern Guan province. However, the so-called unification of the celestial and terrestrial scrolls seemed to Su Leng merely an advanced martial skill that might not even suit him. Taking all this into consideration, he ultimately opted to send a letter to evoke animosity, ensuring that the leader of the Heavenly Gate in the northern Guan province would remember him. thereby establishing a connection to glimpse the secrets of the terrestrial scroll. Yet, it took almost 2 months for his letter to finally reach the heavenly gate, reflecting an astonishingly slow efficiency. Now, let me discover what this martial skill of the unification of the celestial and terrestrial scrolls truly entails. While maintaining a calm demeanor and continuing to eat, Su Leng began to review the life experience information of Li Jinshan that had just been recorded. Li Jinshan, male, 69 years old, of the yellow race, hailing from northern Guan, currently serves as the leader of the heavenly gate. As he perused through the life information, Su Leng finally encountered the details he sought: the earthbound demon suppression technique, inherited from the heavenly gate. The first level's secret requires practicing 100 times while buried underground for 3 days and nights, which can increase strength by 20. The second level's secret requires 1,000 repetitions and consuming ginseng for 100 days without depleting one's vital essence, which can increase strength by 50. The third level's secret necessitates 10,000 repetitions while suppressing one's murderous intent in the presence of 100 disciples, which can enhance strength by 100. Observing this technique, which corresponds with the ascending to the divine technique, Su Leng was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that this martial skill was merely an ordinary one rather than an advanced form. Furthermore, the specific conditions required for its 3 levels were rather outrageous. The first level demanded one to be buried underground for 3 days and nights. It was hard to imagine that anyone could endure being buried even for a short duration without suffocating. As for the second level, the requirement to consume ginseng daily for 100 days while retaining one's vital essence was a tall order. Not to mention that ginseng was scarce in this era, not yet cultivated artificially, and exceedingly precious. Even if one had the means to indulge, the body could hardly withstand such excessive nourishment. Regarding the final third level, the stipulation of relinquishing one's murderous intent in front of 100 foes seemed particularly sinister. This implied that when faced with 100 enemies, filled with the desire to slay them, one must forcibly suppress such thoughts. This specific condition could be interpreted as mastering one's own demonic thoughts. Yet it appeared excessively draconian in extinguishing human desires. Do not utter it 100 times. Even a single mention can cloud one's thoughts and induce discomfort throughout the body. As the frequency increases, it undoubtedly leads to psychological distortion. The crux of the matter is that such martial arts yield benefits comparable to ordinary skills, utterly lacking in cost-effectiveness. Such techniques are scarcely worthy of even a dog's training. Thus, upon reaching this point, Su Leng could not help but furrow his brow. A thought emerging in his mind. Is this it? The revered Heaven and Earth Gate Earth Scroll is merely this? However, as he continued to read, Su Leng's attention was soon captivated by the subsequent information. The secret transmission of the Heaven and Earth Gate. With the Heaven Scroll as the primary focus and the Earth Scroll as a supplement, enables one to dual focus, mastering the heavens while honing the earth. This allows for the merging of heaven and earth, amplifying terrestrial skills with celestial prowess. Minor cultivation increases by 20%, intermediate by 50%, and major by 1 full level. This revelation inevitably attracted the attention of soldiers dining nearby. Deputy Chun, what's the matter? A soldier inquired. Without pausing, he sought out the local officers within the military camp, inquiring if there were any oxygen tanks available or knowledge of where to find them. Upon arriving at the medical tent, he promptly requested an oxygen tank from the medics within. Subsequently, he shouldered the borrowed tank and drove a green military jeep, which he had taken from Guannan, deep into the mountains. Before long, he arrived at the foot of a secluded mountain. Without hesitation, Su Leng exited the vehicle, shouldered a military backpack laden with provisions, grasped the borrowed oxygen tank in one hand, a large water container in the other, and tucked a spade under his arm, striding purposefully into the mountains. This shall suffice. Soon, he excavated a deep pit large enough for a person to lie within. Next came the practice. After preparing the pit, Su Leng turned his gaze away and began to practice the newly acquired ground-subduing technique. The first attempt felt somewhat awkward and rigid. However, by the second attempt, the movements became fluid. As he progressed into the third, fourth, and fifth iterations, Su Leng's execution grew increasingly smooth, and his speed quickened. 2 days later, he accomplished 100 repetitions. Within the depths of the mountain, having practiced the ground-subduing technique 100 times, Su Leng gradually concluded his training. He then lifted the water container beside him and drank, taking the oxygen tank, which was nearly as tall as he was, and without hesitation, he leaped into the pit. He connected 2 tubes to the oxygen tank and the water bucket, opened the valve of the oxygen tank, and began to shovel the surrounding earth, burying his body until entirely concealed. Thus, he entombed himself underground. 1 day and 1 night, 2 days and 2 nights, 3 days and 3 nights. As the third day passed in a blur, congratulations, Player Su Leng has broken through to the first realm of the ground subduing technique. Strength increased to 0. 2. When the 3 days and nights elapsed, and a new game dynamic notification appeared before him, Su Leng suddenly reached out, breaking through the earth, and emerged from the pit, still clutching the partially filled water container. Subsequently, he hurried over to a nearby military backpack, extracting the provisions he had meticulously prepared. With the ferocity of a tempest, he devoured the sustenance, pausing intermittently to sip water, ensuring he did not choke. Once satiated, he settled onto the ground for a brief respite, allowing himself a moment to recuperate before gradually rising once more. Upon breaking through to the first realm of the ground-subduing demon technique, he felt the residual warmth of a torrid energy coursing through his muscles. His strength attribute had always surpassed his agility and endurance, and this recent enhancement rendered his physique even more formidable. However, Su Leng remained indifferent to such changes, for the true purpose of his practice of the ground-subduing demon technique lay ahead. Taking several deep breaths, he closed his eyes and slowly resumed the postures of the ground-subduing demon technique. Yet, concurrently, his mind was preoccupied with the techniques of the heavenly ascension divine art. Initially, his dual focus caused him to either halt his thoughts on the heavenly ascension divine art or pause the execution of the ground-subduing demon technique. As time progressed, he began to adapt to this duality of focus, ultimately achieving a state where he could contemplate the heavenly ascension divine art while fluidly practicing the ground-subduing demon technique. In this harmonious state, as the frequencies of both martial arts aligned within his mind and body, a resonant hum suddenly reverberated through Su Leng's consciousness. In the next moment, a refreshing chill emanated from his mind, coinciding with a surge of warmth rippling through his muscles. At the instant these opposing forces converged, an explosive power erupted from within him. Instantaneously, Su Leng's muscles swelled, becoming sinewy and formidable, akin to a centipede climbing. With an audible tearing sound, his garments were unable to withstand the sudden expansion of his muscles. In this extraordinary state, he reveled in the terrifying power that surged through him, his expression a blend of astonishment and exhilaration. So this is what is meant by the unity of heaven and earth. Truly extraordinary. Chapter 79, The Small Man. The unity of heaven and earth within the heavenly gate exceeded Su Leng's expectations. Initially, he had perceived this unity merely as a high-level martial art. To his surprise, it possessed an amplifying effect. By mastering the heavenly ascension divine art to its second realm, with an intelligence attribute of 15, he achieved a significant amplification effect, having already surpassed the threshold of 5 in strength when breaking through the first realm of the unyielding assassin. And with the subsequent completion of the first realm of the ground-subduing demon technique, his strength attribute, though only augmented by 0.2, added to his previously enhanced strength, providing him with a remarkable edge. Under the amplification effect of the ascend to heaven divine skill, his physical strength attribute surged instantaneously by 50%. Feeling the sudden increase in power coursing through his body, Su Leng could not help but glance at the attributes section of his one-dimensional panel. One-dimensional attributes. Name, Su Leng. Attributes: Strength 796, 531, Agility 503, Stamina 414, Intelligence 15, Special Condition, Unity of Heaven and Earth. At this moment, Su Leng's strength attribute was perilously close to the threshold of 8. However, his original strength attribute stood at merely 531. This implies that his current strength attribute was derived from the base of 531, augmented by the 15 from his intelligence attribute. This was the amplification effect under the state of unity of heaven and earth. The abrupt surge in power had thrown his physical attributes into disarray, leading to the grotesque swelling of his muscles. In this state, his strength attribute approached 8, equivalent to 8 times that of an ordinary person. Although this still fell short compared to Lu Chang's strength, which was over 10 times that of an average individual. It would not be an easy feat for Lu Chang to exert power over him in an actual confrontation. Comparing his current state to Lu Chang's previous display of strength, Su Leng noticed that the disparity between the two had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, the bulging muscles adversely affected his movement speed, rendering him less agile than when his physical attributes were balanced. Similarly, the expansion of his muscle mass resulted in a much faster depletion of his vital energy and nutritional supply. Merely standing still, Su Leng could feel his stamina rapidly waning. This was no mere illusion. He could see the decimal numbers of his stamina attribute diminishing swiftly. After a rough calculation of the depletion rate, he inferred that if he maintained the unity of heaven and earth state, his stamina would likely be exhausted within an hour, necessitating time for recovery. In a combat scenario, the consumption of stamina would accelerate even further, shortening this time frame. However, The ability to compensate for the disparity in strength merely by expending stamina underscored the formidable nature of the unity of heaven and earth. It was no wonder that Liang Shaozong held it in such high esteem. Of course, this extraordinary strength could only manifest in Su Long. Even if disciples of the Tiandi sect practiced both the ascend to heaven divine skill and the subdued demons on the ground, they would not reach Su Long's level. The subdued demons on the ground, even when fully mastered across all three realms, could only elevate an individual's strength attribute to a maximum of 27. Coupled with the complete mastery of the ascend to heaven divine skill, which would raise the intelligence attribute to 2, and upon entering the unity of heaven and earth state, the strength attribute would only be amplified to 54. In comparison to ordinary martial artists, this was indeed formidable, though not enough to dominate an entire province. It would certainly allow one to rank among the top within a province, becoming a formidable member of the second tier under the 4 great martials. Should one be fortunate enough to acquire additional martial skills, they would undoubtedly ascend to dominate the second tier. However, this would likely be the limit of their potential. The extraordinary strength attribute, while bestowing immense physical power, also imposes a considerable burden on the body. Without the agile attribute to enhance bone and muscle coordination, coupled with abundant stamina for expenditure, one would merely resemble a sluggish, oversized elephant rather than a true man of action. However, Su Ling is different. His attributes of strength, agility, and stamina are relatively balanced, with his strength attributes base value reaching the pinnacle of an ordinary martial artist. Only by achieving the unity of heaven and earth can he unleash his utmost potential. Although the 4 great martials possess remarkable abilities, regrettably, they remain unaware of the ascending to heaven divine skill, rendering them incapable of entering the state of unity with heaven and earth. Presently, Su Ling stands as the sole individual privy to the secrets of the ascending to heaven divine skill, thus making him the only one capable of attaining this extraordinary state. Nevertheless, this alone is evidently insufficient. After meticulously attuning to the state of unity, Su Ling focused his thoughts, dismissing the practice of the ascending to heaven divine skill from his mind. Instantly, the dual forces of heat and cold within him dissipated. As they faded, his engorged muscles and physique visibly reverted to normal. However, in contrast to his previous form, the clothing that had been stretched and torn could not be restored, resulting in a loose, ill-fitting appearance that resembled attire pilfered from another. Undeterred, Su Ling hoisted his military backpack onto his shoulders, shouldered a borrowed oxygen tank, and grasped a shovel as he descended the mountain. After several days, the provisions within his military pack had been consumed, and the water in his barrel was depleted. With the descent underway, he moved swiftly, soon arriving at the foot of the mountain. There, a green military jeep, discreetly parked and shielded by branches and leaves, thanks to the area's sparse population, had remained untouched over the past 5 days. The 6,000 troops dispatched from Guannan City had now arrived. The encampment, which had not been particularly expansive, had instantly multiplied in size tenfold. Concurrently, various tents within the camp began bustling with activity, as a palpable tension of anticipation filled the air. Halt! Who goes there? A soldier intercepted him, likely due to the heightened security measures in place. This cohort of guards was unfamiliar to Su Ling, making their lack of recognition entirely understandable. I am Chen Hao, the aide to the commander. Oh, Su Ling nodded, not wishing to complicate matters. The soldier promptly made a phone call, summoning someone within the camp who knew Su Ling to verify his identity. Before long, an officer from the local military camp in Nanling emerged. Upon reaching the entrance and spotting Su Ling seated within, the officer greeted him with a smile. Commander Chen, where have you been these past few days? We nearly feared the worst. After speaking, he turned to the gate guards, frowning, quickly, raised the barrier. How could you not recognize Commander Chen? The sentinels immediately profusely apologized as they elevated the barrier. Su Ling chose not to hold their ignorance against them. Not yet, reinforcements have just arrived. And Commander Guan is still organizing the deployment. The situation in Guanxi should be similar. Ultimately, the officer inquired about Su Ling. The 6,000 troops dispatched by General Liu were commanded by an officer named Zhou Jingqi. Su Ling recognized him from his time in Guannan City. However, due to the differing nature of their responsibilities, Su Ling remained at the general's residence while Zhou Jingqi was stationed at the military camp outside the city. Furthermore, Zhou was known for his prowess in battle, frequently visiting other camps to conduct strategic briefings, hence they had never crossed paths. Given that Zhou was the commanding officer for this operation, it was only natural for Su Ling to seek a meeting with him before engaging in the conflict. After securing his vehicle, Su Ling changed into a more suitable attire and proceeded to the main command camp. However, upon his arrival, he was intercepted by an officer stationed outside. The commander is currently engaged in battle preparations. Unauthorized personnel, are not permitted to approach," the officer stated, his gaze unwavering. Su Ling was momentarily taken aback, but responded with a smile, "Then I shall wait." Yet, his wait extended for over an hour. Once Zhou Jingqi had completed his briefing and the officers began to depart, Su Ling took the initiative to approach the guard and remarked with a smile, "Am I allowed to enter now?" With that, he turned and stepped into the main camp. However, it was not long before the officer re-emerged. "You may leave. The commander does not wish to entertain a sycophant who distracts the general from his purpose," the officer stated with an expression of indifference. In the face of the officer's brusque remarks, Su Ling maintained a placid demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement before turning to exit. In truth, he had already anticipated this outcome the moment Zhou Jingqi had entered for consultation, for as soon as the commander spoke, his ability of self-awareness had manifested the sentiments as textual information in his mind. This was not the first occurrence. During his time in Guangnan City, as a favored aide to General Liu, Su Ling had amassed a plethora of accolades while simultaneously inciting discontent among the soldiers and officers stationed outside the city due to his perceived favoritism. Since the dawn of the Four Great Marshals era, this land had been devoid of conflict for over a decade. The officers under the Four Great Marshals had largely grown complacent, with some opting for a life of leisure and dominance, while others, like Zhou Jingqi, were militant, believing that General Liu should pursue further expansion to consolidate the territory under a single rule. Zhou Jingqi, as a prominent figure among these militarists, harbored deep dissatisfaction with Liu's contentment with the status quo. However, he dared not voice his grievances to Liu directly, instead redirecting his frustrations towards Liu's obsession with martial prowess, convinced that it had led the general astray. While martial skills possess certain merits, in an age dominated by firearms, what value do they hold? Thus, the presence of aides like Su Ling and Li Junsheng, who perpetuate this misguided path alongside General Liu, is met with significant disdain by Zhou Jingqi. Su Ling, well aware of Zhou's sentiments, remains unperturbed. The ceaseless cacophony of insults echoing in his mind, he likens to the barking of online trolls from a past life. As long as these distractions do not impede his endeavors or jeopardize his plans and interests, he chooses to disregard them. This instance is no different. Su Ling does not take offense at Zhou Jingqi's refusal to acknowledge him or his disparagement of him as a petty person. After all, he is devoid of such emotions at present. Instead, a scheme begins to take shape in his mind, one that could facilitate his advancement to the Third Realm by claiming the head of an enemy general amidst the chaos of battle. This plan conveniently requires the use of Zhou Jingqi's head as a means to an end. In the southern region, specifically in Nanling City, it can be observed that daily life is marked by the exodus of local citizens as families depart to escape the impending conflict. Despite their reluctance, they have no choice but to leave, seeking refuge from the ravages of war. Only the elderly, who have endured the tumult of warlord strife and have spent a lifetime in uncertainty, choose to remain behind, reluctant to wander any further. The streets of Nanling City now exude an air of desolation, starkly contrasting with their former vibrancy. Although not entirely deserted, the foot traffic is notably sparse. Each individual who ventures out moves with purpose, whether to procure provisions, acquire defensive weaponry, or meet relatives arriving from the city. The remaining shops, too, are few and far between. Amidst this atmosphere of gloom, a figure enters a half-open tailor's shop, a young man in his 20s, unremarkable in appearance. Clad in a plain black short coat, easily overlooked. "Good sir, how may I assist you?" inquires the elderly tailor, stepping forward. "Is the fit quite loose?" the tailor asks, puzzled. "What size qualifies as loose?" 3 or 4 men's waists combined, the young man states. "That is feasible, though I fear no one would fit such garments." The tailor replies. "Very well." The tailor concedes, eventually agreeing to the request. After the tailor's acquiescence, the young man places a silver dollar on the counter and says, "This will suffice." "Surely, that is more than necessary," the tailor exclaims, hastily approaching to suggest the young man exchange it for smaller copper coins. However, the young man swiftly departs, remarking, "Then I shall return for a refund later," and vanishes from sight. Left with no choice, the tailor reluctantly accepts the silver dollar for the time being. A quarter of an hour later, the young man enters a blacksmith shop just a street away from the tailor's. As night descends, the atmosphere within the military camp unfolds. After formulating the battle plan with a group of officers, Zhou Jingqi instructed his subordinate to brew a pot of tea, savoring each sip while allowing himself to unwind. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned his gaze towards the officer preparing the tea, inquiring, "By the way, Xiao Zhang, how did that man named Chen react after you conveyed my message?" Gaining the favor of the commander signifies that he must possess exceptional qualities. Do not underestimate him. At this juncture, Zhou Jingqi's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued. Moreover, this individual exhibits considerable military talent. During his first command, he led 600 troops against 1,200, incurring only 300 losses while annihilating nearly 1,000 enemy soldiers, a remarkable achievement indeed. The officer, surnamed Zhang, appeared perplexed by Zhou Zhengqi's praise for Su Long, unable to grasp the underlying implications. Observing Zhang's confusion, Zhou Zhengqi chuckled softly, took another sip of tea, and spoke with a frosty demeanor. Since he is a man of military prowess, we must not let his talents go to waste. Tomorrow, assign him to the 1st Vanguard Unit, allowing him to take the lead in this battle and fulfill his aspirations for glory. The Vanguard Unit, often referred to as cannon fodder, is the most perilous group in warfare. Upon hearing Zhou Zhengqi's words, Officer Zhang immediately understood, breaking into a knowing smile. Chapter 81, The Second Realm. The following morning, Officer Zhang arranged for a local officer from Nanling City to escort him to the barracks where Su Long was stationed, intending to inform him of his assignment to the Vanguard Unit. Despite Su Long's recent favor with the commander, the military camp operated under strict orders, regardless of one's status. All must comply with commands. Since he chose to remain here, he had no option but to obey, lest he defy military orders, in which case they would have grounds to discipline him, and even the commander would have little recourse to intervene. However, upon arriving at Su Long's barracks, Officer Zhang was astonished to find that he was absent. He chastised, "Absurd. Do you treat the military camp as a mere plaything, coming and going as you please?" Upon learning of this situation, Officer Zhang reprimanded again, "Is this the kind of discipline exhibited by the troops stationed in Nanling City? I shall report this matter to the commander in detail. You shall await the consequences." With that, he stormed away, making his way to the main military camp, where Zhou Zhengqi was located to report the incident. He left the camp? Zhou Zhengqi raised an eyebrow and sneered upon hearing the report. He is quite astute. Unlike Zhang, Zhou Zhengqi perceived Su Long's actions as shrewd. After being rebuffed, he immediately recognized the potential for targeting and chose to vacate the barracks that very day. However, did he think this would suffice? Desertion is a grave offense, particularly during wartime, a near-certain death sentence. Officer Zhang, upon hearing this, promptly flattered, "The commander is indeed wise." Zhou Zhengqi ordered his aide, Zhang Yaowei, to assign you to the Vanguard Unit, preparing you to take the lead in this battle. The words from the feedback of his omniscient ability replayed in his mind, elucidating Zhou Zhengqi's machinations within the barracks. Su Ling gazed at the messages with a faint smile, choosing to disregard them. At that moment, he was engrossed in his task. With rhythmic pushes and pulls, the antiquated hand-cranked bellows emitted powerful gusts of wind, fueling the charcoal fire in the furnace to a vigorous blaze. Beside Su Ling, a burly blacksmith, clad only in a grimy apron and gloves, wielded a pair of tongs in his left hand, gripping a massive iron block, while his right hand relentlessly struck the glowing mass with a hammer, endeavoring to shape it into the desired form. Occasionally, his astonished gaze would drift toward the fiery furnace, mesmerized by the incandescent cast iron and the vigorous Su Ling, who was diligently cranking the bellows, his mouth agape in wonder. "I have forged iron for most of my life, yet I have never encountered such an indomitable youth. You have been tirelessly cranking that bellows since last night, without a moment's respite. Your strength and vigor are utterly remarkable." After molding the iron block into a sizable square, the blacksmith could no longer contain his admiration. If he were to take up blacksmithing, the other smiths might find themselves out of work. Upon receiving the compliment, Su Ling merely smiled and inquired, "So, esteemed blacksmith, given my assistance in operating the bellows, how long will it take to complete what we discussed yesterday?" "With such vigorous assistance at the bellows, it won't take 3 days. The 2 large iron shields you requested will be ready in just 2 days, the blacksmith assured, thumping his chest. However, he soon expressed his bewilderment. "But why do you need such hefty shields? Even though they can withstand bullets, they are impractical for use. Each shield weighs between 200 to 300 pounds, and together they will weigh at least 500 pounds. Such weight requires 2 or 3 men to lift. Are you certain you can transport them?" He scrutinized Su Ling with a skeptical look. In response, Su Ling simply chuckled, "I will transport them by vehicle." "Very well." The blacksmith conceded, closing his mouth. It appeared the fool was himself. For the next 2 days, aside from meals, sleep, and bathroom breaks, the two devoted every moment to crafting the 2 large iron shields. The blacksmith, having spent a lifetime forging, was evidently invigorated by the challenge. Though once he learned that Su Ling would be transporting the shields by vehicle, he refrained from discussing any other topics of daily life. Before long, the 2 days slipped away. As dawn broke on the 3rd day, the 2 colossal iron shields were finally completed. All done. After extinguishing the furnace fire, the blacksmith, drenched in sweat and arms crossed in satisfaction, gazed at the 2 shields leaning against the wall, resembling grand iron gates. The shields were entirely ebony, devoid of any patterns. yet standing nearly as tall as a man and 3 fingers thick. No embellishments were necessary to convey a profound sense of solidity and security. I will go fetch the vehicle. Su Ling felt a deep sense of satisfaction with the 2 large iron shields. After exchanging a smile with the blacksmith, he departed from the forge. The blacksmith merely nodded in response, returning to admire the 2 imposing shields leaning against the wall before him. Approximately 20 minutes later, a sharp screech of tires cut through the air. The blacksmith turned to see a green military jeep coming to a halt outside the forge. With a resounding bang, the door swung open, and Su Ling stepped out. "You are with the military," the blacksmith remarked, his expression tinged with discomfort. The oppressive demeanor of the Guanan warlord had long been felt by the common folk. Realizing that Su Ling was driving a military jeep, the blacksmith suddenly feared that the promised payment might have vanished. All that wrought iron, he lamented internally, feeling a pang of loss. However, as Su Ling emerged from the vehicle, he casually tossed a bag towards the blacksmith, dispelling his doubts. "This is your payment." Caught off guard, the blacksmith fumbled to catch the bag. Hearing the clinking of coins within, he opened it and was instantly filled with joy. His smile transforming his face into a picture of delight. "Sir, allow me to assist you in loading this into the vehicle," he exclaimed, tucking the bag into his apron pocket and stepping forward eagerly to help. Yet, Su Ling merely replied, "No need." As he spoke, Su Ling approached one of the large iron shields, spread his arms wide, grasped its edges, and with a sudden exertion, effortlessly lifted the several hundred-pound shield. This spectacle left the blacksmith utterly astonished. After hoisting the shield, Su Ling turned towards the jeep and placed it on the rear seat of the open-topped vehicle. With a low rumble, the entire jeep shook as the shield settled into place. Su Ling then repeated the process with the second shield, placing it beside the first. The jeep trembled once more, the rear suspension sinking a full foot under the weight. Nevertheless, the vehicle managed to withstand the burden of 500 to 600 pounds. After bidding farewell to the blacksmith, Su Ling climbed into the jeep and drove away from Nanling City. Amidst the mountains and forests, he spent his days leisurely fishing and exploring bird nests, indulging in the provisions and water he had prepared, resembling a carefree camping trip. Yet, beneath this facade of tranquility, he remained acutely aware of the ongoing conflict between Guanan and Guanxi, constantly receiving feedback from his omniscient ability. The 2 factions did not immediately engage in a massive battle involving thousands, but instead initiated a series of probing attacks. It was only after discerning each other's general deployments and analyzing various potential strategies that they finally clashed in a fierce confrontation 17 days later at a basin straddling the border of Guanan and Guanxi. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the thunderous sound of artillery and the relentless crackle of gunfire. In the sunken basin, artillery shells and thrown grenades erupted continuously on the battlefield, sending plumes of earth mixed with shrapnel flying in all directions. More than 5,000 troops from the south and over 5,000 from the west gathered here, positioned on either side, entrenched in trenches, engaging in fierce gunfire. The dense smoke from the gunpowder lingered in both sides' trenches, gradually enveloping the entire battlefield, diminishing visibility until the scene became increasingly obscured. After more than half a month of probing assaults, both sides had unleashed their full might, suffering significant casualties. With the current number of combatants encompassing the garrison of the border city, and initial forces suffering losses in the thousands. This battle marked the decisive confrontation of the initial campaign declaration. All available personnel had mobilized, including the commanding generals, who took their positions in the trenches alongside the soldiers. Naturally, compared to the ordinary soldiers, figures like General Zhou Jingqi were surrounded by a substantial protective detail. Amidst this intense clash, on one side of the high ground overlooking the basin battlefield, a green military jeep that had long been stationed there bore witness to the unfolding chaos. Su Ling stepped down slowly from the vehicle, approaching the edge of the elevation and gazing down at the battlefield, which lay neither too close nor too far. His expression serene. With the feedback of his omniscient awareness, he swiftly scanned the area and pinpointed the location of General Zhou Jingqi's trench. After taking a few steps back, he assumed a stance, harmonizing with the heavens and earth, and with a resounding boom, entered a state of unity with the cosmos. With this transformation, Su Ling's physical prowess surged dramatically. His muscles expanded grotesquely, bursting the seams of his attire, morphing him into a formidable beast of near-legendary strength. Anticipating the moment, he tore away the remnants of his shredded clothing, revealing a set of black garments with substantial elasticity. He wielded massive iron shields, towering like iron gates, which coincidentally fit his enlarged form perfectly, one on each side, shielding his entire body. The moment had come. Fully equipped, Su Ling returned to the edge of the high ground, observing the fierce combat below with a sinister grin. "General Zhou, I shall borrow your head for a moment." With that declaration, he leaped from the precipice, wielding the massive iron shields as he descended the slope with the speed of a panther, plunging into the fray of battle. The cacophony of explosions and gunfire reverberated through the air. However, this time, as Su Leng surged down the slope into the basin battlefield, the vividness of the chaos around him intensified. With the two massive shields enveloping him, he became a force of nature, ready to engage in the tumult that awaited him. Swiftly, his figure plunged into the hail of bullets. The sound of gunfire echoed like a relentless storm. Dense rounds of ammunition surged towards Su Leng from both flanks. Yet all were effortlessly deflected by the colossal iron shields he raised before him. A glance revealed sparks flying from the shields, yet that was the extent of the encounter. In this nascent era of firearms, armor-piercing rounds had yet to be conceived. Thus, the bullets fired by the opposing forces proved incapable of penetrating the iron shields Su Leng wielded. They merely left superficial dents upon the metal surface. Having previously tested the defensive capabilities of the shields in the forest, he remained unfazed amidst the gunfire. As he charged into the fray, his movements were fluid and unyielding. With the shields raised before and behind him, he surged toward the ranks of the Guannan army, his speed akin to that of thunder. The battlefield, shrouded in the smoke and chaos of intense combat, obscured visibility. Consequently, the Guannan troops failed to immediately recognize Su Leng, and artillery fire did not specifically target him. All he needed to do was avoid direct hits from incoming shells, and with an intelligence attribute of 15, he effortlessly evaded or blocked the shrapnel from exploding shells. Thus, amid the crossfire, Su Leng sprinted forth, closing the distance to the Guannan trenches. My heavens, what is that? The soldiers of Guannan gasped as Su Leng approached, mere meters from their trench. Something is charging at us. Quickly, aim and fire. An officer urgently directed the soldiers in the trench to take aim at the advancing figure. They complied. But their bullets were entirely thwarted by the iron shield before Su Leng bullets are futile against that. Use grenades. The soldiers realized too late the need for grenades. As Su Leng slightly lowered his shield, barely grazing the ground, he accelerated and crashed through the first trench with a resounding impact. Sandbags piled at the trench's edge, along with the soldiers behind them, were sent flying in all directions, chaos ensuing. Without pause, he continued his relentless charge, akin to a rampaging bull, barreling through the second trench, then the third, and onward to the fourth. In a flurry, sandbags and soldiers alike were tossed about, plunging the Guannan forces into disarray. However, as he breached each trench, the soldiers and officers of Guannan finally discerned the formidable figure behind the shields, a muscular giant, resembling a fearsome beast in human form. Though clad in a steel helmet that concealed his entire head save for his piercing eyes, the surrounding soldiers immediately recognized his identity. General Luo, the formidable General Luo of Guanxi. Such an imposing physique could only belong to one of the four great marshals. The formidable General Pang from the north and General Zhao from the east have encountered no discord or conflict with General Lu from the south, rendering any notion of a distant ambush utterly unfounded. As for their own General Lu, such an idea is even more implausible. Moreover, considering that this battle is against the forces from the west, the individual adorned with an iron helmet can only be the esteemed General Luo of the west. The might of the four great generals on the battlefield is indeed terrifying. Observing the soldiers from the south, recklessly charging and relentlessly breaching trench after trench, one cannot help but be awestruck by General Luo's prowess. Despite their trepidation, the soldiers still entrenched, who had not been thrown aside, quickly drew their firearms to retaliate. Regrettably, General Luo was shielded both front and back by massive iron shields, rendering their gunfire ineffective as it merely sparked against the shields, while bullets ricocheted unpredictably, posing a risk even to their fellow soldiers. This predicament left the southern troops in a state of hesitation. If bullets were daunting, the prospect of using grenades became even more intimidating. Though the description may seem elaborate, these events unfolded in a remarkably brief span of time. After breaching 5 trenches in succession, the southern forces finally discerned General Luo's objective, Commander Zhou. In the rearmost trench, Zhou Zhengqi and his subordinate, Officer Zhang, were shielded by a group of soldiers. They witnessed firsthand as General Luo, wielding 2 massive iron shields, charged through every trench towards their position. Confronted by this inhuman display of power, everyone, including Zhou Zhengqi, could only stare in wide-eyed terror. This was particularly true for the battle-hungry Zhou Zhengqi, who had long struggled to comprehend why their general devoted himself to martial training. Although he recognized that such training had diminished the frequency of assassination attempts against their leader, he remained oblivious to the true extent of his general's strength. While he had witnessed the devastating power of firearms, he had always regarded martial arts as a frivolous pursuit. Yet, at that moment, the realization struck him. This was precisely why their leader had been so engrossed in honing his skills. Such terrifying, almost superhuman strength. "Commander, run!" shouted the soldiers surrounding him. Zhou Jingqi, upon hearing this, could only manage a bitter smile. What good would running do against such overwhelming power? Amidst his grim amusement, General Luo barbarically plowed through the soldiers before him, sending them reeling and bloodied until he stood directly in front of Zhou Jingqi. Zhou Jingqi attempted to utter something, but General Luo offered him no chance. With a speed that was already formidable, he surged forward once more. A violent force erupted, the air itself bending under the pressure, creating a faint white mist and whipping up a fierce wind. In the next instant, the colossal iron shield, imbued with this terrifying power, collided mercilessly with Zhou Jingqi and Officer Zhang. The air was rent with two resounding thuds. Zhou Jingqi and the officer bearing the surname Zhang were struck as if by a speeding freight truck, their bodies catapulted into the air. In mid-flight, their organs ruptured. Blood gushed forth from their mouths, and their 7 orifices bled profusely. Their limbs and heads contorted grotesquely. When they finally crashed to the ground, their forms resembled discarded dolls. Their heads and limbs twisted in irregular shapes, devoid of breath. Congratulations to player Su Leng for breaking through to the second realm of killing without leaving a trace. Strength 1, Agility 1, Stamina 1. A notification from the game materialized before Su Leng's eyes. In vanquishing Commander Zhou Jingqi, akin to a general in ancient times, Su Leng also ascended to the second realm of killing without leaving a trace. Accompanying the game notification was a surge of heat erupting within his body, further enhancing his physical prowess. However, Su Leng paid no heed, for he was amidst the battlefield. His sprinting figure did not pause for an instant. He continued to advance with fierce momentum until he vanished from sight, leaving behind a cadre of soldiers from Guangnan, gazing in terror at his receding silhouette. Meanwhile, the forces from Guangxi had evidently noticed the anomaly and seized the opportunity to launch an assault. In this confrontation, the Guangnan army faced a crushing defeat, and Guangxi capitalized on the momentum to breach into Guangnan, seizing cities along the southern border, shattering the equilibrium that had persisted for over a decade in this land. Far away in Guangnan City, General Lu, upon learning that General Luo had resorted to underhanded tactics and personally led an onslaught against his troops, was instantly consumed by rage. Chapter 83, Suspicion. Get me on the line. At the first inkling of the news, General Lu dialed General Luo in Guangxi, yet regrettably, the call went unanswered. This unresponsiveness left Lu's fury with no outlet. Once he regained a semblance of composure, he grasped the reason behind the lack of response. He had called the general's office in Yangwu City, the capital of Guangxi province, while the general was engaged in combat at the border and could hardly attend to a phone call. With this realization, a fierce wrath welled in Lu's eyes. "Luo, you were the one who disregarded the rules first, so do not expect me to show any mercy." Among the 4 great marshals, after reaching profound levels of martial prowess, an unwritten code had emerged among them. This code dictated that unless faced with life and death circumstances, they would refrain from initiating covert attacks or assassinations against each other's families or troops, especially in a manner that exploited disparities in strength. Their physical strength surpassed that of ordinary men by more than tenfold, rendering them almost superhuman. Their muscular power was nothing short of terrifying. Merely standing there, an ordinary person could strike them with a knife or dagger, yet their feeble strength would scarcely breach the skin. Even a martial artist possessing 4 or 5 times the strength of an average person, while capable of piercing the skin of the 4 great marshals, would be unable to inflict any real harm. For, upon the moment a sharp weapon breached the surface, the marshals could flex their muscles to clamp down on the weapon, preventing any deeper injury. In fact, even the bullets from standard firearms would struggle to penetrate their skin, resulting only in a mere sensation of discomfort. This is the might of the 4 great marshals. Under such inhuman strength, should an assassination or surprise attack be attempted, no one would be able to thwart it. Even among the 4 great marshals, none would be able to intervene. This is due to the fact that one cannot fathom the intentions of another, nor predict who might be targeted for an ambush, unless one has but a single person of concern to protect at all times, or possesses no attachments at all. Otherwise, should any of the 4 great marshals forsake the rules to engage in assassination, it would be an exceedingly terrifying affair. In this instance, Marshal Luo has clearly broken the established norms. Thus, regardless of how Marshal Lu retaliates, the opposing party will have no grounds for justification, and the other 2 marshals, along with the president of Guangzhou, will remain silent. If necessary, they may even align with Marshal Lu to impose sanctions on Marshal Luo. However, Marshal Lu will undoubtedly not accept such a grave loss. He will demand both retribution and punishment. With this thought in mind, that very day, Marshal Lu set forth from Guangnan City. In the Guangxi province, there lies Yangwu City, a metropolis named after Marshal Luo, now the largest and most prosperous city in the province. Marshal Luo himself resides in this city, having established the Marshal's residence there. When news of a sweeping victory along the border reached Yangwu City, the soldiers stationed outside the city jubilantly celebrated their triumph. Yet, in stark contrast to the merriment outside the military encampment, within the Marshal's residence, Marshal Luo's countenance darkened upon learning the specific reasons for the victory. Joy eluded him. Immediately, he retreated to his chamber, intending to call Marshal Lu to clarify the situation. However, upon dialing, he discovered that the phone was inoperative. He promptly summoned someone to investigate, only to find that the telephone line had been severed, unbeknownst to him by whom. This immediately alerted the great Marshal of Guangxi to the scent of a conspiracy. Someone was sowing discord. His mind quickly conjured the other two marshals, aside from Lu Chang. By the descriptions of physical prowess, only he and the other three marshals possessed such inhuman strength. Aware that he himself had not acted, it could only be the other three. Marshal Peng Hu, stationed in Guabei, had long harbored ambitions of moving south due to the perennial cold, scarcity of resources, and low productivity in Guabei. However, lacking a legitimate reason and the strength to act, he had yet to realize his plans. His impulsive nature and singular focus would likely hinder him from devising such a subtle scheme, unless he had found a capable advisor. On the other hand, Zhao Donglai, despite being both valiant and cunning, governed Guangdong, which lay too far from Guangxi. Even if he sought to expand, his targets would likely be the neighboring Guangnan or Guabei, not Guangxi. Any machinations aimed at me would merely benefit Lu Chang and Peng Hu, neighbors of Guangxi, making the likelihood of such a scenario minimal. As for Lu Chang, although he appears to be a victim, his suspicions cannot be entirely dismissed. After all, this scenario allows him to retreat strategically, claiming the moral high ground, thus enabling him to act with impunity in avenging himself against me. He could even conspire with the other two marshals and the president to impose sanctions upon my territory, reaping maximum benefits. Upon thorough analysis, Luo Yangwu surprisingly found Lu Chang to be the most suspicious of all. The four marshals, having reached their current positions, are all formidable individuals, ruthless towards themselves and others alike. Who wouldn't he consider assassinating a commander from their own camp, masquerading as a victim to seize the moral advantage and thereby gain the utmost benefit? Luo Yangwu couldn't help but regret not realizing this tactic sooner. Had he thought of it earlier, he would have been the first to test it out himself. Of course, analysis aside, he still needed to provide a necessary explanation. Regardless of whether Lu Chang was orchestrating this drama or not, he had to address the situation publicly. With this thought in mind, he promptly left the Marshal's residence and headed to a nearby household with a telephone, using their line to call Lu Chang. The call was soon connected, but to his dismay, it was not Lu Chang who answered, but one of his concubines from the Marshal's residence in Guangnan City. Upon extracting information from her, Luo Yangwu learned that Lu Chang had departed from Guangnan City the day after he became aware of the border conflict's outcome. Luo Yangwu's expression darkened immediately. It seemed this fellow was not willing to afford him even a moment for clarification. His suspicions regarding Lu Chang deepened. Anticipating that the latter might initiate retaliation, Luo Yangwu swiftly instructed his aide, immediately dispatch someone to Shilua town to bring all members of the Luo clan to Yangwu City. Furthermore, inform the garrisons in major cities of Guangxi that if they spot Lu Chang, they must report to me at once. He needed to ensure the safety of all the Luo clan members before confronting Lu Chang for a serious discussion. Chapter 84. Assassination of the Marshal. Understood. The aide saluted and promptly set about executing Luo Yangwu's orders. Soon, the intelligence department in Guangxi sprang into action, investigating Lu Chang's whereabouts. They did not remain passive, waiting for Lu Chang to enter Guangxi before beginning their surveillance. Instead, they activated spies dispatched to Guangnan to ascertain whether there were any signs of Lu Chang in the area. Unfortunately, these spies reported no traces of Lu, who had allegedly traveled westward from Guangnan City. Upon receiving this news, Luo Yangwu couldn't help but smirk coldly. His suspicions regarding Lu Chang intensified. Such a robust figure would leave no trace while journeying from Guangnan. What a farce. Indeed, this individual was nowhere near Guangnan City. He had already reached the border, staging this entire charade. This was the only plausible explanation. Given the exaggerated physiques of the four marshals, they would undoubtedly attract attention wherever they went. Anyone who had seen them would surely remember. In recent years, Kansai has dispatched numerous spies to the southern region, each of whom, while not necessarily possessing a direct communication code with the intelligence department, is at least equipped with over a dozen distinct signals for contact. It is not only the southern region, but even within the intelligence department of Kansai, there is not a single individual who comprehensively knows all these varied codes. Furthermore, These spies are dispersed across various cities and towns in the southern region, rendering it utterly impossible for anyone to be fully aware of their existence. Thus, if such a scattered network of spies is unable to ascertain Lu Chang's path and whereabouts as he journeys from southern city to Kansai, it unequivocally indicates that Lu Chang is not present in southern city at all. The claims made by the other party's mistress that he departed southern city after learning of the battle conditions merely the day prior are nothing but fabrications, designed to conceal the truth. With this realization, Luo Yongwu felt he had penetrated Lu Chang's ruse. However, he found himself perplexed as to how to counter this stratagem. The audacity of the adversary to sacrifice their own for the sake of slandering him was indeed ruthless. Even though he had seen through the deception, he could not conceive of a solution. Lost in contemplation, Luo Yongwu was interrupted by a phone call from the intelligence department bearing distressing news. The officer he had dispatched to Shilua town to retrieve members of the Luo clan, along with those he was to bring back to Yongwu City, had been completely annihilated by Commander Lu. What? Upon hearing this shocking revelation, Luo Yongwu sprang to his feet, a tumult of shock and fury coursing through him. How could this be possible? Who delivered this information? Had that scoundrel Lu Chang truly infiltrated Kansai? He bombarded the informant with questions, rendering the intelligence officer on the other end too terrified to utter a word. Luo Yongwu, acutely aware of his own loss of composure, could hardly concern himself with such trivialities. Having deduced that Lu Chang was likely masquerading as a victim to besmirch his reputation, he had promptly instructed his aide to fetch the Luo clan from Shilua town to Yongwu City, never anticipating that Lu Chang would act with such swiftness and brutality. Nevertheless, he remained skeptical and immediately departed Yongwu City, heading toward the location where the bodies of the Luo clan had been discovered. It was only upon witnessing the grim scene of numerous relatives, including those with whom he shared blood ties, all laid out in a solemn array on an open ground, that Luo Yongwu was forced to confront the grim reality. Father, mother, having fought in wars for decades and witnessed countless lives lost, Luo Yongwu, who had long forgotten the taste of tears, could not restrain his grief as he knelt before the lifeless forms of his aged parents, weeping uncontrollably like any ordinary person. After an extended period of mourning, he finally wiped away his tears and rose slowly. With parents still present, life held a sense of direction. Their absence left only the path of return. If Lu Chang dared to sever his ties to this world, he would risk his very life to ensure the other's journey to the afterlife. Meanwhile, on the same day, Commander Lu stealthily traversed from southern city westward, silently infiltrating the territory of Kansai from the depths of the mountains. The cold wind howled, and the barren trees had shed their yellowed leaves. A formidable, swift figure darted through the forest, stirring up gusts of wind that sent the fallen leaves swirling in every direction. In the once vibrant wilderness, an unnatural silence descended as a colossal figure swept through the forest. Suddenly, a wolf sprang forth, lunging at this immense being. Yet, the giant's speed was unperturbed. With a casual flick of its arm, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and in an instant, the wolf was cleaved in two, blood sprang forth. Without a glance back, the giant shook off the bloodstains and continued its swift passage through the woods. It traversed mountains and valleys, moving like the wind, showing no signs of fatigue. Soon, it emerged from the forest onto a road. Abruptly, it halted, momentarily stunned by the sight ahead. Before it stood a squad of soldiers from the Kansai region, seemingly in search of something. Both parties froze upon seeing one another. In the next moment, one Kansai soldier exclaimed with joy, "We've found him. Commander Lu is indeed nearby. Apologies, brothers, but the position of the army's supreme commander is now mine." With that, the soldier raised his rifle, swiftly disengaging the safety, preparing to fire at Commander Lu. Hearing this, Lu's brow furrowed in surprise. As the soldier readied his weapon, Lu propelled himself forward with a tremendous force, shattering the ground beneath him into a circular pattern of cracks. In an instant, he was upon the soldier, who had just unlocked the safety, only to find Lu before him. With a thunderous clap, a massive hand struck the soldier's head, sending him flying, lifeless in midair. As Lu dealt with this soldier, the others began to notice him, raising their weapons to shoot. The air filled with the sound of gunfire. But Lu seemed to anticipate this. After sending the first soldier reeling, he clenched his fists, muscles bulging grotesquely, hardening like rock. He faced the oncoming bullets, which, aside from causing slight discomfort, were entirely absorbed by his rock-like exterior. This sight left the surrounding Kansai soldiers in shock. However, Lu would not grant them respite. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, he charged into their ranks, dispatching each soldier with effortless strikes. In a matter of moments, he had eliminated every soldier present. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly departed the scene. However, Lu Dashuai was astonished to discover that no matter where he fled, the soldiers from Guanshu could always locate him in the blink of an eye, relentlessly pursuing and intercepting him. Although the rifles wielded by these soldiers posed no real threat to him, he effortlessly vanquished the Guanxi soldiers he encountered. Yet, the tenacious troops continued their relentless attempts to assassinate him, leaving him bewildered. Had Luo Yongwu truly promised these men that by slaying him, they could ascend to the position of supreme commander of the Guanxi forces? Lu Dashui recalled the words of the first Guanxi soldier he had encountered. Such a generous reward could indeed inspire so many brave souls to charge forth without hesitation. Nevertheless, what perplexed Lu Dashui the most was the uncanny ability of Guanxi to pinpoint his whereabouts with such precision. When had the intelligence department of Guanxi become so formidable? This question also puzzled Luo Yongwu and the officers of Guanxi's intelligence division. Although the intelligence department had performed adequately, the information regarding Lu Dashui's movements had completely taken everyone by surprise. Each time Lu Dashui fled to a new location in Guanxi, local intelligence agents would discover him and promptly relay the information through specialized communication codes. It was as if divine intervention was at play. Despite the unusual ease of this pursuit, which bordered on the bizarre, the priority remained Lu Chang's infiltration into Guanxi, and thus no one delved deeper into the matter. Luo Dashui was singularly focused on avenging his family and kin, his eyes clouded with singular intent. Consequently, wherever Lu Dashui fled, the Guanxi intelligence department would swiftly acquire the information and dispatch troops to pursue him. Over time, even though bullets could not pierce Lu Dashui's skin, he still suffered considerable physical pain. The continual sensation of being hunted weighed heavily on his mind. In the deep mountainous regions at the border of Guanxi and Guanan, a titanic battle erupted between the two marshals. This clash wreaked havoc upon the surrounding forests, leaving the ground riddled with deep craters. Ultimately, Lu Dashui, beset and worn down, was forced to retreat, sustaining injuries, while Luo Yongwu also suffered minor wounds and was too fatigued to continue the chase. In the desolate wilderness of the Guanan province, Lu Dashui, blood staining the corner of his mouth, clutched his left arm as he sprinted through the wilds. His expression darkened, and his eyes, filled with a fierce intensity, only deepened. Having been wounded by Luo Yongwu in a battle when he was not in peak condition was a profound humiliation for him, especially considering that his physical prowess had improved after mastering several new martial arts techniques. With these thoughts in mind, the ferocity in his gaze intensified further. Suddenly, Lu Dashui halted, a frown creasing his brow as he gazed ahead. Before him stood a green military jeep, blocking the path, and there leaned a lieutenant, who had suddenly become a deserter after the war commenced, seemingly awaiting him for quite some time. "Aha, what brings you here?" Lu Dasha, with a wary gaze, inquired of Su Long, suspecting that such an unusual occurrence was no mere coincidence. Upon hearing Lu Dasha's words, Su Long straightened up, approaching him with a confident smile. "I have long heard that the esteemed general is the foremost expert of the Guanan province. I, Chen Hao, have always wished to experience your prowess. Yet suitable opportunities have eluded me. Now that we fortuitously meet, might I request your guidance?" As he spoke, he discarded his outer garment, casting it aside. And with a mere thought, he effortlessly entered a state of harmonious integration of hot and cold energies without the need for extensive preparation. Boom! A resonating sound echoed from within him as Su Long's muscles swelled, his stature towering to match Lu Dasha's formidable physique in the blink of an eye. He then flexed his muscles, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "General, let us not only determine our strengths, but also decide our fates." Chapter 85, The Third Realm. The Path of Invincibility. Lu Dasha stood in astonishment at Chun Hao's astonishing transformation ability. He had never fathomed that someone could transform from a normal physique to match his own with such swiftness. As he listened to Chun Hao's words, memories of his previous battle with Luo Yongwu flooded his mind, recalling the cryptic phrases he had failed to comprehend. "Lu Chang, you scoundrel. The wicked always cast the first stone, killing our own to sully my name, masquerading as a victim while annihilating my entire Luo clan. Today, it is either your demise or mine." At that moment, he had been too enraged to absorb Luo Yongwu's words, having infiltrated Guanxi with the intent of vengeance, yet ended up being pursued and cornered for nearly half a month. However, now, witnessing Chun Hao's transformation ability akin to his own and the other three marshals, the pieces of the puzzle began to connect in Lu Dasha's mind with a resounding clarity. "It was you." His eyes glinted with fury as he fixated on Su Long. "You were the one who murdered Lao Zhou." The fierce resolve Luo Yongwu had displayed during their battle, as if he were the true victim, had perplexed and infuriated him at the time. But now, seeing Chun Hao's transformation, the truth dawned upon him. The one who had slain his subordinate commander was likely not Luo Yongwu, but the very Chun Hao before him. This revelation explained Luo Yongwu's behavior. Both he and Luo Yongwu had been manipulated by Chun Hao, who had sown discord among them without their knowledge of his transformation ability, ultimately inciting a devastating conflict between him and Luo Yangwu. In response to Lu Dax's accusations, Su Leng did not deny them, instead grinning malevolently. "General, are you attempting to buy time to recover? Useless. After your fierce battle with Luo Yangwu, you have exhausted a significant portion of your stamina. With your mental and physical state far from its peak, your current strength is likely less than 30% of your prime. You wish to recover. But such a feat is utterly impossible in the short term. Did you foresee this as well?" Upon hearing Su Leng's words, Lu Dax's expression darkened. He indeed intended to buy time for recovery. Observing his opponent's transformed physique and the pronounced muscle definition, he could ascertain that the opponent's strength was nearing the realm of the four great martials, yet still fell short of that true level. However, such power was more than sufficient to deal with a version of him that was currently operating at less than 30% of his peak capabilities. To his astonishment, the adversary had discerned his intentions with a single glance. It was at this moment that he truly grasped how cunning and formidable the dog he had chosen was. "What do you think I have been doing all this time?" Su Leng once again let out a sinister laugh. Since acquiring the advanced martial art, killing without a trace, he had been tirelessly working towards mastering it, slaughtering thousands, taking the enemy general's head amidst a myriad of troops, and now targeting the commander of a single army. A martial enthusiast, indeed, but obsessed with martial skills, not with combat itself. Those who merely seek to engage in battles and decide life and death are not martial enthusiasts. They are mere berserkers. Had this world aligned with Su Leng's understanding of a martial arts realm, where skills required relentless practice and exploration, he would have behaved like the martial enthusiast depicted in countless films from his previous life, seeking fights everywhere. Alas, the martial arts of this world were peculiar, transcending his comprehension, requiring not arduous practice, but rather the fulfillment of specific conditions to master. Thus, Su Leng could not act in the manner of traditional martial enthusiasts. From the moment the heads of various martial arts schools in Guangnan City conspired to hire assassins to eliminate him, he had strategically utilized these individuals to provoke Lu Dax into action, gaining insight into Lu Dax's capabilities. He then cleverly exploited Lu Dax's casual remark to develop informants, leading to a rift of distrust among the heads of the martial arts schools present. With a blend of both gentle and forceful persuasion, he compelled Ren Yan, the leader of the Steel Fist sect, to evacuate Guangnan City for the western region. Subsequently, he leveraged Li Juanxing's animosity and wariness towards him to guide both parties into the western province to capture Ren Yan, culminating in the death of Luo Dax's son during the ensuing conflict, igniting the fuse of war between Guangnan and Guanshi. Having orchestrated the situation to this point, he adeptly navigated the chaos to achieve the first stage of killing without a trace. Following this, he intensified the conflict, prompting the two armies to engage in battle, thereby accomplishing the second stage of killing without a trace. Throughout this period, unforeseen variables did arise. However, this unexpected element proved to be beneficial for his plans, specifically the secret technique of the heavenly unity from the Tiandi sect. The emergence of this unknown variable spared him considerable effort. At last, the insidious scheme to sow discord between General Lu and General Luo has commenced, inciting mutual animosity that could ultimately lead to a catastrophic confrontation, wherein they would exhaust one another, allowing the orchestrator to reap the rewards. The primary reason for this stratagem lies in the fact that, despite having transcended to the second realm and possessing the secret technique of unity with the heavens, his physical prowess remains insufficient to overcome the formidable might of the four distinguished martials. The physical strength of these martials exceeds that of ordinary individuals by over tenfold, while Su Leng, having only just broken through the second realm of killing without leaving a trace, has merely elevated his foundational strength to 6. Even with the explosive enhancement provided by the technique of heaven and earth, his power barely approaches a value of 10, leaving him at a slight disadvantage compared to the peak state of the four martials. Thus, Su Leng is compelled to first deplete the strengths of both General Lu and General Luo. Unbeknownst to General Lu, he remains oblivious to the full extent of Su Leng's intentions. Consequently, he fails to grasp the implications of Su Leng's words. Yet, as Su Leng approaches him with deliberate strides, an overwhelming sense of foreboding engulfs General Lu, prompting him to instinctively retreat. In that very instant, as he steps back, Su Leng's form erupts forward with astonishing velocity. Boom! The ferocious speed and strength of Su Leng manifest in a cataclysmic surge, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. A furious roar escapes General Lu's lips. Though fatigued from his recent battle clouds his mind, his eyes perceive Su Leng's movements. Yet his reflexes and body cannot keep pace. Thus, he opts for defense, crossing his arms in a futile attempt to absorb Su Leng's assault. A resounding thud reverberates through the air. Su Leng, channeling his overwhelming force and speed, drives his elbow into General Lu's crossed arms. A piercing agony radiates from the point of impact, enveloping his entire being. He emits a muffled grunt, his crossed arms collapsing under the force, succumbing to a tingling numbness. Simultaneously, the sheer might of the blow propels his body backward. Nonetheless, the remarkable physical resilience characteristic of a general allows him to withstand this initial strike. However, this was merely the prelude. As General Lu's defensive stance falters, and his arms succumb to numbness, Su Ling's robust fists transform into a flurry of blurs. Unleashing a torrential barrage upon General Lu, the air fills with a cacophony of repeated thuds as relentless strikes rain down upon him. Initially, General Lu tenses every muscle to resist. Yet, the formidable strength of Su Ling, only slightly inferior to that of the four marshals, imbues each punch with the weight of 1,000 pounds. Wounded and weary, General Lu ultimately falters after enduring countless blows, his taut muscles collapsing under the relentless onslaught. As the moment arrives when General Lu's strained muscles give way, the force of each punch begins to penetrate his very core, assailing his internal organs. After a few strikes, he can no longer suppress the urge to spew forth blood. Ha! Upon witnessing Lu Dashui begin to spew blood profusely, Su Leng erupted into exuberant laughter, his fist striking with a velocity and force that surged once more. In an instant, his punches became so swift that the naked eye of an ordinary person struggled to discern their motion. One could only observe the successive air punch imprints manifesting upon Lu Dashui's body, causing his flesh to ripple like waves upon the sea. Ultimately, after enduring countless blows, Lu Dashui's consciousness began to wane, his form faltering until he staggered backward and crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. The impact sent a flurry of withered leaves soaring into the air. Yet, Su Leng showed no signs of abating after Lu Dashui fell. He positioned himself straddling either side of Lu's prostrate form, relentlessly continuing his merciless assault. It was not until Lu Dashui lay bloodied and battered, and words of acknowledgement flashed through his mind and vision, that he finally ceased. Lu Chong has been slain by your relentless fists. Congratulations. Player Su Leng has transcended to the third realm of killing without mercy, gaining 1 in strength, 1 in agility, and 1 in stamina. As the game's notification echoed in his mind, Su Leng, his hands stained crimson and standing atop the mangled form of Lu Dashui, tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and allowed himself to bask in the surging warmth within, feeling his body ascend to a new echelon of power, his expression one of rapture. Having reached the third realm, he knew that mastering the third realm of ascend to the divine technique would amplify his abilities, transforming a minor enhancement into an overwhelming one, rendering him invincible. With the completion of the third realm of killing without mercy, Su Leng's strength and agility attributes had surpassed the significant threshold of 7, while his stamina attribute exceeded 6. Should he further integrate the secret technique of unity with heaven and earth, his prowess would align with that of the 4 great marshals. With such formidable strength combined with his masterful combat skills, he no longer feared the 4 great marshals even at their peak. Now, all that remained was to attain the third realm of ascend to the divine technique, elevating the enhancement from 15 to 2, thereby achieving unrivaled supremacy.